with the Daily Tips, Michael Jenkins.
I always stay away from the hot team in the offseason. Whenever you see everyone piling on praise, it just feels like a sucker bet.
Can you dig it, sucker?
And Chelsea Messenger.
I don't want to lose to somebody dumber than me.
Yes.
When you're in an office pool with somebody playing fantasy football and it's somebody who just puts it on autograph, like, I don't watch football, whatever. I don't want to lose to those people.
The who? The her.
For the best wagertainment here on the BetMGM Network.
Hey, Dad, don't forget about me, the dogster.
Sponsored by BetMGM. Make it
Legend? Wait for it. Dairy.
Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Let's go. Hour 30 of the Daily Tip starts right now on the BetMGM Network. I'm Chelsea Messenger. She's Kate Constable. And over the next hour, we will get into all of the interesting details that make the NFL what it is, including the Chiefs possibly officially being out of the postseason, because that's what it feels like after the Chiefs lost to the Texans last night. Our biggest betting takeaways from that game. And also we'll get to Monday Night Football as well. Speaking of, teams that we can't trust, can we trust the Eagles? They play the Chargers tonight. We'll give you our best bets for that as well. As I mentioned, Kate Constable in for Jenks today. So, Kate, I think maybe you were a little later to the party than some of us, but I felt like leaving the light on season was officially over for the Chiefs weeks ago. But here's the thing. When it comes to the odds, the Chiefs continue to be favorites, and they continue to lose games. Last night, they lost to the Texans 20-10 as 3.5-point favorites. So, Kate, let me ask you, are you out on the Chiefs finally?
Chelsea, I am finally happy to say that I am officially out on the Chiefs. And it only takes, the Chiefs to be pretty much mathematically eliminated for me to finally be out of them? God help me if I was still in on the Chiefs. That would be probably a poor sign on my judgment, because it's going to be tough for them to make the playoffs. I believe they only have a 50-some% chance if they win outright. And a bunch of stuff falls their way with other teams, what happens with other teams down the stretch. It's crazy that they continue to be favorites, but the books have to price them that. You can't price the Chiefs as an underdog. It's just money will pile in on the Chiefs. And I guess as of yesterday, the books would have won. Chiefs losing by 10, even if they were slight underdogs, would have been profitable for the books. But it makes sense that they continued to price them as favorites. They're at home. It's essentially a playoff game. Backs are against the wall. That was a spot Kansas City should have won, granted, going up against a really good Houston defense. So I think what we're seeing is not necessarily the dynasty being over, but just the dynasty just being put on pause for a year. The dynasty maybe going through a slight, argument about the dishes, and you need your quiet time for 15 minutes after, then you guys can reconvene, something like that. I don't think it's completely over for Kansas City.
I think maybe the dynasty is over, but I'm not out that the Chiefs could be back in the postseason next year. I just don't think that we're going to see multiple Super Bowls over the next 5 years is kind of what my takeaway is. But here's the thing, it would be one thing if the Chiefs were losing in close games in which they looked like a good team. But last night, they didn't even look like a good team. They scored 10 points. And granted, some credit needs to go to the Texans defense, who has been great all season long. And they've been great against good quarterbacks because, they did this against Josh Allen where they made him look mortal. And it should be noted that Kansas City was down 3 of their starting offensive linemen. And as we know, Patrick Mahomes, like every quarterback in the league, does need some sort of protection. When you're running for your life, it's obviously not going to be a great game. But you look at the numbers in this game, and it was some of the worst numbers you'll ever see from Patrick Mahomes, where he had 3 interceptions, no touchdowns, 14 of 33 for 160 yards. So I think that's the big takeaway. And of course, that's going to be the talk today. Are the Chiefs officially, out? And it does feel like that. I feel like you look at their chances according to Next Gen, playoff chances are sitting at 18%. I don't even want to say their record because I'm around too many kids, and their record is 6-7. So go ahead, allow yourself a bit.
Without any 6-7.
Right. But my point being is that they're standing with a losing record. But Kate, let me ask you this. Like, I feel like I watch national shows and I'm like, well, why can't we just talk about the winning team? But again, like the bigger storyline is probably the downfall of the Chiefs. And they had all these celebrities watching the game. Taylor Swift was there. Leonardo DiCaprio, I think, was in the booth. Lena Dunham. So it's a team that I think people were ready to see kind of like pushed off the mountaintop. But it's still the biggest storyline for me in this game. Like, obviously, the Texans won the game. And it's a team that we probably should mention as a team that could play spoiler in the AFC. But don't you feel like the Kansas City Chiefs, like, being off the mountain? Like, here's the crazy thing. The Chiefs have won their division 9 years in a row. This is going to be the first time in 10 years that they're not the champs of the AFC West. So to me, it still feels like the biggest storyline.
Chelsea, I think you could argue that this is one of the biggest storylines, not just of this week or this game, but like in the NFL this season is what the Chiefs have done or lack thereof have done. I mean, last year it was like, okay, the Chiefs are winning all these one-score games. Can they continue on to do this? And this year it's the complete opposite, is that they're losing a lot of those one-score games or losing by margin. So I think that is a big story, especially, I mean, you talk about the stars on the Chiefs and all the attention around Travis Kelce because of Taylor Swift. Like, is this going to be Kelce's last season? I would have told you coming into the year that as long as the Chiefs had somewhat success this year, like they went to the postseason, did what they usually do, won the AFC West, that maybe Kelce would retire. I don't think he goes out this way after a terrible record, missing the postseason. Like, I kind of think we see Travis Kelce come back for at least another season. But I think, I mean, it's very fair to argue that the Chiefs' lack of success, their downfall this year, is the biggest story in the NFL. And you mentioned all the 9 straight AFC West titles. Like, Patrick Mahomes has been to the AFC Championship in every season since becoming the starter for the Kansas City Chiefs in 2018. Like, that is a crazy stat right there. So to have that streak be broken this year, like, just kind of piles on to the storyline of what's going on with the Kansas City Chiefs and is the dynasty coming to an end.
Right, and especially when the eye test doesn't match up with, hey, this team is still a contender. Because I think we all gaslight ourselves and we say, hey, they're not that bad, right? And then you watch the game and you say to yourself, this is not a good team. And a lot of it is from sources that you would not expect. Like starting with Andy Reid, making some really uncharacteristic calls down the stretch where I read that he has not made this call in 27 years of coaching, like going for it on 4th down deep in their own territory, where in this game, I think they were on like their 31-yard line or something. 4th down, they go for it. They don't get it. And then the Texans are set up, you know, pretty with great field position, and they end up scoring. And of course, the Texans end up winning the game. So it just feels like when desperation is there, they're doing things they don't normally do. You see Travis Kelce dropping passes, somebody who's usually pretty reliable. And again, Patrick Mahomes just not looking like himself. So we knew that, you know, last year they were not a dominating team, but somehow they still made it to the Super Bowl. This year, they don't even look like a good team.
No, they don't. But going back to the Andy Reid thing, like that's what happens when you get desperate. That's what happens when your backs are against the wall. And for the most part, the Chiefs' backs have not been against the wall over the last decade. So like it's uncharacteristic of Andy Reid because he hasn't had to be there before. And I mean, Travis Kelce yesterday, 5 targets, 1 catch for 8 yards. You think you're winning a game against, and again, Chelsea, like, this is all focused on the Chiefs, but like the Texans defense is so good. That is one of the reasons that the Chiefs struggled so much. That might be the main reason the Chiefs struggled so much. So like have to give credit where credit's due. But even against really good defenses in the past, it feels like this Kansas City team's been able to figure it out. When was the last time Mahomes had 3 interceptions and not a single touchdown pass in a game? There's probably been one out there where he lays a dud, but like I can't remember off the top of my head when that is. Doesn't happen all that much. It's just things that we don't see from this Kansas City team that we're finally seeing this year.
Right. And again, maybe it's time to pivot to the Texans because, again, they were the winners of the game. So maybe we should talk about them a little. And this is a trend that we've seen with this Texans defense. the Texans defense against great quarterbacks has been great themselves. Because we saw it last night, making Patrick Mahomes look absolutely human, and in fact, not even like a good quarterback. Some of that has to do with the injuries on the offensive line, but we saw this in the game against the Bills. Josh Allen was sacked 8 times in that game and pressured on 33% of his dropback. So this is a trend that we've seen with the Texans defense, that even against the best offenses in the NFL, they're going to have a chance simply because their defense is just so good. Now, the question is, can their offense score, I don't know, more than 17 points? They did just enough last night to get the win. So that's going to be the question mark going forward for the Texans in the postseason, is that, do you trust their offense enough to hang with some of these teams? But right now, the AFC feels like the upside down, where I'm not going to say it's anybody's game, but I do feel like it is a more vulnerable year than other years past, where you don't have the dependable names at the top of the favorites list, other than Josh Allen. And like I just said, if there is a matchup problem for Josh Allen, it's the Houston Texans.
Yeah, 1,000%. I don't trust the Texans offense quite enough. I think CJ Stroud has played better in his 3 games back from that concussion. And as long as he continues to improve, this offense continues to improve, because think back early on in the season, they lose their first 3 games, but they have a new offensive coordinator trying to figure things out, some injuries early on, like maybe cut them some slack because of that. I mean, no one wanted to, including myself. I was bashing the Texans early on, but like, they have become better. The thing is, like, the Broncos don't have a high-powered offense themselves. So like 2 of the top teams in the AFC, I guess, I mean, if you look at the standings, Texans are 7th, but like 2 of the top defensive teams in the AFC don't really have high-powered offenses. The most complete team is New England right now. Bills can win because they have Josh Allen, but the Bills don't have a defense. So it's like, I'm not trusting the Jags or the Steelers, who are right now the 3rd and 4th seed in this conference. So I think there is a path for Houston because of the lack of dominance, I guess, of any other team. And that's kind of funny to say because there are 2 11-2 teams in this conference with the Broncos and Patriots. But I don't think either of those. Well, let me backtrack. I think New England's fairly complete. I think Denver is still missing a pop offensively.
Well, if you look at the Texans' schedule down the stretch as well, they have a lot of winnable games. So next up, they host the Cardinals, then they host the Raiders, they go on the road to the Chargers. Okay, maybe that's a tough one. And then they finish the year against the Colts, which would be a tough game, but now Daniel Jones is out for the season. So it just feels like one of those things where the Texans can certainly gain some steam down the stretch. And I've doubted them in the postseason before. And I've taken the other team. I can't remember if it was the Browns or the Chargers, but, the Texans, they could be a team that I think a lot of people don't want to think about, just because they're not a team that's super fun to watch because it's predicated on defense. And I don't know, like, people don't like teams from the AFC South. It's not a sexy division, but right now, the Texans just 1 game back of the Jags. So that is certainly within striking distance. So the Texans can get into the postseason that way. And again, you don't need as many wins in the AFC to make the postseason, as opposed to the NFC, where it's like, hey, you're not winning 10 games, get the hell out. Sorry, Bears. Like, that's what sucks for the Bears. Bears have been so good. And then you look at the standings in the NFC, and they're probably thinking to themselves, why can't we play in the AFC this year?
Right. I'm looking at Jacksonville's schedule because that's who obviously the Texans are competing with in the AFC South. Like, their schedule's pretty easy down the stretch. You have the Jets. Yes, you go to Denver. That's a tough game. I think Denver wins that game. You go to Indianapolis. Would have been a tough game. No Daniel Jones. And then you end up with the Titans. So Texans kind of have to be nearly perfect the rest of the way, I think, to win that division. I certainly think they can do it. And maybe you get a slip up from Jacksonville. Despite winning 4 games straight, 4 of their last 5, I would trust the Texans right now with that defense, even with the offense, like we mentioned, a little shaky, more so than I would trust Jacksonville, because their wins have been less than impressive. Like, okay, you beat the Titans. Colts win yesterday was a solid win. You beat the Cardinals in overtime, not doing a whole lot for me. So, yeah, Texans certainly have a chance to win this division.
Yeah, and they've already played their 2 games this season, and they split. Right now, both these teams only have 1 divisional loss, and like I said, the Texans play the Colts for their last divisional game, and the Jaguars also play the Colts and the Titans. So the Jags actually have a chance for 2 more divisional wins. I don't see any surprises there, probably. Like, the Colts still have a chance, maybe. Because here's the thing about the Jags. The Jags are fully capable of losing to anybody on any given day. That just kind of feels like the Jags to me. So I don't want to trust them as minus 175 favorites to win the division. All right, coming up next, time to get our bets on the card for Monday Night Football. Eagles, Chargers. It's next on the Daily Tip.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Welcome back to the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Off and rolling. It's hour 3 of the Daily Tip here on the BetMGM Network. Chelsea Messenger here. Kate Constable in for Jenks. So, Kate, I keep looking at this game between the Eagles and the Chargers and thinking that a bet's going to come to me. But I keep staring at it, and the more that I stare at it and look at the numbers, it just doesn't feel like a game I really want to bet on. Like, of course, I'm going to cobble something together, but do you ever have this feeling when it comes to, like, standalone games where, like, okay, this is the only game on, I got to have something, and it's usually not a great scenario when you are forcing a bet, but that's kind of how I feel about this Eagles-Chargers game. Because, like, from a spread perspective, you're like, okay, the Eagles, no one knows what we're going to get from the Eagles. It feels like on a weekly basis, except for the fact that, like, they're probably going to play in a close game. Then you look at the Chargers, and Justin Herbert is coming off hand surgery this week. So who knows, like, what he's going to operate out of, if he's going to be fully 100%. And this Eagles secondary, like, on paper has been pretty solid. And you're like, okay, it's going to be low scoring. But the total's 42. Who wants to play an under 42? I certainly don't, even though I feel like that's probably the way to do it. And then you're like, okay, well, what about props? If the total's 42, this is probably not going to be a great game for props. Like, somebody's probably going to get hit their prop, but it's just tough to thread the needle when odds makers are not expecting a ton of offense. Of course, you could say, oh, well, you could play unders. But what I hate about that is that guys can get this in like a single try. So you're like, okay, like we'll bet on Saquon Barkley to be like ineffective or like not get his number. What if he rips off a big run of like 45 yards and then you're, underwater, even though he'd been averaging like 2.3 yards per carry on the rest of his rushes. So any way you slice it, like I'm not enjoying trying to find a bet in this game, Kate. How do you feel about the Eagles and the Chargers? And you're muted.
Almost made it throughout the show without being muted. Dang it. I think this is going to be, it feels like it's going to be a pretty mundane game. Like there isn't a whole lot pointing me to the fact that the Eagles offense could pop off in this game. I mean, you look at what they've scored the last couple games, 10 points against Green Bay, granted a win, 16 points against the Lions, granted a win, 21 against Dallas, 15 against the Bears. I mean, I just read that Kevin Petula's house was egged after the Bears lost because of how bad the offense has been. I don't know if that just automatically turns around tonight, especially this Chargers defense has been really good so far this season. I mean, almost done with the season, but they've been very good. Third in total defense. They are second in passing defense. It's the rushing defense where, like, if you're going to point to any sort of, struggle, like,
flaw,
they're still 13th in run defense. Like, so I don't know necessarily. I think you're right to think that, like, okay, unders probably are the right move for props in this game because we're not going to get a whole lot of points. I mentioned earlier, like Saquon Barkley, maybe you go over his rushing yards, like try and get a little bit more creative with some of those star players that are probably going to have to continue to command a very big role within the offense. But like, I mean, Saquon, he gets a little screen pass or something and he could go off for 16 and a half in one run if he wanted to. The other thing that I think is worth looking at is Jalen Hurts and his rushing yards prop. Petula talked in the media this week about Jalen Hurts using his legs and like having some more designed runs for him this game. And so I think that could be an avenue that he finds a little bit of success in, especially in years past, he's been fairly good at using his legs and scrambling. And maybe this is kind of a desperation spot where the passing game is not going well against this good passing defense and Herbert's going to have to use his legs a bit more.
All right, so let's look at the number for that because I do think that's at least a strong hypothesis, especially for some of these primetime games against good defenses because like you mentioned, the Chargers pretty good across the board. And again, if all the targets are covered and the secondary for the Chargers has been really good this year, that's when quarterbacks normally take off and run. And especially somebody like Jalen Hurts, who we know can be really dynamic with his legs. I think it's somewhere in the range of 26 and a half. Let's see what the over-under is. It's not listed at BetMGM. Love that.
I said 29 earlier in the half. I mean, I would prefer the 26. Yeah, I'm seeing 29.5 right now at some other books.
All right, so let's cross-check that. Let's do like a live handicap of this if we want to play it. So if you look at his last few games, here are the game logs: 31, 33, 31, 27, and 22. And usually he'll have a long one peppered in there. Like last game, he had a 23-yard run despite a loss against the Bears. So I think that's a pretty solid one. I do think at least for, his floor, like I like looking at players. I'm like, okay, how high is the floor for them? Like if things are just absolutely terrible, do we have a chance of hitting this bet? And it does feel like the floor is pretty high for Jalen Hurts because his worst game rushing was 22 yards. Because sometimes with quarterback rushing yards, you can go for negative yards. We've seen that with Patrick Mahomes as he runs backwards, but not really the case for Jalen Hurts as he's pretty solid with getting that positive yardage. Also, we mentioned this earlier, the chance at a Jalen Hurts touchdown. This used to be a foregone conclusion. We were like, oh, the tush push, duh. If they get even close to the end zone, it's going to be an Eagles touchdown with the tush push, and usually you'll get Jalen Hurts for a pretty solid price. Hasn't been the case as much this year. He's plus 105 to score a touchdown. He's hit it in 50% of his games this year. But would you put some money on Jalen Hurts to get in the end zone?
Yeah, especially use his legs a little bit more. I think he could get outside the pocket if they're near the red zone 20-yard line or something and scramble and find the end zone that way. And then the tush push. Yeah, the Bears stopped the tush push on Black Friday, but I mean, the tush push is still working pretty good, where if they're on the 1-yard line, 2-yard line, that's what they're going to go to. So I like that you're still getting plus money in it. Last year, that was minus 110, 120 for Jalen Hurts anytime touchdown. And this season, you're at least getting a tiny bit of value. So that's where I would go with Jalen Hurts. Any props for the Eagles in terms of like a side, Chelsea? Not having Lane Johnson or Jalen Carter in for the Eagles is huge. When one of those players has been out this year, the Eagles are 0-4 against the spread. So if they're not covering this spread, they're likely not winning this game. On the road too, like the sabotage factor for the Chargers is that Justin Herbert just had hand surgery and their offensive line has been just totally scrambled over the course of the season. So like, it's not like the Chargers are perfect on their end either, but I think they are in a slightly better like team state than the Eagles are in terms of just like morale and continuity and chemistry, because every week it's the same story coming out of the Eagles locker room, is that like the players don't like each other. The offense is falling apart. No one's happy. We're implementing positivity rabbits in the locker room. Like, if you have to do that, like something's not right. Where the vibe check, if we're going off vibes for our handicapping today, which you should never do, I lean towards the Chargers.
Well, I think for me, if you kind of look at both these teams, you're like, okay, both these teams have question marks. But one of these teams you're getting 2 points with. Like, if you think it's essentially a coin flip, you go with the team that's getting 2 points, in my opinion. But I have tried to, like, get creative on this and find a bet that I do like. Maybe this is a situation, and I know people are going to look at this and be like, same game teaser, Chelsea. What are you doing? But I do think it kind of fits the bill, because my hypothesis is that even if the Eagles win, it does not feel like a blowout win to me. So, like, that's one side of the coin where you say, okay, one of these legs is going to be the Chargers +7. I do think even if the Chargers lose, it's going to be a closer game. You look at the last 9 games for the Eagles, only 2 of those have been Eagles wins by more than 7 points. And one of those was an Eagles win over the Lions where it was 16-9. Like, that's right, at 7. So it just feels to me it's not going to be a blowout win. And I also think it's going to be a lower scoring game. So that's the second leg of the same game teaser. And depending on how much juice you want to lay, you can do Chargers +7 under 47. That's -105. Or you could do under 49 and you give yourself a little bit extra wiggle room. And that is -125. So I think that's the threading of the needle that I'm probably going to try, because that's the hypothesis. I say, one of these teams is going to win in a close, low-scoring affair, and I think maybe that's the way you play it.
I think you're spot on with that. So giving yourself a little wiggle room on both sides, not a bad idea at all. We've also just seen primetime games be lower scoring this year, Chelsea. Like we haven't seen too many primetime games totally pop off in terms of the scoreboard. And so to expect a lower scoring game in this one, I think is pretty fair. And the line is telling you that too. 42. It's down to 41.5 some other places. We're down to 1.5 in favor of the Eagles. So money coming in on the Chargers as well. So Chargers and the under. If those are your two T's or legs, I mean, you're on the right side or the side that the market is doing. I mean, although very limited moves, it's still moving that way.
Right. And I'll say this about like two teams that I have not been super high on, coming into this saying, oh, you can't trust them. Their defenses at least look trustworthy because that's been the thing with the Eagles. The reason why they have 8 wins on the season is because the defense has won a lot of games for them. Remember that stretch where it was like the Eagles beat the Packers 10-7, the Eagles beat the Lions 16-9. It's because, excuse me, of that defense. So I think it's fair to look at these numbers and say like it's going to be a closer scoring affair because I came into this game with the hypothesis that the Chargers have this great pass defense because all you hear about is like the Chargers are great at limiting the big play. And you do look at yards per attempt, and the Chargers just out of the top 5 in the NFL, only allowing 6.4 yards per attempt. But if you look at the Eagles secondary, they're only allowing 6.6. So it's a great secondary on paper as well. And if you look at this Eagles secondary, they're allowing a league low 56% completion percentage to opposing quarterbacks. So if you have that matchup going against Justin Herbert, who might not be 100%, I think it's lower scoring. So I think points are going to be at a premium. And I think we have a lower total. But let me ask you this, Kate. It's 42. That's the normal number for the line. Will you be playing the under on that?
Yes. I still think it's an under game, even at that total. I don't see a whole lot of action tonight. Like, I mean, the Chargers have been winning games, but their offense, like the weapons on their offense aren't, can you say they're not elite? Omari and Hampton coming back, like that could be a boost in the run game, but he also hasn't played since week 5. I don't think he's necessarily like a game changer in terms of going to pop off for 120 yards or anything like that. So I think this is going to be more of a defensive game, especially everything you just said about the secondary for the Eagles. Like they can kind of shut you down, and Ladd McConkey, yeah, he's great. The fact that I'm umming here is like, Keenan Allen, fine. They're all just like okay players. It's not like you have any Jamar Chases or Justin Jeffersons on this offense that is going to do some serious damage against even a very good secondary. I think this is going to be kind of a dud of a game in terms of points scored.
Right. And I don't think I'm super low on the weapons that the Chargers have. I just think when you don't have an offensive line to give you time, you can't utilize those weapons correctly because we've seen a lot of offensive line injuries for the Chargers this season. So maybe that goes into it as well. But sometimes you see these higher numbers and you're like, okay, well, they scored 31 against the Raiders. The Raiders defense is a far, far cry from what we'll see from the Eagles defense. So don't read in to that too much. And the Chargers have still gone under the total in 2 of their last 3 games. If you look at the Eagles, it's been 4 straight unders for Philadelphia. And a lot of that has been based on their offense needing to figure it out. As we know, tensions are mounting for their offensive coordinator. So let me ask you, do you think this is the game where the offense finally gets it together? Like, I feel like the answer is no, but this is what kind of, scares me in the back of my mind. It's the same thing when you bet against teams like the Chiefs, like the Ravens, where like maybe somewhere in there is a good team. This is a team that won the Super Bowl last year, but it's also December 8th of the season. If they haven't figured it out by now, when are they going to figure it out?
That's kind of my point. Like, I don't think it's all just going to necessarily come together for the Eagles. And because they're coming off of, 2 straight losses means that the Eagles are the team that's got to bounce back. I think if there's any team that bounces back in these spots, it's a team that has chemistry and the locker room is okay. Like the locker room is not okay in Philadelphia. And that's been a storyline for weeks now. So I don't think you go on the road across the entire country to, mind you, Philly to LA Jim Harbaugh is a very good coach. He's going to have a great game plan, and all of a sudden everything just kind of falls into place because it's time for things to fall into place for the Eagles. Like, I just don't think that's what we're going to see tonight. I think the Eagles continue to struggle a little bit, and they're going to have to figure things out before the playoffs. They're still in a great spot to win the division, but I don't think that whole figuring it out thing, offense turns around, happens tonight against this Chargers defense.
Yeah, I think if the Eagles win, it's going to be on the backs of their defense. That's what we've seen for most of this season. So I'm not saying the Eagles can't win. I'm just saying they're probably not going to score 35 points. And if they do, all credit to them. We'll be glad that they're back. And A.J. Brown, hey, maybe he'll be happy for once. All right, coming up next, best bets come your way after the break. We've saved our absolute best for last. It's next on the Daily Tip.
Coming up, Jenks and Chelsea give out their best bets here on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Let's get back to the Daily Tip with Chelsea Messenger and Michael Jenkins on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
All right, time to land the plane. It's the final segment of the Daily Tip on a Monday, December 8th. In a few moments here on the show, we'll get to our favorite plays. And listen, there's been some lamenting and some complaining about this Monday night game between the Chargers and the Eagles, but we've settled on some things. In fact, I think Kate has 3 bets in this game. Kate Constable in for Jenks today. But before we get to our best bets, I was going to ask you about this because I feel like I'm in the exact Venn diagram of who this would work for, and it doesn't work for me. So I'm wondering who this does work for. So last night, Peacock had what they called, quote, the reality hot seat alternate broadcast of Sunday Night Football between the Chiefs and the Texans. And they had like these reality stars who hosted this. So they did play-by-play of this game. And I'm thinking to myself off the top, I'm like, if Tom Brady struggles with play-by-play, do we really think these reality stars are going to be able to carry a football broadcast? I did not watch this, but here are the names. And I didn't know any of these people. Boston Rob from Survivor, no idea. Heather Gay from The Real Housewives of Salt Lake City, which I know that's a popular franchise for The Real Housewives. Still don't know who she is. Podcast host Justin Sylvester and Kate Chastain. So no disrespect to these people, but like they couldn't get bigger reality stars. Like maybe if it was Snooki, if it was Ariana Madix, if it was Kim Kardashian, maybe this would have worked. But like I can't even feign interest in this. I don't know who was watching this.
I saw clips of this on Twitter this morning, and I wondered to myself, like, who are these people talking about the football game? Like, what? I don't know half these names, Chelsea. I mean, I live under a rock when it comes to pop culture, but like, I do know the big names, and maybe these are like massive names. I don't know, but like Kate Chastain, oh, she's got 1 million followers. I suppose maybe I should know who that is. I didn't get it. It didn't hit for me at all. I didn't even know it was happening. 1, last night when I was watching the game, but 2, like seeing clips this morning. No, I was just confused. And I know it's like the fun aspect of like, they're trying to explain the game. They don't exactly know everything, the ins and outs of what's going on. And so that's what makes it funny, is like trying to explain to your like, best friend who doesn't watch football what's happening. Like, I don't know. It did not hit for me. Do they have any more of these planned? Like, what's the deal?
I think it was only because it was the Chiefs. And like my only thought is that they probably talked about Travis Kelce and Taylor Swift the whole time.
Yeah.
And it's just some industry executives like, they'll just talk about Taylor Swift and we don't have to pay for Taylor Swift. But I don't know. It seems too niche for me.
Yeah.
Like, I just don't know these people well enough. So like I was like, okay, what about the flip side? Like me and Dent were talking, we were like, okay, what if Peyton Manning did like an alternate cast of like Love Island or something? And I was like, you know what? Actually, I'd watch that. But that's so dependent on his personality. That's because Peyton Manning's like legitimately funny. And he is an A-lister. I think the problem with some of these TV networks is that they confuse social media fame with overall fame. Because you say this girl has 1 million followers. I would be curious to know how many people have 1 million followers on social media. I feel like it's probably a big number. I click on these people all the time where I have no idea who they are and they have like 5 million followers. Yeah, but it's not the same as people who are like A-list actors where it's just like their Q score. I don't know if you've heard of that metric where like people who are in every demographic like know who they are. It's just like there's too many influencers. So just because somebody's famous on social media does not mean that everybody in the country, like think about how many million people are in the United States. Like only 1 million of those people even know who this person is.
It's weird. I would actually watch Peyton Manning though, but you're right. It is all personality dependent. And I mean, the niche is too small, of which they like Maxer in our chat that Kate Chastain is from Below Deck. Well, unless you watch like a ton of Bravo and that's your one show on Bravo, like if you watch sports in general, you probably know who Peyton Manning is without having watched, you know, him through his entire career. If you didn't watch Below Deck, and I say all this knowing like I have so many girlfriends that are like that went to Bravo Con, so like maybe there are people that are like totally into this and this is their life. I kind of couldn't imagine that.
Right. I don't know. So the reason I mention this is because they're going to have another alternate broadcast tonight for Monday Night Football. But listen, I feel like this one makes a little bit more sense because I think it's geared towards children. So it's the cast of Monsters, Inc., and it's going to be on ESPN. It's their third animated all cast that they've done. They've done this on Nickelodeon, and honestly, I feel like they do a good job. Because, like, the kid broadcasters are actually pretty good. And the thing is, there are kids who are interested in football, but some of the words and, you know, the broadcast on the normal one is too adult for them. Not even, like, adult in a bad way. It's just, you know, they use bigger words. So, like, the kids one is more fun. So, I actually see a pathway for, like, if you have kids, maybe you would watch this one.
Oh, for sure. I mean, I'm going to flip over and just watch this for a couple of minutes. I always do with all of these alternate broadcasts that are like the kids ones, the SpongeBob ones in the past, what was there, a Simpsons one? Just because it is funny. It's comical. And like, I have so many little nephews that are getting into sports, and like, this will probably help them understand the game a little bit more. So is your average NFL loving adult probably going to be tuning into this broadcast? No, not more than, you know, a minute or two. But like, I think it's awesome for the kids. It gets them more involved, helps them understand the sport better. And it is kind of funny at the same time. Plus, I love Monsters, Inc. Like, I don't know who Kate Chastain is, but Mike Wazowski, oh yeah, he is right up my alley right there.
Right. It's a really popular movie. So I understand it. At least if I was like an industry executive, if you were pitching me that idea, I would agree with the Monsters, Inc. one, not so much the reality hot seat. Because why wouldn't you just watch reality TV if that's what you're into? All right. So without further ado, let's get to what we're actually playing in tonight's Monday Night Football matchup.
Time to place your bets.
All right, Kate, since you are guest hosting, you get to go first. So what we want from you here is your singular best bet. Pick one bet that you like, the one you like the most, and you tell us why.
I am going to take Jalen Hurts over 29.5 rushing yards is my very best bet. He's been using his legs a lot more lately, racking up those yards. I think he continues to do that with this offense struggling, maybe takes matters into his own hands at times in this game, especially if it's close late or if the Eagles are down at all. So I am going Jalen Hurts over 29.5 rushing yards tonight.
I like it. I like it. I like it. All right, for me, I had trouble kind of landing on something for this game. Just everything kind of led to a dead end for me. So I got a little creative, and I'm not a huge fan of same game teasers, but I feel like this one kind of fits the bill because the hypothesis for me is that this is going to be lower scoring, and I don't see either of these teams really blowing the other one out. Because what have we seen from the Eagles? Like, that has been the calling card for the Eagles, is that even when they're winning games, they're not dominating. If you look at their last 9 games, only 2 of those have been by more than 7 points. When it comes to wins, some of those games they've been losing outright. So first leg of the same game teaser is the Chargers +7. I think the Chargers can keep it close with an Eagles team that's offense has not been anything to write home about. And then, since points are going to be at a premium, we're going to combine Chargers +7 with under 49. That's -125. Both these defenses have been really dependable. Even if you don't trust Justin Herbert and his, recovery from hand surgery, which goes into the handicap as well, both these defenses have been tops in the NFL in some category or another. You look at the Eagles defense against the pass, allowing the worst completion percentage of any defense in the NFL to opposing quarterbacks. Opposing quarterbacks completing just 56% of their passes. Then you look at yards per attempt, and the Chargers have been one of the best teams at limiting the big play, allowing just 6.4 yards per attempt. So I think both these defenses kind of fit the bill here. So let's go a same game teaser, Chargers +7, under 49, -125. All right, Kate, I know you got a couple other bets. What are they and why?
Just sticking with the Jalen Hurts angle, Chelsea, I'm going to go an anytime touchdown, +105. You get a little plus money there. If I like him to run, I think he can find the end zone on at least one of those. And if it's not a designed run or a scramble of anything, it's tush push. Like, I'll just bank on the tush push. I mean, my bets kind of contradict each other because I'm also going to go Chargers money line. I mean, I think that the Eagles can score once or twice and the Chargers can still win this game. Chargers have the better defense right now. They have the better offense right now. I know Herbert's banged up, but as long as he's out there, I'm pretty confident that he's going to be okay, serviceable at the least. So I'm going Chargers money line. Plus, this line is moving ever so slightly, half a point in favor of the Chargers since it opened.
I think you can still thread the needle there. Like, I don't necessarily think that they're contradicting, but maybe don't play them in a same game parlay. Like, you can play these separately, but like, that's my advice for anybody playing same game parlays. Make sure all of the legs correlate. Because I will say this, like, as opposed to playing all bets, like say you play 4 individual bets that all hinge on the Chargers having a good game, that's when you can find yourself underwater. If you have a lot riding on one particular result. So this way you kind of have a couple outcomes covered.
Oh, for sure. For sure. Yeah. Anytime I try, like, couple weeks this year, I've thought the Lions were going to absolutely go off, and I, do a fun little same game parlay on multiple Lions players to like just destroy the stat sheet, and I get destroyed in the backlash of that because it is hard for multiple players to have like breakout games type of thing and your parlay to hit. So I'm done with same game parlays for the most part, Chelsea. All 3 of those bets tonight for me are all going to be straight bets.
But if there is a team that you could sell me on a same game parlay, it's usually the Lions. Because like their offense is so easy to fall in love with. Like Jahmyr Gibbs, it feels like he's matchup proof. He is so electric and dynamic. So I see where you're coming from when it comes to the Lions. We'll see on the Eagles and Chargers, though. We'll see you guys bright and early tomorrow morning at 6 a.m. That's going to do it for us here on the Daily Tip presented by BetMGM. For me, for Kate Constable, go out and have a fantastic Monday. We'll see you tomorrow.
You've been listening to the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. If you missed any of the show, listen back anytime on the new and improved Odyssey app.
A happy Monday. Welcome into Send It In, presented by BetMGM here on the BetMGM Network. We got a whole lot to talk about on the show today. The college football playoff bracket is here. We will break that down. I'll tell you guys who I got winning all the matchups, who my national championship game is, my winner, and then we'll talk about those first-round matchups that we have that are set as well. Had a great weekend of college hoops. Isaac Shade's going to stop by. We're going to get his thoughts on what he saw over the weekend, and then we got Monday Night Football, big game tonight, Eagles, Chargers. We'll give out best bets there, and then we'll look ahead to Week 15, already 4 games that I have bet. I'll let you guys know what those are, and then we'll wrap up the show with our favorite plays of the day. As always, any questions, any comments, any best bets that you guys have for us, let us know at the BetMGM Network, on Twitch, on YouTube, on X, and if you guys miss any part of the show today, make sure you check out the Send It In podcast, which is available wherever you get your podcasts. Let's get rolling on a Monday. Glasses in session. We go to the Glasser guest line to check in with our guy, Isaac Shade. Give Isaac a follow on X at Isaac Shade, host of Locked On College Hoops and Locked On Heels as well. Isaac, what a Saturday. We had top 10 matchups, ranked matchups. We had some upsets as well. Which result, if anything, do you think stood out the most to you from Saturday?
PJ, the one that stood out the most to me was Duke over Michigan State, and chiefly because of the location. It was at the Breslins. Michigan State's been playing that I was like, Duke could win this game, but it's going to be a rough spot. And I thought all the more so as Michigan State got off to a first half lead, and 8 of the 9 Blue Devils that had played had scored. The only one that hadn't, PJ, do you happen to know who that was, oh, by the way?
I do not know who that was.
It was Cam Boozer. And then
go.
this dude winds up being the leading scorer at the end of it. And so I really thought what Duke did to come back in that game and to win in that crazy environment with how good, because Michigan State looks great, dude. I mean, I really like this team. And not to mention that Duke had just beaten Florida earlier in the week. So over the course of their past 2 games, they have knocked off the reigning national champion and an Elite 8 team at their place from last year. And I say all that as the thing that stands out. And I maybe should have said the noon window, because at the same time, Iowa State, holy goodness, what they did to go into Mackey and treat poor Braden Smith like it was his first day on the job. I mean, good night. And so maybe we got to give a double dose of that answer to both the Cyclones and the Blue Devils. But those noon Eastern results in those top 10 matchups, PJ, crazy.
I like it. I mean, look, that's the big question with Duke, right? We know how good Boozer is, but can the other guys step up? They certainly did on Saturday. And then to your point, I mean, Purdue held to 58 points at home in Mackey. Certainly an impressive win for Iowa State. Odds makers thought it was so impressive, Isaac, that they are now the favorites to win the Big 12 in a league with Arizona and Houston and BYU and Kansas and all these really good teams. Iowa State is now your favorite to win the Big 12. Do you agree?
I do. And here's what's funny. PJ, I just refreshed the AP Top 25 in real time. They were 10th last week. I thought they might jump up to 5 or 6. Dude, the AP voters just put Iowa State 4th in the nation because they believe in them too. Holy cow. Purdue drops all the way to 6. That's crazy. Okay. But Iowa State, here's where I'm at with it, PJ. I would have them as the favorite right now. Part of it for me is you lose all that scoring from like Curtis Jones, Kashad Gilbert, all those guys from last year. And I needed to see Milan Momcilovic say, hello, everyone. I'm Milan Momcilovic, and I'm going to be a dude this year. And he has taken that role and run with it. And so you've got obviously Taman Lipsey and Joshua Jefferson who play a critical role for this team. But seeing Momcilovic go in and take all those shots, sometimes, we often say, I don't need a shot taker, I need a shot maker. With Momcilovic, I need to see him be a shot taker, and that's what he's doing right now. And so they rise up. I would have them, Arizona, honestly, now in my tier 1 for the Big 12. And then like Houston, BYU, Kansas just beneath that. Houston's not quite themselves quite yet. Kansas got Darren Peterson back on this weekend, yesterday in the border war against Mizzou. That's massive for them. But right now, it's Iowa State with Arizona just ever so slightly below them, although the Wildcats do move into the number 1 slot in that brand new AP poll, PJ.
Glad you bring up the AP poll, Isaac, because it is week 6, and I think people that follow the sport know that this is the poll to look at. The last This is the one. I think the last 22, 23 national champions, you have to be within the top 12, right?
That's
to win
right.
the national title. So Arizona, Michigan, Duke, Iowa State, UConn, Purdue, Gonzaga, BYU, Houston, Louisville, Michigan State, or Alabama. History would tell us one of those teams is winning the national title. So, Isaac, good stuff there on the AP poll. One of the teams I did not mention is Kentucky. They're out of the top 25 AP poll because of how they have played as of late. I mean, Isaac, that Gonzaga game was ugly, dude. I know they're dealing with some injuries, but it's getting ugly for Mark Pope and Lexington. Do you think Kentucky, can they get anything going by the time we roll around to conference play?
Yes, assuming that health happens. I know Jalen Lowe was back on Friday night, and he was wearing what my co-host Andy Patton described as a bulletproof vest protecting his shoulder. Thankfully, it's his non-shooting shoulder, so that's good news for Jalen Lowe. But he was a shell of himself, and the issue is you didn't have either of your front court players in Jaden Quaintance. Mo Diabate is still not back. That ankle injury, I think, is worse than originally imagined, and part of that's because it's a high ankle sprain, and we all know how difficult those are to come back from. If Kentucky can't get those dudes back, they're done, man, because that is their front court. Like, those are the guys that got to make it happen. But the problem with Kentucky Friday night is they looked disinterested at times. We've all probably seen the Otega Owe videos of him just standing in the corner and like pump faking fake shots, all this stuff. Gonzaga just came out and blitzed them. Here's the issue for Kentucky is they can't do it offensively. That game against North Carolina last week in the ACC SEC Challenge, they went over 10 minutes without a field goal in the second half, and their first field goal in the Gonzaga game Friday night came with 11 minutes and 4 seconds left in the first half, if I remember correctly, meaning they didn't hit a field goal the first 8:56 of this game, PJ. They've got to get it figured out. Until those guys get healthy, I'm not convinced they can. It's getting late early for Kentucky, but if they get healthy, I think they can make some noise, but they got to get healthy.
Kentucky was one of the preseason favorites to win the SEC. Florida obviously was up there, Tennessee as well. Alabama is now your new favorite, and a lot of people are liking Vandy. A lot of people are liking Arkansas out of the SEC. So as of right now, Isaac, who would be your pick to win the Southeastern Conference?
And that's the funny thing, PJ. You know, we just mentioned the Big 12 a little bit ago, who had been the reign supreme conference the past couple years till the ACC wrestled that away from them last year. It's gone right back, baby. The Big 12 is your conference right now. And a lot of that is because those schools you just mentioned, Florida, the backcourt has not figured it out yet. And if the front court's great, but they can't do it till the backcourt figures themselves out. Tennessee has now lost 3 games. They lost Illinois, nice win over the weekend. And then Kentucky, we just talked about. So, Vandy, undefeated at 9-0. They're like 8th at KenPom right now. It's crazy stuff.
Yeah.
I think it's got to be Alabama or Arkansas as the favorite right now, with Vandy just beneath them. I think Vandy is certainly better, and I would have them in the probably second tier of the SEC. But I still wait and see mode with them a little bit. But it's got to be Nate Oates or John Calipari's crew. Right now, I would give the edge to Alabama. Arkansas, just because of that youth, got to get a little more figured out there. But that's the top of the ACC right now, are those 3 teams. Bama, Arkansas, and Vandy. I'd go in that order.
We're talking with Isaac Shade here on Sending In, talking some college basketball. Host of Locked On College Basketball and Locked On Heels. Give Isaac a follow on X at Isaac Shade. Over the ACC, Isaac, about a minute for this answer or so, because I want to get your thoughts on some games coming up tomorrow night. Duke, who you mentioned at the top, they're still your favorite to win the ACC. Louisville right behind them as well. I have my eye on the Virginia Cavaliers, though, at 20-1. Ryan Odom's a great coach. I love what he did in the portal. They've had a really impressive non-conference resume. They absolutely smoked Texas in the SEC-ACC Challenge. You think the Cavaliers might be worth a flyer 20-1 to win the league?
I definitely think so, and it's funny. For those who haven't watched the Ryan Odom Cavs yet, this ain't your Tony Bennett Cavs. This ain't your Uncle Tony's egg. This is an offensive team. It's like the flip that Wisconsin's had under Greg Gard. This is not, we're going to slow it. I mean, they're still slow, but they are predicated on offense first. They're 13th at offensive efficiency at KenPom right now, but a lot of it is offensive rebounding, man. They are 3rd in the nation in offensive rebounding percentage. I love Tyster Ritter. He is so fun. Just a big freshman. Watch out for these Cavs. The ACC, PJ. I like that call from you.
Might be the year of UVA. I know they came up short in football in the ACC title game, but I think Hoops could have a nice little season as well. Isaac, I mentioned we got a doubleheader tomorrow in Madison Square Garden. First game up is going to be BYU, about a 5.5-point favorite, about Clemson. Any thoughts on that game tomorrow?
I really like that game. This is not the Clemson seen the past couple years. I do think BYU is the better team. Obviously, both schools having to travel up to MSG for the Jimmy V Classic. But I do think BYU is the better team. That 5 points, I would have trouble picking this game because I think that's about the spread, like 80-75 BYU. So I'm probably staying away from the spread on this one just because I think it's going to be right there.
The next game up is going to be the shady play of the day, a rematch from the round of 32 in the tournament last year. Isaac, what do we got?
I tell you what, those Florida Gators got everything they needed in the second round from UConn. I thought that game was done, man. I thought the Huskies, after their tough year, were going to come back and win that game. PJ, they did not. As I've seen it at our friends at BetMGM, of course, the great sponsor of this, what we're doing here, we got UConn by 4.5. I think that line is too small. Give me UConn more in the 7 to 8 range to win this thing. As I said earlier, the Florida backcourt doesn't have it figured out yet. I'm waiting to see about Terrace Reed and his availability for this game because they need him in the front court. UConn does. Too much Huskies, though. Give me Huskies by 7 to 8 to cover that spread and win.
Love it. Isaac Shade, host of Locked On College Basketball, Locked On Heels as well. Give him a follow on X at Isaac Shade, and his play of the day tomorrow is going to be UConn. I have a feeling I'm probably going to be right there with him. Isaac, always a pleasure, my friend. We'll talk to you again next week. Enjoy the hoops.
Let's go.
All right, great stuff. Isaac Shade. Let's keep it rolling here on Send It In. From college basketball to college football, and we finally have the college football playoff bracket in front of us. It's time to roll through this. I'll pick every game for you guys and tell you who I think is going to win the national championship. Let's start with the 5-12 matchup, JMU and Oregon. JMU's been a great story. They're a 21-point underdog in Eugene. Oregon's going to win that game. They move on to take Texas Tech. Bama and Oklahoma in the 8-9 game. Oklahoma beat them in mid-November. They also beat Alabama last year, so Venables is 2-0 against Kellen DeBoer. In that first meeting, though, in mid-November, Bama outgained Oklahoma by 200 yards. They lost the turnover battle 3-0, and Oklahoma had a pick six in that game. Bama also missed a short field goal, and Oklahoma still only won by 2. Bama's a small favorite on the road in Norman. They're the better team, and if they take care of the football, which is a big if, but if they take care of the football, I think they win that game. So I'll take Bama against Oklahoma. Ole Miss and Tulane, this game also a rematch from earlier in the year. Going to be fun to watch Ole Miss and how they respond without Lane Kiffin. Oxford should be rocking for that game on Saturday. I'll take Ole Miss to win over Tulane. And then Miami and Texas A&M is going to be a really interesting game. A&M's favored by 3.5. That line feels about right. I could see it going either way. We saw how much of an advantage playing at home last year in the playoff meant for all these teams. Kyle Field, one of the best in the business. I think it's close, but I think Carson Beck makes a late mistake and A&M wins that game and moves on. So we advance to the quarterfinals, and we're going to have Texas Tech and Oregon, which is going to be an awesome game. If these two teams play, probably going to be Oregon only favored by like 1.5. This Texas Tech defense, though, is legit, and they are the real deal, and I think that unit is going to carry them to a win. I got Texas Tech taking down Oregon. Then we got Indiana and Bama in the Rose Bowl. Indiana's had an unbelievable year, undefeated. We all just saw them beat Ohio State in the Big Ten championship. Bama's going to play him tough, though. I wouldn't be surprised if Bama pulled off the upset. All this team is going to hear for the next 2 weeks is how they didn't deserve to be in, how much they suck. They're going to hear all that stuff. I think they're going to play really well against OU, and I think if they get the chance to play Indiana, they'll play the Hoosiers tough, too. But I like Indiana to come out of that game close, win by a field goal. Then we got Georgia and Ole Miss. These teams played earlier in the year in Athens. And Ole Miss probably should have won that game. They were winning a majority of the game. They were winning in the fourth quarter until Georgia came back and won that game. The big difference, though, is how different Georgia's defense is from when those teams played then and if they end up playing in the playoff. It's night and day. Georgia now, the way they're playing, one of the best defenses currently in the country, completely shut down Alabama in the SEC title game. I think Georgia wins that game again, and they take down Ole Miss. And then we got Ohio State and Texas A&M in the 2-7 matchup in the Cotton Bowl. So this game will be played in Texas, and if A&M ends up winning, they should have a decent home field, decent crowd advantage against Ohio State. It won't matter, though. Buckeyes, that defense, too good. Ohio State moves on to the semifinals. So I got all chalk in my semis. 4-seed Texas Tech against the 1 Indiana, and then the 3-2 matchup between Georgia and Ohio State. And this is going to be my upset. I'll take Texas Tech over Indiana, and Texas Tech goes to the national championship game. I think a lot of people aren't going to really respect this Texas Tech team. They're not going to think they're maybe very good because they play in the Big 12 and it's not as great as a league as maybe the SEC or the Big 10 are. But anybody who's actually watched Texas Tech this year knows how great that defense is. Every game that their starting quarterback, Bear Morton, has played, they have covered the spread in all of those games, and they have won all of them by at least 22 points. So even though the competition might not be as great as what an Indiana, a Georgia, an Alabama has faced this season, they have demolished everybody that they have played when their quarterback has been in there, and I think they upset Indiana. My concern for the Hoosiers is what my concern for Oregon was last year. Awesome year, great team, undefeated. It's just going to be too hard for Indiana to go undefeated and win a national championship. I believe that you have to be an all-time great team to do that. You got to be a Joe Burrow LSU team, a prime Nick Saban Alabama, a prime Kirby Smart Georgia team. If you want to go undefeated, Indiana's going to have to play 3 really good teams. If they want to win a national championship, they certainly could do it. I just don't think they're going to. I'm going to take Texas Tech to upset Indiana. And then that 2-3 matchup between Georgia and Ohio State, my goodness, let's hope we get that game. I think that's your national championship game. I think whoever wins between those two teams wins the title. At the end of the day, though, that Ohio State defense is just too good. I think they find a way to win it. And I actually think the loss to Indiana was good for Ohio State because they had just been beating people down all year. They didn't play a 60-minute game all season. They didn't have any pressure. They didn't have to make any big plays in the fourth quarter. So I think that experience and kind of them losing to get them refocused is going to help them to try and go on a deep run in the playoff once again. I got Ohio State, Texas Tech national championship game, and I think the Buckeyes are going back-to-back. They take down Texas Tech, and they win another national championship. So I got Ohio State winning it all for the second straight season. All right, let's go to the NFL now and talk about some games that I would bet right now here on Sending In. 4 NFL games, currently the lines that I bet. We'll start with the first one, which isn't going to be any fun. I'll take the under 55 points in Lions and Rams on Sunday. I mean, this line is the same as what Cowboys and Lions were. And the Rams have a much better defense than the Cowboys do. And I think the Lions having the extra prep time going on a Thursday, defense should be a little bit better than it has been the last couple games against Dallas and against Green Bay. Just a lot of points. Another part of this, too, Dan Campbell, who we know loves to go for it. In that Cowboys game, he really never had to make any of those big decisions. You know, when he sent the field goal unit out, it was an obvious time to kick a field goal. He never had any of those, opportunities where most teams and most coaches would have kicked, where he would have gone for it. I think you're going to see that against the Rams on Sunday, and if they miss those, that could certainly help our under. So under 55 for Lions and Rams. I'm going to take the Ravens minus 2.5 against the Bengals on Sunday. The Ravens have lost 2 straight divisional games at home, but they go on the road. And the Ravens this season, and really the last few years, I like them way better. I like betting them way better on the road than I do at home. Tough, brutal loss against the Steelers. But you know what? They turned the ball over against Cincinnati in that Thanksgiving game 5 times. Lamar did finally look a little bit better against the Steelers. They got to run the football. Joe Burrow normally torches the Ravens as well, so maybe look at the over in this game at 52.5. I think it's going to be another high-scoring affair. But I think getting the Ravens under 3, I think they win this game. I think it's going to be close. It's going to be a 1-score game, but I think the Ravens win probably by about 3 or 4 points. The way the AFC North has been going, as soon as we think we know what's going to happen in this division, as soon as people are kind of backing one team, the other thing happens, right? So now after that Steelers win yesterday, people kind of think the Ravens are cooked. So watch the Ravens win, watch the Steelers lose, and then both teams are back at 7-7. Massive game in the AFC East between the Bills and the Patriots. Buffalo minus 115 on the money line against New England. The Patriots obviously won the first matchup between these two teams. New England will be off a bye week in this game. Buffalo, this is a pick'em. It's a big game. Even if the Patriots lose this game, they can still go on and win the division and still get the 1 seed potentially as well. I just trust the Bills in this type of game, right? Patriots are having a great season, but we're starting to get the time of the year where you rely on the experience and the teams that have been there and teams that know how to win these type of games. The Patriots' schedule, as we all know, has been very favorable up to this point. It's been very easy. This is going to be a tough game seeing the Bills for the second time, so I'll take Buffalo at minus 115 against the Patriots. And then finally, I'll take the Indianapolis Colts plus 11.5 against the Seahawks. This line to me, I just think is a little bit too inflated. Daniel Jones, we know, out for the year with the Achilles injury. It's going to be Riley Leonard for the Colts. But guys, do you remember a couple weeks ago when Seattle was 11.5 point favorite against Minnesota with Max Brosmer? Now they're giving us the same line with the weapons that the Colts have on offense. I mean, they got Jonathan Taylor, they got Tyler Warren, they got Pittman. And I think all things considered, Leonard coming into that game, he did some pretty decent things. Now you give him a full week to prep, ready to go. Colts are obviously going to be in desperation mode. You guys know I love fading Seattle when they're at home, especially getting a big number. So I'll take the Colts here plus the points. Seattle's also got a big look-ahead game coming up next Thursday against the LA Rams. So I'll take the Colts plus 11.5 against Seattle. And then let's check out tonight's Monday Night Football game that we got between the Eagles and the Chargers as we go to a little primetime page. Big one tonight between those two teams. Both are 8-4, and with Dallas losing on Thursday, really big opportunity here for the Eagles to take stranglehold of that division. Also, the Chargers, with the Chiefs losing last night and then playing them next week, they can pretty much punch their ticket to the playoffs if they win tonight's game and next week's game as well. And they got a brutal schedule down the stretch. I gave out as part of the PJ Pick 5 Chargers plus 3. Obviously like that number a lot better than the 2, but I'll still take LA plus the points in this game. For me, it's a fade of Philadelphia more than a bet on the Chargers. And it feels like the last 2-3 years, this Eagles team, when they're running hot, they're one of the best teams, if not the best team in the NFL. When they're clicking on all cylinders, they're really tough to beat. But when the Eagles are struggling, like they were a couple years ago when they were struggling down the stretch of the regular season, went to Tampa for that wild card game and lost, it's just not a quick fix with the Eagles. We keep waiting for them to figure it out or turn it around. It's just not happening. Saquon's just not what he was last year. There's no consistency through the passing game. The offensive line's not very good. And now you're going to have Jalen Carter out for this game as well for the Eagles against the Chargers O-line that is not very good with all those injuries. Amarion Hampton is also back for the Chargers, which is certainly going to help their running game in this time of matchup. Again, love the Chargers at plus 3, but I would still lean their way at plus 2. Also feels like the Chargers in a teaser, teasing them up to plus 8. That's a really good bet. The total in this game is only 41.5. With the Eagles offense struggling, two good defenses, you would expect this to be a low-scoring game. So teasing the Chargers up to plus 8, probably a good look in this game. Couple of props that I do like in this matchup. Justin Herbert over 17.5 rushing yards against the Eagles. Herbert's been running more this season than he has in years past because, again, of the injuries to the offensive line. And even without Jalen Carter, I do think the Eagles could get some sort of pass rush, should open up some running lanes for Herbert. This is a big game, prime time, massive opportunity to be up 3 games on Kansas City, try and get that final wild card spot. And because you already lost the tiebreaker to the Colts, right? So you got to win this game if you're the Chargers. I think Justin Herbert over 17.5 rushing yards, anything under 20, that's a good bet on Herbert. And then I'll take Saquon Barkley over 16.5 receiving yards tonight against the Chargers. We keep saying it every week, man, but Kevin Patullo and the Eagles got to find some way to get Saquon going, whether that's in the running game or whether that's in the passing game. I think tonight they do more so in the receiving game, so I'd look at Saquon over 16.5 receiving yards. And then touchdown scores I like for tonight, just one, and I really like the price. Keenan Allen, anytime touchdown score at BetMGM is plus 425. That feels like a really good buy to me. Again, I don't want to bet receptions or receiving yards for Keenan, but when they get inside the 10, when they get in the red zone, he's still such a good route runner, such great hands. I like that number, plus 425 to Keenan Allen find the end zone. All right, a promo from our friends at BetMGM, a pro football short game parlay boost token to tell you about. You've thought out the parlay, now boost it. Use this boost token on any pro football same game parlay and grab a bigger payout if you win. Make it legendary with BetMGM. Download the app today and please gamble responsibly. All right, let's talk about these college football playoff opening games that we have, the first round matchups. And we'll start with that Bama-Oklahoma game on Friday night. As I was telling you guys, I like Bama in the game. Now, maybe you want to hold off and wait to bet this game because there is a possibility, according to some of the meteorologists, that we could get a snow game. And for Alabama, both of these teams' offenses are no good, but especially for Alabama, who really can't run the ball, that could be problematic. It feels like, and nobody really tells you ever to tease college football, does feel like Oklahoma plus 7.5 is a good teaser leg, though. This is probably going to be a 1st to 20 kind of game. It's going to be super low scoring. Both offenses are struggling. Both defenses are playing really well. So Oklahoma in a teaser, teasing them all the way up to plus 7.5, probably a good idea against Alabama, although I do like Bama to win the game. They're the better team. They should have won that first meeting in Tuscaloosa, lost the turnover battle by 3, and they outgained Oklahoma by 200 yards. And you guys know I love fading public perception. And what's the perception around Alabama right now? A lot of people don't think they should have been in. Everybody thinks this team sucks. They played Georgia, who's one of the best teams in the country. It's hard to beat a Kirby Smart team twice in one season. Bama was dealing with a bunch of injuries in that game. But I think a fresh start, getting a couple weeks off, and facing an Oklahoma team that they lost to the first time, going to help them out big time. So I like Bama in that game against Oklahoma. A&M Miami's a tough one, man. A&M favored by 3.5. Total in the game is 51.5. I do really like this Miami team. I like them a lot on both lines of scrimmage. Their offense has been playing really well as of late. It's just Carson Beck, you know? It's just Carson Beck on the road in that kind of environment. It just feels like he's more so going to make a mistake than he's going to make a big play for Miami. So if I had to bet it, I'd lean A&M minus 3.5. I'm really hoping we get a 3 in that game, but I think A&M on the money line, probably the way to go against the Canes. Tulane and Ole Miss, a rematch of the game we had earlier on in the season. I actually think Tulane can hang around in this game a little bit in the first half, maybe the third quarter. And then I think we get to the fourth quarter, Ole Miss starts to pull away a little bit. Their offense is just too good. Chambliss is a really good quarterback. But Tulane can play. You know, Jake Retzloff has had a really good year. Summerall's a good coach. Their defense shut down the #1 offense in college football in North Texas on Friday. So it's not like they haven't faced a great offense. And they saw this Ole Miss team earlier on in the season. I think Ole Miss is going to come out with a ton of energy with all the naysayers and no Kiffin and playing in front of their home crowd. But I think Tulane withstands all of that, and they could keep it close. Maybe look at them first quarter, first half bet. And then Oregon and JMU, I'm looking at a JMU team total under. It's going to be tough for the Dukes to score in that environment against that defense on the road. It's just going to be really tough. They're a running football team, but going up against Oregon and those big boys that they have up front on that defensive line, I think it's going to be tough sledding. So JMU, team total under, probably how I would attack that game against Oregon. All right, wrapping up the show with our favorite plays of the day, and it's really things that we have talked about so far on the show. My prop block is going to be Justin Herbert over 17.5 rushing yards against the Eagles. I think that number is too is too low. I think anything under 20 is a good bet for Justin Herbert over rushing yards, so I like that tonight against the Eagles. Give me the Chargers in that game, +2 against Philly as well. Hopefully you grab the +3 earlier in the week. Every point's going to matter in this game. That's likely going to be low scoring, but it's just a fade of the Eagles for me. This team right now is broken. They're searching for answers, and I think they're going to struggle tonight against a good defense in the Chargers. And then my best bet is going to be Bama on the money line against Oklahoma in the first round of the college football playoff. Bama is the better team. They should win that game. If they don't turn the ball over, I think they'll be in good shape. I think they close about 2.5 before kickoff. So I'll take Bama -115 on the money line against Oklahoma. Thanks again to Isaac Shade for joining us today on the show. Appreciate you guys tuning in. Nick Kenyon joins us tomorrow. We'll see you then. A happy Monday. Welcome into Send It In, presented by BetMGM here on the BetMGM Network. We got a whole lot to talk about on the show today. The college football playoff bracket is here. We will break that down. I'll tell you guys who I got winning all the matchups, who my national championship game is, my winner, and then we'll talk about those first-round matchups that we have that are set as well. Had a great weekend of college hoops. Isaac Shade's going to stop by. We're going to get his thoughts on what he saw over the weekend, and then we got Monday Night Football, big game tonight, Eagles, Chargers. We'll give out best bets there, and then we'll look ahead to Week 15, already 4 games that I have bet. I'll let you guys know what those are, and then we'll wrap up the show with our favorite plays of the day. As always, any questions, any comments, any best bets that you guys have for us, let us know at the BetMGM Network, on Twitch, on YouTube, on X, and if you guys miss any part of the show today, make sure you check out the Send It In podcast, which is available wherever you get your podcast. Let's get rolling on a Monday. Glasses in session. We go to the Glasser guest line to check in with our guy, Isaac Shade. Give Isaac a follow on X at Isaac Shade, host of Locked On College Hoops and Locked On Heels as well. Isaac, what a Saturday. We had top 10 matchups, ranked matchups. We had some upsets as well. Which result, if anything, do you think stood out the most to you from Saturday?
PJ, the one that stood out the most to me was Duke over Michigan State, and chiefly because of the location. It was at the Breslins. Michigan State's been playing that I was like, Duke could win this game, but it's going to be a rough spot. And I thought all the more so as Michigan State got off to a first half lead, and 8 of the 9 Blue Devils that had played had scored. The only one that hadn't, PJ, do you happen to know who that was, oh, by the way?
I do not know who that was.
It was Cam Boozer. And then
go.
this dude winds up being the leading scorer at the end of it. And so I really thought what Duke did to come back in that game and to win in that crazy environment with how good, because Michigan State looks great, dude. I mean, I really like this team. And not to mention that Duke had just beaten Florida earlier in the week. So over the course of their past 2 games, they have knocked off the reigning national champion and an Elite 8 team at their place from last year. And I say all that as the thing that stands out. And I maybe should have said the noon window, because at the same time, Iowa State, holy goodness, what they did to go into Mackey and treat poor Braden Smith like it was his first day on the job. I mean, good night. And so maybe we got to give a double dose of that answer to both the Cyclones and the Blue Devils. But those noon Eastern results in those top 10 matchups, PJ, crazy.
I like it. I mean, look, that's the big question with Duke, right? We know how good Boozer is, but can the other guys step up? They certainly did on Saturday. And then to your point, I mean, Purdue held to 58 points at home in Mackey. Certainly an impressive win for Iowa State. Odds makers thought it was so impressive, Isaac, that they are now the favorites to win the Big 12 in a league with Arizona and Houston and BYU and Kansas and all these really good teams. Iowa State is now your favorite to win the Big 12. Do you agree?
I do. And here's what's funny. PJ, I just refreshed the AP Top 25 in real time. They were 10th last week. I thought they might jump up to 5 or 6. Dude, the AP voters just put Iowa State 4th in the nation because they believe in them too. Holy cow. Purdue drops all the way to 6. That's crazy. Okay. But Iowa State, here's where I'm at with it, PJ. I would have them as the favorite right now. Part of it for me is you lose all that scoring from like Curtis Jones, Kashad Gilbert, all those guys from last year. And I needed to see Milan Momcilovic say, hello, everyone. I'm Milan Momcilovic, and I'm going to be a dude this year. And he has taken that role and run with it. And so you've got obviously Taman Lipsey and Joshua Jefferson who play a critical role for this team. But seeing Momcilovic go in and take all those shots, sometimes, we often say, I don't need a shot taker, I need a shot maker. With Momcilovic, I need to see him be a shot taker, and that's what he's doing right now, and so they rise up. I would have them, Arizona, honestly, now in my tier 1 for the Big 12, and then like Houston, BYU, Kansas just beneath that. Houston's not quite themselves quite yet. Kansas got Darren Peterson back on this weekend, yesterday in the border war against Mizzou. That's massive for them. But right now, it's Iowa State with Arizona just ever so slightly below them, although the Wildcats do move into the number 1 slot in that brand new AP poll, PJ.
Glad you bring up the AP poll, Isaac, because it is week 6, and I think people that follow the sport know that this is the poll to look at. The last 20 This is the one. I think the last 22, 23 national champions, you have to be within the top 12, right?
That's
to
right.
win the national title. So Arizona, Michigan, Duke, Iowa State, UConn, Purdue, Gonzaga, BYU, Houston, Louisville, Michigan State, or Alabama. History would tell us one of those teams is winning the national title. So, Isaac, good stuff there on the AP poll. One of the teams I did not mention is Kentucky. They're out of the top 25 AP poll because of how they have played as of late. I mean, Isaac, that Gonzaga game was ugly, dude. I know they're dealing with some injuries, but it's getting ugly for Mark Pope and Lexington. Do you think Kentucky, can they get anything going by the time we roll around to conference play?
Yes, assuming that health happens. I know Jalen Lowe was back on Friday night, and he was wearing what my co-host Andy Patton described as a bulletproof vest protecting his shoulder. Thankfully, it's his non-shooting shoulder, so that's good news for Jalen Lowe. But he was a shell of himself, and the issue is you didn't have either of your front court players in Jaden Quaintance. Mo Diabate is still not back. That ankle injury, I think, is worse than originally imagined, and part of that's because it's a high ankle sprain, and we all know how difficult those are to come back from. If Kentucky can't get those dudes back, they're done, man, because that is their front court. Like, those are the guys that got to make it happen. But the problem with Kentucky Friday night is they looked disinterested at times. We've all probably seen the Otega Owe videos of him just, standing in the corner and like pump faking fake shots, all this stuff. Gonzaga just came out and blitzed them. Here's the issue for Kentucky is they can't do it offensively. That game against North Carolina last week in the ACC-SEC Challenge, they went over 10 minutes without a field goal in the second half, and their first field goal in the Gonzaga game Friday night came with 11 minutes and 4 seconds left in the first half, if I remember correctly, meaning they didn't hit a field goal the first 8:56 of this game, PJ. They've got to get it figured out. Until those guys get healthy, I'm not convinced they can. It's getting late early for Kentucky, but if they get healthy, I think they can make some noise, but they got to get healthy.
Kentucky was one of the preseason favorites to win the SEC. Florida obviously was up there, Tennessee as well. Alabama is now your new favorite, and a lot of people are liking Vandy. A lot of people are liking Arkansas out of the SEC. So as of right now, Isaac, who would be your pick to win the Southeastern Conference?
And that's the funny thing, PJ. We just mentioned the Big 12 a little bit ago, who had been the reign supreme conference the past couple years till the ACC wrestled that away from them last year. It's gone right back, baby. The Big 12 is your conference right now. And a lot of that is because those schools you just mentioned, Florida, the backcourt has not figured it out yet. And if the front court's great, but they can't do it till the backcourt figures themselves out. Tennessee has now lost 3 games. They lost Illinois, nice win over the weekend. And then Kentucky, we just talked about. So, Vandy, undefeated at 9-0. They're like 8th at KenPom right now. It's crazy stuff.
Yeah.
I think it's got to be Alabama or Arkansas as the favorite right now, with Vandy just beneath them. I think Vandy is certainly better, and I would have them in the probably second tier of the SEC. But I still wait and see mode with them a little bit. But it's got to be Nate Oates or John Calipari's crew. Right now, I would give the edge to Alabama. Arkansas, just because of that youth, got to get a little more figured out there. But that's the top of the ACC right now, are those 3 teams. Bama, Arkansas, and Vandy. I'd go in that order.
We're talking with Isaac Shade here on Sending In, talking some college basketball. Host of Locked On College Basketball and Locked On Heels. Give Isaac a follow on X at Isaac Shade. Over the ACC, Isaac, about a minute for this answer or so, because I want to get your thoughts on some games coming up tomorrow night. Duke, who you mentioned at the top, they're still your favorite to win the ACC. Louisville right behind them as well. I have my eye on the Virginia Cavaliers, though, at 20-1. Ryan Odom's a great coach. I love what he did in the portal. They've had a really impressive non-conference resume. They absolutely smoked Texas in the SEC-ACC Challenge. You think the Cavaliers might be worth a flyer 20-1 to win the league?
I definitely think so, and it's funny. For those who haven't watched the Ryan Odom Cavs yet, this ain't your Tony Bennett Cavs. This ain't your Uncle Tony's egg. This is an offensive team. It's like the flip that Wisconsin's had under Greg Gard. This is not, we're going to slow it. I mean, they're still slow, but they are predicated on offense first. They're 13th at offensive efficiency at KenPom right now, but a lot of it is offensive rebounding, man. They are 3rd in the nation in offensive rebounding percentage. I love Tice DeRitter. He is so fun. Just a big freshman. Watch out for these Cavs. The ACC, PJ. I like that call from you.
Might be the year of UVA. I know they came up short in football in the ACC title game, but I think Hoops could have a nice little season as well. Isaac, I mentioned we got a doubleheader tomorrow in Madison Square Garden. First game up is going to be BYU, about a 5.5-point favorite about Clemson. Any thoughts on that game tomorrow?
I really like that game. This is not the Clemson seen the past couple years. I do think BYU is the better team. Obviously, both schools having to travel up to MSG for the Jimmy V Classic. But I do think BYU is the better team. That 5 points, I would have trouble picking this game because I think that's about the spread, like 80-75 BYU. So I'm probably staying away from the spread on this one just because I think it's going to be right there.
The next game up is going to be the shady play of the day, a rematch from the round of 32 in the tournament last year. Isaac, what do we got?
I tell you what, those Florida Gators got everything they needed in the second round from UConn. I thought that game was done, man. I thought the Huskies, after their tough year, were going to come back and win that game. PJ, they did not. As I've seen it at our friends at BetMGM, of course, the great sponsor of this, what we're doing here, we got UConn by 4.5. I think that line is too small. Give me UConn more in the 7 to 8 range to win this thing. As I said earlier, the Florida backcourt doesn't have it figured out yet. I'm waiting to see about Terrace Reed and his availability for this game because they need him in the front court. UConn does. Too much Huskies, though. Give me Huskies by 7 to 8 to cover that spread and win.
Love it. Isaac Shade, host of Locked On College Basketball, Locked On Heels as well. Give him a follow on X at Isaac Shade, and his play of the day tomorrow is going to be UConn. I have a feeling I'm probably going to be right there with him. Isaac, always a pleasure, my friend. We'll talk to you again next week. Enjoy the hoops.
Let's go.
All right, great stuff, Isaac Shade. Let's keep it rolling here on Send It In. From college basketball to college football, and we finally have the college football playoff bracket in front of us. It's time to roll through this. I'll pick every game for you guys and tell you who I think is going to win the national championship. Let's start with the 5-12 matchup, JMU and Oregon. JMU's been a great story. They're a 21-point underdog in Eugene. Oregon's going to win that game. They move on to take Texas Tech. Bama and Oklahoma in the 8-9 game. Oklahoma beat them in mid-November. They also beat Alabama last year, so Venables is 2-0 against Kellen DeBoer. In that first meeting, though, in mid-November, Bama outgained Oklahoma by 200 yards. They lost the turnover battle 3-0, and Oklahoma had a pick six in that game. Bama also missed a short field goal, and Oklahoma still only won by 2. Bama's a small favorite on the road in Norman. They're the better team, and if they take care of the football, which is a big if, but if they take care of the football, I think they win that game. So I'll take Bama against Oklahoma. Ole Miss and Tulane, this game also a rematch from earlier in the year. Going to be fun to watch Ole Miss and how they respond without Lane Kiffin. Oxford should be rocking for that game on Saturday. I'll take Ole Miss to win over Tulane. And then Miami and Texas A&M is going to be a really interesting game. A&M's favored by 3.5. That line feels about right. I could see it going either way. We saw how much of an advantage playing at home last year in the playoff meant for all these teams. Kyle Field, one of the best in the business. I think it's close, but I think Carson Beck makes a late mistake and A&M wins that game and moves on. So we advance to the quarterfinals, and we're going to have Texas Tech and Oregon, which is going to be an awesome game. If these two teams play, probably going to be Oregon only favored by like 1.5. This Texas Tech defense, though, is legit, and they are the real deal, and I think that unit is going to carry them to a win. I got Texas Tech taking down Oregon. Then we got Indiana and Bama in the Rose Bowl. Indiana's had an unbelievable year, undefeated. We all just saw them beat Ohio State in the Big Ten championship. Bama's going to play him tough, though. I wouldn't be surprised if Bama pulled off the upset. All this team is going to hear for the next 2 weeks is how they didn't deserve to be in, how much they suck. They're going to hear all that stuff. I think they're going to play really well against OU, and I think if they get the chance to play Indiana, they'll play the Hoosiers tough, too. But I like Indiana to come out of that game close, win by a field goal. Then we got Georgia and Ole Miss. These teams played earlier in the year in Athens. And Ole Miss probably should have won that game. They were winning a majority of the game. They were winning in the fourth quarter until Georgia came back and won that game. The big difference, though, is how different Georgia's defense is from when those teams played then and if they end up playing in the playoff. It's night and day. Georgia now, the way they're playing, one of the best defenses currently in the country, completely shut down Alabama in the SEC title game. I think Georgia wins that game again, and they take down Ole Miss. And then we got Ohio State and Texas A&M in the 2-7 matchup in the Cotton Bowl. So this game will be played in Texas, and if A&M ends up winning, they should have a decent home field, decent crowd advantage against Ohio State. It won't matter, though. Buckeyes, that defense, too good. Ohio State moves on to the semifinals. So I got all chalk in my semis. 4-seed Texas Tech against the 1 Indiana, and then the 3-2 matchup between Georgia and Ohio State. And this is going to be my upset. I'll take Texas Tech over Indiana, and Texas Tech goes to the national championship game. I think a lot of people aren't going to really respect this Texas Tech team. They're not going to think they're maybe very good because they play in the Big 12 and it's not as great as a league as maybe the SEC or the Big 10 are. But anybody who's actually watched Texas Tech this year knows how great that defense is. Every game that their starting quarterback, Bear Morton, has played, they have covered the spread in all of those games, and they have won all of them by at least 22 points. So even though the competition might not be as great as what an Indiana, a Georgia, an Alabama has faced this season, they have demolished everybody that they have played when their quarterback has been in there, and I think they upset Indiana. My concern for the Hoosiers is what my concern for Oregon was last year. Awesome year, great team, undefeated. It's just going to be too hard for Indiana to go undefeated and win a national championship. I believe that you have to be an all-time great team to do that. You got to be a Joe Burrow LSU team, a prime Nick Saban Alabama, a prime Kirby Smart Georgia team. If you want to go undefeated, Indiana's going to have to play 3 really good teams. If they want to win a national championship, they certainly could do it. I just don't think they're going to. I'm going to take Texas Tech to upset Indiana. And then that 2-3 matchup between Georgia and Ohio State, my goodness, let's hope we get that game. I think that's your national championship game. I think whoever wins between those two teams wins the title. At the end of the day, though, that Ohio State defense is just too good. I think they find a way to win it. And I actually think the loss to Indiana was good for Ohio State because they had just been beating people down all year. They didn't play a 60-minute game all season. They didn't have any pressure. They didn't have to make any big plays in the fourth quarter. So I think that experience and kind of them losing to get them refocused is going to help them to try and go on a deep run in the playoff once again. I got Ohio State, Texas Tech national championship game, and I think the Buckeyes are going back-to-back. They take down Texas Tech, and they win another national championship. So I got Ohio State winning it all for the second straight season. All right, let's go to the NFL now and talk about some games that I would bet right now here on Sending In. 4 NFL games, currently the lines that I bet. We'll start with the first one, which isn't going to be any fun. I'll take the under 55 points in Lions and Rams on Sunday. I mean, this line is the same as what Cowboys and Lions were. And the Rams have a much better defense than the Cowboys do. And I think the Lions having the extra prep time going on a Thursday, defense should be a little bit better than it has been the last couple games against Dallas and against Green Bay. Just a lot of points. Another part of this, too, Dan Campbell, who we know loves to go for it. In that Cowboys game, he really never had to make any of those big decisions. You know, when he sent the field goal unit out, it was an obvious time to kick a field goal. He never had any of those, opportunities where most teams and most coaches would have kicked, where he would have gone for it. I think you're going to see that against the Rams on Sunday, and if they miss those, that could certainly help our under. So under 55 for Lions and Rams. I'm going to take the Ravens minus 2.5 against the Bengals on Sunday. The Ravens have lost 2 straight divisional games at home, but they go on the road. And the Ravens this season, and really the last few years, I like them way better. I like betting them way better on the road than I do at home. Tough, brutal loss against the Steelers. But you know what? They turned the ball over against Cincinnati in that Thanksgiving game 5 times. Lamar did finally look a little bit better against the Steelers. They got to run the football. Joe Burrow normally torches the Ravens as well, so maybe look at the over in this game at 52.5. I think it's going to be another high-scoring affair. But I think getting the Ravens under 3, I think they win this game. I think it's going to be close. It's going to be a 1-score game, but I think the Ravens win probably by about 3 or 4 points. The way the AFC North has been going, as soon as we think we know what's going to happen in this division, as soon as people are kind of backing one team, the other thing happens, right? So now after that Steelers win yesterday, people kind of think the Ravens are cooked. So watch the Ravens win, watch the Steelers lose, and then both teams are back at 7-7. Massive game in the AFC East between the Bills and the Patriots. Buffalo minus 115 on the money line against New England. The Patriots obviously won the first matchup between these two teams. New England will be off a bye week in this game. Buffalo, this is a pick'em. It's a big game. Even if the Patriots lose this game, they can still go on and win the division and still get the 1 seed potentially as well. I just trust the Bills in this type of game, right? Patriots are having a great season, but we're starting to get the time of the year where you rely on the experience and the teams that have been there and teams that know how to win these type of games. The Patriots' schedule, as we all know, has been very favorable up to this point. It's been very easy. This is going to be a tough game seeing the Bills for the second time, so I'll take Buffalo at minus 115 against the Patriots. And then finally, I'll take the Indianapolis Colts plus 11.5 against the Seahawks. This line to me, I just think is a little bit too inflated. Daniel Jones, we know, out for the year with the Achilles injury. It's going to be Riley Leonard for the Colts. But guys, do you remember a couple weeks ago when Seattle was 11.5-point favorite against Minnesota with Max Brosmer? Now they're giving us the same line with the weapons that the Colts have on offense. I mean, they got Jonathan Taylor, they got Tyler Warren, they got Pittman. And I think all things considered, Leonard coming into that game, he did some pretty decent things. Now you give him a full week to prep, ready to go. Colts are obviously going to be in desperation mode. You guys know I love fading Seattle when they're at home, especially getting a big number. So I'll take the Colts here plus the points. Seattle's also got a big look-ahead game coming up next Thursday against the LA Rams. So I'll take the Colts plus 11.5 against Seattle. And then let's check out tonight's Monday Night Football game that we got between the Eagles and the Chargers as we go to a little primetime page. Big one tonight between those two teams. Both are 8-4, and with Dallas losing on Thursday, really big opportunity here for the Eagles to take stranglehold of that division. Also, the Chargers, with the Chiefs losing last night and then playing them next week, they can pretty much punch their ticket to the playoffs if they win tonight's game and next week's game as well. And they got a brutal schedule down the stretch. I gave out as part of the PJ Pick 5 Chargers plus 3. Obviously like that number a lot better than the 2, but I'll still take LA plus the points in this game. For me, it's a fade of Philadelphia more than a bet on the Chargers. And it feels like the last 2-3 years, this Eagles team, when they're running hot, they're one of the best teams, if not the best team in the NFL. When they're clicking on all cylinders, they're really tough to beat. But when the Eagles are struggling, like they were a couple of years ago when they were struggling down the stretch of the regular season, went to Tampa for that wild card game and lost. It's just not a quick fix with the Eagles. We keep waiting for them to figure it out or turn it around. It's just not happening. Saquon's just not what he was last year. There's no consistency through the passing game. The offensive line's not very good. And now you're going to have Jalen Carter out for this game as well for the Eagles against Chargers O-line that is not very good with all those injuries. Amarion Hampton is also back for the Chargers, which is certainly going to help their running game in this time of matchup. Again, love the Chargers at plus 3, but I would still lean their way at plus 2. Also feels like the Chargers in a teaser, teasing them up to plus 8. That's a really good bet. The total in this game is only 41.5. With the Eagles offense struggling, two good defenses, you would expect this to be a low-scoring game. So teasing the Chargers up to plus 8, probably a good look in this game. Couple of props that I do like in this matchup. Justin Herbert over 17.5 rushing yards against the Eagles. Herbert's been running more this season than he has in years past because, again, of the injuries to the offensive line. And even without Jalen Carter, I do think the Eagles could get some sort of pass rush, should open up some running lanes for Herbert. This is a big game, prime time, massive opportunity to be up 3 games on Kansas City, try and get that final wild card spot. And because you already lost the tiebreaker to the Colts, right? So you got to win this game if you're the Chargers. I think Justin Herbert over 17.5 rushing yards, anything under 20, that's a good bet on Herbert. And then I'll take Saquon Barkley over 16.5 receiving yards tonight against the Chargers. We keep saying it every week, man, but Kevin Patullo and the Eagles got to find some way to get Saquon going, whether that's in the running game or whether that's in the passing game. I think tonight they do more so in the receiving game, so I'd look at Saquon over 16.5 receiving yards. And then touchdown scores I like for tonight, just one, and I really like the price. Keenan Allen, anytime touchdown score at BetMGM is plus 425. That feels like a really good buy to me. Again, I don't want to bet receptions or receiving yards for Keenan, but when they get inside the 10, when they get in the red zone, he's still such a good route runner, such great hands. I like that number plus.
Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell! Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell! Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell!
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly.
Well, have fun with that. John Murray is a huge soccer guy, and he wants me to go with him to the World Cup match. It is mid-June in Seattle. The U.S. men's national team will take on Australia. I don't think I'm going to go, but we had to hear about USA soccer Friday, Saturday, Sunday. So the soccer moon is very strong, as one would imagine. This show, not a big soccer show. Remember we bet the draw a couple times and made money? I'm like, oh, let's just bet the tie. The last moon is I like to call this one the flagship moon. After 3 months, the Chiefs are dead. It's over. It's done. I don't want to hear it. No more best team in the league. No more Mahomes this, no more Kelsey that, no more Reed that, no more if you don't have a Chiefs bet, you're an idiot. The Chiefs are dead.
I
and
all in.
I did not plan that for the record. I'd just like to be clear. I did not plan that. Let me do one more pour out for the Chiefs who are finally dead.
Does that make room for another Super Bowl bet, though? If they're eliminated, you can bet another Super Bowl, right? Well, I can go with the Commanders, too.
What about the Texans? Texans next?
Because I think that's too easy because they're the ones that beat the Chiefs. But you might be right because the Texans might win out. It sounds crazy. Look at the schedule. There's a chance that they could win out. Yeah, that could be it. Indy's out, too. It's got to be another AFC team. Is there another one in the mix? Not the Chargers. Could be the Texans. Could be the good call there. All right. Very good. I saw people complaining about the World Cup stuff, and Murray was one of the tweets that I saw. I had no idea what he was talking about. He was complaining, and he's like, and I'm like, what's he talking about? And I couldn't figure it out. I eventually figured out, oh, the World Cup draw. How exciting. All right. I've got some moons to hand out. You started going down this road, so let's do it. Let's do the candy stripe pant moon to Brian Gertch and company. I will never forget one of the great moments on this show, 10 toes down, when Gertch was so upset with the way the defense looked. Was it Kennesaw State? I always forget which non-conference game it was.
I believe it was Indiana State. They won 77-0.
73-0. Yeah, 70. I think it was 73, maybe 77. Yeah, and then Gertch's takeaway was 10 toes down. Indiana is going winless. When Mendoza's at the podium and his teammates are chanting Heisman and he's got that you-know-what grin and Klatt's like pumping it up. And, of course, Heisman, another Heisman moment for Mendoza. I couldn't help but think about Gertch when they're on the podium celebrating an undefeated season. It was truly remarkable. There's wrong and there's being big wrong. And I don't know that anybody's ever going to be more wrong than saying a team is going to go winless. And then they go on, they get the 1 seed, they go undefeated. Maybe they end up being the champions. And I think the likelihood is that their quarterback is the Heisman Trophy winner as well. It's truly remarkable. I can't wait to see how this pans out for Gertch. So candy stripe pant moon for Gertch. Let's go OPOY moon. 2 more touchdowns. JSN. Colts. Season over. Oh, let's check the numbers. There is a God. JSN minus 370.
Let's go.
Minus 370. So then this morning, I'm like, wait, which book was it at? I got to make sure that's still there. I don't know why I was thinking 80. Anyways, when I bet it, it was 50. And that was middle of September. It was 50-1. But thankfully, I did find the ticket. So feeling good about JSN right now as the offensive player of the year. He's minus 370 favorite. Jonathan Taylor is third. I wouldn't mind if CMC comes back in the mix here. He was off this weekend. We grabbed some of that 40 last week. Wouldn't mind that. But as long as it's not Gibbs or Taylor, I will be very happy. One more moon to hand out. Have you seen this Turkish female basketball star, Semih Naz Oget? I'm probably pronouncing it wrong. But she's phenomenal. She scored 69 points in a game the other day. And I saw Anthony Edwards say, I'll let her drop 69 on me any day. So Horny Moon goes out to Anthony Edwards.
Come on. Really?
Yes. Look it up. That's what Anthony Edwards said. And I guess it's an ex of his. I wasn't sure who the quote was from, but there was a female that said, she doesn't want to be your next victim. Calm your small blank. So good. So good. Some NBA drama over there. Anthony Edwards, Horny Moon. All right. Paul, do you have any moons to hand out?
Not following that. Nope.
You got none?
Oh, yeah. Here's one, I guess. A me moon. Because all week I was with you guys. Notre Dame deserves to be in. All numbers are saying they're in. Doing inside the betting lines with PJ Glasser on Saturday. Notre Dame. We start the show with that conversation. Notre Dame. Around, I don't know, time zones. 2:30 somewhere. Texas Tech's in control. It's pretty clear they're not going to bail out the committee and knock them both out, even though the ACC title game hadn't happened yet. And Jesse Palmer, on top of like the Miami Alum Association doing their thing all last week, pounding the table for Miami. Jesse Palmer, they put the bracket up. It's clear BYU's not going to make it. He crosses off, or at least circles, it was on mute, Notre Dame in the bracket, and literally writes with the telestrator Miami. And at that point, I knew. And I bet Miami at 2-1 to make the playoff. Despite the fact that I thought it was insane, I thought it was the wrong decision, but I also realized, you know what? If I was the committee and I want to soft launch Miami past Notre Dame, it'd be great to have a TV partner to do my dirty work for me. And I don't think that's too tinfoil hatty, but I think it's pretty clear everyone got the assignment. And that was when I knew Miami was going to make it over Notre Dame. And that was before the SEC title game too. And Notre Dame was minus 1,800 to make into Sunday morning. So not being stubborn, moon, like I was with DeMar Hamlin against Joe Flacco, moon, life, moon. So that's all I got.
2 quick follow-ups. Number one, Notre Dame was minus 3,000 yesterday to make the playoff. 11 o'clock Eastern, minus 3,000. Second follow-up, I love that we've just stopped naming real moons and creating moons. That's
I am
horny
the moon. I am the moon.
I am the moon. I am the Eggman. I am the walrus moon.
Yeah, leading up to the selection show, like Lifshatz, our buddy Dan Lifshatz at Sports Hub in Boston was tweeting it out. He's like, Notre Dame to miss. I just bet it at plus 790. As it was getting closer, he's like, okay, it's plus 1120. Something must have leaked. Nope.
It was the only reason I did Miami. I felt pretty confident Miami was getting in and again, the committee's run by the SEC. The chairman's from the SEC. They're probably never going to leave Bama out, but I at least felt Miami's definitely in. Maybe with a total dud and 3 losses, they keep Alabama out, which is why I went to Miami angle. But shout out to anyone who bet Notre Dame to miss.
I can't believe Alabama had -3 rushing yards and did not drop a single spot. That's a joke.
Insane.
It's amazing. Some guys, some teams perform poorly. You drop. Other teams, because it's Bama, because you're at that cut line, you do not. So a 3-loss, all that conversation about a 3-loss team can't get in. Well, a 3-loss team.
Yeah.
Got it. Go to. How's Texas feel today, too? Yeah.
Yeah.
There's that. Whole lot of issues. And now nobody's going to schedule any tough non-conference games moving forward.
Nope.
Hope you're happy. Hope you're happy. Jake, did you have any moons today?
Yeah, I got 2. The first one is going to be something I texted Sam on Saturday night anyway. Serbians, moon. Southeastern Europe, moon. Itches, moon. The Fighting Illini, Eastern Europeans, just slapped the bleep out of Tennessee. It was awesome. But what I didn't need was Jelly Roll for 30 minutes at the booth giving his life story. Don't care. Show me the bleeping game. Ravitch alone is bad enough. Why are we talking about Jelly Roll's weight loss journey? I do not care. Show me my giant Eastern European sons. Thank you. Anyway, Illinois wins by 13. That was awesome. What?
Jelly Roll?
Did he have any tips?
What moon?
All I heard was Paul saying any tip, and I was like, what? I don't know. I was not listening. But also, second moon, phlegm moon. I just woke up this morning, just the worst head cold of my life. I'm fighting demons right now.
Sounds like
sucks. Yeah, I hate my life.
Yeah. Sounds like you've been out drinking with me all night. You should have also, Jake, I know you were telling us about your moons. When you said Serbian moon and itch moon, Paul's face was very confused.
I didn't know where it was going.
Man, no idea. Jake had a weekend. Ooh, boy.
No idea where you were going with that. None.
Yep.
It's a part of being a jester.
What was the itch part? Was one of the guys
because everybody on Illinois.
Got it.
Ivicic,
I got
Mirkovic,
it after
Petrovic,
I said it. Okay, got it.
Stojakovic.
Yeah.
We really should have had a meeting this morning to discuss this, Paul.
6 a.m. See all you tomorrow. I stand by those
Jake's
decisions.
moons.
Yeah.
What do you stand by?
The early production calls. No one had any idea what they were doing. Just trying to make cohesion.
Why is this on your mind today?
They just got brought back up.
I know, but why was it earlier?
Oh, just like, can you just like making fun of myself for the dumb stuff I used to do to like,
hey,
yeah.
He's filling out the LinkedIn directed morning meetings. Period. Enter.
Yeah.
It's under his skills.
Skills. Conference calls.
Skills moon.
All right, other side. Let's find out where the room is at.
What
Monday
is on
night
the other
football.
side?
Eagles, Chargers.
Paul, do we have to send someone to check on you?
It's fine.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network.
Find out where the room is at for Monday Night Football. Eagles-Chargers coming up in a few minutes. But now all the games are done, Sam. And the Heisman votes are being collected right now. A lot of, I would say a good amount of the voters wait until I don't know. Is that Paul?
And who's backing up a truck right now?
Yeah.
Like somebody
they're backing up into my building. Yeah.
Yes. Garbage day over there?
It's actually,
it?
it might be. Maybe I'll become a truck driver, like in Top Gun.
It
Maybe that's
might.
the move.
It might be. It might be garbage day. Do you not know?
Truck driver.
Oh no, I don't know.
Yeah, you don't know what day they collect the garbage. Like you got to get everything out of the house.
Well, it's an apartment, not like a condo. I don't know. There's a trash can in the hallway that I put my trash.
Oh, okay. So you don't bring it outside.
Trash chute.
Correct.
Okay.
No chute.
I got you.
Just a standalone trash can in the hallway, community trash.
There's 3.
Okay. Very good. So on the show, we talked a bunch about the move on Pavia. The odds kept dropping, and the case for Pavia not playing. Jeremiah Love not playing. Mendoza saying, okay, what would you need out of that? Well, you probably need Sayin to win because he has dropped. But what you really need is neither of them to go off. We were talking about it, and Sam, you'd said, look, 3 touchdowns by either of them, that's going to win it. Neither of them had 3 touchdowns. Neither of them had 2 touchdowns. Each of them, 1 touchdown, 1 interception. Mendoza, saying doesn't even matter. You eliminate him at this point, 258 yards. He's a loser in the game, and he was the fringe guy anyway. He was 4th on most people's list, so I'm eliminating him. Mendoza, 222 yards, 1 touchdown, 1 interception in the Big Ten championship, and then they're on the podium, and everybody's pumping him up. Oh, well, there's the Heisman moment again. You got to give him the Heisman. So I did a quick poll. Again, smaller sample size, but who wins the Heisman? Mendoza, Sayin, Pavia, Love. Sayin 4%, Pavia 15%, Love 25%, Mendoza 56%. What do you think? Is it Mendoza?
Yes.
Should it be?
I think it's more storyline than anything else. Indiana went to the college football playoff last year and then went undefeated this year, and nobody else stood out enough to win it. So I wouldn't be betting anybody else. I'm certainly not betting Mendoza, but I will say yesterday Mendoza was minus 5,000 at BetMGM. Now he's minus 2,500. So that's come in a bit. Are you saying Pavia 12-1, 15-1? Is that the bet?
Boy, I didn't even look because I just assumed it was going to be Mendoza, but you're right. It's only Pavia. It's not anybody else. It's definitely not Sayin, definitely not Love. It's Pavia Mendoza conversation. Mendoza probably wins. I agree with you. But at 9-1 or any number in that range, I think it's worth a bet because they might surprise us. They might.
Is it a bet though, or is it an idea to make a bet? Because you're not saying bet it. But are you bringing this up because you think Pavia should win it or because you don't think Mendoza should?
I'm bringing it up because we had the Big Ten championship and we thought that was going to be the game that's going to decide everything. And Mendoza had a mediocre game, right? And he had the game that if you have a Pavia ticket, you're hoping Mendoza would have. And he got that game. You just didn't get the Ohio State win, which probably would have helped you a little bit more. Mm-hmm. That's why I'm bringing it up, that the game happened and I didn't walk away saying, okay, now we know the Heisman winner. I still think it's up in the air.
The post game for Mendoza was brutal. Did you hear that?
I watched the whole thing. Yeah.
Awful.
As far which part of it?
Awful post game.
Just
just all of them.
When they were
glory to God,
like
up a million
Oh
times.
Yeah.
His post game interview speech, I thought was wild, just wild.
And he tried to hand the microphone off to somebody else, and then Klatt's like, "No, hold on, we got to talk about the Heisman here." And Fox is promoting that like he just won the Heisman, obviously because they have the rights for the Big Ten and all that. And
this was with Jenny Taft. This was Jenny Taft
on the
with
field.
Mendoza. right after the game. Yeah.
Yeah,
So
I
the
did see
game
that.
ends, and Gus says, "Let's go down to Jenny." And Jenny's with Mendoza, and he's like, "Oh, guys, glory to God, we just try to hurt us and our darness." And you're like, "Oh, God.
It was strange. It was strange.
Yeah,
Like,
it was
take a
very
breath.
weird.
Yeah, I mean, he's a kid, but I do get
know. It was.
I
saw a
do
very
get
funny tweet.
annoyed.
Somebody said that Mendoza makes Russell Wilson look like Tupac Shakur.
Dude, I don't like his smile. It bothers me because it just says all I see is teeth. Every time he speaks, he won't stop smiling. I'm like, all right, I get it. You're happy, cool, but chill a little bit. Yeah, that whole post game thing was interesting to say the least. But Gertz says that they'll go winless.
Gertz loved the speech. He's claiming he loved every second of it, of the Mendoza
Should we just follow Felica? Because Felica's right the entire time about Miami, and he made the case for Pavia, and he was talking about the regions last week. Maybe we should just follow Felica. He's right on all this.
Felica had a great year, man. He finished, I want to say 8th or 9th in the Westgate contest, so he gets a check.
I saw that.
Yeah, no, it's been a great year for him. Has not been a good year for me, but he's been very, very good. He gets one of them big. I think he's going in today. He flies tonight, and he flies into Vegas because he's going to Urban Meyer's Hall of Fame thing, and then he's going to swing over to the Westgate and get the big cardboard check from the Westgate.
I think he got 8-9 grand, something like that.
Yeah, $9 grand,
that.
I believe. Good for him.
For like 6th place.
Oh, is it 6th? I thought it was 8th or 9th.
You might be right.
He was second a couple weeks ago. 3 weeks ago, maybe. He was in 2nd place in the contest.
And that's a good payout.
Yeah. Oh, I think it's 5 times, maybe.
Damn. Wow. I think there's a chance that we're going to have single digits. A few weeks ago in the Circus Survivor. A few weeks ago, it's like, there's going to be so many winners because so many people and it's all chalk. Nope. We've had the crazy results. The top 2 most popular plays go down this week. So after Thanksgiving, where it's all underdogs, it's been a wild finish to the year, and we still have over a month to go. All right, Joe Sammy P, you got Bet Sweats. We got Monday Night Football on tap. Let's find out what the room is thinking.
Where's the room?
Paul Aspen, executive producer. What do we have for tonight? What are the 5 most popular props?
All right. Chargers, Eagles, 5 most popular props at BetMGM. Number 5. Kamani Vidal. I can't keep it straight. Yeah. Under 9.5 rushing attempts. That's a healthy minus 150.
Wow. Why? Against this Eagles rushing defense? Under 9.5 rushing attempts, and he just went off?
Yeah. Well, because Hampton's back, I guess, right?
He's questionable.
I guess they're betting on that.
I guess that's the idea. All right.
Okay. Don't know why they picked this guy tonight. I think I'd go elsewhere. AJ Brown over 60.5 receiving yards.
Good number. Is the argument? Not me.
That's minus 118. All right. Jalen Hurts over 30.5 rushing yards at minus 120.
Not running the ball as much this year. And now they're looking at it and saying his number's usually in the 40s, right? Mid 40s. Now you get it at 30. Maybe that's a bit of a bargain. Let's see. That's right in his range, man. Wow. 31, 33, 31, 27. Those are the last 4 games.
Okay. What about the attempts? Because the number 2 most bet prop at BetMGM, For tonight's game is Hurts over 7.5 rushing attempts at -130.
I just have no idea what to do with that. I mean, I would never know where to start. I guess if you look at his box score, I mean, that's what most people do. They pull up the Jalen Hurts box score and look at the last 5 games or whatever and make their conclusions off that. But when you're handicapping Jalen Hurts rushing attempts, Joe, where do you even start?
Yeah, I mean, last 8 games, if you want to go on a trend, 7 of them, he's gone under that number on attempts, but it's been so close many times. So there's some 7s in there. So I don't know. I mean, it's a coin toss. Is he going to get that one extra rush? Or are they going to be more desperate because of last week's loss? I don't know. Is he going to run more with Lane Johnson out? Not quite sure. So if you look at quarterbacks against the Chargers, do they give up a lot of yards rushing? No, not at all. -6, 9, 0, 6, 0, 7, 4. That's yards. And not the most mobile quarterbacks over the last couple of months, but they don't give up a ton on the ground. There are certain teams that do. The Chargers are not a defense that does. I would stay away from these Hurts betting over rushing attempts, rushing yards props.
And I was trying to see if maybe, and I mean, they see that the Chargers are very good against the run, especially recently. So maybe if Saquon or the run game with the running backs gets stagnant, maybe they turn to Hurts. I don't know, but
yeah,
not a look for me. And the number one most bet prop at BetMGM, McConkey over 49.5 receiving yards. That is at -110.
That's it? Wow.
Well, it's up to 50.5 at BetMGM, and that's at -110 currently.
That looks like free candy, doesn't it? Oh, he's only got to get 50.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm not really interested in doing that. Nope. I don't see any of these props really popping, really all that interesting to me. It's tough because, okay, now you got no Jalen Carter, you have no Lane Johnson, you have a beat-up Chargers offensive line, and now Marion Hampton is apparently going to be returning. They're betting into that a lot, right? He's one of the more popular touchdown plays, too. I don't know. There's a lot of question marks surrounding this game.
And if we're thinking under game, right? Maybe it's just fade the AJ.
Probably. Is that the one you want to just pull out of the hat? AJ under 60.5, right?
Yeah.
When's the last time you had a Saquon game and nowhere to be seen in the top 5 prop bets?
Well, I think they're looking at what he's done because of their O-line. And the one thing these Harbaugh teams have been historically good at is crowding the line and making the quarterback beat you. So if we're playing into the narrative and the recency bias, we're looking at Saquon unders. The problem is that's what the room does. So by way of fade, should we be looking at the Barkley props? I mean,
72.5. Man, that seems steep but maybe. Yeah.
You think it's too low?
69?
No, I'm saying high. I know historically, I mean, he's further up, but current Saquon, that's tough to get behind for me.
Okay, so Barkley's +110 to score a touchdown. We've seen him in the past be -150, -200, -300.
Uh-huh.
Joe's licking his lips.
Well, I scrolled down to look at what the touchdown price was, and he's +110. And I remember so many times -250, -300. This is last season.
Yeah, in the playoff game against Washington, I remember I felt bad at the time because they wanted best bets for the championship weekend. And I put Barkley -200 anytime touchdown. And he ended up having 2 or 3. But, how could you bet -200? Because I think it should be -400. So if you're buying Barkley, you're buying really good numbers. Last year in his run, he was 95.5, 98.5.
About the same price for Hurts.
And this way, if it's a screen pass, you don't have to worry about the rushing yards. You're Yeah, I think Barkley touchdown. Hurts, you said, yeah, plus 105. Are they going to shy away from the tush push because it blew up in their face last week? I don't know that they are.
I don't think so. I can't believe, no team thought of, hey, maybe you strip it as he's just standing there in a sea of men. Yeah, the Bears are some innovators. They decided to try and force a fumble the way that's been covered this week. Very strange. All right, lightning bets on the other side. Joe O, Sammy P, Bet Sweats, BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
Lightning bets in a moment, Joe Sammy P. All right, so one of our regular listeners and viewers love it when people reach out and they actually thank you for stuff. Unlike Sam, you always bring up the ones that want to kill you, losing bet, which happens. But it's nice when you hear from people that thank you. So I heard from someone that was thanking us for our Survivor conversations last week, not Tampa and not Cleveland. And those are probably going to be two of the more popular in a lot of pools. And they were the two most popular in Circa. And, Tampa, they lose outright as an 8.5-point favorite. Nobody's noticed, but they've been really bad for 2 months. Really bad. Ibuka could not catch a pass if you watched any of that game. He was terrible. So many drops in that one. I bring this up because there was a listener thanking us for talking him off those teams. Twice he switched off. He had Tampa, then he went to Cleveland, and then after listening to us again, he got off Cleveland, and he ended up going with Green Bay. So I checked in the ones that started at the beginning of the season, the Survivor pools that I have, the bigger one for 75K, which is the one that this guy reached out about, the idea of a chop, that might be tough to facilitate with 7. But then I checked, okay, let's see what's going on at the high stakes one for 55K. Sam, there's 4 left after the carnage yesterday. 4. Guess who's one of the 4?
Cody Westerland.
Nope. Not Cody.
Sure easy.
Yes.
Oh yeah, and the relaunch. Yes, he texted me yesterday.
No,
this
is
F me.
Original. This is the original high stakes one.
What?
That they won, that they took down last year.
Jeez.
So now he's in the Final 4. Unreal. Took the Rams yesterday. Good stuff. Only 4 left. Now we're at that point in the season. So yeah, they might take it down in back-to-back years, which would really be something. So good luck. Good luck as far as that goes. And then you look at, we didn't have much time to talk about next week's numbers, but if you look at it, there's so many double-digit favorites in the NFL because of all the quarterback injuries that we had yesterday. A lot of times people talk about saving teams, this and that. Let's look at some of these double-digit numbers. Let's throw Houston into there, even though they're not. It's Houston minus 9.5. Circa actually has 10 against Arizona. Philly minus 12.5 against Vegas. Jacksonville minus 11.5 against the Jets. Seattle minus 11.5, some 12.5 against Indy and Riley Leonard. San Francisco minus 12.5 against Tennessee. Ton of massive favorites next week.
Some bad quarterbacks. Speaking of,
awful.
Did you see what went viral yesterday? So Shador, I believe, throws or runs for a touchdown. And then he's laying on the ground face down, and he goes to get up. And the camera angle, I mean, it looks like he's wearing a gold thong in the photo.
No,
have you not seen this?
No. Come on.
If you just go to Twitter and type in Shador, you got to spell it right. Shedeur, thong. Have at it, man. It's very funny because it looks like it's a gold thong. You see it?
Holy crap. Come on.
Went viral.
Come on. Yeah, I see the still shots. Definitely a thong. Jeffrey Simmons kept doing the Shador dance. He was having an awesome game for the Titans yesterday. Kept doing it. Yeah, I see it, unfortunately. I want to unsee it. This tweet, probably the one that you saw, 2.2 million views. Crazy. That's bad. That's rough. All right, let's go to the lightning bets. What do you have?
Let's do the Barkley touchdown. Plus 110 at BetMGM. I'm going to check. I should have checked during the break, but I was too busy looking at Shador's thong to shop around for a better price. Best touchdown price you could find
Plus 110.
is... Yeah, that's pretty much the consensus price, plus 110. Okay, I'm going to do that, and then hopefully the Eagles just win the game, because I did give out last week. I gave out a Georgia money line and an Eagles money line parlay. So hope the Eagles win, and I hope Barkley gets into the end zone.
What was the touchdown last Monday? No, it was the sack. Abdul Carter, right?
Oh, yeah. We hit that one.
He had a half a sack all year, and then we were talking about it. All right, it's time, and he got it. That was a cool win. When both of us saw the number, the exact same talking points, the idea, we landed on the exact same thing. So I feel like I have to join you on Saquon, but Eagles. Come on, Eagles. Give me a win. Give me a cover. I see a lot of pressure. I don't see a Vic Fangio defense getting embarrassed like they did last week. Again, whether we're talking about the run or not getting pressure, even without Jalen Carter, I still think they're going to be able to get home. So Eagles go on the road. A lot of support there. They win and they cover the 2. So I'm going with the Eagles. We're on the same page there, and I'd really like to see the Eagles win so I could at least have a 4-1 week. I mean, please give me a good week finally. It's been a rough road. All right, Paul Aspen, lightning bets. What you got?
On Barkley, also there is an odds boost token, 25% odds boost token at BetMGM. Could boost to plus 110 up to plus 138. So that's what I did. And AJ, fading AJ, under 60.5, receiving yards at minus 110. And go Birds.
Fading him. Okay. Yes. Jake, anything?
I wanted to go Eagles, and I probably will, but the positivity bunny, the inflatable rabbit that they put in the locker room, is really
what?
Oh,
what?
Oh,
I don't even know what you're talking about.
Never mind. Forget it.
There's a positivity bunny.
I will read you the exact phrasing.
Is it real?
Oh, it's real. Oh, it's real.
Yeah. Yeah.
It is. The Eagles have installed a positivity rabbit into the locker room to emphasize positivity and good vibes. The offensive line has stressed that they are not sad. They just wanted a good vibes bunny. And it is a giant inflatable
Easter
It's bunny.
15 feet tall.
Yep.
Oh, my God.
Never mind. Chargers odds.
That's your team, Paul.
Didn't they go on the big run after the flower speech before?
Oh, it's water and dirt and stuff. Yeah.
Philly
That's a
media's
good point.
got to be killing them.
100%.
Yeah.
I might go to the Philly
You know
bar
what,
tonight.
though?
There's a bar down the street that's an Eagles bar. I might have to go there tonight and get buckled with the Bunny Boys.
It's really good that this game is on the road. I know I said it'll be more. I mean, it'll be 50-50, if not more, Eagles fans than not. But it's different than them booing the hell out of you 3 minutes in at home.
Yep. All right.
I think.
Go Birds. Go Birds.
Go Birds.
Sam, I know you'll get a kick out of this. I saw this the other day that, everybody's jumping in on Chicago. You got to have something related to the Bears, so it gets talked about a whole lot. Bona Beef, also. They have a good, better, best promo that they were promoting all of last year. Good, better, best. Good, if the Bears beat Green Bay, everybody gets cheese fries. Better, if the Bears beat Green Bay by 7, everybody gets a free Italian sausage. Best, if they win by 2 touchdowns, everybody gets a free Bona Beef. My simple question is, well, what if the touchdown favorite actually wins? What do we get? I didn't get a response. I don't think they're getting anything. So they get all this free promotion, and they don't have to give away anything because the Bears lose.
What do you get if the quarterback goes for it all on 4th and 1 and doesn't get it? Needed 1 yard. Went for the home run. Intercepted. DJ Moore's wide open on that play, too. I know hindsight's 20/20.
I know.
You know what's wild? And I agree with you. You said this off the top. And I thought this right away, right when they got the ball. I texted my buddy who's a huge Bears fan, not in a group thread, because I don't rile up the group threads. I could have very easily put ha 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 ha, but I didn't do that.
Mm-hmm.
Took the high road. If they scored a touchdown, they were going for the win.
100%.
Yep.
Yes.
He was going for the win. You know it, and I know it. Get out of there with a win.
The books that do post look ahead lines, not just 1 week, but multiple weeks in advance. I
Green
do
Bay
see
-1.
on. Yep, -1.5.
Yep.
What's that going to close?
How?
Pick?
I was gonna.
You'll get Bears money. It'll show.
They should beat up Cleveland. But we'll see. Who knows? Shedeur threw for like 400 yards yesterday. He had a great game.
In a thong.
In a
What were you
thong.
gonna ask, Paul?
In a thong. Yes.
How about yesterday for Chicago? Bulls lose by 30. Hawks lose like 6 to 7 to 1. Notre Dame gets knocked out, and the Bears lose to the Packers.
That's a tough Sunday. Yeah, Quenneville.
And it
Quenneville
snowed.
came out looking for blood in that game.
Yeah.
Because Quenneville's coaching the Anaheim Ducks now.
Yep.
So think that one was personal, Joe?
Especially after they lost to them last week. Yeah.
Yep.
So what does he do? Tell him score more goals? Try harder?
Yeah.
Up on your skates.
Try harder.
Yeah.
Move those feet.
Forecheck. Get the
What
pucks
does
in
Barry
deep.
always say? Barry Rosner? Pucks on net. Sometimes puck go in.
Yeah.
We should. I
Pucks
was
on
thinking
net,
about
good
this
things
too.
happen.
We've got 9 shows left. We should hit some home runs here. We should get Rosner back on. We should get guys like Corby back on. One more spin.
Who else?
We should
Who
do
else?
it.
We're getting tweets about it.
DeCaro, Julie DeCaro.
No, we're getting tweets about GRP.
GRP should probably come on. Tony
Last
Miller
show.
claims he's coming on, and Kenny White.
Okay.
We'll see. They've been dodging us all season, Paul.
Find out. Yep.
2026.
9 more to go. We'll be back tomorrow, I think. This is Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
Thanks for listening to Bet Sweats. If you missed anything on today's show, make sure to listen back on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
Are you ready? It's time to laugh, to win, and to live the thrill of the action.
Hey, baby, let's go out there like a bunch of crazy dogs. What the hell's going on out here?
No idea what's going on, but I am excited.
Every pick, every play, every game-changing moment. Unbelievable! This is You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
It's a great day to be alive, and it's a great day to be a better. Welcome to another edition of You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM, right here on the BetMGM Network. I'm Femi Abebefe, hanging out with you guys over the next 4 hours, where you can find us in the usual spots all across the platforms, 24/7 on the BetMGM Network. We're free on the Odyssey app. You can also check us out on Twitch at BetMGM Network, on YouTube at the BetMGM Network. You can watch us on Roku, Fubo TV, Samsung TV Plus. You can listen to us on Sirius Channel 160 and Sirius XM 205. And throughout these 4 hours, hit me up on social media. You can find me on Twitter at Femi Abebefe. You find me on Instagram at Femi_Abebefe. Also, we got the whole crew hanging with us here on this Monday. We have Tyler Morales, Jake Hassan, Bill Zimmerman, Mike Brown, Addie Bates, Nick Costos. He joins us at the top of the hour with his thoughts on another Kansas City Chiefs loss. And we feel like a broken record talking about the Kansas City Chiefs. They lose again, this time at the hands of my Houston Texans, as the Texans keep going streaking last night on Sunday Night Football. Can the Chiefs still get to the postseason? They're below 500. Can they make it? We'll talk about that all throughout this show. Me in this segment, Nick, to begin the 4 o'clock hour coming up in 60 minutes. But we also want to hear from you guys as well on social media, the real ones. What's your favorite bet for tonight's Monday Night Football game between the Philadelphia Eagles and the Los Angeles Chargers? Massive game in both conferences when you look at the playoff picture. Chargers for the AFC wildcard, Eagles for the NFC East. What's your best bet? Side, total, prop. Let us know the why by dropping it into the YouTube chat or in the Twitch chat, and we will give you a tip of the cap, a real one out there later on in the program. But let's talk about Sunday Night Football last night. We have a lot to get to. What a football weekend it was. College football playoff bracket. We'll get into that in the bottom of the hour. A lot of football collegiately and professionally, but we must begin with Sunday Night Football. The Houston Texans beat the Kansas City Chiefs 20-10. As Kansas City, by the way, from a betting standpoint, I don't know what the hell was going on about 90 minutes before kickoff there. They were getting steamed, bad boy. Like, woo, buddy. This thing ended up closing like 5.5 in some places. I was like, what's happening here? Is CJ Stroud out? What's going on? No, all that steam was just nonsense because the Texans beat them by 10. As to me, last night's game and watching it, just like sitting at home in the living room, just taking it in, obviously rooting for the Houston Texans as someone who's very invested in Houston. Kansas City self-destructed last night. That did not look like the dynastic Kansas City Chiefs. That looked like a team that was just dying to lose and didn't know how to win. And it honestly was very jarring watching Kansas City. Like, this is a team that is a 3-time defending AFC champion. They make it to the AFC title game every year with Patrick Mahomes. They're in the Super Bowl damn near every year with Patrick Mahomes. And they didn't look like they had any of that pedigree, any of that experience, any of that championship medal that Rudy Tomjanovich talked about back in the day as a head coach of the Houston Rockets. Don't ever underestimate the heart of a champion. Didn't see it last night from the Kansas City Chiefs. I mean, on the sidelines, we'll get to the players here in a little bit. On the sidelines, Chiefs head coach Andy Reid looking like Philadelphia Eagles head coach Andy Reid. For you young ones out there, Andy Reid, game management, that was not his major when he was the head coach of the Philadelphia Eagles. That's what he looked like last night because this game completely turned when it was tied at 10 early in the fourth quarter. I don't know what game Andy Reid was watching that led him to go for 4th and 1 on their own 31-yard line. Like, your defense had completely shut down the Houston Texans offense. Shut them down. I mean, like I said, I'm rooting for Houston. I'm watching that game, wanting the Texans to win. You know what the Texans did in the third quarter? 3 and out, 3 and out, 3 and out, 3 and out. They couldn't get a first down to save their lives. And Andy Reid, on his own 31, 4th and 1, against the best defense in the NFL, says, you know what we're going to do? We're going to go for it. Bro, what the hell are you thinking? Like, honestly, that was the dumbest decision of the weekend. And there were a lot of dumb decisions in the NFL and college football, but the dumbest decision of the weekend was Andy Reid going for 4th and 1 on his own 31 in a game where his defense was absolutely putting the clamps on the opposing team's offense. They couldn't move the ball at all. And of course, because the Texans have a kick-ass defense, the Texans get the stop, and here are Houston, with the ball right in field goal range. We're just going to help you, escort you down the field, give you the football right here in scoring position. And credit the Houston Texans. They went out there, they turned that into a touchdown to take a 17-10 lead. And at that point, you just knew, well, this Texans defense is going to close this game out because Kansas City on offense couldn't do anything either. Patrick Mahomes, I know what the stats say when you look at the box score. And boy, it's an ugly one for Mahomes. 14 of 33 for 160 yards, 3 interceptions. Mahomes at a QBR of 19.7. It is an honestly, one of the worst statistical games of Patrick Mahomes' decorated career. But we also must be honest. He got zero help in the game. And I'm not saying this to excuse Mahomes, because Mahomes, obviously, he's part of this. He's part of the reason why Kansas City's 6-7. Like, he's not getting off like Teflon Don. He wears some of the blame. But I don't know how you watch last night's game and be like, oh, this is all on Patrick Mahomes. Dude, I don't know who the hell he's throwing to. Rashee Rice, The guy that everyone's been saying all offseason, oh, if they get Rashee Rice back from suspension, the offense is going to take off. I even said some of these silly things. Rashee Rice is a jag. Let's be for real. Just a guy. He ain't that guy, man. Like, he's not. He's not a 1. I don't even know if he's a 2. Like Rashee Rice is a jag. And he's throwing the ball in high leverage spots to Rashee Rice. Oh, no, drop the football. Sorry. Turnover on downs. Like, those are the guys that Mahomes has to rely on. And luckily, they get the ball back, only for that to be derailed because the guy that he's been able to count on his entire career, his go-to guy, the guy that he opened up a steakhouse with in Kansas City, number 87, Travis Kelce. High leverage spot, down 7, we need it on this drive. Kelce drops the ball into the arms of Azeez Al-Shaair. Ball game, Texans tack on a field goal. See you later. You're now 6-7. That's what Mahomes had to work with last night. It's Rashee Rice dropping balls. It's Travis Kelce dropping balls. I haven't even got to the offensive line that clearly was banged up. And honestly, like, they did a much better job than I thought they would. The fact that, like, Mahomes wasn't getting sacked on, like, every passing play. Like, I thought the O-line held up pretty well for playing guys who were making their NFL debuts and all these guys who were injured. Like, I can't give the O-line that much flack. You know, they were going up against one of the best defensive lines in the league, and they held up how you thought they would hold up, and then some. Like, they actually played pretty well given the circumstances. But clearly this was a bad spot for the Chiefs, and Mahomes had no help, and he didn't get help with his teammates, nor his head coach on the sidelines, who was completely brain dead with his decision-making, especially in the second half. And I know after the game, and even during the game, the broadcast did a tremendous job about this. Mike Tirico, Chris Collinsworth, those guys are awesome, as per usual. The conversation of are the Chiefs dead? Are the Kansas City Chiefs done in 2025? That's the conversation everyone's having today. And it's a conversation we should be having today because it's what's the most interesting thing coming out of this NFL weekend. I'll tell you what, the reign over the AFC West, that's dead. They're mathematically eliminated from winning the division. So we can at least cross that off. For the first time, 2015 was the last time someone other than Kansas City won the AFC West. And that was when Denver won it with Peyton Manning's surgically repaired neck. And they had that awesome defense with Von Miller, DeMarcus Ware at the no-fly zone. They went on to win the Super Bowl, if you remember that game. But that was the last time. 2015 was the last time someone other than Kansas City won the division. Well, Denver's in line to win it once again here this year in 2025. But KC, done. They will not be hosting a home playoff game. But when you look at the standings, and I know this is supposed to be the time for the Chiefs' eulogy, everyone wants to bury them because everyone's sick of them, to be frank. They're not done, man. They're not. We can't deny facts. Kansas City is not done. In fact, you don't really have to squint too hard to see a playoff path for the Kansas City Chiefs. Like, let's just break it down. Let's count the teams in the playoffs. Like, it's really simple. Let's just break this thing down because, like, right now everyone wants to bury them, but, like, no. Let's actually talk it out. So, of course, you get your 7 playoff teams in both conferences. So, in the AFC East is going to give us 2. Like, I don't know what the order is going to be. We'll find out starting this week, actually, with the massive game between Buffalo and New England. But both Buffalo and New England will be in the playoffs. So, that's 2 of the 7 spots right there. It looks like the AFC South is also going to give us 2. This division usually only gives us 1, but this year, it looks like we're going to get 2. Jacksonville, Houston. Don't know what the order is, but I think both of those teams are going to make the playoffs. The AFC North, which we'll talk about in the next segment, they're probably going to just give us 1. Pittsburgh, Baltimore, maybe Cincinnati. Probably not, but I'm holding out hope. But, like, we're going to get 1 from the AFC North. The Broncos, of course, are likely going to be your AFC West winner. So that leaves 1 spot between the following teams. You have the Chargers, who play tonight against the Philadelphia Eagles. Oh, by the way, they're a 2-point underdog, but the Chargers play tonight. You have the Indianapolis Colts. We'll get into their weekend in the next segment. You have the Miami Dolphins, which I can't believe that just came out of my mouth. And then you have the Kansas City Chiefs. So when you take a look at those 4 teams vying for that last spot, well, and I know people might be like, well, Femi, what if one of the North teams? No, the North is getting 1. Sorry, let's not even have that conversation. So Chargers, Colts, Dolphins, Chiefs. The Chargers schedule, once again, they play tonight, 2-point dogs at home, Monday Night Football against the Eagles. After that, They're on the road at Kansas City on Sunday, where they're a 4-point underdog. So that's what we're talking about. We're just playing the probabilities. Don't have to squint too hard to see Kansas City winning that football game. Then the Chargers are at the Cowboys, which, I mean, if the Chargers win tonight, which would be I'm back now. The haters are trying to get me down right now as I'm breaking down this AFC playoff race. But as I was saying about the Los Angeles Chargers, +2 at home against the Eagles, then they're +4 on the road this Sunday against the Chiefs. But at the Cowboys, home Texans, at the Denver Broncos. That's a very difficult schedule for the Los Angeles Chargers. Like, you could see them catching some L's along the way there. Indianapolis Colts. Well, I mean, they just lost their quarterback, Daniel Jones, to a torn Achilles. So how do you think that schedule is going to play out? At Seattle, where apparently Riley Leonard's also dealing with a knee injury. Like, come on. Then they're hosting the Niners, hosting the Jags, at the Texans. I don't think the Colts are going to win another game, so you can just cross them off. Miami Dolphins at the Steelers next Monday night. Tough game, but maybe winnable. Home against the Bengals, home against the Buccaneers, at the New England Patriots. And then you have the Chiefs schedule. Home Chargers, which will be a tough game, but they're a 4-point favorite this Sunday. At the Titans. I mean, I know they won on Sunday, but that's barely an NFL team. Home against the Broncos, difficult game, although are we sure Denver hasn't clinched the 1 seed by then? So, like, it's very winnable, and then they finish at the Raiders. You do not have to squint too hard to see the Kansas City Chiefs make the AFC playoffs. And looking at it right now, teams that make the playoffs, I'm looking at one prominent domestic sportsbook. Kansas City's +360. Sounds crazy after what we saw yesterday, but I'll tell you what, man. I'm betting that +360 before I'm jamming all that money in for Kansas City to miss. I'll tell you that right now. Like, I think Kansas City is very much alive thanks to Daniel Jones's injury. Now, like, obviously that sucks for Indianapolis, but like, that opened things up because the Colts were going to be the team that could potentially block Kansas City. But now I don't see them winning another game. So if you remove the Colts from the equation, oh, by the way, the Chiefs have the tiebreaker over the Colts. You remove them from the equation. Like, now we're talking about this being Chiefs versus Chargers, and the Chiefs are favored against the Chargers this Sunday. And the Chargers' schedule is much more difficult. So everyone wants to bury Mahomes. Everyone wants to bury Kansas City and Andy Reid and say the dynasty is dead. I'm here to tell you, even after last night's pathetic performance, the dynasty is very much alive at Arrowhead Stadium. And luckily for Kansas City, they don't have to face the Houston Texans anymore. Because Houston, I mean, you guys know how I feel about this team. Been saying it since prior to their Thursday night game against the Buffalo Bills. This is the scariest team in the AFC. Because their defense is the best unit in the AFC. The Texans are absolutely dangerous. And I think they're going to run the table the rest of the way. I really do. And when they run the table, they're going to be your AFC South champion, Houston Texans. And that's its place. You have to go there in the playoffs against that pass rush. Good luck. And guess what? As we saw last night, that pass rush, that defense, they travel. DeMeco Ryans, CJ Stroud, Will Anderson, Daniil Hunter, Azeez Al-Shire, they have something cooking down there in Houston. On the other side, we'll get to some of the other big results from the weekend that was in the NFL.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Let's get back to You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network.
Welcome back. This is You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM on the BetMGM Network. Femi and Bebefe hanging out with you guys here on this Monday, reacting to all the stories and results that we got in football, NFL, college football coming up in 20 minutes. Did the committee get it right? Spoiler alert, they did. They did get it right, and I'll explain why coming up in 20 minutes. 40 minutes from now, though, we'll be joined by Nick Kostos with his thoughts on the Kansas City Chiefs after yet another loss, this time at the hands of the Houston Texans. Texans continue to improve their playoff chances, and the Chiefs, it's getting late early for Kansas City now. It's getting late real early as the whole question, will the Chiefs make the playoffs? Guess what? Playoffs came early because they begin on Sunday when they host the Los Angeles Chargers. So Nick will talk all things Kansas City Chiefs coming up in 40 minutes. But joining us right now, like he does each and every weekday, it's our executive producer, Bill Zimmerman. Bill, how was your football weekend? I know the first game we got to talk about, Bears and the Packers, but all that stuff aside, hell of a weekend of football, though, really entertaining in college and the NFL.
Yeah, that's the thing. This weekend is always a lot of fun. And it's like, oh, by the way, like the Baseball Hall of Fame, Jeff Kent got in.
Yeah, what was that?
Clemens didn't. Nobody knows because they put it up against football because baseball continues to be brainless. But yeah, between the college football, I hate that JMU and Tulane are in this. It's a complete joke over there. I love that Notre Dame's going scorched earth, and I don't even like the university. And the NFL games, a lot of fun, incredible games on Sunday as well. It was a hell of a weekend.
Dude, the Jeff Kent thing, I feel like that came down like toward the end of the Bears-Packers game. Because I have Jeff passed and I have the notifications turned on because, like something big happens, you want to know when it happens in real time. All of a sudden, I just see it like on my phone, Jeff Kent elected to baseball. I'm like, what? I didn't even know we were doing that this time of year. Like, it was completely out of left field that Jeff Kent got put in the Hall of Fame. But hey, yeah, I guess that's what we're doing, as we're going to continue to ignore the fact that Barry Bonds was a Hall of Famer prior to injecting whatever he put into himself or applying whatever cream he put on himself to make his head like a size 19 head and also have like an on-base percentage of 700 or whatever. But like, hey, I guess we can just go ahead and keep Bonds off to the side and put in his old buddy, Jeff Kent. Yeah, I just couldn't believe it. But yeah, what a weekend it was. Let's waste no more time. Bill, what's the number one thing we need to know on this Monday?
Well, Femi, let's start at Lambeau Field, where the Green Bay Packers defeat the Chicago Bears 28-21. This was a wildly entertaining game. Packers get out in the first half, take a demanding lead, but the Bears don't give up, battle back. And with the game down at 28-21, they have a chance to come down, drive to tie, or possibly take the lead with a 2-point conversion. Caleb Williams makes a couple incredible throws to get them down towards the goal line, but makes a crippling interception on a fourth down play that gave the Green Bay Packers the victory. Matt LaFleur and Ben Johnson did shake hands, albeit very briefly after this one. But Femi, to me, I look at this one and go, this rivalry is back. It is not going to be lopsided anymore the way it's been with Green Bay the last 25, 30 years. The Bears are back. They proved they're a legitimate team, and the Packers proved they're one of the best teams in the league.
Yeah, it was a great game. And like the fact that it was like a meaningful Bears-Packers game, like that's what we need. Like you could just watching the game, like 2 times watching the game, my wife, she's just hanging out with me in the office. She's been like, dude, it looks so damn cold. I'm like, yeah, because it is cold. Like they keep putting up the temperature thing, 16 degrees, feels like 6 or whatever it was. Like it was classic NFC North football. Just a viewing experience between these two teams. And I thought, especially in the second half, the game really started to ramp up. Like it got off to a slow start for Chicago, and that's kind of how the game was lost. Like the passing game was non-existent. They couldn't really find their rhythm, and Green Bay jumped on them. Like Jordan Love, have to give him his credit. He was in his bag yesterday. Like 234 yards, 3 touchdowns. He threw a bad interception, but that's part of the Jordan Love experience. When he makes a mistake, it's going to really be like a mistake. But other than that, I thought he was super locked in the game, making nice passes. Welcome back Jaden Reed. He was back in the fold. Christian Watson had a hell of a game with a couple of touchdowns, couple of Lambeau leaps. Like it was an awesome, awesome game. But my biggest takeaway though from the game was that these teams are closer than people think. And they're closer together than what the betting market thinks. I'm saying this as someone who lost money on the game. I bet the Bears plus 6.5. Like, obviously, I'm rooting for Chicago to cover the number or even win the game. But, like, I thought these two teams were closer going into it. And I think coming out of the game, I still feel these two teams are closer than what people think. Because you could see in the second half, that Chicago Bears offensive line, they start wearing on you, man. That O-line's really, really good. And the run game got going. And if there's a weakness on Green Bay, because we know, like, the pass rushers are awesome. Micah Parsons, he got held about 17 times. Welcome to the Micah Parsons experience. When you got a great pass rusher, they get held. Sorry, that's kind of how these things go. But, like, if you can get at Green Bay, it's in the run game. And the Bears started to do that in the second half. Like, I can't wait to see this game in a couple of weeks at Soldier Field, because I think that it's going to be decided, the division, in that game. Like, that's when it's going to decide. Because, like, right now, the Packers are your leader in the division. They're the 2 seed. But, like, let's just play out this week that's coming up here. Green Bay's at Denver. I know they're a favorite, 2.5-point favorite, but, like, would anybody be surprised if the Broncos won that game? The Broncos win every week, literally. Like, they're just riding a win streak. They got the best record in the league. Would anybody be shocked if Denver beat Green Bay? And the Bears have a nice spot going up against Cleveland. Like, we could be right back here in a couple of weeks where it's Packers at Bears, and it's for first place in the division once again. So, like, I would not be writing off Chicago for those of you out there saying, like, oh, the Bears fraudulent. Because, like, these 2 weeks have shown us the Bears are not fraudulent. The Bears are a legitimate playoff team. Now, at the end of the game, that was rather unfortunate for the Chicago Bears. Like, Caleb Williams, I thought he had a Komet early. That was the ball that he hit to Komet against the Eagles on Black Friday. I thought he had it. Just cut it loose, buddy. But then, even then, just throw it to the back pylon, man. Komet had the angle on Keyshawn Nixon, and instead he just throws it there, tries to get it, and Nixon undercuts it, and that's how the game ends. But I thought they managed the game beautifully, because you knew, had the Bears scored, they were going for 2. That's why Ben Johnson was letting that clock wind down. I thought it was a really well-played game. Packers came out on top. You know how I feel about Green Bay. But to me, the biggest story is Chicago is a legitimate playoff team. Will they get there? We'll see. Because I think there's going to be a good team in the NFC that gets left out. But they are worthy of playing in the playoffs after what we've seen over these last couple of weeks. Bill, hit me with the next one.
But let's move over to the AFC North, where it seems that nobody really wants to win this division. The Steelers and the Ravens squared off in this one. Steelers won this one 27-22. Rodgers throws for 284 and a touchdown. But really, Femi, the story in this one is Lamar Jackson, who continues to not look like the same player. He looks like a shell of himself. He is either on a cliff where he has fallen off, or he is nowhere near healthy, which is most likely the case here. The Ravens have a serious Lamar Jackson problem. They fall to 6-7. The Steelers improve to 7-6 and hold first place in the AFC North.
Yeah, what a division this one is. And, like, we're going to get to Lamar because, yeah, Lamar, I don't know what the hell's going on there. But for the Pittsburgh Steelers, at least for 1 week, Mike Tomlin gets to quiet the noise. And he was looking at the camera, walking off after they won the game, blowing the kiss to the camera. I mean, Tomlin's just an absolute character. And I guess if you're Tomlin, wouldn't you do the same? I would. Like, Aaron Rodgers got asked about it after the game, saying, like, hey, like, what does this mean after the week that you guys went through and everyone calling for your coach's job? And he says, it means everyone can shut the hell up. And he's right. However, his team still stinks. Like, I don't know how you can watch that game and come to the conclusion that the Steelers are a good football team. They are not. They got outgained. They got dominated in the run game. The Ravens were running all over them. Somehow they won the game because that's what the Steelers do. More so, which is rather unfortunate for the Ravens, that's what Baltimore does, which is snatching defeat from the jaws of victory. Like, because that's what the Ravens did yesterday. Like, I thought, and it honestly wasn't all on them, because I thought they got screwed by the refs. The Isaiah Likely play, where they said that, oh, incomplete. Like, what is a catch? Does anyone know? I've been watching football since I was like 6 years old. Does anyone know what a catch is? He caught the ball, not 1, but 2 feet hit in bounds, and the third one might have hit, but they were like, oh, no, because the third one did not hit. I thought in the end zone, the rules were different. Like you know, like if you catch a ball in the end zone on the sidelines, all you got to do is 2 feet in. Like, he got his 2 feet in. But, like, now we need to get a third foot in. The whole thing is so convoluted. Nobody understands what it is, and that screwed the Ravens over. Because I think if Likely gets that touchdown, which they called a touchdown on the field, by the way, not sure how they're able to overturn that. If anything, the rule should have just been upheld because it was that close. Like, if they call that a touchdown, I think Baltimore wins. And we're not having a conversation about Rodgers telling everyone to shut the hell up. It's more so, is Tomlin going to get fired at the end of the year? But now, because of that officiating rule, now the Ravens are in a world of hurt and the Steelers are in first place. Baltimore, this thing will not get better unless Lamar can just wake up. Like, that's what needs to happen. Like, he looks like he can move around fine, so I don't think his legs are hurt. Or maybe there's like a shoulder injury that we don't know of, or an elbow injury that we don't know of. I mean, he's picked up about 4 or 5 injuries throughout this season, but he clearly does not look like the Lamar Jackson that we are accustomed to seeing in the regular season. On top of that, their defense stinks as well. Like, the Ravens' defense is not good. It hasn't been good at any point in the season. But you put all that on the table, and you ask me who I think is going to win the North, it's still Baltimore. Like, it's still the Ravens to me. Or maybe it's someone else, which we'll get into here shortly. But I don't think it's going to be the Pittsburgh Steelers, bottom line, because they're not good enough, and their coaching staff isn't good enough. Anyone but Pittsburgh, despite what we saw yesterday. Bill, hit me with the next one.
I mean, what was a pretty entertaining game. The Bills beat the Bengals 39-34. Joe Burrow had a couple very unfortunate interceptions that helped propel a Buffalo comeback. Bengals had a 10-point fourth quarter lead. Josh Allen leads Buffalo on 21 straight points, takes care of business. Buffalo now moves to 9-4 on the season, looking really good to be the AFC's top wild card and maybe perhaps push New England for the AFC East. Femi, your Bengals fall to 4-9, and that AFC North, dark horse seems to be fading, perhaps a little bit.
Yeah, it's just a tilting experience for someone who was invested in Cincinnati to win the North, to win the AFC. They were right there, and then they blew it. Like, if you watch this game, because it's a super entertaining game, I'm sure a lot of people watch it. I'm sure even if you were watching Red Zone, they were constantly going to this game because there were so many points that were scored, 39-34. The Bengals were the better team, point blank, in watching the game. The Bengals were in control of the entire game until 2 fluky interceptions. The first one, Joe Burrow on an RPO trying to hit Jamar Chase, lofting the ball over. Nope. Christian Bedford picks it off, runs it back for a touchdown. The next play from scrimmage, Burrow drops back, throws, ball is batted in the air, Bills intercepted, and then all of a sudden the Bengals team that was getting ready to go up double digits in the fourth quarter is now trailing by double digits. Like, you look up and it's just like, what the heck just happened? How did we get here? And I'll give the Bills a little bit of credit because, I mean, of course, Josh Allen's going to put the Superman cape on. That's what he does. And he was awesome. He was extending plays. There was a fourth down where he was in the red zone, extends the play, fires it in there for a touchdown. Josh Allen is that dude. But the Buffalo Bills as a team, they ain't that team. And I know what BetMGM says. Plus 375. Buffalo's your AFC favorite. Would never bet that in a million years. No. Like, everyone wants to have the take of no Mahomes in the playoffs, no Lamar, no Burrow. It's Josh Allen's time. It's actually not, because I'll tell you this here on December 8th, if the Buffalo Bills make the playoffs and the Bills have to go to Denver, the Broncos will beat that ass. I'll tell you that. I don't care that it's Bo Nix, and you know how I feel about Denver. I've been the biggest Denver hater all season long, but what I've seen from those two teams, Bills, they are not good. They just have an awesome player. Like, Denver's so much better than them. So everyone wants to say, oh, Bills to the Super Bowl. It ain't happening. I'd love for it to happen because I'm invested in it happening, but we're trying to be honest. And if I'm being honest, Buffalo's not a Super Bowl team. Buffalo's not a team that can even win multiple playoff games. That team is bad. They're being uplifted by one of the best players in the league. Bill, hit me with the next one.
I mean, the Indianapolis Colts were once 8-2 in the talk of the NFL, but they lost to the Jacksonville Jaguars on Sunday, 36-19. That's their third straight loss. Wasn't even their worst loss of the day. Daniel Jones ruptures his Achilles. He's done for the year. Femi, the Colts are fading fast. And with a huge question mark at quarterback and 2 first-rounders out the door for Sauce Gardner, not only is 2025 fading, 2026 is also up in the air.
Yeah, maybe 2027. At this rate, I think I know they can't do this, but the Colts should petition to never have to play a game in Jacksonville ever again. They never win there, and their seasons go down the drain there, and bad things happen. And yesterday was an absolute calamity, like an absolute disaster for Indianapolis. Like, I bet they wish they had those 2 first-round picks, don't they? As they traded for Sauce Gardner, who's also injured with a calf injury. Like, this thing has been a disaster ever since the Colts got off to that 7-1 start. They're not going to make the playoffs. They're not going to win another game this season. As for Jacksonville, are the Jags good? I don't think so. But they keep winning games, and they're going to be in the playoffs. But when they get there, I can't wait to fade them. Bill, hit me with the last one before we head to break.
Bevy, Titans beat the Browns 31-29, but Shedeur Sanders named quarterback for the Browns the rest of the way, 364 yards and 3 touchdowns. But when they cut the game to 2 with a 2-point conversion, he's not on the field. Stefanski pulls him for the Wildcats.
I mean, can Stefanski also name him to be the quarterback on 2-point conversions? Can we get that announcement from Kevin Stefanski? The guy led you down the field, game on the line. Let's give it to Quinshon Judkins and make him make the decision at court. Like, this is outthinking the room and then some. Stefanski only has himself to blame. And honestly, some of those crazy Shedeur people, looking at you, Mel Kiper, maybe they were right about this conspiracy stuff because I don't know what was going on in the game yesterday afternoon. All right, let's talk college football playoff to wrap up the hour on the other side. This is You Better You Bet.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Let's get back to You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network.
Oh, let's get back to it here on a Monday afternoon on You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM on the BetMGM Network. Femi and Pepe hanging with you guys today. 20 minutes from now, we'll be joined by Nick Costos with his thoughts on the Kansas City Chiefs losing yet again, this time at the hands of the Houston Texans. Is the Chiefs dynasty dead? That's what everyone wants to know. I don't think it is, because I think they actually might make the playoffs. But we'll get Nick's take on that coming up in 20 minutes to begin the 4 o'clock hour. But boy, oh boy, the takes were flying Saturday afternoon, Saturday evening, and Sunday morning with the college football playoff. We finally got the verdict from the college football playoff committee, and this was a surpriser. I didn't think that they would do the right thing, but the committee at the end did the right thing, in my opinion. Both Alabama and Miami are in, and Notre Dame is out of the 12-team college football playoff. And you know what's so interesting about this? Bama and Miami getting in over Notre Dame, because I think a lot of people, the betting markets were very bullish on Notre Dame. I was texting our show chat Sunday morning, kind of following along with this thing, looking at the live markets before we got to the broadcast. At one point, Notre Dame was minus 4,000 to make the college football playoff. I even texted our show chat. I said, I guess Notre Dame's just in. This is just between Alabama and Miami. And if the conversation was Alabama and Miami, they were always going to take Alabama, because what did the committee tell us last Tuesday during the penultimate rankings? They tipped their hand. Alabama was always in when they moved Alabama from 10 to 9. Alabama was always going to be in the playoffs after they made that move. So I thought that was what the conversation was. I was kind of thinking to myself, well, damn, Miami, sucks to be you. But they gave us the curveball. And they said, you know what? At the end of the day, we have to honor the results, which we'll get into here. But everyone wants Bama out, because I think everyone just hates Bama, because Bama was the team that ruled all of college football, especially when Nick Saban was there, winning all the national titles. I get it. I'm not some big Bama fan, but they deserve to be in. And Saturday was an embarrassment against Georgia. It definitely was. However, they also beat that same Georgia team. So I'm not here for the argument that a lot of people are making, where everyone's saying, oh, well, BYU got punished for losing their conference title game, but Alabama didn't get punished for losing their conference title game. Yeah, that's because Alabama already beat Georgia. BYU, in 2 chances against Texas Tech, got that ass whooped. Once in Lubbock and then once in Jerry World. They never stood a chance in either game. That tells you right there, they don't belong. Those are the kinds of teams you have to beat to win a national title. They couldn't beat them. So why do they need to get in? The BYU Alabama, it's a false equivalency. They're not the same. Bama beat Georgia in Athens. And yes, they got embarrassed in Atlanta in the SEC title game, but they at least proved to us they have the ceiling of a team that can beat Georgia in Georgia's home field. BYU showed us, yeah, we can just get dropped in embarrassing fashion to Texas Tech. So that's where that whole kind of BYU and Bama, they just want the SEC. Yeah, I'm sure ESPN and all that stuff would love the SEC, but even conferences aside, 2 teams put together, they're not the same. So quit the nonsense. It's not the same whatsoever. But let's get to, because Bama, they were always in. The committee told us that Tuesday night, people just didn't listen. And I was part of that too. I thought that maybe they would hoodwink us, but no, Bama was always in. So then it came down to what we've all been arguing this entire month. Miami against Notre Dame. And we know how that's going to go. The first initial rankings, about 5 weeks ago, I believe it was, that was asinine. Putting Miami at 18, Notre Dame at 10 or whatever they were. Come on, does anybody actually think the gap is that big? No. And the closer we got to the final official rankings, the closer and closer and closer those 2 teams came together. And once BYU went out, how BYU goes out whenever they play someone good, you knew they were going to drop in the rankings. And bang, that activates the head-to-head tiebreaker, which is what should decide who goes in to the CFP. Because the beauty of sports is that we all have opinions. All of us have opinions on, oh, this team is better than that team. this player is better than this player. I mean, how many times do we debate who's the greatest NFL team of all time? Or would the 73-win Warriors beat the 1995-96 Chicago Bulls? We all have these opinions and debate them. We've all sat at bars debating them. We've all sat at school lunch tables debating them. But at the end of the day, none of that stuff matters because there's a way to determine in sports who should move on and who should advance. A scoreboard. And back on Labor Day weekend, the scoreboard read, Miami 27, Notre Dame 24. End of story. And what really interests me the most about why this was even a conversation to begin with, other than to add some dramatics to the television product, but Notre Dame's best data points the entire season, when you look at their resume, their best data points were losses. What kind of sport is that where we're saying, wow, that's a beautiful loss. Welcome to the college football playoff. Like, why should that get in? Like, I just talked about Alabama. They got blasted against Georgia. However, they beat third-ranked Georgia in Athens. They beat 14th-ranked Vanderbilt, and they won the SEC regular season. So that seems like a pretty good resume. Like, you still need to win your way into the college football playoff. Scheduling two tough teams and losing to them to where then all of a sudden you just run the table against cupcakes. Like, their best win was against USC. I said all season, I've watched damn near every single USC game because I bet Jaden Mayava to win the Heisman Trophy. USC is not good. They're not. And anytime they have to leave the Pacific time zone, they're actually terrible. That's their best win. That's not going to get you to the CFP. And you can say, well, Femi, Miami lost to SMU. They lost to Louisville. Yeah, but they beat Notre Dame. So what? Like, you must win your way into the CFP. Notre Dame never did that. They didn't meet the requirement. The committee, although the process was rather poor, and I think that's why Notre Dame's all upset because the week-to-week rankings, Notre Dame was always high. They were always up there. There was always a gap between them and Miami. So Notre Dame fell for it. They got hoodwinked. They got bamboozled. The process stunk out loud. But the result, which is what matters most, was absolutely correct by the College Football Committee. So I know people got smoked for the committee. I don't. Because like I said, if I was the person that had all the power to determine who the 12-team playoff was going to be and who would be in, I would have come up with the same exact bracket. They got the right teams in there. I don't care that Notre Dame is power rated like the third best team in the country. Take the power ratings and shove them where the sun don't shine. Like, it doesn't matter. Results on the field are what matter most. And in Notre Dame's big spots, they lost the games. See you later. See you next year, Fighting Irish. Or when you look at their schedule next year, they lose a couple games, we're going to be right back here having the same damn conversation. Now, that's not the only crazy part about what we saw from the College Football Playoff Committee. Boy, we got takes on college football. This is a lot of fun. I don't know how we got here. Well, I do know how we got here, but it's still absurd. 2 group of 5 teams in the 12-team college football playoff, thanks to Duke winning the ACC. This should not have happened. like this should not have happened whatsoever. And Mike Brown doing a great job right now putting up the CFP bracket for those of you who are watching on YouTube or Twitch. We have it up there. 2 group of 5 teams in the college. Due to the bylaws of the playoff, this is how it all played out. Now, to me, it's pretty clear that the 12-team CFP bracket, the format, was built for the Power 5 era back when the Pac-12 used to exist, RIP West Coast football. But now we have the Power 4 era, which means we have a group of 5 team that will always be in. But because of these funky ACC tiebreakers that robbed us of seeing a more capable team in the ACC title game, we now have an ACC team as a conference champion with 5 losses. Of course, you can never take that team to the CFP. Miami should have been playing for the ACC title game. And if Miami wins the ACC, that's the ACC's bid. And guess what? Notre Dame or Texas or Vandy, one of those teams would have been in the CFP. But nope. The tiebreaker said, we got to have Duke and Virginia. And Miami's going to have to go in via the at-large route. And luckily for Miami, they got in there. But the conferences are just way too big. We cannot have Duke versus Virginia in the ACC. And I think because I'm not a guy that likes to just kind of dunk on the group of 5. I do think the group of 5 deserves a spot with some ramification. Because when we all thought about, hey, let's let a G5 team make it, I mean, we're all thinking about like those Chris Peterson Boise teams, or the Urban Meyer Alex Smith Utah team, or the undefeated UCF team with the Griffin twins. Like, that's what we were thinking about when we were saying Group of Five deserves a spot at the table. We're not thinking about a 2-loss Tulane from the American. I'm sorry. Like no shade toward the Green Wave and John Summerall and all that, but nobody's thinking about 2-loss Tulane or a 12-1 James Madison that looked like absolute garbage in the Sun Belt title game against Troy. No one's thinking about that team making the CFP. It's more like the Sauce Gardner Cincinnati team, the Desmond Ritter Cincinnati team. That's what we're thinking about, not this. So, like, one G5 team, I get it. And Boise State, last year Tyler put Boise State in the chat. Like, at least Boise State was undefeated. They were like a quality team, so it made sense. It doesn't make sense this year. It doesn't. And I don't know if they're going to make some tweaks. I'm sure they will, because nobody wants this with 2 Group of 5 teams making it to the CFP. But man, oh man, like, they got to do something, because this can never happen again. And with the ACC being what it is, the how big the conference is and how bad the conference is, I don't think this is like a random one-off. Like, this could be a thing that happens, not maybe every year, but maybe every so often, enough to where we're all annoyed by 2 Group of 5 teams benefiting from one of the Power 4 conferences not holding up their end of the bargain. Which leads me to the last point. And this one's more of a celebratory point than anything. Shout out to the Indiana Hoosiers, man. The Indiana Hoosiers are the #1 ranked team in the country in football. Never thought those words would ever come out of my mouth. Indiana beats Ohio State 13-10 in the Big Ten title game. I thought the Buckeyes blew the game, to be quite honest. Like, Ryan Day, I don't know what you're doing. 4th and 1 at the 5, 4th and 1 from the 9, not able to come up with any points. But credit Indiana. Kurt Cignetti, what he's done in 2 short years in Bloomington is nothing short of remarkable. And he has an awesome team that's a legitimate national title contender, and they're led by the Heisman Trophy winner, Fernando Mendoza. It hasn't been announced yet, but it will be announced Saturday night as Heisman Mendoza got it done against the Buckeyes. On the other side, we'll be joined by Nick Costos with his thoughts on the Chiefs' loss to the Houston Texans.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
The BetMGM Network presents to you the most unique show in sports.
This show kicks ass. Oh, hell yeah.
A show so unapologetically original, it needs its own word to describe it. Wagertainment.
Money won is twice as sweet as money earned.
Featuring the prop king himself, Nick Costos.
For anyone else says, oh, he's exaggerating, he's prisoner of the moment. First off, shut up. This is the National Football League. This is not the Big 12. This is not Pop Warner. An absolute disgrace, an atrocity, an affront. One of the most disgraceful performances that I have ever seen in 35 years watching National Football League football.
This is You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
What's up, everybody? Happy and merry, magnificent Football Monday to you and yours. This is You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Nick Costos, Femi Abebefe, our crew, and you here on the Odyssey app, on SiriusXM, on YouTube, on Twitch, on radio stations nationwide. We are in your hearts and in your minds as we bring you the fastest show in all of Wagertainment. Talking all things sports betting. The show presented today and always by BetMGM. Make it legendary by downloading the BetMGM app and visiting BetMGM.com. Coming up today on the show, the college football playoff is set. We are going to give you our bets, our early bets and thoughts on all the games coming up in round number one. We're going to give you our pick on who is going to win the national championship this year in college football. And I'm going to tell everybody why Notre Dame currently resembles a lovesick teenager that can't log off social media. College football coming your way next hour here on You Better You Bet. And in the final hour, the power hour of the show, it's going to be all our bets for tonight in the world of sports. We will hit you with a little NBA. All the good college basketball games are tomorrow. And there are some good college basketball games tomorrow. Not really so much today, so maybe we can scrounge something up for you. Maybe Frozen Femi has laced up the skates and is hitting the ice. I haven't, just being honest with everybody. But we will give you a thorough accounting of Chargers-Eagles tonight, Monday Night Football in Los Angeles. We will hit you with thoughts on the side. We will hit you with thoughts on the total. We will hit you with props. Omarion Hampton, this announced literally moments ago. Chargers rookie running back Omarion Hampton, activated off injured reserve. He will play tonight for the Chargers against the Eagles, so that broke moments ago. Not a huge surprise, but the move that had to be made has been made. Omarion Hampton activated off injured reserve for the Los Angeles Chargers, and we are expecting Justin Herbert to play tonight for the Chargers with that fractured left hand. Had surgery 1 week ago today. He is listed in all the prop markets. The betting market for the game certainly indicates that it's not going to be Trey Lance. So we will bring that to you when we get it official that Justin Herbert is going to play. But that is like the clear assumption right now is that Justin Herbert is going to go tonight for LA. The Chargers did not elevate a quarterback from their practice squad per NFL media insider Ian Rappaport. So we will discuss the Eagles and the Chargers in full detail, where there will be more Eagles fans than Chargers fans tonight in Los Angeles, almost certainly. So our side thoughts, our total thoughts, our props, Femi's Island first touchdown scorers, and today's social question. What is your best bet? You, the listener, you, the viewer, your best bet for the Eagles and the Chargers? You can type it in the YouTube chat. You can type it in the Twitch chat. You can tweet me at the Costos. You can tweet Femi at Femi Abebefe. You can tweet us at You Better You Bet. Bill Zimmerman will read the best responses poorly later in the show, and downtown Mike Brown will put your name in lights. We know you're betting the game. What is your best bet? Let us know We'll talk about them at the end of the show here on this Monday. And we officially now begin Magnificent Football Monday. And we begin with Sunday Night Football. As the Houston Texans beat the Kansas City Chiefs, the once mighty Kansas City Chiefs, my Kansas City Chiefs, by the score of 20-10. Kansas City, after the loss last night, is now 6-7. I had so many people tweeting me the stupid meme. I'm like, I don't dislike it because like it's just the people having fun, the 6-7 thing. Just like when is enough enough? Like when can we as a society when can we move on to something else? I'm being serious. I'm not saying I dislike it. I'm a big proponent of if you like something, God bless you. As long as it's not like, like murder or like sexual assault or like racism or something that's inherently bad or evil. As long as you like something, who the hell cares? Like maybe you think Friends is the greatest sitcom ever, which would be a take that outs you as a raving total lunatic moron. Perhaps that's your thought. But you know what? You can have that opinion. It's okay. Just, can we move on? We got Jonathan Vilma saying it every 10 seconds in the Fox booth. Like, everyone's doing these veiled references to this. Can we just move on, please? And I'm not saying people can't enjoy it. Just like, is there something else on the horizon we can look forward to? Whatever happened, everyone's talking about 6-7. Here's what I want to know. Whatever happened to 6-9? Answer. Oh man, I got a great punchline here. I don't know if I should say it. It involves the wedding ring I have on my finger. So I'm just going to move on. But let me tell you, I got a great punchline for this here. We're just going to leave that alone. The Chiefs are 6-7. And you look, I just got to tell you, man. We'll leave that one alone. The Kansas City Chiefs are, it's a good line. The Kansas City Chiefs are 6-7. So are the Miami Dolphins. I mean, God almighty. You had told me, think about what I was saying about the Dolphins before the year. Hey, hey, Nick, heading into week 15 in the NFL, your Super Bowl pick, and the Dolphins will have the same record. I would have said, what was the make and model of the car that hit Patrick Mahomes that knocked him out for the season? Like, what virus did Patrick Mahomes contract? Did he contract the Galvatron variant of COVID that Tyler Morales has been sick with for 3 weeks now, and he's been out for so long? What did Dan Marino come? It's like 1984 Dan Marino starting here for the Miami Dolphins. How's this possible? And at this moment right now, I feel like Ron Burgundy in Anchorman. I'm in a glass case of emotion. And I got so many different emotions coursing through my body right now. And it's not just that coffee I slugged down before the show. So many different conflicting emotions. There's my emotion as a sports bettor. And my emotion associated as a sports bettor with the 6-7 Kansas City Chiefs after last night's game. I'm pissed. I'm mad. I'm mad at this team. And the reason why I'm mad at the Kansas City Chiefs, it would be one thing if you watch these games and they suck and they're bad and they're just getting outclassed by the opposition. I'd be able to deal with that. I have been betting on sports for 20, like I'm legal. Like I can drink. My sports betting career can drink. I've been betting since 2004, 21 years. 21 years. I've made plenty of bets over the years. Plenty of futures bets, bets that have lost, that have crashed and burned. Your boy has seen it all. And it's one thing when you make a futures bet like Kansas City to win the Super Bowl and the team just stinks and you know that team is DOA. DED dead, DUN done, absolutely, as Vince McMahon's theme song would have you believe. No chance, no chance in hell you've got. That's not the Chiefs. They don't suck. They're not bad. They just can't get out of their own way, and it is inexplicable, and it's maddening to watch. Every Sunday, Monday, Thanksgiving, I can't even enjoy a damn holiday without this team ruining it for me and my futures positions. I gotta watch the Kansas City Chiefs lose games, not because they suck, but because they keep making unforced error after unforced error. And it's all the principals that are doing it. This is not like it's some scrub receiver that's fumbling the ball at the end of the game. No. This is the future first ballot Hall of Fame tight end who has cost the Chiefs 3 games this season. 3 games. 2 focused on podcasts. 2 focused on cover shoots, like cosplaying as the late, great Scott Hall, a.k.a. Razor Ramon. Say hello to the bad guy. He is the bad guy. Only bad people cost other people money. Travis Kelce. Oh, week 1. Runs the wrong route in Brazil and injures Xavier Worthy. Yeah, his head's in the game. Literally, like, second snap of the year. Let me run the wrong route and injure our first-round pick from last year. Great job. Chiefs lose. Week 2 against the Eagles. About to score a touchdown to take the lead instead, but ricochets off his chest into the arms of Andrew Makuba. Chiefs lose that game to the Eagles. And then, last night, in the waning moments, back-to-back plays. Mahomes puts it right on the money, and Travis Kelce can't catch. He can't catch. But hey, everybody, don't worry, because on New Heights this week, tune in as Travis Kelce talks to Governor of Minnesota, Tim Walz, for a wide-ranging conversation. Can't wait. Travis Kelce will ask Tim Walz about the Somali population in Minneapolis. Nope, so it's okay. Don't worry. He can't catch the ball in the big spots. But listen, the podcast is going to do huge numbers. It's okay, everybody. No worries. It's okay. Future first ballot Hall of Famer, Travis Kelce. And I'm not saying that to insult him. He is a future first ballot Hall of Famer. He's the second best tight end of my lifetime behind only Rob Gronkowski. He's unbelievable. He's an all-time great. Can't get out of his own way. How about Andy Reid? I'm going to say, I don't mean what I'm about to say. But listen, I'm emotional right now, and I'm mad. So I'm going to say it. But I know enough to know that this isn't true, and I mean that. This is like, what if Andy Reid never had Patrick Mahomes? This is like Eagles Andy Reid. What if he never had Patrick? Does he ever win? Does he ever win a Super Bowl if he doesn't have Patrick Mahomes? Ever. I mean, could I coach the Chiefs to a Super Bowl win with Patrick Mahomes? I'm not saying I could. I'm also not saying I couldn't. Andy Reid blew the Thanksgiving game in Dallas for Kansas City with terrible decision-making. And then, last night, our listeners, our viewers, I've been consistent for over a decade on this. For as long as I've been talking about the NFL in the media, 2013, when I started doing content, right? I believe, this makes me sound like way more important than I am. I have been on the forefront of demanding coaches to be more aggressive during games. I'm not that important, but I have been saying it for a long time, and you know that. For the 6 years, 7 football seasons that this show has been on the air, I've been a proponent of coaches being more aggressive. Have I not? Andy Reid's decision to go for that 4th and 1 from his own 31 at the start of the 4th quarter was, I think, the craziest decision that any coach has made this entire season. And that includes Brian Callahan literally not knowing the rules of professional football and losing his job. It was indefensible. I don't care that your quarterback's Patrick Mahomes. The Texans' offense couldn't get a damn first down. Couldn't move the ball at all. And you hand them the ball in field goal range at a tie game, and of course they end up taking the lead. I don't know what the hell he was thinking. This has been an F season for Andy Reid. The offense lacks imagination. They can't run the ball. It is absolutely terrible. And that's what's so hard for me to wrap my head around with this team. That it's not that they suck. They don't. They're good. They just can't. They can't not. They're cheddar bobbing it. Shoot yourself in the foot over and over again. On the other side, I've got some more emotion to share about the Kansas City Chiefs. And you want your pound of flesh from Nick Costos? Be careful what you wish for. You just might get it.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary.
10. Texans bring 4. Mahomes getting it out. Kelsey couldn't hang on. And Alshire has the interception.
You're tuned in to You Better You Bet with Nick Costos and the crew on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary.
Mike Tirico, Chris Collinsworth, who put on a masterclass last night on the call of the game. What we are witnessing in real time with the possible dissolution of the Chiefs dynasty, they were magnificent. Travis Kelce can't hold on to the ball, intercepted, doesn't talk to the media after the game, but that's okay. Tune in to New Heights this week as Travis and Jason Kelce talk to Sydney Sweeney about her ill-fated American Eagle ad. Wow, gonna be riveting, everybody. Who needs to catch the ball? No problem. That's okay. Spotify said they have a great... No worries, everybody. Football, unimportant. Everything else of significant importance. So yeah, as a sports bettor, I'm mad, man. Mostly because I'm going to lose some money here on the Kansas. And bet responsibly, please. So if the Chiefs don't make the playoffs, I'm still okay. Please bet responsibly. The other emotion that I'm feeling, as I talked about, as a sports bettor, I'm angry. As a sports fan, a lifelong sports fan, a diehard sports fan, which I'm guessing many of you in the audience are, I'm kind of in awe watching this. And let's not minimize the situation, and let's not mince words. What we are watching unfold in real time does feel like the potential end of a dynasty. The end of an era. The period at the end of a long sentence. It does feel that way. Now, I was really personally wrapped up in this result, but I do think that it has some parallels, potentially, and we'll see what happens moving forward, right? It feels a little bit like the Yankees losing to the Diamondbacks in 2001, which, for me, just as a Yankee fan, is still my worst ever loss. Like losing to the Red Sox in 2004, down 3-0, or up 3-0 and blowing that and losing 4-3. That sucked. The worst one was losing to the Diamondbacks after 9/11 in the 2001 World Series. It kind of feels a little bit like that. Like the end of an era. Like the New England Patriots and Tom Brady throwing that pick six to Logan Ryan in the Patriots-Titans wildcard game in 2019. Or like when my buddy Rip Hamilton, is he a felon or not yet? Chauncey, like mafia-related poker player Chauncey Billups and the Detroit Pistons beat the Lakers in 2004 to basically end the Kobe-Shaq era for all intents and purposes. Shaq would go on to Miami, obviously, to play for the Heat. And how huge that is. How, we've spent years now, literally the entire time that this show's been on the air. You Better You Bet launches in 19. That's the first year the Chiefs win with Mahomes, beat the Niners in that Super Bowl. The whole time that this show's been on the air, the Kansas City Chiefs have ruled the roost. They've dominated. They've been tremendous. And now, 6-7. And a big favorite to miss the postseason. And you're seeing Kelce screw it up. You're seeing Reed screw it up. And I don't want to absolve Patrick Mahomes, who I think has had a couple bad games this season. The Denver one stands out. I mean, last night, the Chiefs are down to their third left tackle, another backup tackle, a backup guard against the best defense in the league. Mahomes is under pressure. I'm not trying to make excuses for him. This has not been a classically great Patrick Mahomes season, but he's far from the problem, I think. I don't think he was the problem last night. Rashee Rice can't catch the ball. Got lit up by Jalen Petrie earlier in the game. You don't think that hit, like that nearly decleated him, impacted Rashee Rice's ability to catch the ball over the middle of the field the rest of the game? Just as an aside, remember Travis Kelce's free 4 shirt? What a disaster this season has been for the Kansas City Chiefs. Tyquan Thornton can't hold on to a touchdown. There's so many culprits to blame here. And it feels like it's ending. for the Kansas City Chiefs. And last night on social media, oh, baby, the pitchforks were out. The angry mob was circling. And they were after your boy, Nicky K. They want their pound of flesh. Nick, when will you admit that the Kansas City Chiefs suck? When will you admit it's over for the Kansas City Chiefs? And I thought long and hard about it. Brutal stretch of football. Another loss last night in a high-profile spot. And I thought to myself, what a wonderful world. And I thought to myself, maybe you're all right. And yet, the Los Angeles Chargers tonight are home underdogs against the Philadelphia Eagles. Betting market says the Chargers are more likely to lose than win. Next week, the Chiefs host the Chargers. These are facts. Nothing I'm saying is made up, right? Here are some more facts. Daniel Jones blew out his Achilles yesterday. And it sucks for him and it sucks for the Colts. We'll get to them in a little bit. How's that Sauce Gardner trade looking? No, Jones might not be ready for next year. Anthony Richardson's not going to be activated this week, and Riley Leonard's hurt. Feels bad for Indianapolis. Hey, at least they have their first round. They don't? Or next year? They don't have that one either? Okay. Daniel Jones is out for the season. Here's the Chargers' schedule rest of season. Tonight against the Eagles, at the Chiefs, at the Cowboys, home Houston, at Denver. Here's the Chiefs' schedule. Home Chargers will certainly be favored. At Tennessee, I almost couldn't say that without laughing. Home Denver on Christmas night. Be favored in that game. The Packers are 2 or 2.5 point road favorites at Denver this weekend. The Chiefs are going to be favored against the Broncos in that game. And then at the Raiders in the final game of the season where that could be AOC or Kenny Pickett starting for Vegas. Probably will be. Is everybody sure the Chiefs are going to miss the playoffs? Are you sure? If the Chargers lose tonight and the Chiefs beat them next week, Kansas City will be 7-7 and the Chargers will be 8-6. They'll be one game back. And think about the schedule after that. Chiefs at Tennessee, home Denver, at Raiders. Chargers at Cowboys, home Houston, at Denver. Who has an easier schedule? Does anyone think the Colts are making the playoffs? Really? Are you sure? Are you sure the Chiefs are going to miss? I'm not going to come on the show today and tell you that the Chiefs are winning the AFC. Although I will say the price is huge and I might bet it. Literally during the next break. I might. I'm not going to do the Chiefs are the best team because candidly, do I think they'll beat the Chargers? Yes. Also, I'm convinced that they will in every game and they never win. They always lose. And I'm the idiot. And I know that. Until I see the dead body, until I see it, I'm not going to believe it. I am doubting Thomas right now. I need to see it. This is getting biblical. It's getting weird. I need to see it before I believe it. You want me to say that the Chiefs are done? Not today. What Sirio Farrell said to Arya Stark in season 1 of Game of Thrones. What do we say to death? Not today. What does Nick Costo say to the angry mob that wants him to denounce the Kansas City Chiefs? Not today. bitches. Let's talk in a week, and let's see where we're at. Hell, let's talk tomorrow and see where we're at. And if the Chargers can get it done tonight against the Philadelphia Eagles, you bet on this Monday. So there was a winner in the game last night with the Texans and the Chiefs. That winner was the Houston Texans. And do I think Kansas City absolutely aided Houston in winning the game? I do. Do I think that takes away from what the Texans have accomplished over the last 5 weeks on this 5-game winning streak? I don't. I guess maybe a little bit, just in terms of last night. But the Texans are awesome. And Femi was on this first. Bet them to win the AFC South at a huge price prior to the Thursday night win against the Buffalo Bills. So Houston's got it going on right now. And if you're one of these box score monkeys who's just like, oh, well, see, like clapping like a seal, they show, oh, well, CJ Stroud 15 of 31. Oh. Completed 50% of his passes. Did you watch the game? Should we throw you a Frankfurter to occupy your attention? CJ Stroud went 15 of 31 passing last night. I would need to see the rest of the 15 for 31 passing games in the history of the league to know this for sure. It has to be the best game a quarterback's ever played in the NFL, going 15 for 31. Big throw after big throw. And think about where we were with CJ Stroud at some points this season, when the offensive line couldn't block, and Nick Caley, the offensive coordinator, looked like the second coming of Bobby Slowick, and no, that's not a good thing. When we were having the conversation, and it's not just us on this show, other smart people are having it, are the Texans going to have a decision to make on CJ Stroud and his fifth-year option with how poorly this is going? And yeah, they won the division last year, and they did win a playoff game last year, but no one thought that, was anyone excited about the Texans following that? I wasn't. That's why I bet the Jaguars to win the AFC South. I can't believe I might get that bet home. Crazy. CJ Stroud has answered all the questions. Awesome second half last week against Indianapolis. Was tap dancing in the pocket like Fred Astaire in the first half, coming off the concussion, missing 3 games. And I thought he made big throw after big throw. He looked like young Patrick Mahomes last night in the game. Extending plays, running for first downs, and just back-breaking throws on third downs, including a couple to my guy, Jaden Higgins. And when you pair that with the stud receiver Nico Collins, an offensive line that at least is playing below average to average football, which is a massive upgrade over worst offensive line we've ever seen, and you couple it with the best defense in football, controlled violence at all 3 levels. This is not just the Will Anderson and Danielle Hunter show. I mean, Lassiter's unbelievable. What a game by Kamari Lassiter last night. Interception, punched the ball out of Tyquan Thornton's hands. Stingley's obviously a stud. Petrie's a stud. Bullock's a stud. Alshire's a stud. The monsters everywhere. Think about the AFC and the current playoff picture. Do I think the Chiefs can make the playoffs? I do. But right now, they're on the outside looking in. Do I think the Ravens can make the playoffs? I do. But they're on the outside looking in right now. So we might have an AFC postseason where there's one quote-unquote elite quarterback, one quote-unquote alien quarterback in the postseason, and it's Josh Allen and the Buffalo Bills, who the Houston Texans just handled and sacked 8 times a couple weeks ago. You might have a postseason, and we're not there yet, but you might have a postseason where here's Bo Nix going up against the Texans defense in a playoff game. Here's Trevor Lawrence going up against the Texans defense in a plan. I know Lawrence played decently against Houston this year. Let's see what happens in a playoff game, right? Here's, oh my God, Aaron Rodgers. They'll have to peel him off the turf with the spatula if the Steelers play the Texans. Drake May? I love Drake May. You know I love Drake May. I love Drake May more than Patriots fans love Drake May. I bet the Patriots to make the playoffs and go over the win total. I love the Drake. We haven't seen him in a postseason game. There's a case to be made that the best bet on the board right now, out of teams that are in it, that the best bet on the board right now to win the AFC, I can't believe I'm saying this. And there's a longer, broader conversation to be had about that point that I can't believe I'm saying this when we talk about the Packers and Bears. We'll do that on the other side. It's the Houston Texans. The NFL season is long and full of many twists and many turns. Speaking of the Buffalo Bills and Josh Allen, the seas may be parting. We'll get to that and Green Bay's win over Chicago next to wrap up hour number 1.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary.
2 touchdowns, no picks. He's pressured. He's got a ton of room. There goes Josh Allen through the snow into the end zone. Touchdown Bills.
You're tuned in to You Better You Bet with Nick Costos and the crew on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary.
Joe Davis with the call yesterday on Fox as the Bills beat the Cincinnati Bengals 39-35 in what was a very entertaining and very strange game in Western New York. We'll get to that and the Packers and the Bears coming up in a moment, but we got to tell you about our show sponsor first at BetMGM. Because you've thought out the parlay, now it's time to boost it. Use today's Odds Boost token on any pro football same-game parlay and grab a bigger payout if you win. Make it legendary with BetMGM. Download the app, and please gamble responsibly. And don't forget to download and subscribe to You Better You Bet in podcast form. Check out Femi's hour of the show, reacted to the college football playoff. Femi and I will do just that next hour, give you our initial bets for round number 1 and who we think is going to win the national championship. You know, there are instances in sports where you think about teams that in order for them to get over the hump, needed something to happen. And by need something to happen, I mean needed a specific team to lose. In baseball, the one that always comes to mind for me is when the Mets finally got to the World Series in 2000 and lost to my Yankees in the Subway Series. The Cardinals beat the Braves in the divisional series. Like, the Mets could never beat the Braves. And they didn't have to beat the Braves in order to get to the World Series in 2000. Think about the 2 Super Bowls that the Steelers got to, or the 3 Super Bowls that the Steelers got to, when they never had to play the New England Patriots, right? 2005, Ben Roethlisberger's second year. The Broncos beat the Patriots. Steelers beat the Broncos in the AFC title game. 2008, Tom Brady tears his ACL in the first game of the season. Bernard Pollard and the Kansas City Chiefs. Even 2010 when they lost to the Packers. Like, that's the Bart Scott can't wait game when the Jets beat New England in Foxborough. How about Brett Favre and the Green Bay Packers could never beat Troy Aikman and Femi's Dallas Cowboys in the 90s. And when they finally got to the Super Bowl and beat the Patriots, they didn't have to beat Dallas to get there. No. They had to beat Kerry Collins and the second year Carolina Panthers. Green Bay couldn't beat Dallas. The Steelers couldn't beat the Patriots. LeBron James can't beat his hairline. So many instances throughout the years in the world of sports. It's possible that we could get to the end of the season this year and say that this is Buffalo's year. That this is actually, at least to win the AFC. Think about it, right? And I've been consistent that I don't think the Bills are going to win a Super Bowl with Sean McDermott as the head coach. Do I think Josh Allen can win one? Definitely. Once they get a new head coach. But if it were going to happen, I can be wrong. I'm wrong all the time. Maybe not yesterday when I basically got everything right in the NFL, which doesn't happen often. So allow me to victory lap it, please. If it were going to be any year, I think it'd be this year for Buffalo, where Josh Allen, as it stands right now, will be by far the best quarterback entering the AFC playoffs. Doesn't mean that Drake May can't perform better, or Stroud, or Lawrence, or whomever. But entering the postseason, it feels like this could be Buffalo's year. I would never pick the Bills to win the Super Bowl because I don't trust their defense. And I think whoever comes out of the end, like, imagine how many points would the Rams score on the Bills defense? Come on. How many points would the Packers score on the Bills defense? Like, give me a break here, right? Like, let's be fair. But could the Bills get there? If the Chiefs are in the tournament, I say no way. I'll give the Bills a little bit of a fighting shot here. If Kansas City's going to be out, I'm not convinced they will be. But if they are, you can make the case for Buffalo. You actually really can. And I don't know if Femi and I will talk about this on the show later, but, you know, you, the listener and the viewer, you might say that I am inhaling copium when I say that it's not over yet for the Chiefs. Maybe you're right. Femi spent like a minute on the phone earlier today saying that it's still not over. It's funny. It's actually funny. He meant it, though. And I I still think the Chiefs can do it. So, I mean, I'm probably, you can laugh at me too. Femi still thinks it's not over for the Bengals. We're 4-9. Well, let me tell you, if not for those two hideous interceptions that Joe Burrow threw, the Bengals would have won. Yes. And if my aunt had the male anatomy, she'd be my uncle. Like, sorry, he threw the picks. They lost. They have 9 losses. Like, they're probably done. Just saying. For the Cincinnati Bengals. You bet on this Monday. All right. Packers and Bears. Oh, my. And just, there have been a couple instances this year where we come on the show on a Monday and we're disappointed with the quality of play on a Sunday. We love football, right? We watch everything no matter what. We'll never stop. We are hopelessly addicted. Love football. Yesterday was great. A great day of games. And I think the best game all day yesterday, and I think it was one of the best games of the entire season. You could make a case it was the best game of the season. Green Bay 28, Chicago 21. Bitter rivals, bitter cold, frozen tundra of Lambeau Field, an incredibly physical game where these two teams were trying to beat the snot out of each other. Like Kyle Monangai hit Edgerrin Cooper so hard on a run play that you could literally see the paint chipped off his helmet. This was a magnificent sporting event. This is what the Brits would call masterpiece theater. And theater would be spelled with an E, and with an E instead of with an R. This was masterpiece theater last night. Ending with Keyshawn Nixon's interception at the end of the game. He is not a crook. And Keyshawn Nixon got to give like a really weird quote post-game, asked about what it meant to him, and he said, I do this bleep for me. Okay. Kind of like came at an, all right. That's fine, Keyshawn Nixon. That's really great. I want to start with the Chicago Bears. We'll get to the Packers. This to me felt like, and like I'm a big brother, right? I have a little sister. But, I mean, I have a lot of friends who, like male friends who had brothers. And I would see this play out. And you can also, like, do this analogy with, like, I remember when I played my dad in basketball for the first time and, like, came actually somewhat close to beating him in a basketball game. Or if you're someone out there listening, like a guy, or I guess he's worked with females also, but I think guys are dumber and get involved in physical altercations more, right? Where, like, little brother gets into a fight with big brother, right? And for the first time in their lives, little brother actually comes close to winning the fight or the wrestling match or whatever it is. But big brother still wins. But afterwards, big brother can say whatever he wants and can peacock around and strut around like he won. But he knows deep down, little brother going to be a problem soon. And little brother has earned that measure of respect. The Chicago Bears right now are still little brother to the Green Bay Packers. But in 2 weeks, maybe they won't be. My favorite sports book ever, and I've said this on the show many times, No Medals for Trying by Jerry Eisenberg, chronicling the 1989 New York Football Giants. And I think it's a great expression for sports and for life. Got no medals for trying. Gotta win. I guess it's a bad alleg. I wouldn't want my daughter thinking that way. Now that I'm a dad, it kind of changes the way I think about things. But in sports, it absolutely tracks, right? No medals for trying. You got to go out there and you got to win. So for the Bears, you get no medals for being in the game until the very end. But I'll tell you what, I feel differently about the Chicago Bears today than I did 24 hours ago. They stood toe-to-toe with the Packers in Lambeau and came out in that second half. They got outplayed thoroughly in the first half, and Caleb Williams was bad in the first half and totally turned it around. Another Ben Johnson second half masterpiece for Chicago. And if Caleb Williams, like, kind of like blew it at the end on that play where I think he had three avenues to either get a first down or score a touchdown and threw an interception. Besides for that play, he's terrific in the second half. He's great. And the Bears ran it down their throats. I don't think Chicago's ready for prime time yet as far as like getting to the Super Bowl. I don't think so. And I don't think they're as good as Green Bay. But they're going to be a problem. Like, they're here. Like, little brother's here, and little brother's maybe like a summer away from coming back for the start of the next school year with like a little mustache ready to kick your ass. They're percolating. They're almost here. And for Bears fans, I'll say this. Bears bettors, like I think you bet the Bears to win the NFC, like you're going to lose that bet, I think. You're a Bears fan, though. I think you got to feel pretty good about where things are at. And as for Green Bay, the point that I was making to end the last segment, and I think it's important for sports bettors and sports fans, but really more so sports bettors, to really absorb what I'm about to say. And this is not me preaching to you or talking down to you, because I make this mistake all the time. All the time. Every year. And Ken and I used to talk about it on the show during every football season. Because there comes a point in every football season when you really realize just how long this son of a bitch actually is. And how many different versions of teams you will see throughout the course of a 4-month regular season, an 18-week regular season. And I think back to 4 games. The Packers have won 4 straight games, right? The game prior to that was the Monday night loss at home to the Eagles. And the game prior to that was the inexplicable home loss to the Carolina Panthers. When I came on the show, the Tuesday after the Packers lost that game Monday night to the Eagles, and I declared the Packers are off the list. Whatever the list is, Super Bowl contender, legit threat, off the list. I'll say it. Like, that looks pretty stupid right now. Now, in the moment, it felt great. But what I failed to consider in that moment is that the season's really, really long. And yes, Christian Watson coming back helps, and Jaden Reed coming back has helped, obviously. And you saw that manifest itself yesterday in the win for Green Bay. But I mean, there are many instances where you don't just need guys coming back from injury. It's just the season's so long. So I'll wear the L on. That's a bad take by me. I'll tell you, it was good radio at the time, but it was a bad take by me. Because the Packers are absolutely a Super Bowl contender. So I'm way wrong on that one from about a month ago. Jordan Love's playing great. Watson's emerged. Jaden Reed's back. I'll still take the Rams right now as the best team in the NFC. We could certainly have a conversation that it's the Green Bay Packers. We'll get to the Steelers and the Ravens and the rest of NFL Week 14 later in the show, but on the other side, the college football playoff is here. We've got reactions and we've got bets. Next.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
The biggest names in the business are friends of the program here on You Better You Bet.
The great Iron Eagle.
Nick and Femi are such close friends. I would even consider getting divorced, even though I'm very happily married, just to get remarried, to have them as groomsmen. That's how much they mean to me.
Hey everyone, it's Brian Anderson of TNT Sports, and you are listening to the great Rick and Jimmy. And these two are such close friends. And excuse me, Nick and Femi. Better bet. You should bet. No, you better bet now. You better you bet. Nick and Femi, you better you bet. My favorites.
This is You Better You Bet, brought to you by BetMGM on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
The magnificent Football Monday edition of You Better You Bet rolls on. Nick Costos, Femi Abebefe, our crew, and you here on the BetMGM Network. First hour of the show devoted to the National Football League, devoted to the Kansas City Chiefs losing last night to the Houston Texans. Why I think the Chiefs are not done yet. We're nearing that time. We're getting there, but it's not over yet. Let's see what happens tonight with the Eagles and the Chargers. Still a path forward for Kansas City, with Daniel Jones tearing his Achilles, out for the season for the Colts. With the Chargers' brutal schedule to close, not impossible that the Chiefs can get into the postseason. Why the Houston Texans could be the most dangerous team in the AFC. If C.J. Stroud's going to play like this and the defense is as good as it has been, no reason why the Texans can't be a legitimate threat in January. Why the seas seem to be parting for Josh Allen and the Buffalo Bills, if indeed the Chiefs miss the postseason. And why I was impressed with both teams yesterday in Green Bay's win over the Chicago Bears. We will get to the Steelers and the Ravens coming up later in the show. And we will talk about Shedeur Sanders, Kevin Stefanski, and the Cleveland Browns later in the show. And I will defend Shedeur Sanders. And I very much look forward to doing that because Kevin Stefanski embarrassed himself yesterday with some of his play calling and decision-making in Cleveland's home loss to the Tennessee Titans. All our bets for tonight, Monday Night Football, Eagles and the Chargers coming up at the end of the show. As it stands right now, Philly, a 2.5-point road favorite, total 41.5. We're expecting Justin Herbert to play. Omari and Hampton activated and will play for the Los Angeles Chargers. Let's talk some college football now, though. College football playoff bracket officially revealed. And I always love doing You Better You Bet's countdown to kickoff, whether it was Ken and myself for years in the 4-team playoff era. And then the last couple years, myself and Sam Panayotovich, and check out Sam and Joe on Bet Sweats, weekdays 9 a.m. to noon. Obviously, subscribe to the podcast. I love doing the show every single Sunday, countdown to kickoff. I really love doing it on College Football Playoff Selection Sunday because there's always a question, right? There's always some drama. Is this team going to get in? Is this team going to get left out? And I was actually flabbergasted yesterday on the air when the 10th team was announced. And obviously I have the volume off on my TV because I'm on the air doing the show. And I see the graphic light up. And it's the Miami Hurricanes. And it is not the Notre Dame Fighting Irish. A legitimate stunner that Miami made it over Notre Dame. We'll get to that in a second. 3 big takeaways, though, for me from the college football playoff reveal. And then Femi and I are going to give you our bets and how we see the first round playing out and who we think is going to win the national championship. 3 big takeaways. I want to start with Alabama. Takeaway numero uno. Now, I said this last week on the show, right? Alabama could lose in embarrassing fashion. And the Crimson Tide are making the playoff. When they won the Iron Bowl at Auburn, it was over. Alabama's in the college football playoff. No matter what happens in the SEC title game, Alabama's in. And Alabama gets embarrassed by Georgia. Georgia absolutely wrecks them on Saturday. Wins 28-7. Game never felt like it was in doubt. And Alabama's so banged up. Georgia is too. But Alabama's run this insane gauntlet. It just felt like a wounded animal being put down. Like that. Georgia handled them on Saturday. 28-7. We watched the game, right? Didn't even feel as close as the final score indicates. Georgia beat that ass. And not for 1 second did I think Alabama was going to be out. Not for 1 second. I did an Instagram video. You should follow me there at the Costos. TheKosTos. Also, subscribe to the show in podcast form. Search You Bet. Follow me on Instagram at the Costos. TheKosTos. And what I said in the video is Alabama's in, despite the loss to Georgia. And I got so many people commenting and messaging me. You Alabama fan? No, I'm from New York. Do I look like an Alabama fan? Has anyone looked more like a stereotypical New York, New Jersey a-hole than me? You think I'm an Alabama fan? I grew up in New York, buddy. I don't root for any college football team. I just love the sport. Nick Costos, lifelong Tuscaloosa resident and fan. Like, come on. How could Alabama make it? They have 3 losses. How could Alabama make it? They got destroyed by Georgia. What about BYU? What about Raven? What about BYU? Come on. I know we don't recognize, like in college basketball, regular season champions. Alabama was the SEC regular season champion. They wore their home uniforms in the game on Saturday. Do you really think that the committee was going to take Alabama out of the playoff because they earned the reward of playing in the conference championship game for the biggest conference, the most powerful conference, the best conference in college football that pays everyone's salary along with the Big Ten? And they were going to be out because they lost in the conference championship game? Come on. Get serious. Now, you don't have to like it. This is going to sound like a humble... It is a little bit. But I thought about this before because I said something similar to Femi and Bill on the phone. I got a laugh. This is where I wanted because I hope people do stuff like this. I go to church. Humble brag. I'm holy. So my wife and I go to church, right? And at our church is a Christmas tree, right? And on the Christmas tree are like these cards, right? And you take a card off the tree and it's like you buy a gift for a family in need. And we took a couple yesterday. I'm humble bragging. I'm going to buy lots of gifts for people. Makes me feel good about myself. And my wife and I were talking last night, and my wife said to me, like, it sucks. So everyone, if you have the means to enjoy it, like, not everybody does. I'm being dead serious right now, right? It's awful that there are families that are in need around at any point, much less the holidays. I don't like that. I don't like that that's a reality of life. But it is. It is. You don't have to like the fact that there are hungry people in the world. You don't have to like the fact that your crush is into somebody else or the person that you like just unfollowed you on whatever it is. You don't have to like it. But reality is what reality is, unfortunately, and life's not fair. Alabama, whether you like it or not, was never missing the playoff. And do I think Alabama can win the title? Absolutely not. No. But doesn't matter. They were always making the playoff. That's the first takeaway. You bet on this Monday. Now let's get to Miami and Notre Dame. I have 0.0% issue with Miami making it over Notre Dame. Miami beat Notre Dame. And whether or not I think this is, again, an instance of you can yell at a cloud and be really mad, or you can just accept things for what they are, right? I don't think anyone would argue. And you could give, Mario Cristobal truth serum, Versatarium from, I don't know, where are the Harry Potter nerds on the show? I'm a Harry Potter nerd. And ask Mario Cristobal, hey, who's better, you or Notre Dame? He's going to tell you Notre Dame. Notre Dame's obviously better than Miami. Obviously, Notre Dame's better. But Miami beat them. And it has to matter. You can't have it not matter. Now, we were having the conversation, Femi and I, in the weeks leading up to the to Selection Sunday, that we don't think the committee's going to do it and that Notre Dame's going to make it, and that Notre Dame's better. But, like, if they're going to be, if this is actually what it's going to be, and you're going to compare the two of them, how does Miami not make it? So Miami does make it. And I don't have boo to say about it because Miami beat them. Period. End of story. Now, we can have a conversation about the way that the committee handled it, right? Because the committee did not handle it well. when the first rankings came out of Miami's 18th, coming off the loss to SMU, I believe it was, the committee totally screwed that up. And then had to spend the weeks that followed, like, fixing that mistake. Culminating in, an explanation from Hunter Yurachek, who might as well be speaking like Klingon when he gets up there at these, man, this is a nerdy show today. Might as well be speaking Klingon. Resistance is futile when you're trying to understand what this guy's saying, because it makes no sense. That, well, now that they're next to each other, because we dropped BYU, now we could put the head-to-head comparison to it. Obviously, it makes no sense. I'm not going to try and make it make sense to you. So I always try to say to people, like, arguing with idiots, not that he's an idiot, but like arguing with dumb people, trying to put yourself in the head of like a person who doesn't make any sense. Like, you're not going to be able to make sense of something you can't make sense of. It makes no sense, so let's not try and make sense of it. It makes absolutely zero sense. So Notre Dame does have a gripe for the Irish to be pissed about how this went down, right? They do. I'll tell you what, man. They are what the kids would call crashing out. Big time. They got a condo on their wrist, girl. They're crashing out. Oh, man. And it is, if you're a Notre Dame hater, and I'm not one, it is glorious to see if you hate Notre Dame. They decline a trip to a bowl game. People are up in arms. I say good for them. I don't care that they did that. And Pete Bavacqua, Notre Dame's AD, going on the Dan Patrick Show earlier today and killing the ACC. Because Notre Dame's in the ACC, right, in other sports. Killing the ACC for campaigning so hard for Miami. If you ever, and I really hope this has never been the case for anybody, I hope that everyone out there, that you in your life have never been truly desperate for money, for food, for anything. I'll tell you, in my younger years, I had no money, like no money, and I was desperate. Now, I didn't like break the law or anything, not that you know of, but I'll tell you, man, desperation does funny things to people. And if your life's on the line, you'll say and do anything to save it. Just look at Lorraine Caluzzo from The Sopranos and Google that scene with her and Phil Leotardo. How about those Islander tickets? How about this humidity? You'll say anything in the moment to save your life. The ACC was staring down the barrel of potentially not having a team in the college football playoff. Do you think in that instance, in football, do you think in this instance the ACC cares about Notre Dame in college basketball or in like college baseball or in lacrosse? No. They're in survival mode. They're backs against the wall, gun to the head. They'll say anything to get out of that situation. And if that means pissing off Notre Dame basketball, they're going to piss off Notre Dame basketball. Notre Dame, you got to get over it. Like, I understand that you got led on here, and all of us have been led on at some point in our lives. We've all been. I can tell you this: your boy's been led on, and it's funny because you always reach a point in your life when you realize that you weren't really being led on; you were just stupid, and you couldn't read the tea leaves. This isn't really that, because if you paid attention to these selection shows, it did feel like Notre Dame was in. Betting market told you Notre Dame was in. And when Ken and I were doing the show a couple years ago in the Florida State-Alabama debate when Jordan Travis got hurt, I remember we're on the air and Florida State, yes, Alabama, no, is getting pounded right before the reveal came out. And of course, Bama made it and Florida State didn't. And yesterday, Notre Dame is getting pounded to the yes, Miami's getting bet to the, Bama's getting bet to the no. I talk about people not knowing anything. So that betting market is not indicative of anything. It's fun to talk about. It's fun to look at. It means nothing. Normally, with this, we could say follow the money, and you'll see where things are headed, right, in terms of sports, right, where the money's going. Not in this instance. Not as it concerns teams going to make the college football playoff. So Notre Dame's absolutely got a beef. There's no question about it. And you have got members of the media now saying, cancel the weekly shows. No more ranking shows. They're the committee embarrasses itself. They're leading the kids on. We don't need these shows. To all of these media members, I'm going to try to be really nice here. Like, do you all realize that, like, these shows and the interest around them, like, pays your salary? The drama and the intrigue and the suspense helps pay our salaries, and you want to get rid of it? Really? I want more. I want like 3 ranking shows a week. You could do the same one over. Have a different member of the committee talk every single time. It's amazing content. I want more. Expand the playoff. Give me more shows. Give me a group of 5 playoff. Just do 2 separate ones. One more takeaway on the other side, and then Femi and I will give you our bets. And that takeaway, there was one big winner from the college football playoff reveal show yesterday. I'm going to tell you who it is and why next.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
Big play here. 3rd and 6 at the 24. Mendoza. Charlie B from Nashville, Tennessee.
You're tuned in to You Better You Bet with Nick Costos and the crew on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary.
Gus Johnson with the call. Saturday on Fox, and the Big Ten title game is Indiana beats Ohio State. Lot to get to from that game. But first, I've been teasing it. The big winner from the college football playoff reveal, Ohio State. Ohio State is the big winner. And I'm going to tell you why. Because I have money on Ohio State to win the national championship. And this is when we'll talk about, right, when you bet on a football game. And you know what the right decision a coach could make is based on how you feel about it as someone who has money on the game. So, like, I need the Chiefs to win last night. Andy Reid's going to go for it on a 4th and 1, and I'm screaming. I'm not screaming because I'm going to wake up my daughter. But I'm in my head, I'm thinking, please punt the ball. Please punt the ball. Goes for it. Wrong thing to do. So I got money on Ohio State to win the national championship, right? And I am mentally preparing myself to see, because Ohio State drops to the 2, right? And the final team that gets in, there's intrigue about, then it's going to be the 2 group of 5 teams, where I'll get to that in a second with Tulane and James Madison, is the 10. And I'm expecting it to be Notre Dame. And I am very nervous to see that, because I think Notre Dame can beat Ohio State. And I think Notre Dame would beat Texas A&M in that matchup. And when I saw Miami pop up, oh, baby, I wanted to do cartwheels. Because I think this frees Ohio State up to make a run now without Notre Dame in. And think about the way we on this show talk about Notre Dame. The way that odds makers talk about Notre Dame. The way that analysts talk about Notre Dame. That this was always the team that if there was going to be one team outside of the very top to upend the apple cart, make a run, win the national championship, beat Ohio State, beat Indiana, beat the SEC champion, beat Texas Tech, beat Oregon. Who is it? Everyone's answer was Notre Dame. And now the Irish are out. And Ohio State now gets to play Miami or Texas A&M instead of Notre Dame. And if you are like me and you have money on Ohio State to win the Natty, oh man, that is a major, major, major dub. And I felt awesome about that. So yeah, Ohio State, in my estimation, the biggest winners of the entire college football playoff reveal, not having to play Notre Dame in the second round, now getting either Miami. No disrespect to those 2 teams, Miami and A&M. Both good teams, especially A&M. They ain't Notre Dame. Ohio State dodged a big-time bullet as a result of Miami making it over the Irish. Just on the Big Ten title game, quickly. I felt for our friend Jay Croucher, who NBC Sports betting analyst, who came on the show on Thursday and talked about Diego Pavia to win the Heisman. If Ohio State wins, think about this. I'm being serious. If Ohio State wins, and they should have won, if Ohio State wins, Pavia wins the Heisman. Sayin was never winning, and Mendoza would not have won. But it's over now. Mendoza's going to win. It's over. And I love that, like, his Heisman moment was like a fade pass that, like, any good quarterback. You're like, wow, what a great pass. 20 yards down the field. Wow. Awesome. So I feel bad for anyone that had Pavia, because that is a rough way to lose, because you were like a play away from winning that, the Diego Pavia bet. I want to give a ton of credit to Indiana. You know I love Curt Cignetti. I've said it. I said it last year. I've said it this year. I wanted the Giants, my favorite NFL team, to interview Curt Cignetti. I agree with Urban Meyer. It's a dangerous sentence. I agree with Urban Meyer when he said on Fox after the game that this is the greatest turnaround in the history of college football. Now, I'm 42 years old, and I think that other people have made, I don't need to belabor this, but literally in my entire life, Indiana's never been good at college football. Never. If you had asked me like 5 years, will Indiana ever win a Big Ten championship? You'd bet your life on no and feel awesome about it. The fact that Sig takes the job, they make the playoff in year 1, and they're number 1 in the playoff and win the Big Ten and beat Ohio State in year 2. It's the greatest coaching job in maybe the history of sports. And that's not hyperbole. That's not prisoner of the moment. That's fact. That's truth. It's unreal what he was able to do. So he's great. I think Mendoza's awesome. And Jake, do we have the Mendoza interview? I'm going to throw to it in a second if we have it. Fernando Mendoza, I said after the Penn State game, is QB1 in the NFL draft. He's supremely clutch. He's not going to he's not like Josh Allen in terms of physical build. He doesn't have like the Aaron Rodgers arm from Rodgers Prime, but man, like he's heady, he's clutch, he's accurate, his arm's good enough, he's mobile. He's a stud. And he deserves a ton of credit. And after the game, he gave a very divisive interview. Take a listen.
I want to give all the glory to God. We were never supposed to be in this position, but by the glory of God, the great coaches, great teammates, everyone we have around us, we were able to pull this off. Whoever thought the Hoosiers would be here, but now the Hoosiers are flipping champs. Let's go.
You guys. Okay. So a lot of people hated this. A lot of people will say Mendoza's corny, whatever. Here's what I would say. It's like Russell Wilson, right, is corny. He is. And everyone says it, everyone thinks it. But I think when we watch Russell Wilson, there's like an air, and I'm not saying he's a bad guy, so don't confuse what I'm saying here. He does like a ton of work with like children's hospitals. He seems like an actual like good human being. But he does come across as a phony, right? I think a lot of us think that. And insincere. Is he being himself all the time? Is Fernando Mendoza corny? Definitely. He is. And look, like, I'm corny sometimes. I don't think I'm like the coolest guy in the world. Like, Fernando Mendoza is clearly not that cool, right? Who cares? What he is unapologetically himself. And that, in and of itself, is pretty cool. When people can just be themselves and not worry about how the world sees them. Because you've got so many people acting like phonies. You have so many people, to mask their insecurities. They grow a beard and they get tattoos. Fernando Mendoza is just himself. And I respect that. I think Fernando Mendoza is cool. So I liked the post-game interview. And if you didn't like it, I don't know. I think it kind of says something about you. Just my opinion. You bet on this Monday. So we've just credited Indiana for a number of minutes, right? Now, I'm going to discredit them a little bit. While acknowledging they were awesome, Mendoza's awesome, Cignetti's awesome, the defensive line played great. They are a worthy number 1 overall seed. They are worthy. And they're a legitimate title contender, obviously. Ohio State's way better. And Ohio State lost the game. I don't think Indiana won the game, and you can get really mad at that, and that's fine. Ohio State lost the game way more than Indiana won it. And specifically, Ryan Day lost the game with horrendous in-game management and horrendous play calling on his part and the offense's part and the offensive coaches on 2 critical sequences in the tail end of this game in goal-to-go spots or down by the goal line with the chance to take the lead or tie. Terrible decisions. And the 27-yard field goal that got missed is obviously brutal. Ohio State lost this game. They did. Way more than Indiana won it. 4D chess from Ohio State to be in the bottom end of the bracket now. I still think Ohio State's the best team. Femi and I will get to that in a moment. Just last note. Look, the group of 5 stuff is ridiculous. Like, at least last year, Boise State had Ashton Genty. And Boise State's got some, national recognition, right? At least that's true of Boise. I mean, this year, I'm not trying to hate on Tulane and James Madison. Actually, I am a little bit. I have no interest in watching them in the college football playoff. It's actually ridiculous. And they're going to change the rules because, I think everyone knows this is insane. But you have to follow the letter of the law, right? Expand the playoff. I don't care. Everyone's like, oh, well, now we're going to argue over the 16th team instead of the 12th. Great. Awesome. You know how much fun that would be this year? Should Vanderbilt or Texas get in? It'd be amazing. I'd love it. I hope we get that. Expand the playoff. And honestly, get rid of bowl games while we're at it. Like make it like a 32-team playoff. I never cared about, like, here's the Holiday Bowl on December 23rd with USC and Illinois. Like, I never cared about that as a New Yorker. And maybe I'm offending you, lifelong college football fan, and that's okay. I mean that sincerely. We don't have to agree. Just like, something's got to be done here. No one needs to see James Madison as a 21-point dog and Tulane as a 16.5-point dog at Ole Miss and at Oregon, respectively. No one needs to see it. No disrespect to those programs or to the student athletes. No one needs to see this, and I don't want to see it. But I'll tell you, we can bet on it. And we will. Femi, what did you think of the college football playoff reveal show yesterday? Your takeaways.
Oh man, I mean, it's always dramatic. They get the music going. Like, I'm watching it. My wife is next to me. She's like, "Why do I feel anxious?" I'm like, "Because it's a great music bed."
Because I didn't have the volume up during the show.
It's like the music. It's like urgent music that you would get in like some sort of like thriller for a movie. Like, I don't know if I could actually do the song myself, but like the music is really good that they use to unveil it every single year. And like, I feel anxious watching it. And like, I'm not a fan of Notre Dame. I'm not a fan of Miami. I'm a fan of the Washington Huskies. They're nowhere near the playoff. Like, you know, but it's like, but you're still nervous, just like how it was with Alabama, Florida State, how it was back in 2014, the first iteration of this when it was TCU or Baylor. Actually, neither. It's Ohio State. Like, it's so good. And I love every second of it. And from the committee's perspective, the process was horrendous, how they went about this. But I actually think the result was dead on accurate. They got it right. So, like, everyone that's mad or whatever, like, oh, like, Bama should be out, blah, blah. It's like, no, like, the difference between Bama and BYU, and I said this in the 3 o'clock hour, so I won't belabor the point, but I do want to bring this up again. The difference between Bama and BYU is that BYU in 2 chances got dropped by Texas Tech. Bama beat Georgia, and then they lost to them, but they at least beat them. They showed the upside of a team that can beat a national title contending team. Like, what is BYU competing for if we put them in? Like, come on, be for real. Texas Tech could have scored 70 on them again, like they could have the first time they played. So, like, yeah, BYU, I know it sucks, and you got dropped, and Bama didn't get dropped after they lost their conference title game, but the facts are the facts. They actually had a quality win, and you never did. So, yeah, I think people just hate Bama because they hate Bama, but, like, Bama was in, and once it's head-to-head, you have to take Miami over Notre Dame. Otherwise, there's no reason to ever watch, bet, or ever entertain these games. So, I think they got it right.
Just on the Big 12 and BYU and Bama, I don't have to be right about this. I kind of feel like, I'm curious if you agree or disagree. Like, all conferences are not created equal.
They are not, no.
Like the SEC and the Big 12 in college basketball are really comparable, not in college football. Mm-hmm. So I feel like getting to and losing the SEC championship game is a little different than getting to and losing the Big 12 title game. And I actually think I open myself to, like, there's a really strong counter argument against that, I think. But I do really believe that to my core, that I do think that plays into it. That one of these conferences is the one that, like, pays the bills along with the Big Ten and the other's not. I don't know if you agree with me or not. I feel like a lot of people wouldn't, and that's okay.
I agree. I mean, we all have eyeballs. I mean, we all watch. We see how the Big 12 has been gutted due to conference realignment. You know, like, that's not the, like 2 of your heavy hitters are now in the SEC in Texas and Oklahoma. Like, those are just the facts, man. Like, BYU wasn't in this conference when this conference was thought of as a big-time conference, you know? Like, Arizona State wasn't in this conference. They were in the Pac-12, RIP. Like that's, conference realignment has shaken this whole thing up. So if you can't win one of those games against Texas Tech, because they might have had a leg to stand on, and they probably would have had they beat Texas Tech in Lubbock or beat them yesterday. If they beat them, on Saturday, they would have been in the playoff. But, like, they couldn't do it in either game, and it's not just that they couldn't do it. It wasn't even close.
Yeah.
Like, it was an absolute blowout. At least Bama won in Athens, by the way, against Georgia. And then, yeah, they got embarrassed Saturday night, and, like, we all watched the game. That was not even, like, Georgia beat the hell out of Alabama. But Bama at least beat them in Athens. So, like, I'm fine with that being a mulligan for the Tide and the Tide getting in.
What was your level of surprise when the final team, the graphic came up, and it was Miami and not Notre Dame as the 10?
So I was surprised that Bama held steady at 9. I thought they were going to put Bama at 10 and still keep him in the playoff. To where, like, because I thought that Notre Dame was going to get in. I didn't think they wanted to ever have this Notre Dame-Miami conversation. But I thought it was going to be Notre Dame 9, Bama 10, sorry to Miami. But once they put Bama at, because, like, when they put Bama at 9, I was like, whoa, oh my goodness, I think Miami might be in. And then at that point, Miami gets in. So yeah, I was stunned. I thought Notre Dame was going to get in, and I was going to be the guy that's yelling about how head-to-head they overlooked it, but I think they did the right thing. And Miami ends up getting in, and Notre Dame, well, just beat one of the good teams that you play on your schedule. USC's not good enough, because I watched that team. And anytime they left the West Coast, they were terrible.
Yeah, no, listen, Notre Dame lost to... we all think Notre Dame is better, but they lost to Miami, and they lost to A&M.
Else matter.
I'll tell you, if you love the sport of college football, you got to love that, because that's like what the sport is built on. On the other side, Femi and I give you our thoughts on all the first-round playoff matchups and who we think is going to win the Natty in the college football playoff.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. This is You Better You Bet with Nick Costos, Femi Abebefe, and the crew on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary.
All right, 20 minutes from now, we will give you an update on the betting market for the Eagles and Chargers, give you a preview of that game. 1 hour from now, it's all our bets for tonight in the world of sports, including the Eagles and the Chargers. Tweet us at You Better You Bet, at the Costos, at Femi Abebefe, YouTube chat, Twitch chat, your best bets for Monday Night Football. We'll read them coming up later in the show. We also have to talk about Shadur Sanders and the Cleveland Browns, and the Pittsburgh Steelers win over the pathetic 6-7. Now I'm doing the thing. Baltimore Ravens. Yeah, they got me. Now I'm going to be doing the Nicki Minaj, what's going on, Beast in the Trap thing. Sam was telling me that there's another one right now on Instagram. It's Fleetwood Mac and somebody else. I haven't seen it yet.
I've not. I mean, you put me on the Nicki Minaj one. I had not seen it until you told me about it during one of the breaks, which it is kind of fun, but yeah. I don't know.
Yeah, it's Billy Joel and Fleetwood Mac. Yeah. How does Bill know? Bill's like the oldest person on the chat. Yeah, Bill.
Because he's on
what's
the
TikTok, Billy Joel song?
Yeah, he's got the TikTok.
I think it's Piano Man.
What's the song? Yeah. Okay, into what? What's the Fleetwood Mac song?
I'm not sure off the top of my head. I'll find it for you in a second. Oh, Addie's up
Who
top.
does the song?
Oh, Silver Spring. There you go.
What song is that by Fleetwood Mac? Like, would I know it? Like, would I know it if I heard it? I like Fleetwood Mac a lot. Yeah, Addie says yes.
Yeah,
Someone like to sing it for us?
It'd be on
or
all
no?
their greatest hits albums.
Yeah. Addie, pop on and
Can you sing it? Yeah, someone sing it,
Addie
please.
can sing it.
Okay, Bill,
no,
Bill,
she backs
Bill,
out. She said she wasn't gonna sing.
Bill, can you do it?
No, not very well, no. I don't think I can
Well,
sing
you
it.
can
like,
do it.
I
Doesn't mean
don't-
you've done well.
Sing, Nick. Do you want
I just
glass
don't
to
understand.
shatter?
I don't understand. I don't understand what the purpose of all of you is. Like, why are you all here? Like, the point of everyone is like support the show and make the show good. I am asking you to make the show good, and everyone's just like, no, I won't do it. Why are you all here? Addie will do it. Thank you, Addie. Will you give us just so our audience knows what we're talking about, please?
Okay, yeah, it goes from Piano Man when it goes, and probably won't be for life. And then it goes into time cast a spell on you, but you won't forget me. Like that part?
You have a good voice. Why wouldn't you want to sing?
I don't know. Thank you.
Come on, Addie.
Thank you,
Yeah.
guys. I only sing on
You
my
have a good
Instagram
voice.
story. I know. I'm sorry. So thank
Oh,
you
we've
guys.
tapped
There
into
you go.
something now. Oh,
There you
wait,
go.
No,
this is
you've
gonna
got
be
you've got a
daily
good
thing.
voice.
Yeah, this is
Addie,
daily.
will you sing? Will you sing What's Going On? Not Marvin Gaye. Wake up in the morning and I step outside and I. Yes,
That's what I
not
thought.
not the
I thought Marvin
Gaye.
Gaye initially.
Actually,
Well, I mean the Marvin Gaye song is true.
You were my
Just like while we're in the same family here. So I heard, it's a great song. This just has nothing to do with anything. We'll get to the bets in a second. So we went to my daughter loves the Carousel. So we were in the Manhattan this week. We did like the Carousel in Herald Square in Manhattan, in Midtown Manhattan by Penn Station, which thankfully did not smell like piss, like Penn Station does. William Devon, Be Thankful for What You've Got. Anyone know that song?
I don't think I know that one.
I actually don't know if I can sing it off but if you heard it, like it's such a good song. It's such a good song. Be thankful for what you've got. You don't drive a big Cadillac. Da 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 da. It's a great song, man. Great song.
Maybe I've heard it. I'm sure I've heard it along the way, but yeah,
you've definitely heard it. Definitely. And it's great. Anyway, let's talk some bets.
Yeah.
First round of
going
the
on
college
with
football
CFP?
playoff. Yeah. What's going on? Really good song. I was always more of a Mercy, Mercy Me guy for Marvin Gaye.
That is a great song. I mean, like "Let's Get It On" is it's like a classic. I think that's
it's a good song
for me. Yeah, like that's probably like the number one Marvin Gaye for me. But yeah, his voice was just incredible. Yeah,
It's like this is sacrilegious, but it's like I don't mean this, but it's like God came down to earth and like sang. Have you ever heard there are videos of Marvin Gaye like singing a cappella, like with no music, and it is just like it's
so.
unreal. There's a famous video of it it might be Marvin Gaye like singing "What's Going On" with like no instrumental. He's just like singing it, and it's ridiculous. Like, what a voice!
To be blessed like that with that kind of talent, man.
I like to think that in like an alternate reality, like if I could sing instead of talk, I feel like I would. Yeah, it's just.
But like, this is like singers though. Like, I think it's a blessing and a curse because there's so many people that are like really, really good, but not like super elite. That, I mean, how much time is spent like going to like these like open mic nights and all this stuff, and like you never really quite make it, and you just wondering to yourself, it's like, damn, like you probably wasted a lot of time, you know, chasing a dream that just never came to a reality. But
yeah, I mean, I don't know.
At least you went for it.
Yeah, I don't know. I kind of feel like I'd be awesome. Just being honest.
I mean, if you get the voice and then you get the aura, because that's when you get the jackpot there. Because I think a lot of people, they might have the voice, but they don't have the aura of like the star power.
Oh, mercy, mercy me. It's a great song. Okay.
There you go.
You bet on this Monday.
Open mic night.
Things ain't what they used to be. Let's go in chronological order here, Femi. So the first game is not this Friday coming up, but the Friday after with Alabama and Oklahoma and the 9-8 matchup in Norman. And yes, we have seen this matchup recently. We have two rematches from this year. Tulane played. I totally forgot about that. That Tulane and Ole Miss played on September 20th.
Why would you remember?
That's a really strong question. On September 20th. And Bama and Oklahoma played like 3 weeks ago. I bet Alabama in the game. They destroyed them in the box score and turned it over 3 times, and Oklahoma won outright. So Oklahoma hosting this one. At BetMGM, Bama about a 1-point favorite. We're essentially picked the winner of the game here, although I guess we can't say that with a low total because a team could win by 1, obviously, right? So Bama, let's call it 1. Bama -1 on the road. Total 40.5. Femi, how do you want to bet Alabama and Oklahoma?
I think this might be the easiest bet of the first round for me. And I think there are some easy ones in this round because I got some pretty strong opinions. But this game, to me, it screams Alabama. Like, what's the one thing we talked about the Monday after that game that was played in Tuscaloosa with Oklahoma beating them? We all said, Bama had no business losing that football game. And I bet Oklahoma in the game. Like, I was Team Oklahoma. I was like, hey, Boomer Sooner. Like, let's get it done. Like, watching that game, OU had no – like, you could have made an argument that Bama should have even covered, let alone lost the game. And yes, I know the venue has changed. Now we're in Norman as opposed to being in Tuscaloosa. But I have Kalen DeBoer against Brent Venables, who's never coached in a playoff before, outside of being a coordinator at Clemson. DeBoer's been to a national title game, so I have the advantage at coach. Oklahoma's offense is just dreadful. John Mateer, like, I don't know if he's quite right since the thumb injury that he's had. He doesn't look like he's that right. Their offensive numbers stack up nowhere close to teams that are capable of winning in a playoff. I think this is an easy Alabama bet for me. I know they just got whacked and Georgia embarrassed them, but I don't care. I think the Tide take care of business in Norman against Oklahoma. I like Alabama quite a bit.
Want to hear something sick? I have like a line in my head here, just like a punchline for a joke, and it's over the line. So I can't do it.
Want to put it in the chat?
No.
Okay.
So you bet Oklahoma. You bet Oklahoma, and now you like Alabama. I bet Alabama, and I think I like Oklahoma.
Wow. Okay, let's hear this case, because I can't get there with Oklahoma.
I would like to see a report that Bama's, like, the practices are everyone's way healthier. They're so beat up. And so is Georgia. And like Kirby alluded to that. I say his name like we're friends. Georgia head coach Kirby Smart says after the game, like both teams are beat to smithereens, right? How many SEC games they've played? Oklahoma. This is where like Oklahoma had the week off and now gets to host Alabama in the game. That is a tremendous advantage for the Sooners here. And by the way, this is going to be like 3 weeks off now for John Mateer with his hands?
Yep.
I'll say this for Oklahoma. The defense is awesome, and they play great special teams. Bama is not like a clean football team to me. And I want to be crystal clear with what I'm saying right now. I have not bet Oklahoma. I reserve the right to change my mind. I think I'm going to bet Oklahoma in the game. That's my initial thought is Oklahoma.
To your point, Venables has won this matchup twice. You know, like 2 years ago, that was the Jalen Milroe Bama team, and they went to Norman and they got embarrassed in that game. That's what kept them out of the playoff, and SMU got in. And then a few weeks ago in November, we saw them beat them again. But I'm gonna make Venables do it to me again. Like prove it again.
So
prove it again.
So what I'm gonna say has no bearing on like what's gonna actually happen in the game. So I want to. Okay, so like that matters to be said. Don't you feel like this is and Alabama can win? Of course, right? They're favored. Of course they can win. Mm-hmm. That this is like everyone in betting content does this. And I'm not saying it's wrong, right? Where the two teams play, one team wins the box score and loses the game, and now it's like, well, we're just going to bet the team that won the box score. Dude, tell me that everyone's not betting Alabama in this game, which does not mean they're not going to win. This is not to be like Femi's dumb or anyone who wants to bet Alabama's dumb. Femi bet Oklahoma and won the first time they played. I lost. So I'm not trying to make it like I'm smart. I just think that's an interesting point of conversation. Would you agree with me?
I would definitely agree, but I think it goes even beyond that. Because like we always joke about like box score monkey. Even if you just watched the game and had no idea what the box score looked like, Alabama was the better team in that day.
So where do you think the market's going, if you had to guess then?
I think if we get word that like Jam Miller and some of these other Bama skill guys are healthy, I think Bama's going to close a favorite here. It's never getting
like
three.
What kind of favorite?
I think like 1.5, 2 would be my guess.
So you think we'll stay in the same range, you think, basically?
We'll stay in the same range. Yeah, we're not getting to a key number. I don't think we're getting to a key number, no. I'd be surprised.
If everyone loves Bama, I mean, why can't they get bet out a little bit here? A game with a low total, like 2.5 might matter. 2.5. I think I'm going to bet Oklahoma.
I just think that, I think you get too much pushback. Like if it's sniffed 3, bang, we're right back to 2.5. Like I don't think it's going to ever hang out there at 3.
I'm curious where we end up going with this game with Alabama at Oklahoma. Well, we're at the end of the hour here, so we'll get back to this in the power hour. So we got to talk about Miami and A&M, which for I guess Bama Oklahoma is also Miami A&M is also a great game, and then we just have the two sacrificial lambs going up against NFL football on December 20th. Tulane and Ole Miss will go up against Eagles Commanders, and James Madison Oregon will go up against Bears Packers Part 2. Wonder who will draw the better rating. Power Hour on the other side. We'll preview Monday Night Football. We'll talk Shador. We'll talk Steelers Ravens. Femi and I will wrap up the playoff and give you all our bets for tonight.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. This is You Better You Bet with Nick Costos, Femi Abebefe, and the crew on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
Bring it up, Jake. Final hour. Power hour. You better you bet on the BetMGM Network. Nick Costos, Femi Abebefe, our crew, and whoever the hell you are. The Power Hour and every hour here on You Better You Bet, brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary by downloading the BetMGM app and visiting BetMGM.com. Coming up 20 minutes from now, Femi and I will roll through the rest of the first round of the college football playoff. Tulane and Ole Miss, James Madison, Oregon, Miami and Texas A&M in College Station. Our thoughts on all those first round sides and totals, and who we think is going to win the national championship in college football. Our initial thoughts on how the bracket will play out, and if time allows, perhaps it will, perhaps it won't. Maybe even a look-see or two at Week 15 in the National Football League, because we got some interesting point spreads for next week in the NFL. And if we don't get to it today, because we normally do that on Mondays, obviously more college football on the show today following the playoff reveal. So if you're looking for that, because we do that usually every Monday, looking ahead in the NFL, we will do that tomorrow in full detail if we don't get to it today on You Better You Bet. 40 minutes from now, all our bets for tonight in the world of sports, including side total and props for the Eagles and the Chargers on Monday Night Football. Current side and total market in that game, and it's a massive game for the playoff pictures in both conferences. As Philadelphia looks to keep the Dallas Cowboys at bay, and obviously it feels like it was so long ago, right? That Dallas lost to Detroit last Thursday night. I was off on Friday. It's not a great result for me. Now, I'm not blaming anybody, and this is not the setup to a joke, although it is funny. I'm not blaming anybody, but I loved Dallas. Femi loved Dallas. Jay Croucher comes on the show. He loves Dallas. Rob Pizzola comes on the show. He loves Dallas. I respect Femi. I respect Jay. I respect Rob. And they're confirming my priors. They're confirming the things that I liked in the game. And I ended up betting more on the Dallas Cowboys with each passing moment, and it didn't go great. Now I had a banger of an NFL Sunday, and I don't always do. I'm telling you, Dallas was my biggest bet, and it lost. It was terrible. It felt like I was trying to bail the Titanic out with cereal bowls over the weekend. So that was no good for me. With the Cowboys losing, bet responsibly, please. I can joke about it because I bet responsibly, as the Cowboys lost to the Detroit Lions. But the Cowboys are still in the division race. It keeps stepping on rakes, and the offense can't get out of its way. With the win tonight, the Eagles will obviously feel really good about the division, right? They'll be at 9 wins. Dallas is at 6-1. So a lot on the line for Philly, and they're trying to get the offense right. Can Jalen Hurts connect with Devontae Smith? Can he connect with A.J. Brown? Can the offensive line open up holes in the run game for Saquon Barkley? Can the defense not get trampled on the ground tonight by Omarion Hampton and Kamani Vidal the way it did against DeAndre Swift and Kyle Monangai back on Black Friday? So a lot on the line here for the Philadelphia Eagles and for the LA Chargers. I know people are probably just really, Nick, you're still doing this with the Chiefs. I get it. I understand. But you're deluding yourself. Maybe the Chiefs don't make it, right? And they're a favorite to not make it, right? You're deluding yourself if you think right now that the Chargers are not looking in the rearview mirror a little bit. They know that they're going to Arrowhead this Sunday. They know that. They know that their schedule's tough down the stretch here. They know that the playoffs are not secure. They know that. And they also know that their starting quarterback has a fractured left hand, surgically repaired 7 days ago. And by all accounts, Herbert's going to play tonight. He's listed in the prop markets. There's no indication that he'll miss. The betting market tells you he's not going to miss. But Herbert's not 100% healthy. So fascinating game tonight with playoff implications in both conferences. And candidly, no one wants to hear this, but I'll frame it like this. Let's say that you, the person listening, you, the person watching, let's say that you have some money on the Patriots to win the Super Bowl, or at least make it, or the Bills, or the Denver Broncos. All reasonable positions to have, right? Do you want to see the Chiefs in the playoffs? No, right? You don't want that. You should be rooting for the Chargers tonight. Big time. And I'm not going to give up on the Eagles yet in the NFC, but I'll admit, like, it looks really tenuous at this point right now. Can the Eagles snap out of it a little bit here tonight? Because if the Eagles put on a good performance and win this game in impressive fashion, you know that tomorrow it's not just going to be us here on You Bet or You Bet. That people are going to be back in on the Eagles, the reigning defending Super Bowl champions. Things can change in a heartbeat in the NFL. Just think about the Minnesota Vikings, for example, right? Shut out last week on the road in Seattle, turn around and shut out the Washington Commanders yesterday. Things can change very quickly. Going to be a really, really fun game tonight. We'll save the thoughts on who's going to win. We'll save the thoughts on whether the game goes over or under. I've got a yardage prop that I absolutely love, and I got an anytime touchdown bet that I love. We'll give you all the bets for tonight at the end of the show. Current betting market right now at BetMGM sees the Eagles as a 2.5-point road favorite, total 41.5. And, like I said, despite the fact that the Eagles are the road team here, there will be more Eagles fans in attendance at this game than there will, because there are no Chargers fans. It's basically like Jeff Feinberg. Like, that's it. And then, like, the family members of the players. And Madison Beers. Madison Beer? Singular or plural? Singular. She's not ugly. So all the bets for the Eagles and the Chargers are coming up at the end of this hour. Couple more NFL topics here. You bet or you bet on this Monday. Nick Costos, Femi, Bet Buffet, you on the BetMGM network. We'll get back to college football next segment, the rest of the first round games, but a couple of other NFL topics that we have to hit. And I guess we should start with the Steelers and the Ravens. As Pittsburgh goes into Baltimore and beats Lamar Jackson and company 27-22, and now in sole possession of first place in the AFC North. And I think that my personal journey with this game was an interesting one last week, where we come on the show early in the week and I'm like in Baltimore, at least to win. I never said I wanted to lay the points with the Ravens, but I thought the Ravens would win. And then Lamar doesn't practice on Thursday. And we talked about it on the show at the time. And I'm off on Friday, but, I have 2 shows on Sunday. And I said on both shows yesterday on WFAN and then the national show with myself and Sam, you're going to bet this game? I don't know how you don't bet the Steelers, because Lamar's not healthy. It was the basis of the Bengals bet on Thanksgiving. Like, Lamar's not healthy. How are you laying points with that many points with Baltimore? And it came to roost again because the Ravens lost again. Now, there was horrendous officiating in this game that absolutely benefited the Pittsburgh Steelers. And there's like a bogus roughing call on a field goal attempt for Pittsburgh, and then they score a touchdown. That's a 4-point play, which really stunk. But the Isaiah Likely touchdown that got overturned, this is like Dez caught at levels of ridiculousness. Like 3 steps, basically, extending the ball in the rule book. It says that's a football motion. And I don't care at all. I'm happy the Steelers won. I bet the Steelers to make the playoffs before the season. I bet the Steelers to win the AFC North, like when the bleep started to hit the fan for Baltimore. I win money if Pittsburgh wins the division. But we can be honest, right? It's a bogus call. It's a horrible call. Despite that, though, the Ravens are showing you week in and week out that they are not a serious organization. And I'm really, really over the John Harbaugh-led Baltimore Ravens. I'm over it. And Lamar's not healthy, and you can see it on some of these runs. Even on the touchdown run that he had, he doesn't move the same way. And it's not like he's Aaron Rodgers and he's 40-plus years old. He's hurt. I don't know how you have any faith in this team unless, like, Lamar all of a sudden gets healthy. And then they're the best team in the division because Lamar is the best quarterback. I guess Burrow's better, but you know what I'm saying. The Ravens are better, and they're up on Cincinnati in the standings. I don't know how you can trust Baltimore right now. And the biggest sin committed by the Ravens in this game was not necessarily what they did on offense. It's the fact that Aaron Rodgers, who's currently in the midst of doing the J-O-B to Father Time, like his shoulders down, looking up at the lights, 1, 2, 3. The fact that the Steelers can't complete a pass down the field to save their lives nuked the Ravens down the field in this game. Here's a stat for everybody, and I want you to think about things in these terms. If I told you before the game the Steelers would rush for 34 yards, what would you have wanted to bet? They ran for 34 yards. The Steelers did. And they won. Pathetic. I didn't bet the Ravens. I had no money on Baltimore. Pathetic by the Baltimore Ravens. And we might get another opportunity for another Mike Tomlin wildcard weekend disaster class with the way this is looming right now. And we'll see who the opponent ends up being. If the Steelers even get in, I'm not convinced they will. That division, we had such high hopes for before the season. Total train wreck. Most fascinating team right now in the division is the team that's actually in last. And that is the Cleveland Browns, who somehow lose yesterday to Cam. And just, I want to hand up here. We should have been all over the over in this game. All over it. There was no wind in the forecast. The total was 33.5. That's where, we need to do better and, bet the over in the game. And obviously, it's easy to say in hindsight because 60 points are scored. But, no wins. I know that both offenses aren't great. And it's it could be 17-13. Okay. 33.5 with no wind. It should be an auto bet on the over. I think I blew that. I'm being honest with everybody. I should have bet the over. So the Browns lose. Shedeur Sanders was excellent in the game. And just think back to something I was very right about during the offseason. And I'm going to tell you where I was wrong in a second about Shedeur. But we came on the air after the NFL draft where Mel Kiper Jr. embarrassed himself for 3 days, crying on the air basically that Shedeur went in the 5th round. And I said, this is the best possible spot for Shedeur Sanders. And that if there were a betting market and you could bet who will start the most games for the Browns this season, I would bet on Shedeur Sanders. You can go back and find it. I said it on the air, and I repeated it many times over the course of the offseason. So where we stand right now, Dylan Gabriel has started 6 games for the Browns. Joe Flacco started 4. Kevin Stefanski named today Shedeur Sanders the starter for the remainder of the season. If Shedeur stays healthy and starts the rest of the games, Shedeur will start 7. And will start the most games for the Browns this season. I told you this was the best landing spot for Shedeur. And he was fantastic in the game. 23 of 42, 364 yards, 3 touchdowns, and an interception. I was talking to some of my buddies in the NFL media, and I was saying, Shedeur was really good. And a couple of them said back to me, like dismissively almost, and they have no cross to bear here. There's no Shedeur bias. It's just having football conversations. Look, yeah, they're playing the Titans. Who cares? I think if you throw for 364 yards in an NFL game, you can't be bad. I don't care who the competition is. Shedeur Sanders is good. Now, is he good enough to be a guy you hand the keys to the franchise over where he starts 17 games next year? I think the Saints might be there with Tyler Shuck. I don't know if we're there yet with Shedeur Sanders and the Cleveland Browns. But at the very least, he's shown you that he is a high upside backup quarterback, a bridge maybe to another quarterback. He's at least going to be in contention to play next season if he finishes this year the way that he started. He's been really good. And it's more than that. The way he's handled himself in these interviews, and the play that I'm going to reference here, after Shedeur ties the game with the touchdown pass to Harold Fannin, who is awesome, the rookie tight end, they pull within 2. And Stefanski, on the 2-point conversion, pulls Shedeur off the field. They run some asinine wildcat play with Quinshon Judkins, where they lose 17 yards on the play. Shedeur is not even on the field. Shedeur gets asked about it post-game and gives the most diplomatic answer you will ever hear. I don't know, what's changed with this young man. If, Dion sat him down and was like, hey, you got to really adjust the way you're dealing with the media here. I've criticized him in the past. He gets an A++ for the way he's handled himself. Whether he's been humbled or whether someone's gotten to him, it doesn't even matter to me. He's handling things the right way. Kevin Stefanski embarrassed himself with that play. And it really was, and I don't want to feed into, and I don't think he's sabotaging Shedeur. Like, maybe they're trying to lose intentionally. I don't think it has anything to do with Shedeur. It's one of the worst calls of the season. It is. It's actually unforgivable to do that to the young quarterback. It really is. And this is the kind of thing that adds fuel to the fire of people that think that they're out to get Shedeur. When you don't let him give him the opportunity to tie the game. Oh, that was pathetic from Kevin Stefanski, and he deserves all the criticism that's coming his way. I was wrong about Shedeur. He's been good, and he's handled himself very well. I didn't expect that this year for the Cleveland Browns. Coming up next, Femi and I will give you the rest of our bets coming up for round 1 of the college football playoff and our early picks to win the Natty.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. This is You Better You Bet with Nick Costos, Femi Abebefe, and the crew on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
I'm seeing people tweet about this. Has anyone else seen this? I don't know if, I don't think, Jeff Passons tweeted it. That the Dodgers are talking to Tarek Skubal.
What? I mean, should we play 2026? If they get that dude, I mean,
that would actually be the end of. I'm not even joking. If they sign Skubal, it's what's the point, right?
So I just searched Tarek Skubal Dodgers on Twitter to see what's what. And yeah, I see a couple tweets. I see someone, I don't know who this person is.
Yeah,
they might be at the winter meetings.
Yeah, I'm not reporting this as fact, but I'm seeing people starting to be oh my God, could this actually happen? I don't think anything's happened yet. We'll see. I think probably going to go back to the Tigers, but we'll see. Very interesting is the winter meetings right now in Major League. I think we talked the winter meetings in the show
That's
today.
a possibility. If you can trade if Skubal's available, why someone else is not going to want to trade for him? You're going to let the just Dodgers do it? Come on, MLB, step up. Don't just bow down to these dudes.
Well, I'm happy that they did last year. We were able to win some money in Game 7. All our bets for tonight coming up 20 minutes from now. We'll do a little hoops to end the show. Obviously, more hoops coming up tomorrow, but coming off the football weekend, can't really justify, hey, let's talk about its big win at Purdue when there's a million things going on in football. We will talk about the Raiders and their insane end-of-game cover against the Denver Broncos, where depending on how you bet the game, you either love or hate Pete Carroll. I just dislike him in general. Just wanted to say that. But, Femi, we got to roll through the rest of the games in the college football playoff in the first round. So it looks like we'll be Oppo on the Bama-Oklahoma game. I have not bet Oklahoma yet. I reserve the right to change my mind. My initial lean is Oklahoma. Femi's lean, Alabama. And that game is Friday night, December 19th. Now we move to games on the 20th. Miami and A&M is the noon game on ABC. A&M opened, Femi, 4 against Miami. The number is now 3.5. So the Aggies 3.5-point favorites against the Canes. Total of 51.5. Anything you want to do here with Miami and A&M?
I agree with that initial move. I like Miami. I think Miami's going to win the game. So I'm going to bet +4. I also have some money line as well. I'm very skeptical of Texas A&M. We saw, and just because of how large these conferences are, it's hard for everyone to play everyone. A&M, I think, might have just been the beneficiary of getting to play the bottom of the SEC. And when they took the step up and played Texas in rivalry weekend, Texas beat them. Now, that was a competitive game. It wasn't like Texas blew them out or anything like that. But still, we have not seen many big-time games. Now, they beat Notre Dame in South Bend, which, of course, really good win, and that's what kept Notre Dame out of the playoff. But I just don't know if A&M should be laying this many points when they have a coach who's never been in this spot before, coaching in the CFP. Their team didn't have these kind of big-time expectations from a recruiting standpoint. I just think Miami can match them and surpass them in the trenches, as we've seen Miami do against really good teams. And I like the way Miami's playing so far. And yeah, famous last words, I'm going to back Mario Cristobal. I know he usually disappoints in these spots, but give me the Canes plus the points, and I think the Canes advance to take on Ohio State.
So I like where you're at with Miami plus the points, right? I think that would be my bet if I had to make it. I don't think Miami's going to win, because I think Cristobal will screw it up. I don't trust Miami to win the game. I don't trust Carson Beck. I don't trust Carson Beck to win the game against Mike Elko and the A&M defense. So the way I see it playing out, and this is very specific, is A&M wins by 1, 2, or 3 points. So I do think Miami will cover, and I think Cristobal screws it up at the end. Texas A&M wins, Miami covers. My lean is towards Miami plus the points, but I do not think Miami will win. So I don't want to put Miami in a money line parlay.
Okay. Do you think
or bet Miami on the money line?
Bet Miami to win, yeah. Do you think we ever get to 3? Like for those who might be out, who are interested in A&M perhaps. I'm not in that camp, but I'm sure there's people out there that are listening who are interested. Do we touch 3? I think we might. I think we might get to 3 with this, because their numbers are really good. They beat Notre Dame, and they've been playing some really good football. Ever since we started to question them with that initial ranking, go to 18, they lost to SMU and Louisville. Since then, they have been on this rampage. And I don't know if that was just to impress the committee or whatever, but they've been really, really good. And they're a super talented team, because if there's one thing Cristobal can do, it's recruit. And they got some dudes on that team. They look like an NFL team.
Yeah. So you think Miami's going to win the game?
I think they win. I think Miami wins. Yeah.
Yeah, I think if the number keeps coming down, which I would certainly understand, I might consider like Texas Tech at the best money line price, like the cheapest money line price.
I mean A&M, Texas A&M at a money line price.
A&M, excuse me, that A&M would win. Correct. I think A&M will win the game. I don't think Miami will win, but I wouldn't be surprised if Miami kept the game really close. Okay. Now we get to the group of 5 games, which are just like whatever. Worth noting that the initial moves in the game are towards both dogs, towards both group of 5 teams, right? So Ole Miss opened 17.5 at home against Tulane. Obviously, Lane Kiffin will not coach the team. Pete Golding, first game in charge, is in the college football playoff. These two teams played on September 20th. Rebels won 45-10. Ole Miss opened 17.5. The number is currently 16.5 at BetMGM. So the first move is towards the green wave. Total 56.5. And when we'll do that game first, but Oregon opened 21.5 against James Madison. The number's now 21. Total 50.5 in that game. So that is a little interesting, right? Given the way last year played out, with all the home teams winning in round 1 and covering in round 1, and Boise getting embarrassed in the first game in the college football playoff, that the two group of 5 teams both got bet. They're both still huge dogs, but that's where the money came in initially. Let's start with Tulane and Ole Miss, Femi. Any thoughts on this? And I'm going to be honest. I haven't watched a second of Tulane or James Madison football all year. So I'm probably just going to do what a lot of the experts that come on the show say. Maybe you have an opinion on these games. What do you have with Tulane and Ole Miss?
Yeah, I watched Tulane Friday night, so that's my data point for Tulane when they're out there winning the American. I understand why people might be interested in Tulane because of the coaching shakeup at Ole Miss and like how are they going to respond to that. I think Ole Miss is going to be motivated to show that, hey, like we are that team and our coach left us when we have a chance to win a national title. Now, I don't think they're going to be that good, but I think they're going to cover this number. Like these two teams played, Ole Miss ran them off the field. I think it's going to happen again. Tulane is a 2-loss team from the American. Can they really compete with a good SEC team? I don't believe it. I'll pay to see it. I'm laying the 17 or better. I'm laying it. So to me, it's a pretty easy bet. Ole Miss is my bet in this game. I don't think Tulane can compete with these guys.
All right, so you have an opinion on that game. I don't really have an opinion yet, but I mean, I'll trust you here. So my lean would be towards Ole Miss if that's going to be Femi's lean and Femi's bet. What about Oregon and James Madison and Eugene with the Ducks? I guess it's just like so stupid that we have to. I'm sorry to like alums or fans. Like this is so stupid that these are the games we're talking about. It really is.
Sounds like we're talking about like the first round of the NCAA tournament.
Like, dude, Oregon and James Madison. Like, what the hell is this?
Oh, the 12-5 matchup. You know, you got to watch out for that one being played in Spokane, Washington.
Yeah, we'd be talking about like, how many 12s will beat the 5s this year? Yeah, spoiler alert, 0 in the college football playoff.
We got Jim Spinarco on the call. Like, let's go.
I'll tell you, it's like Andrew Catalon's on the call. Maybe I'll think James Madison can pull the upset.
100%.
How do you want to bet this one?
It's not happening. I'm laying Oregon. People say 21, big number. It's not big enough. Oregon is national title good. Like, you look at some of their numbers, it's national title good. I know people have kind of put the Ducks off to the side. They lost to Indiana, and that's a hell of a win for the Hoosiers. But since then, they've been dominating teams. Like, this team is really good. I think that they're going to outclass James Madison. They had a hell of a season. Congrats to making the CFP. This is a no-brainer. Like, you look at the numbers that matter, like average scoring margin, offensive, defensive points per play. The Ducks check all those boxes. The team has a high quality in terms of recruiting, a lot of expectations. They have a coach who is motivated to run up the score. He has college football playoff experience, having been at the playoff last year. I think Oregon runs these dudes, especially at home. This is a blowout. I'm laying the 21 with Oregon. Haven't bet it yet, because let's see if we can get a better number if people are interested in JMU, but I'll be on the side of the Ducks.
Yeah, just how could you not be, right?
I might have a spicy Oregon opinion. I don't know do you want to do the bracket here as well, or do you want to save that for a later time?
Maybe we save it. I think we should talk about the Broncos Raiders for now.
Right,
maybe
yeah,
if this
let's
like.
do it.
Okay,
so
we got a couple. So Femi thinks Oregon's going to win the title.
No, not that spicy. That's like a 5 alarm fire spicy. No, I don't think that. No. But put them in some exactas. You know, maybe they might be a nice little runner-up to a team that's going to win the title.
Do you like Ohio State? Just quickly, and we can do more of it as we move closer.
I think it's a rematch of last year's last year's Rose Bowl. Ohio State beats the national title.
Yeah, I hope so, man. I would love to win those Ohio State bets. I'm currently furious with Ryan Day, but still has a chance to redeem himself in a big way here. I can't believe they lost to Indiana. Way more on the college football playoff coming up here in the 12 days or 13 days, whatever. 11 days. Thank you.
Yep.
It's December. We all work a lot. The brain is not functioning the way it does in September. So yes, until next Friday, ton of we'll have a ton of great guests, ton of content. We'll fill out the bracket probably tomorrow on the show is my guess. But for right now, so Broncos Raiders at the end of the game yesterday. And to be clear, like I haven't talked about it on the show because it didn't impact me. I teased Denver yesterday. Sam and I talked about that on the show yesterday. I had Denver teased with this. It turned out I didn't need to tease Minnesota. They won 31-0. But I did have a Denver-Minnesota teaser yesterday. And I'm thankful that I teased the Broncos because the Raiders kicked a field goal as time expired to lose by 7 and cover the spread. And Femi, people, most notably Barstool Sports founder Dave Portnoy, who went viral for an unhinged rant, and I mean that in a complimentary way, because it's very entertaining. Because he bet the Broncos in the game and he lost his bet because of, and we've all experienced moments like that, right? What was your take on it for people that are saying that Pete Carroll, quote, knew the point spread and wanted to cover the number at the end?
I mean, why else are you kicking the field goal, man?
Dude, there's no way. You think Pete Carroll cares about the point spread? There's no way.
Well, what was he trying to win? Was he going to kick a 10-pointer? What are we doing?
My
Protect
thought
the point
is
differential.
No, look,
what was the actual reason?
They should have thrown the ball into the end zone. I'll give you my opinion. Like they had the end game this year when they had the kick blocked against the Bears to lose that game. But I bet the Raiders in that game.
You think they were getting reps?
Yes.
Oh.
Yes.
You think we're rep it, man? This is not
Tyler
preseason.
Tyler's saying he kicked to make it 7. The field goal went in as time expired, right?
Yes, it was as time. It was the last play of the game. So you're clear. This is not to win a football. I can't think. Maybe it was to get reps, and we're doing this thing. But I mean, I don't know. You can practice. I guess you want game simulated reps or whatever. To me, I'm not convinced that this guy didn't know the point spread. And it's you know what? At least we're going to cover the number. It's the only thing that makes perfect sense to me.
I think it's reps.
Pete Carroll's gambling. I don't think he's gambling.
Think it's reps.
Maybe it's hey, maybe we can cover a number or whatever. You know, we're this big underdog. Everyone thinks we're an underdog. Watch us cover this game.
Dude, he's a boomer. He's probably we need to work on our Carlson's missed some kicks this year. He's probably we need to give our kickers some reps in a spot here. Let's send him out there to kick. That's my honest opinion as to what happened. And if I thought otherwise, I'm not saying this to be contrarian. If I thought he was trying to cover the spread, and we say this a lot with college coaches, they ran the play to cover the spread.
Oh, yeah, college coaches definitely do it.
James Franklin did it all the time at Penn State. So I'm not above thinking that coaches can do that. I don't think this particular coach did that in this spot. Knowing him, I don't think that he would do that.
He's also very competitive. And I could see him being everyone says that we're this
10-point
underdog.
Yeah, hang the banner. They lost by 7 to the Broncos, and they're 2-11.
Covered week 14 against the number 1 seed in the AFC. I guess he doesn't want to take the knee because he wants to. I don't know. I think he knew the spread. I don't think he himself is betting games. I'm not saying that, but I think just from a competitive standpoint, he's probably very much aware of what people think about their games because he hears this stuff. He lives here in Vegas, for goodness sake.
They lost.
Yeah, they lost the game, but at least they won in some degree.
But no one's being oh, the Raiders played great yesterday. People are crapping on the Raiders still.
Yeah, they're atrocious, but at least you get something out of it. I just don't think this. They could have kicked the field goal earlier if they wanted to do that, and they should have done that. If it's the whole thing to get reps, why don't you kick the field goal earlier, make it a 7-point game, and kick the onside kick or something like that? Carlson's got range at 41. Everyone with these juice balls that they're all kicking, everyone's making from 60 yards. Kick the field goal there, since it was a long field goal that got you blocked anyway against the Bears.
I think you're giving Pete Carroll way too much credit.
I don't know.
That he's thinking about that.
It didn't seem right to me. It didn't seem right at all. And this is a competitive. His nickname is Compete Carroll. Competition is what he's all about.
I don't think I've ever heard one person call him Compete Carroll.
I mean, it's like a joke we had up in Seattle from his days.
I like how you post that like everyone knows that's his nickname, and now this has turned into like you and like 3 people in the newsroom in Tacoma called him that.
It's regional humor.
You know, like he loves the holiday season. We all call him Pete Christmas Carol. Everyone knows that. Do we know that? All right. On the other side, all our bets for tonight in the world of sports, including side total and props, Monday Night Football, Eagles and the Chargers from L.A.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. This is You Better You Bet with Nick Costos, Femi Abebefe, and the crew on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
All right, got some thank yous to dole out before we wrap up the magnificent Football Monday edition of You Better You Bet with all our bets for tonight in the world of sports, including side total and props for Monday Night Football with the Eagles and the Chargers in Los Angeles. No guests on the show today. Another sterling effort by our executive producer, Bill Zimmerman. He is our EP. Tyler Morales is our technical director. No more sore on the lip for Tyler. So things are progressing well for our friend, Mr. Morales. Our engineer is the great Jake the Snake Hassan. Our video producer, God's Perfect Creation, Downtown Mike Brown. Our associate producer, and I'll tell you what, she's got a great voice. Sang on the show earlier. We might have to turn that into a bit. Addie sings on You Better You Bet. Our friend,
Karaoke
Bates. Addie, if you had to do karaoke, what would your song be?
You're So Vain by Carly Simon.
Go ahead. I'll even start it off for you. So you went right down to Saratoga. Go ahead.
Oh, no. It's okay. You said if I had to sing a song on karaoke, that's what I would sing.
And your horse probably won. No, come on. Great song.
I've already sang on the show today. This will be a tease for tomorrow. Tune in tomorrow to hear Addie sing.
So you will sing tomorrow.
Tease.
Yeah. I'll sing until the 19th because that's my last day on the show. So you have 11 days to hear Addie sing.
Do we have to why are we doing that? Okay, this honestly, this is my fault for giving people the opportunity to talk on the air. This is my bad. I apologize.
Pandora's box.
Okay, Addie, thank you much for your contribution today. Can you please turn your microphone off? Thank you. Addie is our associate producer. What? It sounds like Darth Vader is making love to a microphone right now. What is that? Okay. All right. Coming up after us is a 4-hour live. It's Brad's microphone, I guess. 4-hour live betting extravaganza known as BetMGM tonight, featuring our friend Brad Evans, our guest at this time. Brad, what's up with the microphone right now?
Hola, amigos! I didn't know I sounded like Darth Vader. I guess it's an apparent hidden gift.
What song would you sing, Brad, if you had to do karaoke?
Motorin, what's your price for flight? A little Night Ranger every time.
I don't know that song, which doesn't mean it's not good. I just don't know it. Femi, what would your song be?
You've definitely.
What would your song be, Femi?
My song was, when I was back in my karaoke days, was Blitzkrieg Bop by Ramones. Just because I love crowd involvement.
Man.
It's a terror.
Let's go. I love crowd involvement for karaoke. It gets the people
and I will
going.
say, and I'll say about Blitzkrieg Bop is I like karaoke songs where you don't have to sing, right? Where you could just literally get up there in the microphone and go, na 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 na. You don't have to sing.
It's great.
Jake says he would do Unwritten by Natasha Bedingfield, which is staring.
Man.
Jake, will you come on? Will you come on and sing? Go ahead, Jake.
Open up the dirty window. I don't remember the
Let
rest.
the song illuminate.
Oh man.
Oh wait, hold on. Jake, we will tee you up here with reaching for something in the distance. Go ahead.
Reaching for something in the distance, so close you can almost taste it. Release your inhibitions, feel the rain on your skin. No one else can feel it for you, only you can let it in.
No one else can feel the words on your lips. What's the next line? Feel yourself with words unspoken. Live your life with arms wide open.
Arms wide open.
Begin.
Today is
where your book begins.
The rest is still unwritten.
The rest is still unwritten. Brad, how's the weekend, buddy?
Oh, it's fun and spectacular. Gentlemen, I watched the ILL absolutely stop the Tennessee Volunteers in the second half. I watched Indiana and probably win. Somebody had him on the money line. This guy. The only downside of my weekend was the fact the Bears sucked. Other than that, it was glorious.
They didn't suck, though. They lost, but I thought they were very good in the game, no? That was your takeaway, was that they suck?
No, the offense got to go into the second half. It was the secondary that really let me down. It was the same old tire story that we saw earlier in the season, giving up too many big plays. Christian Watson's going to haunt my nightmares. That's where they suck. But, gentlemen, 2 weeks away from exacting their revenge.
Yeah, Saturday, December 20th. Head-to-head with Oregon JMU. Wonder which game will rate better. Brad, what's your best bet for tonight in the world of sports?
Oh, give me all the Omarion Hampton. Hallelujah. 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 Thank God he's back. I've been waiting so long, gentlemen. I'm going to take the over on 10.5 receiving yards. Grab that earlier today there at BetMGM. We're going to see how much work he actually gets. I think it's going to be a customary, probably 13, 15 total touches. I'm probably going to catch 3 to 4 balls as well. And you look at Philadelphia. They've allowed the 8th most running back receiving yards this year, giving up 39.2 in that category. Very lucky number 13 to hit the over on 10.5 receiving yards. That's all I need from Hampton, who did it when he was upright in 4 or 5 games. Man, love me some Omarion Hampton tonight. Don't screw me over, Jim Harbaugh.
All right, so Brad is in on Omarion Hampton. Let's find out what Brad's out on. Have a great show tonight, my friend.
Indeed. Taking the under on Saquon Barkley, 7.5 rush yards at a -115. I'm out.
All right, so Brad was in, and now he's out. The duality of man. Now Brad kind of queued up the like the church hymn there for Omarion Hampton. Tyler, he should have done "Touched by Omarion." I would like for you to sing a couple bars of that song for us, please.
No, I'll pass on this one.
You don't understand. Like, it's what none of you understand. You're not allowed to pass, okay? Like, that's not how this works. You have no free will here on this show. Please sing some Omarion for us now, Tyler.
I'm not gonna lie. I don't know. That's the Mario song I don't know the words to. So again, I have to pass.
All right, ready? Just back
does anyone know the words?
And let it. Go ahead. Just give me that. You know it. I know you do.
I promise you I don't know it. I would sing it if I knew the words. I would do it.
All right, well, Tyler's going to have to sing something tomorrow. We're going to come up with what that is
Touch My
tomorrow.
Body. Mariah Carey, Touch My Body. Sing that instead.
No, I don't want that. I'm vetoing that. Bill, no, you don't. Sorry. It's executive decision. Bill, what do the real ones have to say here very quickly? Their bets for Eagles, Chargers.
All right, let's jump in here. Zachary Weber, Eagles team total over 21.5. Mini buy and the positivity bunny in the locker room will fix everything. AMW says Jalen Hurts under rushing yards prop 30.5. The Chargers have yet to give up more than 25 in their last 10 games. And Burcell Productions has a little alt line parlay. Herbert plus 10 rushing yards, Hurts plus 20 rushing yards, under 51.5, and the Chargers plus 7.5. Defense is going to be tight, and both QBs will feel the pressure and get some yards on their feet and keep it close. Plus 175 is the number for that parlay. Little sample from the real ones.
All right, thank you very much, Bill. Tyler says last time he did karaoke, he sang So Sick by Neo. Tyler will sing that song tomorrow on the show, and everyone will find out. And that's why they turned off the radio. All right, let's get to the bets for tonight. Please drop the dope-ass beat, Jake. All right, where's my read here? Tyler, too busy on singing, not enough reads. You've thought out the parlay, now boosted. Use today's odds boost token on any pro football same-game parlay. Grab a bigger payout if you win. Make it legendary with BetMGM. Download the app and please gamble responsibly. I'm being honest with everybody. I'm not betting the NBA tonight. We'll have bets for tomorrow for the NBA Cup. I'm not betting hockey. I'm not betting college hoops. We are locked and loaded with the National Football League. So, Femi, let's do side and total, then we'll get to all the props. Where we stand right now, no Jalen Carter for Philadelphia. Omarion Hampton playing for the Chargers. Lane Johnson also out for the Eagles. We're seeing money on the Chargers right now, Femi, and the over. Philly down to a 2-point road favorite, total 41.5. We're going up, it looks like, to 42. How are you betting this game, side and total?
Yeah, nothing on the side for me. I've been kind of going back and forth on who's going to win this game. Deep down, I think Philly's going to win it, but not confident enough to actually bet that. But I do have a bet on the total. Femi, betting totals is back. I like the under. I think both of these defenses have advantages. Like Chargers, I don't think they're going to be able to block this Philadelphia front, even though there's no Jalen Carter. That offensive line is poor. They're not going to be able to block that front. And then also, too, on the flip side, Kevin Patullo versus Jesse Minter. advantage Jesse Minter. I think this Eagles offense, we're going to see more of those woes in the passing game. They're going to have to get to the running game, which also bodes well to the under. So give me under 42. Couple props for your boy as well. I'm Oppo Brad. I'm going Saquon over 69.5 rushing yards. I think the Eagles use this little mini bye to go ahead and get Saquon back on track. This is how they win this game, is running the football. You can run on the Chargers, just got to stay committed. And also Saquon anytime TD plus 110. Big Saquon night tonight on Monday Night Football.
The Chargers have just released their actives and inactives. Justin Herbert is not listed, so Justin Herbert will start tonight as expected for the Bolts. I like the over a little bit in the game. I'm not going to bet it. Okay, how about this? I want action on the game. I don't have a strong opinion. I'm being candid with everyone. Like, I liked a lot of games yesterday. I loved the Cowboys. That was a disaster. I'll have a small bet on the Eagles, -2, and I'll bet the over 41.5. So Eagles and the over for me. Give some props I like here in a moment, but first we got to take a trip to the island.
On Monday Night Football between the Eagles and the Chargers. For Philadelphia, we're going to go to an island that we don't usually go to. This is going to be the Chalk Island for me. Big Saquon game tonight at 6-1. Saquon Barkley for your first TD score. And for the Chargers, I think the Titans have been having some good games against the Philadelphia Eagles. Arande Gadsden II with a lot of pedigree at 15-1 to be your first TD score. So it's Saquon Barkley, it's Arande Gadsden, and I'll see you on the island.
I just want to say that Chargers is the best word that Femi says on Femi's Island. Can you say it for us?
For the Chargers.
The Chargers. I love it. All right. We don't have to do the prop. Honestly, can I like, so Prop King is betting Omarion Hampton over 37.5 rushing yards. No Jalen Carter. Chargers are going to run it. Well, I'm not going to do it in Femi's voice, Tyler. If you know this, but it's 2025. We don't do that kind of thing. Omarion Hampton over rushing yards. I think he goes for like 60 yards tonight. No Jalen Carter. Chargers want to run the ball. And, I want all of us to be unburdened by what has been. And let's bet Harris. It's a Kamala Harris joke. We checked off the whole Democratic ticket today. Trey Harris, anytime touchdown. Starting to see more targets in the Chargers offense. Omarion Hampton over 37.5 rushing yards. Trey Harris, anytime touchdown, and a partridge in a pear tree. We'll see you tomorrow on a Tuesday. Until then, I'm Nick Costos wishing you minimal sweats, winning bets. The absolute very best of luck.
Thanks for listening to You Better You Bet. Up next, it's BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
time to bet and sweat with the pros. Welcome to BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
A happy Monday and welcome in to BetMGM Tonight, presented by BetMGM here on the BetMGM Network. I am PJ Glasser. That is Brad Evans. We got an awesome show coming up for you over the next 4 hours. We, of course, have Monday Night Football and a big one out in SoFi in Los Angeles between the Eagles and the Chargers, a couple of 8-4 teams looking for a big win. Eagles right now 1.5-point favorite. Brad and I will dive into that game plenty. We'll also talk about all the news and notes going around the NFL. We got plenty of injuries. We had some big results over the weekend. The Chiefs are on the brink of missing the playoffs. The Ravens are certainly in trouble. The Packers get a massive win over the Bears, and the Colts season might be cooked with Daniel Jones tearing his Achilles. So we'll dive into all that. Of course, we'll react to the college football playoff. The 12-team bracket is set. Bama is in. Miami is in. Notre Dame is out. We're going to talk to Ryan Harris. He's going to join us 8:20 p.m. Eastern time coming up, and we'll get his thoughts on the Irish being left out of the playoff. And also to talk that Monday night game, Chris Franklin going to join us coming up here in about 20 minutes. Then we'll talk a little college basketball as well. Quiet night on the hardwood tonight, but tomorrow we got some good games, including an excellent doubleheader at Madison Square Garden. Clemson, BYU, and then Florida, UConn. So we'll talk some college hoops as well. A lot to get into. Going to be a great show. As always, you guys can watch and listen to BetMGM Tonight on YouTube. Just search BetMGM Network, hit that subscribe button, check us out. Also follow us on all our social media channels at the BetMGM Network on X, on Instagram, and on TikTok. You can listen live and for free on the Odyssey app. And please, at the end of the show, go download the BetMGM Tonight podcast wherever you get your podcasts. And also, we'd love to hear from you. This is the kind of show you can call in, have your voice heard, let us know you want to talk college football playoff. You think Notre Dame got screwed? You think Bama or Miami should be out? Let us know, 833-732-3875. And let us know any Monday Night Football plays you have for tonight, or maybe there's a bet that you like coming up for Week 15. So much to get into, and I'll bring in my co-host, Brad Evans. Brad, great to see you, sir. How are we doing on this Monday?
Oh, my goodness. PJ was quite the weekend. Obviously, a lot of drama tied to the college football playoff. My Illini not remotely involved. But, hey, man, they're going to Nash Vegas. They're going to crush some hot chicken and party there on Broadway. My kid, who's the base 3, the Marching Illini, is going to be taking the bus ride down there to Nashville to play in front of the throng of fans. And I'm probably going to be filled to capacity there with Tennessee, the opponent. Really kind of a local favorite there, obviously. They're from Knoxville, a short drive from them. And the ILL contingency is going to show up. And speaking of ILL, what a weekend on the hardwood. Absolutely laying the smackdown on the Tennessee Volunteers. We're at, in Nash Vegas. So maybe back-to-back hardwood, gridiron, ILL. Let's go. And let's please not talk about my Chicago Bears.
Oh yeah, that both of our NFL teams had a rough day yesterday, with mine being the Ravens.
Oh, PJ, yeah. We got some breaking news. Are you ready for this?
Yeah.
I just got an alert. This is real, and oh my God, is it absolutely spectacular. Breaking, the Colts are bringing in quarterback. Are you ready for this? Phillip Rivers into their facility Tuesday to work out to see if he may join their practice squad, according to Ian Rappaport. Oh my God! Phillip Rivers is gonna father like 5 more kids.
You gotta keep faith in me.
I mean, that is crazy. Brad, you know what's funny is before the show was getting ready to start, I was actually talking about how I kind of like the Colts plus 12.5 against Seattle coming up on Sunday. And then you were like, who's going to play quarterback? We know Jones tore his Achilles. Riley Leonard suffered an injury. And we were both looking. Colts didn't have anybody on their roster. And now we find out that Phillip Rivers, who is 44 years old, will be in the facility and might have to be under center. It's a good thing we didn't talk about this game over air, Brad, because I don't know if you could give me 30 points and I'd take Indy if Phillip Rivers is the quarterback.
I mean, this is unbelievable, man. Phillip Rivers, a guy that's been coaching, right, at the high school ranks, I believe, somewhere in California, possibly, somewhere in the country, is still, I guess, working out the arm, taking some miles on the treadmill. He's in decent enough shape. Please make this happen, football gods. I would love to see Phillip Rivers losing his damn mind and throwing the pill around again for the Indianapolis Colts, who are desperate, absolutely desperate. And they still have I think, like 42% chance of making the NFL postseason. And I say, how? I'm already going to set over under right now on pass attempts. If Rivers is indeed signed and comes to the practice squad, gets a decent workout in, maybe gets a starter to center, I'm going to set it like 19.5. Do you think Jonathan Taylor's going to run the ball like 40 times, old school Earl Campbell style? That seems like a guarantee. Seems like the L of the century. So I would absolutely love to see this. Please make it happen. Phillip Rivers back in the NFL, possibly under center. If he indeed signs on a dotted line for maybe a 1 to 2 week contract. This is amazing. Greatest news I've heard all season.
I mean, that's crazy. Look, Seattle just played Atlanta yesterday, Brad, and I took the Falcons team total under 17.5, and my handicap was they got 80-year-old Kirk Cousins back there. You can't run on Seattle's defense. I don't know how they're going to score, and they didn't score a touchdown yesterday. And I think I just go right back to the well. It's going to be popular. A lot of people are going to bet the Indy team total under. But if Phillip Rivers is forced to play, I don't know how they score. I mean, how do they move the ball? I know Jonathan Taylor's really good. I know their offensive line is really good. But if Seattle just loads up, they're going to put 8 guys in the box, and they're just going to put their corners on islands with Pierce and Pittman and say, Phillip Rivers, we're going to force you to beat us through the air. And I don't know how they score. So I would think Riley Leonard, they're going to do everything they can. He's going to do everything he can to be out there to play for them Sunday, because I'm sure they don't want to have to use Rivers. But if they do, Brad, holy smokes. I think the team total under on the Colts is the way to go. I don't know how they get to double digits in that game.
No, I will take the over on one of the Jonathan Taylor rush attempts line is, and I'm assuming it's going to be like 24.5, 25.5, something outrageous. It's going to be old school black and white leather helmet football. That's the only way they're going to be able to move the chains, if at all. And when Phillip Rivers does indeed go airborne, I would suspect he's going to be looking to Tyler Warren early and often in the short to intermediate field. So, man, again, breaking news just came off the wire, according to Ian Rappaport, the NFL Network. The Colts are planning to bring potential Hall of Fame quarterback Phillip Rivers into the facility Tuesday to work out and see if he may join their practice squad. Mike Garofalo also had the news. Just stunning. This is the greatest twist in the NFL and the drama that is constantly coming out of that league that I've heard in a long time.
PJ Glasser, Brad Evans here with you on BetMGM tonight, reacting to the live news that Phillip Rivers is going to be in the facility this week for the Colts and uses the backup quarterback for rookie Riley Leonard, who had to come into the game yesterday because Daniel Jones tore his Achilles against Jacksonville. Leonard is now questionable with a knee injury, so we will definitely monitor that throughout the week. But Brad, we got to talk about, obviously, the college football playoff. And this is the beauty of live radio. You have a breaking news story. You start with that. But definitely wanted to start talking about the college football playoff. And Notre Dame, they were the team that was left out. I think we all knew it was going to be either Notre Dame, Miami, or Bama. One of those teams was going to be left out. People were making the case for why all three should have been left out. But ultimately, Brad, when you saw the reveal, Bama 9, Miami 10, Notre Dame left out, what was your reaction?
I was stunned, quite honestly. I didn't think Alabama deserved to be in as a 3-loss team. They had some great wins, but what this ultimately came down to was the head-to-head between Miami and Notre Dame. And I think that should have weighed heavily and enormously in the selection committee room. But all this is doing, ultimately, is necessitating an expansion. And I think what we're seeing right now is the bowl system is cratering. I think it's going to die. It's already right now on life support, and this is only going to expedite that process in the unraveling. Here's what the FBS needs to do. Just follow the lead. It was always been under your nose and do what the FCS does with their 16-team playoff. He got buys with some of the top seeds. North Dakota State got upset over the weekend by a team right up the road from me in Illinois State, the Redbirds. But follow that format with 16 teams. Yeah, you can have auto bursts if you want to include that for the big boys. They're the Big 10, the Big 12, the SEC, even throw the ACC in there. And maybe you could even give auto bids for some of the smaller conferences as well if you want to get crazy with the cheese whiz, like the Mountain West, the Mac Daddies, Conference USA, the American. Obviously has representative there in this year's college football playoff, but this is just hurtling toward that inevitability, and that's expanding to 16 teams, and it's got to happen. And I don't blame Notre Dame for shunning the bowl invite, passing up some of the guaranteed money that they could have got, whatever event that they would have been invited to. And people are like, oh, yeah, they're ruining it for their school. Why are they surrendering that money? Well, guess what, folks? There were 9 other teams that declined bowl invites like Kansas State, Kansas, Iowa State, Florida State, Auburn, Central Florida, Baylor, Temple, and Rutgers. Even Rutgers said no because all these teams are behind the 8 ball in the current process of the NIL and building up their rosters for next year and the coaching tree and all of that. So there has got to be fundamental wholesale change in not only the number of teams in the college football playoff, but how they're selected and the dates on when you can make moves. Because right now, college football is broken. Notre Dame should be in, period, end of story. Alabama, I think, should be outside looking in. But honestly, Alabama should also be in. Just expand to 16 teams, go to the FC formats, and we're done.
I think they got the right teams in, given the situation that they were dealt with, but they went about it the wrong way. The fact that every week leading up to it, Notre Dame was ahead of Miami, and then these teams don't even play, and then all of a sudden, Miami jumps ahead of Notre Dame. I think that's where all of the frustration starts, right? If at the beginning, because they set the precedent with all these other teams throughout all these weeks, we had all this movement, we had teams beating other teams, and everybody who had won a head-to-head just about was on top of that other team, except Miami and Notre Dame. And I think that's where the frustration is. It's like, how can neither of those teams play? And then all of a sudden, in the most important rankings of the season, when the bracket's unveiled, then you move Miami ahead of Notre Dame. Bama definitely deserves to be in. Brett, go ahead.
Well, I was going to tell you, PJ, I think you hit a very astute point there. You talked about the Richard tease, because I can't say the other word. But with the slow rollout and how they were ahead in the pecking order there, the college football playoff reveal week in and week out repeatedly, just the gross inconsistency and the malpractice that the committee ultimately conducted in giving Notre Dame the stiff arm. So the question I was going to propose to you as a follow-up, should we do away with the college football playoff shows and those reveals every single week? Maybe we'll do it like twice a season or once a season, not every single week, so we can prevent instances like this where a team wrongfully got robbed.
Yeah, I mean, look, college basketball, right? A month before Selection Sunday, they come out with the top 16 overall seeds, and they kind of give you an idea of where teams are at. I think college football should adopt the same thing. To your point, maybe you have one ranking in October, one ranking in November, and then there's all this suspense. There's all this buildup for when we finally get to that selection show on Sunday and we see what the bracket is. So I think that's absolutely the way that they go about it. I do think Bama deserved to be in, though, Brad, because even though they had 3 losses, they were a 10-2 regular season team, and they were the top team in the SEC. If there was no conference championship week and we were given auto bids to teams that won their regular season, Bama would have gotten the auto bid to win the SEC. So I think because you're talking about a league that got 5 teams in the playoff, they won the regular season. Even though I would have dropped them to 10, I didn't agree keeping them at 9. I think they should have dropped to 10. I think they should have put them in. And all this talk, too, something that bothered me listening to a lot of people, where them making the case that if Bama still gets to be in and they lost the conference championship, but BYU doesn't. Folks, when the playoff bracket was revealed before conference championship week, BYU was out. They weren't in the field. So their reward was going to the conference title game. for a chance to play in the playoff. It's no different than college basketball when you have teams go to conference tournament week and some that play and already know that they're getting an at-large, or others that have to win their conference tournament to get in. That's what BYU was dealt with. So all these people that were like, oh, Bama lost, they still get to get in. If BYU was in the playoff before the rankings started, in that final ranking before championship week, they would have been in, just like Ohio State was when they lost and Bama was, SMU last year. So that was another point I didn't agree with. Look, I think Notre Dame's one of the best teams. It's unfortunate they're not in. Like you said, Brad, it's a flawed system, and it feels like we're definitely moving to 16 teams here in the near future. But
Indeed.
Bama and Miami are in. Notre Dame is out, and excited to talk about that with Ryan Harris coming up next hour. But Chris Franklin is going to join us as we got our guy Brando running the board. Big Notre Dame fan, still hurting. We're going to talk Eagles, Chargers, Monday Night Football next. Chris Franklin.
Phillip Rivers!
On the move? Take the BetMGM network with you. Catch live Wagertainment anytime on Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn.
And I want to preface everything I'm about to say with the following. $2,000 hit my account last night because Miami made the playoff.
Yeah.
I made that bet in the summer. I financially profited yesterday by Miami making the playoff. And I still think Notre Dame should be in. Now, the real question is, should Alabama be in? After getting waxed by Georgia in a conference title game and having -3 rushing yards. -3. And we're going to have that team be in over a team that's dominated everybody for 10 straight weeks. But then you got the SEC stuff. And you're right. We were on the air yesterday, Nick and I, and they did the hour show that could have been 12 minutes, and they got to go to every campus and hear from Marty Smith again. And like, okay, all right, just give us the bracket. Can we get the bracket, please?
Jen Lada, yeah.
Right, yeah. Jen Lada in her skin-tight leather pants. So they bring out Saban in his crimson red sport coat, and then they bring out Herb Street. And again, I can't hear it because I'm on the air, but I can read lips, and you know what they're saying. Like, oh, Alabama plays in the. You can see. I'm mouthing SEC on camera for those that can't see. Because it's ESPN who has a relationship with SEC. So what do you think Saban and Herb Street are saying on the college football playoff review show?
Can I tell you one thing that Herb Street was saying? Not to,
Sure.
I'm not trying to cut you off, but this kind of set me off because you're trying to read the lips, and I just want to fill something in. One of the first things that Herb Street said when he gets on camera, which set me off and many others. Well, with this committee, the rankings aren't true until they get all the data in. Notre Dame and Miami didn't play. And every week leading up to the conference championship games, Notre Dame well ahead of Miami. When this started, it was 10 and it was 18. Notre Dame never lost, but somehow Miami passes them up. I just wanted to fill that in for you. They don't know the true rankings till they get all the data, even though they flipped teams that didn't play. Okay.
I also saw a clip of Herb Street who was saying, oh, well, BYU shouldn't be in because they lost their conference championship. And then 3 minutes later, he's like, well, Alabama shouldn't be penalized for losing their conference championship. And I'm like, this is what's going on. Like, it's hard to get upset because, like, everybody's stupid. And I got people on the internet telling me that Notre Dame shouldn't be in because they lost to Northern Illinois last year in week 2. Like, that matters. It just like everybody's stupid. That's my thesis.
BetMGM Network.
All right, just about an hour away from kickoff from SoFi tonight out in Los Angeles. We got another really good primetime matchup between the reigning Super Bowl champion Philadelphia Eagles, 8-4, taking on the Los Angeles Chargers, who are also 8-4. So big game tonight between both of those teams. And to break down the Monday night matchup, we welcome on our guest, Chris Franklin. You can follow Chris on X at @CFranklinNews, covers the Eagles, the Giants, and the Jets for NJ.com and PennLive.com as well. Chris is a busy man. We appreciate his time. And Chris, as I was saying, big game for both teams, right? Both teams are 8-4. Obviously, Chargers in the AFC, Eagles are in the NFC. Who do you feel like, though, when you kind of look at the divisional races that both of these teams have, and certainly how competitive the NFC is right now with all these 8 and 9 win teams? Who do you think this game is more important for tonight to get a win? Would you argue it would be for Philly or for LA?
I think it'd be for Philadelphia. I really think so, because when you look at the whole playoff picture, I think the Chargers, I feel comfortable enough to think that they're going to be in. Look at how everything is starting to shape up. For the Eagles, you're coming off for 2 weeks. You just had that, frankly, embarrassing loss to the Bears on Black Friday. And even though the Cowboys lost to the Lions, they're still lurking around, and that's their only path to try to get into the playoffs. And this offense has struggled. The defense looked bad that Friday against the Bears. They really need to find some way to get back into this and really assert themselves and kill any chances, really, of the Cowboys even having any modicum of hope to try to get back into this thing. And I think it helped not only the psyche for the team, but the entire city of Philadelphia.
Chris, Brad Evans here. Welcome back to the program, my man. Great to hear your voice. You mentioned how the Philadelphia Eagles right now are riding the struggle bus offensively, and really kind of the crux of why they're currently on that vehicle is Saquon Barkley's production. It's really fallen off a cliff after his magnificent 2,000-yard season last year. What explains the decline in your estimation? Can he bounce back tonight against the Chargers? Give us a fearless forecast of what you're anticipating for Saquon this evening.
Well, I think it's really tough for him, because the two things that are working against him, that have worked against him this year, are the offensive line has not been as dominant as they were last year. You look at left guard Landon Dickerson. He's still, as much as he's not on hasn't missed too many games, he's not been as effective as well too, because he's been dealing with ankle, knee, back, what have you. He's been dealing with so much stuff, and overall they just haven't been able to get that push going on for the whole entire offensive line. So there's been holes that have been, whenever a hole has opened, it's like Saquon's been surprised that the hole's actually open, and then it closes up again. And then I think you have to look at the play calling. When you look at the way you keep constantly lining them up in shotgun, basically you're limiting the amount of guesses that defenses have whether it's going to be a run and where it's going to go. So you got to put that on offensive coordinator Kevin Patullo and Nick Sirianni, because he gets the final say on any game plan. So you look at those two things, and I think they've been working against them. Now, when you look at the Chargers defense, yeah, they're very good still, and you got that hardball mentality going with them. They're going to be a tough team, and I think it's going to be one of those things where it might be another night of tough sledding, even though he's had success in running in L.A., whether it's the Rams or the Chargers.
Yeah, it could be running in mud, to say the least, yet again. Chris, in order to spark this offense, if it's not going to be Saquon, the Eagles need some sort of X factor to possibly rise to the occasion. Who, or specifically what, can check that box in Los Angeles?
I think that the guy I really look at is, I know A.J. Brown's going to get his targets, and I think Devontae's going to do that. I think Dallas Goedert, this is a game where he really could have a decent impact in this as well too. And when things have gone rough with this Eagles offense, there seems to be there's one play they always run. It's always a play action run with Dallas Goedert going across the line of scrimmage into the flat, and that gets Hurts in rhythm, and he feels comfortable with that. So I think it's going to be a night where he can start to get a few more, not only targets in the short game, but attack that Chargers defense, especially against the seams. I think the Eagles can take advantage of that. So that's one guy I'm really looking at to see in this game.
Chris, the total for the game tonight is at 41.5. Do you see tonight's matchup being a 1st to 20 kind of game, or do you think we could get some points?
Whoever made that line, the sports books are smart, because the way that Eagles offense is going, you got to hold your breath, hold your nose, and think it's going to get to 20 the way they've been playing lately. But I can see it happen. I think it goes down to the last possession. It really does, because both teams have good defenses. You got Justin Herbert. I think that hand's going to affect him a little bit more than what's Levi's, and it's going to affect the offensive play calling overall. So you got that working against him. This is going to be a little back and forth, uncomfortable. Maybe see a few more punts than normal as well too. But it's going to be one where it's like 24-20, where it barely beats it covers, but just barely, and you're not feeling real comfortable the whole entire night.
Chris, defensively, who or what do you feel is going to be the potential biggest mismatch in this game for the Eagles? And you get bonus points if you say Omarion Hampton.
You took my answer. Hey, how'd you do that? Hey, come on. I look at Hampton when he comes back. He's real shifty. He's really good in the receiving game. I look at him if I want to see how they're able, even though Zach Bond and Nakobe Dean have done really well on pass coverage in French. They've allowed one of the lowest completion percentages in the league among linebackers combined, which is crazy when you think about it. It's like, huh, those two? But then you look at when you get him singled up in pass coverage, I don't know if it's a wheel route. I don't know if it's a quick out where you're forced Nakobe Dean to go out in the coverage one-on-one with him. If I'm the Eagles, I'm holding my breath a little bit. Dean has done a lot better in pass coverage this year than he's done in the past, but it's still a mismatch where I'm looking like, okay, one cut, if he makes Dean overextend or breaks one tackle, we could see Hampton running for a little while, and we can pick up some big chunks and explosive plays there. So that's the one matchup I'm looking at. And if they somehow get him motion the right way and get him out one-on-one, I think Herbert or Lance, if he comes in, whatever package they run with that, I think they can have a lot of success with it.
We're talking with Chris Franklin here on BetMGM tonight. Covers the Eagles for NJ.com and PennLive.com as well. Chris, before we let you go, who do you think wins the game tonight out in SoFi, Eagles or Chargers?
I think one little factor that might play into this as well too is I think I've seen videos everywhere. I think there's a lot of Eagles fans that are going to be at SoFi, and it's get to the point where I wonder if they may have to go silent count the Chargers at home. We saw it happen beforehand. Could it happen again? I don't know, but I think it might influence that. I think that's enough for the Eagles to come away with that win. As I mentioned before, 24-20, and it's a little bit more peace going into at least this on the short week to play the Raiders next week.
Yeah, we know Philadelphia, another loss, and those fans would just continue to make some noise for sure. Chris Franklin, give him a follow on X at CFranklin News, covers the Eagles, the Giants, and the Jets for NJ.com and PennLive.com as well. Always great talking with Chris. Chris, appreciate the time, man. Enjoy the game tonight. Hope to catch up with you again soon.
I appreciate it. Always great talking to you guys. Y'all have a good night now. Enjoy the game.
All right, you as well, Chris.
Thanks, Chris.
Really good stuff there. Brad, so yeah, Eagles-Chargers tonight. Really good stuff from Chris. Let's dive into our cards, right? Because it's a quiet night in college basketball. All of our favorite plays tonight, our top 3 plays, are in this Monday night matchup between the Eagles and the Chargers, which should be a good one. So, sir, I will give you the floor. What are your 3 favorite plays for tonight's matchup?
Well, he already hit the nail on the head. His love for Omarion Hampton is reciprocated by yours truly. So, numero uno on my card tonight. I'm going to take Omarion Hampton anytime touchdown at a plus 185. Absolutely love the value there. A guy in 5 games this season, a dozen red zone touches, 5 of them coming at the goal line. He's number 5 in the YAC per attempt. So, he's a break tackle machine. He's forced some missed tackle, an absurd at 33.3% of the time. And the Eagles on the year giving up 4.44 yards per carry just to running backs and 13 combined touchdowns. I think Hampton will be that X factor and will cross the chalk tonight. They'll work it in some sort of synchronicity, probably 60-40 split between Hampton and Kamani Vidal. And numero dos on my card, I mentioned Omarion Hampton and how much I love him. How about we go ahead and double down? I'll take the over on just 10.5 receiving yards at a minus 110. A guy that was very busy as a check-down weapon earlier this season. He cashed the over on this prop in 4 of 5 games before exiting with that ankle sprain and ankle fracture, I think it was. 23.8 routes per game is what he's running this season. That's 59.8% of his snaps. He's averaging 6.8 yards per catch. So I'm no mathematician, PJ. But if you catch one pass, hit your average, catch another pass, hit your average, I think that's north of 10.5 receiving yards. 2 grabs, that is a magic number from Maureen Hampton. By the way, Philadelphia has allowed the 8th most running back receiving yards at 39.2 per game this season. And numero trace on my card. Always bet on this guy, Jahan Dotson. I need an OCC. Yeah, you know me. Also known as a one-catch cash. Give me the overall on his longest catch. This is real, folks. 6.5 yards. I just need a 7-yard grab for Jahan Dotson, and I cash. Usually he's good for one catch. He has gone over 6.5 yards on his longest catch in 7 of 12 games. He's running 23.1 routes per game. He's averaging 18.7 yards per reception on the season. And he's going to get some Tarheeb still most often in coverage. He was allowed a 104.4 passer rating, 10.2 yards per catch, and a 73.5 catch rate. So Jahan Dotson over 6.5 yards longest catch. So to recap, my card tonight, Amarian Hampton, anytime touchdown, plus 185. Amarian Hampton, over 10.5 receiving yards at a minus 110. And Jahan Dotson, give me that OCC. Yeah, you know me. Over 6.5 yards on the longest catch, minus 120 there at BetMGM.
Love it. Brad Evans, PJ Glasser here with you. BetMGM tonight, giving out our favorite plays for tonight's Monday Night Football matchup. If you out there are listening, you want to call into the show, give out some of your favorite plays to us, you can hit us up 833-732-3875. Again, 833-732-3875. Let us know your favorite plays for tonight's game between the Eagles and the Chargers. So Brad is heavy on Amarian Hampton tonight, and my fantasy team certainly hopes that he is correct.
Oh, please.
I'm gonna go with the quarterback, Brad, of the Chargers. I'm gonna take Justin Herbert, and I'm gonna go over his rushing yards at 17.5. With all the running back injuries that the Chargers have had this season, and certainly the offensive line injuries, as we know, Herbert has taken it upon itself to run. As much as Justin Herbert's really run for much of his career this season, it hasn't been as of much lately. But again, all the games he's been playing in, the Chargers have won pretty comfortably. The Steelers game, they won by 2 touchdowns. Jacksonville, they got blown out. Vegas, they won by 17 yesterday. So certainly a game I think all of us are expecting to be close. Points are going to be hard to come by. I think Herbert, if he has an opportunity to take off and run, he's certainly going to do it. So I think you're getting a little bit of a discounted price because the rushing numbers haven't been there quite as of late. Hampton's back, but I think Herbert's going to run. So I'll go over his rushing number at 17.5. I'm going to go with Saquon Barkley over 16.5 receiving yards, Brad. So hopefully both running backs are catching some balls out of the backfield tonight. Saquon, you know, we all know, like you said, he just, as you were talking to Chris, he has not been clearly the same back that he was last season. Only one game this year, Brad, where Saquon has run for over 100 yards. They've been trying to get him more production in the receiving game, and it's kind of hit or miss with Saquon. You know, his last 5 games, 24, 41, 752, and 0 receiving yards against the Bears last Friday. It's kind of hit or miss with him, but again, I think against this Chargers defense that really does a good job of making you work the ball down the field. You have to take your checkdowns. You can't force anything. I think that plays right into Barkley having a pretty good day receiving the football. So I'll go over 16.5 receiving yards for Saquon Barkley. And then final play for me, Brad, pretty simple. I'm just going to take the Chargers plus the points tonight against the Eagles.
Yep,
give me LA plus 2 against Philly. The Eagles, the last couple of years, I feel like they've kind of been the same in the sense that when they're running hot, they're a machine. And they just go on these big win streaks, and they're a juggernaut, and they're really tough to beat. But when the Eagles struggle, they really struggle. I think we all remember 2 years ago when they had a great record to start the season, and then they lost like 6 of their 7 games going into the playoffs. They lost to Tampa in the wild card round. It certainly feels like this year's team is kind of giving off those same vibes. So we all look at the star power on both sides of the ball, the defending Super Bowl champion, all these great players, Hall of Fame players that they have. But Brad, right now they're struggling, and I just don't think it's going to get fixed overnight. And I don't think this Chargers defense is the kind of team that's their get-right game. I think that's more so next week when they take on Vegas at home. So maybe next week is the spot to buy in on the Eagles. I don't think tonight is. Jalen Carter's definitely a big loss in the middle for Philly, so give me the Chargers plus 2 against the Eagles. Brad, who do you like to win the game tonight? You rolling with the Chargers?
Yeah, I am. I actually took him on the money line earlier today at BetMGM at a plus 115. The Superchargers, I know everybody's concerned about Herbert and that, surgically repaired hand. Could operate in shotgun primarily, and I may not run as much, though you think he will hit the over on his current rush yards prop. But he can still spin it. I still got Lab McConkey Donkey, Keenan Allen, who, by the way, I also like on the over 3.5 receptions, and also Quentin Johnston to stretch the field with. And we can't forget about the ultimate X factor, possibly Oronde Gadsden as well. And having Hampton back on the field, I think the Chargers are indeed going to rise to the occasion and get the much-needed victory.
Absolutely love it. When we come back, we'll talk some more college football. The Heisman finalists have been announced. We'll let you know the 4 gentlemen that will be in New York for the Heisman presentation. And then we'll talk some of these first-round matchups in the CFP playoff. Brad Evans, PJ Glasser, BetMGM tonight, presented by BetMGM.
We're bringing the Wagertainment wherever you are. Stream the BetMGM network live on Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn. Open the app and listen now.
So head-to-head only matters in the final rankings, I suppose, if the teams are right next to each other, which feels like a weird logic to me. Honestly, I feel like the better logic, if I was on the committee, I would have said, okay, the week-to-week rankings are prisoners of the moment. And it's like, okay, we can't change it that much, like based on stuff that doesn't happen. But at the final, in the final rankings, those are overall rankings for the entirety of the season. And in fact, I think a lot of people are clamoring for the fact that why do we even have rankings during the season if they don't matter according to the final rankings? Like, I understand they want to draw attention to college football. They want viewership. They draw this out with a TV show on ESPN. But like, if these rankings don't matter, I think that's the tough part, is we feel like idiots and we feel like we've been gaslit for the entire season with these college football rankings week by week. When at the end of the day, it feels like those previous ones don't even matter.
Chelsea, going back, like, it's all for the networks. That's why they have rankings. They draw out those shows. They say we're going to release the rankings at 5:30, 5:55. The rankings come out. Like, that's the thing with college football. Another thing is, like, if they talk, okay, fine, the head-to-head, yeah, that should matter. You lose to Miami, like that. Miami has the edge over you there, but you look at two lost teams, and Miami's losses were significantly worse. You lost to Louisville and you lost to SMU, where Notre Dame lost to 2 top-ranked teams the first 2 weeks of the season. One of those on the road in the rain, and you have a freshman starting quarterback. Like, does that go into effect at all? Doesn't seem to. So, like, I understand the argument of, like, the head-to-head, but you're right. Like, what's the point in the rankings all season long if the team that you have ranked higher than the other team doesn't make it in? If it's ultimately the head-to-head, like, if it's the head-to-head, then Miami should have been ahead of Notre Dame in the rankings throughout the last, 7 rankings that were released.
Travis Kelce. Week 1. Runs the wrong route in Brazil and injures Xavier Worthy. Yeah, his head's in the game. Literally, like, second snap of the year. Let me run the wrong route and injure our first-round pick from last year. Great job. Chiefs lose. Week 2 against the Eagles. About to score a touchdown to take the lead. Instead, but ricochets off his chest into the arms of Andrew Makuba. Chiefs lose that game to the Eagles. And then, last night, in the waning moments, back-to-back plays. Mahomes puts it right on the money, and Travis Kelce can't catch. He can't catch. But hey, everybody, don't worry, because on New Heights this week, tune in as Travis Kelce talks to Governor of Minnesota, Tim Walz, for a wide-ranging conversation. Can't wait. Travis Kelce will ask Tim Walz about the Somali population in Minneapolis. So it's okay. Don't worry. Don't worry. He can't catch the ball in the big spots. But listen, the podcast is going to do huge numbers. It's okay, everybody. No worries. It's okay.
It's time to place your bets. This is BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Saying, lets it go. And it is caught, but not enough. Kurt Cignetti does it. In 2 years, the Indiana Hoosiers are champions of the Big Ten.
Doesn't matter how many times you listen to Gus Johnson on the call, Indiana wins the Big Ten is just something I don't know how many people thought they would hear in the year 2025.
Surreal.
What a job from Kurt Cignetti. Not only win the Big Ten, undefeated, #1 in the college football playoff, and their quarterback, Brad, is going to the Heisman Trophy ceremony, and a lot of people think he's going to be the guy who ends up hoisting the trophy. Mendoza, Notre Dame running back Jeremiah Love, Vandy quarterback Diego Pavia, and Ohio State quarterback Julian Sain are going to be your 4 representatives. Brad, it kind of feels clear-cut at this point. I know it was a low-scoring game, but Mendoza made some big-time throws in that fourth quarter, and Indiana ended up winning the game as an underdog. So kind of feels like he's probably going to win the award, doesn't it?
Yeah, I mean, the last story he had of the game that clinched it for Indiana was an absolute dime. And I said, just give him the Heisman already. Immediately on social media, that was the game, set, match moment. And I know he's a little bit corny, and a guy that's obviously has a future probably in media. I know if you see him in every post-game interview, how he addresses the camera and not the reporter. It cracks me up. Oh, praise Lord, Jesus. And he looks right at the camera. They give us a full breakdown of the question and everything else. Credit to him. I know there's a lot of people like, man, that guy's just cheesy. They kind of get rubbed the wrong way, but you can't dispute the performance on the field. You can't dispute the love of the game that he has. You can't dispute the fact that Indiana is the #1 team in the country. I try to tell people, everybody and their great grandmother was back in the Ohio State. Oh, the Buckeyes are going to roll. People were threatening me on Instagram and other social media platforms, dead serious, PJ, just because I picked Indiana straight up and said this is a statement moment for the Hoosiers. And who was right? For once in his life, this guy was, because Mendoza was incredible. He's been incredible all year. An outstanding touchdown interception split, an outstanding, adjusted or regular completion percentage. He's done it all. Just give him the trophy. I didn't even look up at the odds have changed, but he's got to be like, what, -500 now at BetMGM? Anything south of that seems like a gift.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be Mendoza's award. I think just the general consensus was if Ohio State would have won that game, Brad, if they would have scored, if they would have kicked that game time field goal with 2.5 minutes left and then maybe kicked another one to win it in overtime, I think Pavia probably would have ended up winning the award. But as soon as Indiana won the game, Mendoza had those big throws, the one, like you said, to seal it. I think at that point it was pretty much a wrap. So I'm with you. I would expect Fernando Mendoza to win the Heisman and would be pretty shocked if he does not end up winning it. Those Indiana Hoosiers, of course, are your number one seed in the college football playoff. They will play their first game in the Rose Bowl on New Year's Day, and they will await the winner of an SEC matchup, a rematch from mid-November between number 8 Oklahoma and number 9 Alabama. The Tide are a 1.5-point favorite on the road. Total in the game is 40.5. This is going to be your Friday night game. Brad, it's still early. We still got about 2 weeks away before this game kicks off, but they're already saying might get a snow game out in Norman, which could certainly be interesting.
Yes.
Between a couple of SEC teams that are very good defensively and both have struggled on offense here as of late. But who are you liking in the rematch right now? Are you leaning more towards Oklahoma or more towards Alabama?
The meteorological prospect has me giddy and slightly aroused, PJ, because I would love to see two SEC teams play in the white stuff. Now, you might say in Oklahoma, it's actually kind of common. Not necessarily playing in it, but seeing it, it's not outrageous at all, as they get a decent amount of snow, that part of the nation every single year. Not so much in Tuscaloosa. And that could play a key factor in this game. So obviously I wouldn't bet on it right now with that weather pending event because of those flakes start flying. It's a snow globe there in this matchup in Norman. Advantage and rather wide one to Boomer Sooner because the defense is so outstanding. One of the best defenses in all of college football, number 3 in EPA per play D. Alabama, one of the most balanced teams in the country. They've had some colossal, enormous moments this year. Beating several ranked opponents. That's why they are in the college football playoff with the 3 losses. They're number 12 in EPA per play offense, number 8 in EPA per play defense. But again, weather could be that key factor. And if it does indeed come down and snow, it's accumulating snow, whether it's blowing or not, it doesn't matter. Alabama is not used to playing in those kind of conditions. Oklahoma at least has some experience in some way, shape, or form. Some of those kids do playing in it. So I would go with the advantage of the defense in that regard and ride with the Sooners. And ultimately, the smartest wager, PJ, maybe just being under in this game, as defense could ultimately reign supreme. We know the struggles that the Oklahoma Sooners have really had this season offensively. So, again, slightly in the under right now, penny of the weather. And I will go with Oklahoma if it does snow. And hell, I'll just go Oklahoma, period, overall. They're beaten. Crimson Tide. Sorry, Bama.
Brad, so look, people talk about how you should never, ever tease college football, right? We talk about teasers in the NFL, but you should never tease college football. I think Oklahoma is an awesome teaser leg at plus 7.5.
Yeah.
Even last year, I mean, ever since DeBoer's arrived in Tuscaloosa, Bama has struggled away from Bryant-Denny Stadium. When they go on the road or they play a neutral site game, they've just struggled. That's just what it's been. They lost to Florida State in week 1 on the road. They beat Georgia by 3 on the road. They beat Missouri by 3. They beat South Carolina by 7, Auburn by 7, and then, of course, lost on Saturday to Georgia by 21. So they have not won a single game away from home this season by more than 7. And now they go on the road to a difficult environment. There could be some snow potentially, low-scoring game between two good defenses. I think Oklahoma plus 7.5. Pair it with another NFL game you want on the board. Maybe tease down one of the other college, whatever you want to do. Oklahoma plus 7.5 in a teaser, I think, is a terrific look. But I actually do lean towards Bama in this game, Brad. When these two teams met up against each other, yes, Oklahoma won. Bama outgained them by 200 yards. They lost the turnover battle 3-0 in that game, and Oklahoma also had a pick 6 that helped them win the game 23-21. So it's a big if, but if Bama can just take care of the football, there's a reason they're a favorite on the road in this game. I think they're better. Odds makers thinks they're better. So it's going to be close. It's going to be low scoring like you. I'd probably lean the under, but I think Bama comes out of there with a win against Oklahoma. Next game up, Brad, another matchup between Power 4 opponents. We got Texas A&M and Miami. The Aggies are a 3.5-point favorite in College Station. Total in the game is 51.5. This game's going to be noon Eastern time on Saturday. So what do we like between the Aggies and the Canes?
Yeah, I actually kind of like the Canes here. I'm going to side with Michael Irvin. I'm going to sprinkle a little action on the money line, but especially like them +3 and the hook. I think they're going to lose this game ultimately by 3 points if they lose it at all. Pretty balanced team. Obviously lucky to be in the college football playoff thanks to that Notre Dame victory to begin the season. They're top 15 EPA per play offense. They're top 10 EPA per play defense. So again, well-rounded. And you look at Texas A&M, they have had their moments where you're just kind of puzzled and you're scratching your head like, is this team really that good? I've seen that play out time and time again. I'm not really convinced. So the advanced data tells a different story. As over 10 EPA per play offense, 11 EPA per play defense. Right now, at college football graphs, they actually give Miami a 28.28 to 23.61 victory. So Miami -5, and they're catching 3.5. I'm going to side with the numbers nerds and some of the advanced data, basically the eye test and what I've seen with Gig'em. I think they're going to get the thumb and get kicked out of town there at College Station. So give me the Hurricane. I think they're going to blow in like a Category 5 on the Safford-Simpson scale. Not only covered, but I got a really good shot of winning straight up.
Yeah, this is going to be a close one, man. I don't think I'm going to end up betting the game. If we get a 3 with A&M, maybe I'll lean towards the Aggies. It does feel like a game that comes down to the wire. Ultimately, though, for me, Brad, Carson Beck just scares me. In this kind of game, I worry that he's going to make the big mistake that ends up costing Miami. This A&M team, I think a lot of us have felt like, yeah, they had a great season, they had a great record, but they really didn't play any of the good teams in the SEC outside of Texas, and then we saw how that game went. They were fortunate to beat Notre Dame. So this is the third best team they've played all year, no question, and in the first two, they easily could have lost both of them. Think it's close, but because it's at home, and that's a big advantage, and Carson Beck just feels like a game where he's going to have a big turnover, so I'll take the Aggies to win it against Miami. Then we got the 6-11 matchup between Ole Miss and Tulane. Rebels favored by 16.5, total 56.5. Big storyline, no Lane Kiffin. What do you think, Brad? Ole Miss win, Tulane covers, or do you think the Rebels blow them out?
No, I don't think the Rebels are going to blow them out. I think it's going to be a little bit more competitive than some people feel. These monster spreads, that back door is always wide open, as you know, PJ. And you look at college football grass, Ole Miss, 69.7% chance of winning straight up. Tulane, though, a decent one at 30.3%. Tulane's defense, better than advertised, or top 45 national EPA per play D. Ole Miss, 9 in offense, 27 in defense. College football graphs has got this projected as an 11-point win. I think it's going to be around 14. 16.5 feels like there is that keyword value on the board. So give me the waves, the green wave of Tulane, plus the 16.5 in this one against Ole Miss.
I would lean that way as well. I'm thinking maybe betting Tulane in the first half, potentially. I think most people will think, oh, without Kiffin, Ole Miss is at home. They're going to come fired up, get off to a hot start. I think it might be a little sluggish early. So we get a nice number with Tulane in the first half, maybe like a +8.5, +9.5, something like that. I would look at the green wave in the game. Finally, Brad, in about 30 seconds, Oregon, a 21.5-point favorite against JMU. Total is 50.5. How would you play that game?
Again, I'm going to take the points here. I think the hook is going to be absolutely critical. I think Oregon could win this sucker by 21 exactly. So it's going to be nip and tuck. But JMU at number 12 at EPA per play defense nationally. They'll try to remain somewhat close in the end and hopefully cash in for your boy.
That JMU defense is very good. Oregon's is also very good. I'd look at a JMU team total under. I just think they're going to have a tough time scoring on the road at Autzen Stadium. Hour 2 up next. BetMGM tonight presented by BetMGM. PJ Glasser, Brad Evans. NFL talk on the other side.
Oh, yeah.
Don't miss a second of the Wagertainment. Listen to the BetMGM Network live. Now streaming everywhere on Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn.
The big winner from the college football playoff reveal, Ohio State. Ohio State is the big winner. And I'm going to tell you why. Because I have money on Ohio State to win the national championship. And this is when we'll talk about, right, when you bet on a football game. And you know what the right decision a coach could make is based on how you feel about it as someone who has money on the game. So, I need the Chiefs to win last night. Andy Reid's going to go for it on a 4th and 1, and I'm screaming. I'm not screaming because I'm going to wake up my daughter. But I'm in my head, I'm thinking, please punt the ball. Please punt the ball. Goes for it. Wrong thing to do. So I got money on Ohio State to win the national championship, right? And I am mentally preparing myself to see, because Ohio State drops to the 2, right? And the final team that gets in, there's intrigue about, then it's going to be the 2 group of 5 teams, where I'll get to that in a second with Tulane and James Madison, is the 10. And I'm expecting it to be Notre Dame. And I am very nervous to see that, because I think Notre Dame can beat Ohio State. And I think Notre Dame would beat Texas A&M in that matchup. And when I saw Miami pop up, oh, baby, I wanted to do cartwheels. Because I think this frees Ohio State up to make a run now without Notre Dame in. And think about the way we on this show talk about Notre Dame. The way that odds makers talk about Notre Dame. The way that analysts talk about Notre Dame. That this was always the team that if there was going to be one team outside of the very top to upend the apple cart, make a run, win the national championship, beat Ohio State, beat Indiana, beat the SEC champion, beat Texas Tech, beat Oregon. Who is it? Everyone's answer was Notre Dame. And now the Irish are out. And Ohio State now gets to play Miami or Texas A&M instead of Notre Dame. And if you are like me and you have money on Ohio State to win the Natty, oh man, that is a major, major, major dub. And I felt awesome about that. So yeah, Ohio State, in my estimation, the biggest winners of the entire college football playoff reveal, not having to play Notre Dame in the second round, now getting either Miami. No disrespect to those 2 teams, Miami and A&M. Both good teams, especially A&M. They ain't Notre Dame. Ohio State dodged a big-time bullet as a result of Miami making it over the Irish.
It's so sad to see the Chiefs minus 700 to miss the playoffs, isn't it? So sad.
It breaks my heart. Breaks my heart. Everything comes to an end, and this is coming to an inglorious end. And it does seem like for a team that won 17 straight one-score games, and a team that seemed to get every call whenever they needed it, and any home cooking whenever they needed it, and they needed the playing surface of a Super Bowl to become a huge issue whenever they needed it. To watch Mahomes, basically, he is the offense running, not throwing. And Kelsey dropping balls, and Kelsey out of sorts, and Kelsey contributing to interceptions. I mean, and they can't find offensive linemen, and they've got no explosives on offense, and seemingly have run out of pop passes and run out of jump passes and run out of ideas. Yeah, it's with a thud. I loved the under last night. I didn't play a side. I'm on the Jags to win the division, so I was kind of hoping Kansas City might have won that one to give a little distance between Jacksonville and Houston for my own wallet. But Houston's a legitimate team, and I've been writing at the Washington Post about this really since about week 4. At least 2 teams were going to make it like out of the South. Like the AFC South was clearly 6 weeks in, 8 weeks into the season. It was better by and large than the AFC North. It was better by and large than the AFC East. And once once the Chargers started running out of tackles, it was probably better than the West. And it is. And I don't think the Colts are going, and I didn't think the Colts were going before Daniel Jones got hurt, just based on their schedule and the way the offense was constricted and some of the injuries and deficiencies on defense. But, Houston's defense is truly, truly elite, and it could carry them pretty far.
It's time to place your bets. This is BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
On the fake, Williams looking, throwing, it is intercepted! Keyshawn Nixon and the Packers will win it.
Welcome back, Hour 2, BetMGM tonight, presented by BetMGM here on the BetMGM Network. PJ Glasser and Brad Evans. That was Kevin Burkhardt on the call for yesterday's Bears-Packers game from Lambeau. DJ Moore was wide open. Caleb was wide open underneath the defense. Instead, tries to throw the ball to Cole Kmet up top. So the Packers win the game and take first place in the NFC North. We're getting ready to talk a bunch of NFL here in hour number 2. And as always, we'd love to hear from all of you listening to the show, and call in 833-732-3875. Once again, 833-732-3875. Call in. Favorite plays tonight, Chargers, Eagles. That game getting ready to kick off in about 15 minutes. Any games that you like coming up in the NFL, anything that you want to talk about, maybe some NBA bets, college basketball, college football as well. Love to get your thoughts. And also, you guys can watch and listen to the show on YouTube. Just search BetMGM Network, hit that subscribe button. You can also follow us on X, on Instagram, and on TikTok at the BetMGM Network. And you can listen live on the Odyssey app for free. And after the show, go check out the BetMGM Tonight podcast wherever you get your podcast. The great Ryan Harris is going to join us here in about 20 minutes to talk about his beloved Notre Dame Irish that many people feel like got screwed yesterday by the committee. We'll also talk about the Denver Broncos with him as well, who will certainly be rooting for the Eagles tonight, hoping that they have a 3-game lead in the AFC West division over the Chargers. Let's also tell you about a promo that we have from our friends at BetMGM. You thought out the parlay? Now boost it. Use this boost token on any pro football same game parlay and grab a bigger payout if you win. All right, Brad, we were already going to start this this segment talking about the Indianapolis Colts and the big news from yesterday that not only does Indianapolis lose to the Jags and Jacksonville takes over in first place in the AFC South, but the quarterback, Daniel Jones, suffered an Achilles injury. His season is done. Then we figure out that Riley Leonard, the backup, is dealing with a knee issue. And right before we got on the air, we had the breaking news that Phillip Rivers, yes, that Phillip Rivers, 44-year-old Phillip Rivers, is in the facility and will serve as the backup quarterback for the Colts this weekend up in Seattle. So, Brad, just make light of this whole situation for the Colts. Are they completely cooked? Do you have any faith that Riley Leonard potentially can keep this ship afloat? Do you so badly want to see Phillip Rivers out there on the field? Give me your thoughts on the Colts.
Well, hey, I just got pregnant with the mention of Phillip Rivers, so thank you for that, PJ. Look, I would love to see anything, more than Phillip Rivers back under center. He was a joy to watch in his days with the Los Angeles and also the San Diego Chargers, and a guy that is probably going to be a Pro Football Hall of Famer. I mean, he's got the numbers to back it up. Now, obviously can't move. I mean, he's 44 years old, can never move when he was 24 years old. So he would be swarmed under, in that situation with that offensive line and how Daniel Jones was getting dragged down on a routine and regular basis against that aggressive and assertive front of Seattle. I would set the over-under on sacks on Phillip Rivers if he got the start this week at like 9.5 for the Seahawks. And I might take the over because the guy can't move. And on top of that, too, like I said, it's just a turnstile of an offensive line, a whole lot of balls of belly there, Jonathan Taylor. We'd have to see if Phillip Rivers has still got it. Obviously, a guy that loves to talk. Obviously, a guy that's got a tremendous sense of humor. Well, he's going to be breaking out the bolo tie again like he did with the Chargers back in the day. Who the heck knows? I would love to see it. But in terms of Indianapolis overall, yeah, man, they're deep fried right now. Serve with a side of tartar sauce. They got a 42% chance of making the NFL postseason. And I asked the question, how? How do they even have that high of a percent chance, even with a healthy Riley Leonard, even with really a healthy Daniel Jones? They're falling apart at the seams. And you look at the rest of the season schedule for them. Again, at Seattle this week, that's going to be an L. At home against San Francisco, likely going to be an L. Then Jacksonville at home, probably going to be an L there because the Jags are white hot right now. And then you finish at Houston, L, catching them left, right, rinse, and repeat. A team is just, again, crumbling right before our eyes. Defensively, they're not playing all that well. I don't know how on earth they are going to make the NFL postseason. I think it's going to take a miracle issue there by the football gods, and it is going to ruin the chances of Jonathan Taylor to win Offensive Player of the Year. Kicking that in to boot, I may go to Jahmyr Gibbs, quite honestly, at this juncture.
Yeah, Gibbs might be a good look. Maybe even JSN if he continues to play the way he's playing for
yep.
Seattle, having a heck of a season. Brad, you mentioned it, though. I mean, to be honest with you, I think even if Daniel Jones was healthy, the Colts were cooked to begin with, to be honest with you, because the schedule was so favorable early. They get out of the bye week at Kansas City, loss. Home against Houston, loss. And to be honest, when Jones was out there at the beginning of the game, they were still losing and they were probably going to lose. So I would have counted that as a loss with Daniel Jones out there yesterday as well. And then you mentioned it. At Seattle Sunday, home San Francisco, home Jacksonville, at Houston. I mean, they're going to be lucky to win one of those games with Riley Leonard. They probably would have won one of those games with Daniel Jones, if that. So it's unfortunate for the Colts because they do have the Titans in their division, and the fact that they can't even get one game against them has to be a little annoying, or they can't play another bad team in the NFL. The fact that they're playing a lot of good teams to end their season, I'm with you, Brad. I think it's going to be too tough. It feels like certainly Houston's going to be that last team to make the postseason, and probably this Chargers team that we're going to see playing here in a little bit against the Eagles. Those are going to be kind of the last two teams that get in there and make the postseason. So, yeah, a bummer for Indy. Started out such a great season with Irsay passing away and Daniel Jones playing unbelievable, and this offense and this team being so fun, looking like maybe they could potentially win the AFC, go to the Super Bowl. And then they made the trade for Sauce Gardner, and the schedule gets hard, and they haven't been able to win a game. Like I said, coming out of the bye week, now Jones is done for the year. So it's looking bleak for Indianapolis at this point. To your point, Jonathan Taylor, Offensive Rookie of the Year, Shane Steichen, Coach of the Year, just completely cooked. I think that is the bet, though, Brad. If you are somehow a believer in this Colts team to make the postseason or somehow still win this division, maybe Shane Steichen, Coach of the Year, could be worth a look, certainly, right? Because what he did with Daniel Jones, we were all impressed at. Could you imagine if they win 2-3 of their final 4 games with whoever's going to play quarterback for them and they get into the playoffs? Look, I know Ben Johnson's toward the top. I know Vrabel, Champagne, all these guys. You're certainly going to have to give Steichen some votes if he gets that done.
Oh, yeah, there's no question about it. I mean, he's going to have to pull a route out of the damn hat or out of his ass at this juncture. And maybe it's Phillip Rivers. Maybe that's the rabbit, right? Maybe he's still got a lively arm. Maybe somehow, some way they can protect him and he could be slinging all over the yard. I think it's far-fetched. I don't think it's going to happen, but you never know. It could be the ultimate come from behind, comeback story. And quite honestly, I'm totally here for it.
Oh, man, I think it's going to be awesome. So if we watch Phillip Rivers play football again, 44 years old. Today's his birthday, by the way. So happy birthday to Phillip Rivers.
Oh, yeah.
PJ Glasser, Brad Evans here with you. BetMGM tonight presented by BetMGM. All right, we had that sounder off the top from yesterday at Lambeau between the Bears and the Packers. Green Bay gets the win 28-21. And there are no moral victories in sports, especially in the NFL. Brad, as somebody who's not a Bears fan, though, and who's certainly been questionable of this team, even losing that game, I was impressed with Chicago. You know, they went toe-to-toe. I thought Caleb, especially in the second half, played well. That offensive line continues to be great. Their running game's really good, and the defense is getting better. So, look, this NFC, as we know, is wide open. A lot of people right now feel like the Rams, the Packers are the teams to beat. There's a good chance the Bears are going to have to go on the road and beat one of, if not both of those teams, if they somehow want to get to the Super Bowl. But Ben Johnson just continues to get this team playing better and better. And I think more importantly, Brad, he's got them believing that they can go on the road and beat some of these top teams. And they showed it again yesterday. So I think even in a loss, very impressed with what the Bears did yesterday. And, you know, the Packers, I mean, really no big takeaways from them. The offense played well again, which I think is encouraging to see after their Thanksgiving performance against the Lions, where Jordan Love played well. That defense is still really, really good. I still have the Rams as the team to beat in the NFC over the Packers. But my big takeaway was that the Bears are for real. They're a playoff team. And, you know, if they get hot, wouldn't surprise me if they go on a little bit of a run in the NFC.
Yeah, it's entirely fair. And trying to bury the bias here the best that I can as a diehard Chicago Bears fan. Go Bears, go! That's a little play off the Go Cubs Go song. And it is very fitting there with a bear down. But you look at the rest of the season schedule; it is a little bit tough. Cleveland, they'll win at home, and that's coming up this week. And they got the rematch for Green Bay. It's not quite a must win, but you would like for them to exact a revenge. I think the sandwich game in between the two NFC North opponents, Green Bay at home and Detroit, is going to be critical. And of course, that one being played where the Super Bowl is in Santa Clara against the Niners. They have got to go 3-1 here down the stretch, or really rubber cement their place in the NFL postseason. It got a 64% chance of making the playoffs. You look at the Green Bay Packers rest of the season schedule. Of course, they get the Denver Broncos coming up on the road this week. They're probably going to catch an L there. And then they're in Chicago, obviously a pivotal matchup. Home against Baltimore, and that might be close to like a 55-45 advantage to Green Bay, as Baltimore has got their backs pressed against a rather desperate team. And then they finish on the road against the woeful Minnesota Vikings. So, nobody has an easy road to hoe down the stretch in this division. I don't think the Bears going to win it. I still feel the Packers will get it in the end, but the Bears will punch their postseason ticket. And I agree, they could be a very dangerous team because they are built for the cold. The defense is getting better, although they showed some cracks in the dam, especially down the field against Christian Watson, who was just uncoverable in that game. And you can't have single coverage against a man coverage. You got to have a safety over the top to help out in those instances. I'm looking at you, Dennis Allen, but the Bears will Common Ungai and DeAndre Swift, and of course, Caleb Williams and their legs. They can really ground and pound in the cold and possibly could make a deep run this NFL postseason, but they got to get there first, and I think they will. But it's not going to be easy sledding by any stretch of the imagination.
Must beat the Browns this week if you're the Bears. Have to win that game, get to 10 wins. I think if they win one of their final 3 games, as you mentioned, against either Green Bay, San Francisco, or Detroit, I think they're in the postseason with 11. I think that should do the job. I think if they get to 12, then they got a shot at the NFC North. So I think if you're trying to bet Bears futures, trying to map this thing out, I think 11, you're looking at a playoff team, 12 wins, then you're looking at a team maybe that could win the NFC North. Because like you said, Brad, that game against the Broncos this week for the Packers won't be easy. Then you get the matchup against Chicago and then Baltimore at home when the Ravens are going to be playing for their playoff lives. That'll be a tough game as well. So, yeah, tough stretch for both teams. I would say the Packers probably end up winning the division. But again, the Bears have just proven people wrong all year. And an impressive game yesterday against the Packers just came up short. Excited to watch that rematch in a couple weeks. Another team that's very quietly playing some decent football is the Miami Dolphins. And they absolutely throttled the Jets yesterday. They moved to 6-7. Now all of a sudden maybe enter the playoff discussion. How about this, Brad? The Ravens, the Chiefs, and the Dolphins are all 6-7, just like we all thought at the beginning of the season. Their remaining opponents are the Steelers, the Bengals, the Bucks, and the Patriots. So what realistic shot do you give the Miami Dolphins to maybe find a way to get into the postseason?
Well, NFL.com gives them less than a 1% chance. So about on par with Madison Beard dumping Justin Herbert for yours truly. It ain't going to happen, man. Look, it's a great story. They've had a comeback story. We thought Mike McDaniel was dead man walking after the first 4 or 5 weeks of the regular season. We thought the axe was going to fall first on him. It did not. And he is still the man in the head coaching position as a GM. Had the axe fall on his neck. And, we'll see about Mike McDaniels if he'll be able to survive this NFL offseason. But it has been quite the bounce back story. Devon Achane, though, we'll see if he can go this week. His status very much up in the air with that rib injury. If he can't go, Jalen Wright would get the start at running back. And I think that's a monumental downgrade. Wright did play well yesterday, but Achane just does everything. And with the electricity in his legs, just extends and gets you 6-7 yards every single time he touches the rock. Jalen Waddle's been good. Tua's been decent. Defense has steadily improved, but you mentioned that schedule, man. They're not going to be Pittsburgh on the road. That'd be a shocker in my estimation. I think they'll lose at Cincinnati at home, and probably a nip and tuck affair. Tampa, that's a 50-50 split. It's a coin flip game, and they're definitely going to catch an L in Week 18 against New England, unless the Patriots have absolutely nothing to play for, and that is a scenario that could play out here down the home stretch. So Miami needs everything to break right, and the only thing that's going to break are the waves there on South Beach.
100%. If the Chargers lose tonight and then the Dolphins are able to beat the Steelers next week, because the Chargers also play the Chiefs next week in Arrowhead. So if the Chargers lose tonight, lose next week to the Chiefs, Dolphins beat the Steelers, then maybe we can have the conversation. I'm with you. I just don't think it's happening. We're going to talk Notre Dame and Denver Broncos with Ryan Harris. Joins us next.
It's time to place your bets. This is BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
And I want to preface everything I'm about to say with the following. $2,000 hit my account last night because Miami made the playoff.
Yeah.
I made that bet in the summer. I financially profited yesterday by Miami making the playoff. And I still think Notre Dame should be in. Now, the real question is, should Alabama be in? After getting waxed by Georgia in a conference title game and having -3 rushing yards. -3. And we're going to have that team be in over a team that's dominated everybody for 10 straight weeks. But then you got the SEC stuff. And you're right. We were on the air yesterday, Nick and I, and they did the hour show that could have been 12 minutes, and they got to go to every campus and hear from Marty Smith again. And like, okay, all right, just give us the bracket. Can we get the bracket, please?
Jen Lada, yeah.
Right, yeah. Jen Lada in her skin-tight leather pants. So they bring out Saban in his crimson red sport coat, and then they bring out Herb Street. And again, I can't hear it because I'm on the air, but I can read lips, and you know what they're saying. Like, oh, Alabama plays in the. You can see. I'm mouthing SEC on camera for those that can't see. Because it's ESPN who has a relationship with SEC. So what do you think Saban and Herb Street are saying on the college football playoff review show?
Can I tell you one thing that Herb Street was saying? Not to,
Sure.
I'm not trying to cut you off, but this kind of set me off because you're trying to read the lips, and I just want to fill something in. One of the first things that Herb Street said when he gets on camera, which set me off and many others. Well, with this committee, the rankings aren't true until they get all the data in. Notre Dame and Miami didn't play. And every week leading up to the conference championship games, Notre Dame well ahead of Miami. When this started, it was 10 and it was 18. Notre Dame never lost, but somehow Miami passes them up. I just wanted to fill that in for you. They don't know the true rankings till they get all the data, even though they flipped teams that didn't play. Okay.
I also saw a clip of Herb Street who was saying, oh, well, BYU shouldn't be in because they lost their conference championship. And then 3 minutes later, he's like, well, Alabama shouldn't be penalized for losing their conference championship. And I'm like, this is what's going on. Like, it's hard to get upset because, like, everybody's stupid. And I got people on the internet telling me that Notre Dame shouldn't be in because they lost to Northern Illinois last year in week 2. Like, that matters. It just like everybody's stupid. That's my thesis.
It's time to place your bets. This is BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Welcome back. PJ Glasser, Brad Evans here with you. BetMGM Tonight, presented by BetMGM here on the BetMGM network. And we're watching Eagles and Chargers. We're scoreless. First possession for Philadelphia. They get a first down, but then Jalen Hurts gets sacked on third down. They got to punt it away. So we will see Justin Herbert and the Chargers offense for the first time today. Brad, Jahan Dotson, did you get your over 6.5 longest reception?
Boo, boo, boo. No, he had one catch, which usually gets just one catch a game. It went for a lousy 4 yards. So Jalen Hurts, throw him the pill again beyond, 7 yards.
Oh, yeah, not great. All right, so we'll root on Dotson. Need Barkley to have some receiving yards as well. Hopefully Justin Herbert with some scrambles. But again, scoreless there from SoFi and the live line. The Chargers are now a small favorite, minus 115. The total down from 41.5 to 40.5. So we'll keep an eye on what's going on between Chargers, Eagles. But let's talk some college football and talk Notre Dame. To do that, we welcome on Ryan Harris, who joins us. He was a Super Bowl champion with the Denver Broncos, also a Notre Dame alum, analyst, and you can give Ryan a follow on X at @RyanHarris_68. Ryan, really appreciate the time, man. Thanks for joining us. Let's just start with where you were yesterday when you heard the news, where you were watching the playoff, and then your reaction and the first kind of people that you interacted with, whether it was phone call, text, and you and your friends were just trying to digest the news of what the committee decided to do and leaving Notre Dame out.
Well, first, great to be with you, Brad. I want to be you when I grow up. Guys, I was in Guadalajara, Mexico with the Denver Broncos on a flag football delegation to help grow the game. And so during at the end of the championship game in the 12 and unders, I got a text that it's over. And I thought, what the heck does that mean? You get a text, it's over. And then my phone just blew up. Notre Dame's out. And then the matter of whether or not they're going to play in the bowl game came. I mean, this all happened in about 30 minutes. And then you're beginning to see the fallout from the decision, including the press conference tomorrow by Notre Dame's athletic director, Pete Bavacqua. I don't think it's going to be good for the ACC.
Oh, no doubt about it. Ryan, great to see your beautiful face, though I do not appreciate you handing me the L in our fantasy football matchup 2 weeks ago. I'm still bitter about that. But anyway, I digress. Do you think Notre Dame made the right call passing up on appreciable revenue tied to whatever bowl invite they would have received? And do you think this is going to set a precedent for major programs who miss out on the college football playoff in the future? Just say, thank you, but no thank you.
Well, this is the Lane Kiffin rule, right? Take the money, not the risk, right? That's what happens now when you have a head coach who leaves a team that could win a national championship for more money. And then we want to be upset when players don't play in a game. I mean, look, all these players are getting paid $200 to $1.5 million, sometimes more. And I don't think anybody watching or listening right now would tell their child, hey, go risk $500,000 to be the champion of the Pop-Tart Bowl. No offense to the Pop-Tart Bowl, but that's not what you're playing for, especially at Notre Dame. And so, yes, I believe if the College Football Committee does a ridiculous, illogical selection like they did, you're going to see this happen a lot more. And the bigger issue here is the tie between ESPN, the ACC network, and the SEC network. There was too much collusion, guys, so I think there's quite a ripe lawsuit for third-party tortious interference, a breach due to acting in good faith. So there's a lot that Notre Dame has, and I do think you will see teams do this when they are wrongfully kept out of the playoffs.
Yeah, I totally see that. Ryan, the scuttlebutt for the media and fans alike was Notre Dame, it's time to join a conference, you cowards. Did the school's football independence? Is it all in jeopardy in light of what has happened? Is it possible the Fighting Irish join, say, I don't know, the Big Ten within the next 3 to 5 years? Your thoughts?
No way they join a conference. But look, this is the current era's experience with this, right? How did Notre Dame start out of a conference? Well, it's because something like this happened decades ago, and then Notre Dame still stayed around, still stayed independent. They get over $90 million per year for NBC. They have 8 home games per year. They own 100% of the ticket revenue, 100% of any T-shirts and etc. sold, 100% of the licensing rights if you want to make something that says Notre Dame on it. Look, this is an institution like the Vatican. We're not going to be joining a conference so that everybody else can take the money. And this is what Notre Dame just did. You're asking Notre Dame to do what they just did. They basically joined the ACC, promising to play 5 games a year. What did the ACC do? They just degraded Notre Dame's standing, putting them all across the country. 2 years ago, having them in 4 back-to-back night games. And so now Notre Dame's saying, okay, you guys thought you were smart. Thought you were slick. We're going to control this thing. We're going to show you our power, flex our muscle, and we'll see how the ACC looks in about 5 to 10 years.
We're talking with Ryan Harris here on BetMGM tonight. Super Bowl champion with the Denver Broncos, Notre Dame alum and analyst. And give Ryan a follow on X at @RyanHarris_68. Ryan, I want to go back to something you alluded to earlier with the Notre Dame AD having a press conference tomorrow. And you don't think he's going to shy away from words about the ACC. How do you kind of think that press conference could potentially go tomorrow?
Well, I mean, it depends on how many phone calls Notre Dame has gotten. You don't think the Big 12 would take a 5-game schedule against Notre Dame? And by the way, Brad mentioned it earlier, if you get into that 5-game kind of partial partnership, it's a lot easier to drive to Indiana, Northwestern, Illinois from South Bend than it is to fly to Blacksburg, Virginia, right? So Notre Dame has an opportunity not only with the Big 10 to make more money in those second and third games on NBC, but it has an opportunity to renegotiate. And I guarantee you everybody, probably including the ACC, is going to try and up the value to get Notre Dame there. When Notre Dame travels, you sell out your stadium. Your players get visibility. Heck, Notre Dame took a player in Malachi Fields that played well against them last year and brought him in the transfer portal. So every team wants to play Notre Dame. Every school wants to host Notre Dame once every couple of years. So you're going to see Notre Dame find its flexibility here in the next 48 hours.
Yeah, no question about it. All right, let's pivot to one of your other passion points, and that being in your neck of the woods, the Denver Broncos, a team that has greatly exceeded expectations with just a couple of losses on the season. You get the feeling their final 4-game stretch, however, is a golden opportunity to prove doubters wrong because they face Green Bay, Jacksonville, at Kansas City, and against the LA Chargers, who just scored, by the way, Amari Hampton receiving touchdown up 7-0. What's most critical for this team, in your estimation, to make a deep playoff run?
I think it's beating the Jaguars, and I never thought I'd say that, Brad. I mean, that team, their offensive linemen are high-fiving and having celebrations in the end zone in Jacksonville, right? They got a great offensive coordinator in Shane Waldron. I think he's one of the next head coaches in the NFL. But then you're looking at a team who can put down a team that's going to be in the playoffs, I think, in the Jaguars. But to me, the real meaty game is going to be that game against Kansas City. You can knock out Kansas City, send them home when you don't need to win the game. And if the Broncos are going to prove the doubters wrong, to me, that's the game you have to win. Send your division foe back home and make sure that they have their first January off in 7 years. If the Broncos can do that on the road in Kansas City, they, to me, are the number 1 team in the AFC.
Ryan, before we let you go, I want to tie the conversation back to Notre Dame and their head coach, Marcus Freeman, who is drawing a lot of interest right now with NFL teams like the Giants, maybe even the Steelers if they want to move on from Tomlin. Are you buying any of these rumors? Like, do you think there is a chance Marcus could make that leap, or are you comfortable that he's going to be with the Irish next season?
I think everybody wants to be a pro, and say what you want. You can have all the failed, disgraced former college coaches that went to the NFL come back. But what you're talking about is a possibility of Joe Burrow and Jamar Chase FaceTiming Marcus Freeman saying, hey, coach, come on over. Wow, there was a lot of talk about the Steelers firing Mike Tomlin. Where's that talk for Harbaugh in Baltimore? Maybe it's Lamar Jackson FaceTiming Marcus Freeman saying, hey, coach, let's win a championship. I think that's hard to say no to. And yes, you can win, and yes, you can build a legacy at Notre Dame, but all of us want to be professionals, and you want to win at the highest level. So I anticipate that at some point, Marcus Freeman is going to try to go to the NFL. It's a very different game as coaches have less control. I mean, guys, in the NFL, you can scream at your coach. You can cuss out your coach, and you'll likely be around longer than them. Josh McDaniels says hello. So, I mean, you got to be able to understand where you're going, but also understand the human aspect where you want to be a pro. You want to show that you can manage an organization. And yes, it's great to win a national championship. How about that Super Bowl, though? So I think someday you're going to see Marcus Freeman in the NFL.
Ryan, bonus question, last one from me here. Looking at Notre Dame, now that they are not in the college football playoff, two-part question. If they would have gotten in, do you think they would have had a great shot to win? And now that they are not, who would be your pick to host the trophy?
I think they did have a good shot to win, but to me, Ohio State's the favorite here in the college football playoffs. Outside of Jeremiah Love, you better learn the name Jeremiah Smith. He would have been the number one pick last year, would be this year, and we'll have to wait until next year. But if I'm his agent, I'm challenging the NFL's rules and trying to get in there this year. That's a complete team. You got Sayin at quarterback, a good defense. I think they got embarrassed against Indiana. Ohio State's my favorite for Natty with Notre Dame out.
I'm with you, man. Ryan Harris, great stuff. Super Bowl champion with the Denver Broncos, Notre Dame alum and analyst. Give him a follow on X at Ryan Harris _68. Ryan, great stuff, man. Appreciate the time. Talk to you again soon.
Great to be with you guys. And hey, man, make sure you pick on Brad. Pick on Brad a little more. You're too nice.
Yeah, I am too nice, Ryan. I
Love you, Ryan.
I am. Saquon Barkley with a big run for the Eagles. So I like that. And Brad's feeling extra good right now because of Marion Hampton into the end zone. Brad, well done to you with that anytime touchdown. Did you sprinkle any first-time touchdown with Hampton?
No, I never played the first-time touchdowns because I'm not a greedy bastard like our outstanding executive producer who was absolutely killing that market all season long in Brandon Combs, although he had Dallas Goedert. So womp, didn't work out for him. By the way, Saquon just gambled or rumbled, I should say, for another 10-yard gain. So he's 4 carries for 33 yards. This is the old Saquon. This is Saquon we all have been waiting for to arrive, and he's doing it against a defense and the night, number 6 in rush EPAD. So when the presses start for him, we're going to see if this keeps up. But Amari Hampton, man, he looks springy, he looks spry. He had a really good first touch of the game. Went for around 10 yards, and then he scored on a reception as well. So yeah, we're already off and running, and I already got winner chicken dinner at plus 185. Sidebar, Ryan Harris is awesome. I love him.
He is.
It's just to pieces. Amazing
he
guy.
is, man. So well spoken. I loved his answers. That is interesting. You know, like he said, the Notre Dame athletic director is going to have a press conference tomorrow. I saw him on a couple different radio, TV hits today, talking about how they don't appreciate the ACC as a league not sticking up for Notre Dame. He really was taken back by that. So how do you think this is all going to work out? Like, Notre Dame's not joining a conference. We all know this, but do you think there is a chance that they strike up a deal with the Big 12, with the Big 10? Do they move on from the ACC and potentially look at another league, you think?
No, I think the Big Ten makes all the sense in the world geographically, right? I mean, Ryan brought that point up. If they're going to have a relationship and they burn that bridge with the ACC or vice versa, why not play Illinois? Why not play Northwestern? Why not play Michigan State? Why not play Indiana? How about a matchup between Notre Dame and Indiana? I think the Hoosier State would just cease to exist after that moment. It would be an amazing event, to say the least. Maybe play Purdue and trounce them, win by like 45 or 50 points. It just all makes sense. Those are short bus rides. Columbus ain't far. Ann Arbor ain't far. And those are quality opponents that you can face in pretty much every single one of those jurisdictions, with the exception of West Lafayette. So, look, I think that makes the most sense. The Big Ten would certainly welcome it and have one of the biggest brand names and people who have been clamoring for years, for decades. Why does the Notre Dame just make geographic sense and pass a 101 class and sign on the dotted line, enjoy the Big Ten? Well, here is the reason why. They can at least strike up a deal for like a 5-game contract, somewhat they had previously with the ACC.
Let's say that Notre Dame would have taken the 10 spot, right? So if Miami and Notre Dame both would have gotten in, Miami would have gone to 9, Notre Dame would have gone to 10. If Notre Dame would have been the 10 seed in the current bracket, you think they would have beaten A&M, lost to Ohio State? How would you have kind of seen that playing out if the Irish would have gotten in?
Man, I would have killed to have seen the Ohio State taking on Notre Dame because, Notre Dame would have trounced Texas A&M. I think they win by probably a couple of scores in that one, minimum 10 points. I would have laid whatever the chalk is all diggity day long. But against the Ohio State, I think they match up pretty well because they're excellent defensively. That was an area they greatly improved in throughout the entire season. We know offensively what Jeremiah Love brings to the table. How about Jeremiah Love battling that front five, that front four of Ohio State? Pro, and guess what? Pro that they had there. I would have paid top dollar to witness that, even that from my couch in my living room with a strong tequila pour. Unfortunately, the football guys aren't going to allow us to witness that. We're going to think about that one in our dreams, but man, again, I would have loved to have seen it.
That would have been some game, and it is a shame because Notre Dame, I think, had one of the 3 or 4 best teams in the country. All right, we'll talk some more NFL when we come back. BetMGM tonight.
BetMGM tonight will be right back on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary.
So head-to-head only matters in the final rankings, I suppose, if the teams are right next to each other, which feels like a weird logic to me. Honestly, I feel like the better logic, if I was on the committee, I would have said, okay, the week-to-week rankings are prisoners of the moment. And it's like, okay, we can't change it that much, like based on stuff that doesn't happen. But at the final, in the final rankings, those are overall rankings for the entirety of the season. And in fact, I think a lot of people are clamoring for the fact that why do we even have rankings during the season if they don't matter according to the final rankings? Like, I understand they want to draw attention to college football. They want viewership. They draw this out with a TV show on ESPN. But like, if these rankings don't matter, I think that's the tough part is we feel like idiots and we feel like we've been gaslit for the entire season with these college football rankings week by week. When at the end of the day, it feels like those previous ones don't even matter.
Chelsea, going back, like, it's all for the networks. That's why they have rankings. They draw out those shows. They say we're going to release the rankings at 5:30, 5:55. The rankings come out. Like, that's the thing with college football. Another thing is, like, if they talk, okay, fine, the head-to-head, yeah, that should matter. You lose to Miami, like that. Miami has the edge over you there, but you look at two lost teams, and Miami's losses were significantly worse. You lost to Louisville and you lost to SMU, where Notre Dame lost to 2 top-ranked teams the first 2 weeks of the season. One of those on the road in the rain, and you have a freshman starting quarterback. Like, does that go into effect at all? Doesn't seem to. So, like, I understand the argument of, like, the head-to-head, but you're right. Like, what's the point in the rankings all season long if the team that you have ranked higher than the other team doesn't make it in? If it's ultimately the head-to-head, like, if it's the head-to-head, then Miami should have been ahead of Notre Dame in the rankings throughout the last, 7 rankings that were released.
Travis Kelce. Week 1. Runs the wrong route in Brazil and injures Xavier Worthy. Yeah, his head's in the game. Literally, like, second snap of the year. Let me run the wrong route and injure our first-round pick from last year. Great job. Chiefs lose. Week 2 against the Eagles. About to score a touchdown to take the lead. Instead, but ricochets off his chest into the arms of Andrew Makuba. Chiefs lose that game to the Eagles. And then, last night, in the waning moments, back-to-back plays. Mahomes puts it right on the money, and Travis Kelce can't catch. he can't catch. But hey, everybody, don't worry, because on New Heights this week, tune in as Travis Kelce talks to Governor of Minnesota, Tim Walz, for a wide-ranging conversation. Can't wait. Travis Kelce will ask Tim Walz about the Somali population in Minneapolis. So it's okay. Don't worry. Don't worry. He can't catch the ball in the big spots. But listen, the podcast is going to do huge numbers. It's okay, everybody. No worries. It's okay.
It's time to place your bets. This is BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Eagles on the board for the first time tonight. 41-yard Jake Elliott field goal makes it 7-3. Chargers, Amarion Hampton with a receiving touchdown. Saquon Barkley finally starting to get some room on the ground. Had a nice series, racking up some yards. So both teams on the board. Chargers up by 4, and your current live line at BetMGM is LA minus 3.5, and the live total is 45.5. Brad, I did play some Eagles plus 5.5 when they went down 7-0. So I think it's going to be a close game. I took Chargers plus 2. I'm looking for a hedge, maybe, or a middle. Chargers by 3, Chargers by 4 would be lovely. But again, two good defenses. Expect this to be a low-scoring game. Expect it to be close. So feel good. Hoping to hit both of my bets. Going to hit at least one of them. But we'll see how it plays out. The Hampton receiving looks great, my friend. Did you just cast it on that play?
Yeah, give me the cash sounder, Breno. Play my song. Let's go. Show me the money. I like the cash. Oh, yeah, baby. Hopefully, he won't have like a minus 3-yard reception at some point in the game. But yeah, 2 catches, 11 yards. The over for now. Knock on wood, or the top of my head, has cash by the hook on the over 10.5 receiving yards for Marion Hampton. And I already cashed in. That was a guaranteed winner. Anytime touchdown at plus 185, as they had the first touchdown of the game, a reception on that one. So Marion Hampton looking pretty damn good so far in this contest. Also 3 carries for 9 yards. So for you fantasy football managers out there, scratching and clawing to get those much needed points that maybe get you just over the top and into your fantasy postseason, and he needs something out of Marion Hampton. Hopefully he is doing you a solid, because he's off to a tremendous start.
That he is. 3rd and 7 here for the Chargers. Going to be 3rd and 12. It looks like they're called for a false start. So Eagles trying to get the ball back. 2 minutes to go in the first quarter. Brad, let's take a look at some of the results we had from yesterday and forecast some of these teams moving forward, including another big divisional game we had yesterday between the Ravens and the Steelers, with Pittsburgh winning that game 27-22. Steelers improved to 7-6. Ravens dropped to 6-7 and are in danger of missing the postseason. Can I just say, as a Ravens fan, I knew that game was over midway through the first quarter. I have seen so many, Brad, I have seen so many Ravens Steelers games in the last 4 or 5 years that have gone just that way, where the Ravens just get brutal breaks. They should win the game. They find a way not to in the most devastating fashion. They turn the ball over, don't force any turnover. It was like, I know this game. They weren't running the ball as much as they should have in the first half. Then they finally do it in the second half. And imagine that. They start scoring points and they start actually looking like the Ravens again. Just very, very frustrating. But I hate this team with a passion. John Harbaugh needs to go yesterday. And
okay.
Yeah, needs to. Absolutely must. You have to turn the page. You have to move on. They hit their peak the last 2 years, especially in 2023. That team that lost to the Chiefs in the AFC title game is probably the greatest Ravens team of my lifetime. and one of the great teams that never made it to a Super Bowl. They were awesome. And then last year's team was really, really good too. That turned the ball over 3 times against the Bills, didn't punt, and they still lost that game. So they've kind of reached their peak with Harbaugh. Now it's starting to come down the other side. He's been there 18 years. It's time to move on. It's time to get a new coach. So that's where I'm at with the state of the Ravens. What about you?
Yeah, look, they're against the ropes right now. They're taking body blow after body blow after body blow. I mean, Lamar ran a little bit better yesterday. From what I saw, Zay Flowers had some incredible catches in that game, but Mark Andrews getting shut out, right? Isaiah Likely, was it a catch in the end zone? I think there was an argument that indeed it was. But yeah, they're just a team that's a bit discombobulated right now. Defensively, they're a joke. This is a shell of what, prior Ravens franchises have been, some of the historically great defenses in the NFL. And right now, I mean, you look at the EPA data, you slice and dice it in myriad ways. They're outside the top 20 in so many categories right now. And you look at the rest of the season schedule, it's a walk in the park. You're at Cincinnati, a team that's completely renewed and had Buffalo in the ropes until a couple of fluky plays had swayed that game into the representatives of Western New York's favored, and they end up winning, going away, and actually get the cover as well as a brutal cover if you're on Cincinnati. See this guy. But Cincinnati will be a tough road to hoe. And they get New England, I'm probably going to lose that one. They're in Charm City, then on the road at Green Bay, then you finish at Pittsburgh. There is a really good chance the Ravens could go over the rest of the season, and that would just be old insult to injury, pour more salt into your already exposed wound. But that is a distinct and very apparent probability because this team is flat out rubbish right now.
Brad, listen to the quarterbacks that the Ravens have beaten this season. It doesn't get talked about enough. They're 6-7, but I want you to listen to the quarterbacks that they've beaten this year. Joe Flacco, Tua, J.J. McCarthy, Dylan Gabriel and Shador, Tyrod Taylor, and Caleb Williams. Those are the 6 quarterbacks that they have beaten this season. The 7 quarterbacks that they've lost to, Josh Allen, Jared Goff, Mahomes, Stroud, Stafford, Burrow, and Aaron Rodgers. If they play just like a decent quarterback, they don't win. This team stinks. They're not good. Yeah. So for people thinking that, now's a good time to buy on the Ravens to make the playoffs, or maybe because the Chiefs are eliminated, if they can get in, they can make a run. Stop. Save your money, please. Don't do that. Can they win the division? Maybe, because the Steelers aren't very good either. But, God, they are a mess. And I think what bothers me the most, Brad, is that they just don't run the ball as much as they should. That's what I love about Ben Johnson and your Bears. He knows his identity. He goes into every game with the game plan. He's going to run the ball until somebody stops him. And I just wish the Ravens would adopt that philosophy.
Well, Derrick Henry has certainly had his moments. He had a couple of big runs yesterday. Keaton Mitchell had a major run before he exited with an injury. They were getting kind of back to that level of identity, but it's Lamar Jackson who's the ultimate X factor because such a tour de force. And, he's not run with the frequency or the success level that we've seen in prior years. You could blame the hamstring, soft tissue issues always for the win, right? So that is an encumbrance in some way, shape, or form, but it's just not been assertive, not been aggressive, and not running with the zeal that we've seen in the past. So that has ripple effects. It does impact Derrick Henry because obviously defenses can stack the box. If you don't give him a proper runway, he's a guy that you can easily take down. I say that at 5'10" and like 190 pounds. If I saw Derrick Henry in the backfield, I would be flattened to a pulp as a result. So, take that for a grain of salt. But he's a guy against NFL defenders that he needs about 3 to 4 yards to get up to full speed. And that's when he is so dangerous in the open field and a tough contender to corral. So, I blame a lot of it on Lamar, just his overall regression, and it's all tied to his lack of health.
PJ Glasser, Brad Evans here with you on BetMGM tonight. We continue talking about the AFC. And Brad, let's talk about the top 2 teams in the league, both at 11-2, the Broncos and the Patriots. Which team do you think ends up winning the AFC regular season? Who gets the number 1 seed going into the playoffs? Do you think it's going to be Denver? Is it going to be New England? Or is there maybe another team that you're potentially eyeing?
No, it's going to be either Denver or the Broncos. And, just looking at New England's schedule here, coming off the bye week and just a critical bye week to have it this, late in the season, you get the batteries to recharge, to get healthy, to get refreshed. They're home against Buffalo. They're going to beat the Bills there in Foxborough. I truly believe that. Then they're on the road against your beloveds and the Baltimore Ravens. Could be a bit of a trap game, but we mentioned the shortcomings offensively, defensively, this Baltimore team. New England just absolutely throwing flamethrowers, fireballs right now off the hand of Drake May, delivering the crisp passes to whoever really in this offense. Could be Hunter Henry, Stephon Diggs, Kayshon Boutte, Hollins. I mean, they just got weapon after weapon after weapon, and the ground game's got a hell of a lot better with the emergence of Travion Henderson. And Ramondre's not been too shabby either here since he's been back from injury. Then you're at the Jets. That's going to be a dub. Then you're home against Miami. That's going to be a dub. I'm going to go on a very short limb and say New England wins every single remaining game and enters the postseason with only 2 losses. You look at Denver, I got Green Bay at home. They got Jacksonville at home. Those are going to be 2 hotly contested games. Then you got revenge game for Kansas City on the road at week 17. That could be an L. And they get the Chargers at home. Much tougher road to hoe here. Much tougher run of games by comparison. So I'll just maximize the matchups and say the Patriots take care of business. They've been terribly undervalued all season long, underrated on the national scene in my estimation. They got a top 10 defense. They got a top 10 offense. Everybody's like, oh, just give the MVP now to Matthew Stafford. Well, 2 weeks ago, Drake May was a favorite at BetMGM to win that coveted honor, and he's still not out of that discussion. He's been incredible quantum leap he has made in several areas of passing the rock. So I like New England to be the 1 seed when it's all said and done in the AFC, and I think they're going to represent the AFC in Santa Clara this year's Super Bowl.
Wow, you do. Okay. I agree with you that I think they're going to be the number 1 seed in the AFC. I think you mentioned it, the schedules. I mean, the discrepancy. Patriots have the tough game against the Bills this week and then the Ravens, but then the Jets in Miami, they should be able to win both of those games. Broncos, I mean, they're a dog this week to the Packers at home. They're going to be a favorite against Jacksonville, but probably by about 3.5, 4. I think they're going to lose at the Chiefs and then the Chargers game. That'll be a tough game to beat that team twice. So definitely the Patriots have the easier schedule, and I think the Broncos are a little bit more of a fraud this year. So, Brad, I am with you. I think the Patriots get the number 1 seed in the AFC. All right, about a minute to go here until commercial and wrapping up hour number 2. Myles Garrett, 3 sacks from breaking the all-time record with 4 games to play. Bears, Bills, Steelers, Bengals. Does Myles Garrett make history this year, Brad?
Yeah, he's absolutely going to make history. I think he's going to blow it away. I think he's going to get a minimum of probably 2 to 3 more sacks. So it is bound to happen. As I just saw an interception by the LA Chargers, and they are going to be in business right now at the Philadelphia Eagles 20-yard line. It's already knocking at the door. Horrible pick there by Jalen Hurts, if it indeed stands. But Garrett, he's breaking history. And no, that is not going to say it looked like it hit the ground.
We'll update you on what's going on in Eagles and Chargers, and if that indeed is an interception, Brad says it hits the ground, so we'll take another look. We'll talk about the college hoops games coming up for tomorrow. Kickoff hour 3.
We're bringing the Wagertainment wherever you are. Stream the BetMGM network live on Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn. Open the app and listen now.
The big winner from the college football playoff reveal, Ohio State. Ohio State is the big winner. And I'm going to tell you why. Because I have money on Ohio State to win the national championship. And this is when we'll talk about, right, when you bet on a football game. And you know what the right decision a coach could make is based on how you feel about it as someone who has money on the game. So, I need the Chiefs to win last night. Andy Reid's going to go for it on a 4th and 1, and I'm screaming. I'm not screaming because I'm going to wake up my daughter. But I'm in my head, I'm thinking, please punt the ball. Please punt the ball. Goes for it. Wrong thing to do. So I got money on Ohio State to win the national championship, right? And I am mentally preparing myself to see, because Ohio State drops to the 2, right? And the final team that gets in there's intrigue about, then it's going to be the two group of 5 teams, where I'll get to that in a second with Tulane and James Madison, is the 10. And I'm expecting it to be Notre Dame. And I am very nervous to see that because I think Notre Dame can beat Ohio State. And I think Notre Dame would beat Texas A&M in that matchup. And when I saw Miami pop up, oh, baby, I wanted to do cartwheels. Because I think this frees Ohio State up to make a run now without Notre Dame in. And think about the way we on this show talk about Notre Dame. The way that odds makers talk about Notre Dame. The way that analysts talk about Notre Dame. That this was always the team that if there was going to be one team outside of the very top to upend the apple cart, make a run, win the national championship, beat Ohio State, beat Indiana, beat the SEC champion, beat Texas Tech, beat Oregon. Who is it? Everyone's answer was Notre Dame. And now the Irish are out. And Ohio State now gets to play Miami or Texas A&M instead of Notre Dame. And if you are like me and you have money on Ohio State to win the Natty, oh man, that is a major, major, major dub. And I felt awesome about that. So yeah, Ohio State, in my estimation, the biggest winners of the entire college football playoff reveal, not having to play Notre Dame in the second round, now getting either Miami. No disrespect to those two teams, Miami and A&M, both good teams, especially A&M. They ain't Notre Dame. Ohio State dodged a big-time bullet as a result of Miami making it over the Irish.
It's so sad to see the Chiefs minus 700 to miss the playoffs, isn't it? So sad.
Breaks my heart. Breaks my heart. Everything comes to an end, and this is coming to an inglorious end. And it does seem like for a team that won 17 straight one-score games, and a team that seemed to get every call whenever they needed it, and any home cooking whenever they needed it, and they needed the playing surface of a Super Bowl to become a huge issue whenever they needed it. To watch Mahomes, basically, he is the offense running, not throwing. And Kelsey dropping balls and Kelsey out of sorts and Kelsey contributing to interceptions. I mean, and they can't find offensive linemen, and they've got no explosives on offense and seemingly have run out of pop passes and run out of jump passes and run out of ideas. Yeah, it's with the thud. I loved the under last night. I didn't play a side. I'm on the Jags to win the division, so I was kind of hoping Kansas City might have won that one to give a little distance between Jacksonville and Houston for my own wallet. But Houston's a legitimate team, and I've been writing at the Washington Post about this really since about week 4. At least 2 teams were going to make it like out of the South. Like the AFC South was clearly 6 weeks in, 8 weeks into the season. It was better by and large than the AFC North. It was better by and large than the AFC East. And once once the Chargers started running out of tackles, it was probably better than the West. And it is. And I don't think the Colts are going, and I didn't think the Colts were going before Daniel Jones got hurt, just based on their schedule and the way the offense was constricted and some of the injuries and deficiencies on defense. But, Houston's defense is truly, truly elite, and it could carry them pretty far.
It's time to bet and sweat with the pros. Welcome to BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
A minute into the second quarter from SoFi, Chargers up 7-3 on the Eagles. Battle of 8 and 4 teams. 1st and 20 coming up, though, for the Chargers from their own 30-yard line. After a holding penalty. I'm PJ Glasser alongside Brad Evans. Hour 3 here. BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network. You can follow us on X, on Instagram, and on TikTok at the BetMGM Network. You can also watch us live on YouTube. Just search BetMGM Network and please hit that subscribe button. You can also listen live and for free on the Odyssey app. And after the show is done in 2 hours, you can go download the BetMGM Tonight podcast wherever you get your podcast and go listen to all of our conversations. We talked about the college football playoff. We talked all things going on in the NFL. We had 2 great guests on, Chris Franklin and Ryan Harris, and we're getting ready to talk a little college basketball here as well. But first, a promo to tell you about that no matter your team, this Odds Boost token belongs in your starting 5. Use your token on any college hoops bet, and you'll get a bigger payout if you win. So take advantage of that from our friends at BetMGM. Make it legendary. All right, Brad, Tuesday college hoop slates tomorrow, and we got a nice doubleheader from Madison Square Garden. The first game up is going to be BYU and Clemson. We'll get into that one in a little bit. Let's start with definitely the big game of tomorrow, and that's a rematch from the round of 32 from the NCAA tournament last year. Florida and UConn, top 15 game. UConn favored by 4.5, and the total is 145.5. So what are your thoughts on UConn and Florida for tomorrow?
A lot of points, and understandably, UConn's going to be a decent favorite because they have had a tremendous amount of success already earlier this year against my ILL inside the Gaddon. Excellent team. They might be in the conversation for being the best team in the nation. I still believe that honor, is bestowed upon Arizona, but you could make the argument for like 8 or 9 different teams right now. This is just a loaded top end, group of squads that are unblemished right now in the world of college basketball. UConn does have a loss against the aforementioned Arizona Wildcats, and that came in stores. But impressive wins against Illinois, again, beating them by 13. They're at MSG. They went to Lawrence. They knocked off Kansas to come back from behind in that game, won 61-56 going away. They beat BYU earlier this year. Florida really impressed me in Cameron. I thought it was kind of a moral victory for them. They end up losing by a point, but had a shot to win it at the end. The inbound pass got deflected as time ran out, so I'm going to get a shot off to potentially sink the Dukies, baby, inside their house. But Boogie Fland is the absolute key. That back court for Florida has been terribly inconsistent, terribly erratic. If Boogie Fan can play like the way he did against the Blue Devils, I think they got more than a puncher's chance of knocking off UConn. Obviously, they got the front court that can hang with the bigs of UConn. You will see if UConn is a healthy unit there with Reed, and whether or not he's going to be back in uniform. I'm more likely trending in that direction. But I kind of like the Gators plus 4.5. They're number 12 in the nation, EFGD. They're top 25 in offensive rebounding percentage, defensive rebounding percentage. I know UConn is number 7 at EFGD. This game's going to be in the 60s. It's going to live in the half court. I think sprint outs and transition buckets are going to be a rare opportunity and conversion rate in this contest. So Rock'em Sock'em Robots is going to be the theme. And with the Gators catching 4.5, just too many points. Give me Florida plus a 4.5. And I will also take the under in this game again, because it will be low scoring.
Yeah, I thought the line would be a little bit higher. I thought UConn would be like maybe a 5.5, 6-point favorite in the game, but at 4.5, I'll lay it with the Huskies. You said it, Brad. They just don't lose at MSG. Wow. They always get great crowd support, and they usually play really well inside the Garden. It's Dan Hurley in these non-conference games early in the season. I mean, he is so good in these games, and UConn is so good in these games. What I will say to people is I would probably wait until like 10, 15 minutes before tip to maybe bet this game because, Brad, as you know, UConn's had a couple games this season where you think they're going to be fully healthy or certain guys are going to be playing and then you get late scratches, right? Arizona game, Mullins and Reed were out. The game that they just had the other day against Kansas, Reed was out. I mean, so obviously Hurley's being conservative. He wants to win these games, but he's looking big picture. He's making sure his guys are okay. They're fully healthy for when they come back. So, maybe this line is playing a part of that, and it's kind of hedging against how UConn's been, and they're waiting to see the injury report. But if we get a fully healthy UConn and these guys are ready to go, I'm laying 4 with the Huskies. Because, again, like you said, I mean, Florida's backcourt, I just don't trust. I don't like Xavier Lee. I liked him a lot at Princeton, but I haven't liked him so far with Florida. Boogie Fland, as you mentioned, is the key. We know what we're getting out of that front court. Congdon, Hawk, they're so good. but it's about guards. And in
Yep.
these type of games, it's about guards. And Florida had the best trio of guards in America last year, which is why they won the title. They do not have that this year. So I'll take UConn -4.5 against the Gators. What about the other game we got from MSG? That's going to be BYU and Clemson. BYU's getting bet up. They were 5.5. Now they're 7.5. Total is 150.5. Brad, what's the angle with BYU Clemson?
Yeah, this is where I'm probably going to build a little SGP. I'm probably going to take the total down. I'll bet the over and then take BYU down to like 2.5, maybe 3.5, maybe the original line. I mean, there is a chance here they could, clean up and really wax that glass against Clemson. You look at the Tigers this season, they're calling Carter's defense, number 31 in the country in EFGD. Very good rebounding team, but they don't have the three-point shooting chops, I think, to hang with the offense of AJ Dabansa, Richie Saunders, Wright, and the Gunners that BYU possesses. I mean, BYU's hitting 36.9% from way downtown. They're shooting nearly 58% inside the arc. No slouches defensively. Also very good on the offensive glass, generating a lot of those second chance opportunities, and those may be limited, again, due to the paint patrolling ways of Clemson. So they may cancel each other out on the glass, but the almighty three will be the difference in this one. Advantage, and I think a major one, honestly, to BYU, but I'm a coward. That's why I'll take the line down and take the total down and bet the over in a same game parlay. But if, gun in my head, I had to pick a side, I would still late with BYU -7.5. I think they're going to win. And again, they win could possibly by, 8 to 12 and maybe even more.
So I'm going to bet the first half under in this game. It's not out yet, but when it pops up tomorrow morning, I'm going to look at that, and I'm going to bet a first half under. Brad, when we were doing a show together and Alabama was playing Clemson, I told you I liked the under in that game, and it was looking good for a while until both teams just went crazy in the second half and it went over. That's my fear in this game is I think we could have a low-scoring first 20 minutes, and then it kind of picks up in the second half. So I like the first half under. Neutral site game, Madison Square Garden. Of course, there's going to be some excitement. There's going to be some nerves for both of these teams. And Brad Brownell, again, when he goes up against elite offenses and teams that want to play at a fast pace, he's got a way of getting Clemson to kind of muck it up to a sense and slow the game down and dictate tempo. So again, it's moved. The total's also moved. It was 150.5. Getting bet up to 152.5. I'm going to get a better number for that first half total. That's what I would look at, would be the first half under in that game. Get in, get out. Don't want to sweat the full game. Don't want to sweat free throws and all those sorts of things that drive that total up. But I feel like attacking that game early, I think it's going to be low scoring, a lot of missed shots. I feel like a lot of these college games that we get at MSG, we tend to get a good amount of unders in some of these regular season matchups, and I think we can get another one in that game. So, yeah, 152.5. Figure we probably get something in the low 70s for a first half number, and that's what my look would be in BYU and Clemson. We have your Illini in action tomorrow, Brad. This is PJ Glasser, Brad Evans here on BetMGM tonight. They get a taste of Big Ten play going on the road to Columbus to take on Ohio State. Illinois laying 3.5. Total in the game, 154.5. How do you feel about your Illini on the road tomorrow against the Buckeyes?
Oh, no bias bleeding through here in these orange and blue pumping veins, mighty stretch of imagination, but I would lay the 3.5 with Illinois. I mean, Ohio State is a team that has played pretty well. They're getting closer to building a tournament resume, but their best win on the season was just recently against Northwestern on the road. That's likely going to be a quadrant one win, but probably their only one that they have acquired so far this season. I've been up on a bunch of patsies like IU Indy, Purdue Fort Wayne, Appalachian State, Mount St. Mary's, Western Michigan. They lost to Pittsburgh at a true road game. They did beat Notre Dame at home, but barely, winning that one 64-61. Bruce Orton's still there. He's a bucket getter. Royal is still there as well, a guy that can also fill up the cup. He's shooting over 40% from distance. I like some of the key components that they have, but Illinois' got length and they got depth. And the guard play has been outstanding. Kyla Boswell has been on another planet right now offensively. His defense has waned somewhat here last couple of games, but I think he's going to tighten up in that area. Tomislav Ivicic is the absolute key to Illinois' offense. He went off in that big win they had over the weekend against Tennessee in Nashville. The offense got to run through him with that inside-outside game, and he's a guy that can step out and knock down threes as well. Big Z, his twin brother, had a couple of big threes along the wing. So, Illinois, they're one of the best rebounding teams in the country. They're outstanding defensively as well, as they're number 39 AFGD. They haven't shot the three ball particularly well, but Ohio State, as long as they don't drain 15 to 23s in this game, Illinois should command the glass, get to the line, win this sucker going away by around 7 to 9. So I will lay the 3.5, and happily so. And a not so intimidating environment there in Columbus. All they care about is football.
Wow, so a crazy play in Chargers and Eagles where Jalen Hurts threw an interception, and then the big fella's rumbling, bumbling, stumbling with it, gets the ball poked out of his hands. It rolls about 10 yards, and the Chargers scoop it up around midfield. So LA will take over as the Eagles were putting together a nice drive. They were in field goal range, but Jalen Hurts made some big mistake, and A.J. Brown not happy as he goes to the sideline. So the Chargers with a chance to add on to their 4-point lead as, Hurts just threw it right to the defensive tackle, and then there comes the receiver to poke it away. Hurts then had it, and it got stripped from him, and the Chargers take over. So a wacky sequence there in Monday Night Football. But, Brad, back to the Ohio State-Illinois game. It's a tricky game. Illinois, credit Brad Underwood for the non-conference schedule he has built to get his team ready for conference play, right? Texas Tech, Alabama, UConn, Tennessee. They played 4 really quality teams, and they won 2 of those games. They've lost 2 of those games. This is their first true road test, though. And as you know, Ohio State's a funny team in league play. The last couple years, they have a lot of stinky lines when they're at home, and it's kind of just hit or miss with them. Sometimes they'll win, sometimes they won't, sometimes they won't cover. Illinois is without a question the more talented team, and they should win. I think I'm going to stay away, though, right? We saw Indiana when they went on the road to play Minnesota in their first conference game. They struggle. You just don't know how teams are going to react when they go on the road for the first time. So stay away from me. Keep an eye on it. Maybe Ohio State gets up early and get a nice live number on the Illini. But that, for me, more of a wait-and-see type of game. Probably won't have a bet on that one tomorrow. Then we'll see who many people feel like is the top team in the country. Michigan, they're in action at home against Kevin Willard and Villanova. Wolverines, a 15.5-point favorite. Total in the game, 150.5. Brad, you laying the lumber with Michigan tomorrow.
Oh, God, yes. They're going to win by, 50,000. Here is a fun fact, folks. Villanova doesn't play an ounce of defense. They're number 212 in the nation so far this year at EFGD. And if you peel back the layers of the onion, they're decent around the rim. But outside the arc, they are giving up over 42% from distance. They're nearly dead last in all of college basketball a month into the season in 3-point percentage D. So the outside marksmen, Michigan as a collective, they're shooting 37.3%. They're going to blitz them. They have size there, especially with the big man there at 7'3" and Mora and Morris Johnson, who actually nailed a couple threes in his last game. Michigan's going to smoke him, man. This is not going to be remotely close. The line could be 29.5, and I'd probably still lay with Michigan. Right now, folks, they are playing the best basketball in the country, though I do believe, based on the resume already built, Arizona deserves to be number 1. Michigan should receive votes and is going to be a team and a force to reckon with all season long and looking like the team to beat in the Big Ten Conference.
I mean, they've just been steamrolling people, right? Like, it was one thing to beat Auburn by 30, but then to follow that up the very next day and beat Gonzaga by 40, I think all of us were just like, oh my God, this team's a different beast, man. Like you said, how is Villanova going to get stops in this game? How are they going to deal with that front court that Michigan has that is so lethal and so good? So, yeah, it would only be Michigan here for me. It is a big number, but again, Michigan has proven us this season, you can't really set a line high enough. Maybe just bet them in the first half because that's been kind of the story of their season. They've just been stomping on people early in these games, so that could be another way to bet it as well. Michigan first half. All right, PJ Glasser, Brad Evans, we're hitting a timeout here on BetMGM tonight, presented by BetMGM. When we come back, going to play a little hot or cold.
On the move? Take the BetMGM network with you. Catch live Wagertainment anytime on Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn.
And I want to preface everything I'm about to say with the following. $2,000 hit my account last night because Miami made the playoff.
Yeah.
I made that bet in the summer. I financially profited yesterday by Miami making the playoff. And I still think Notre Dame should be in. Now, the real question is, should Alabama be in? After getting waxed by Georgia in a conference title game and having -3 rushing yards. -3. And we're going to have that team be in over a team that's dominated everybody for 10 straight weeks. But then you got the SEC stuff. And you're right. We were on the air yesterday, Nick and I, and they did the hour show that could have been 12 minutes, and they got to go to every campus and hear from Marty Smith again. Like, okay, all right, just give us the bracket. Can we get the bracket, please?
Jen Lada, yeah.
Right, yeah. Jen Lada in her skin-tight leather pants. So they bring out Saban in his crimson red sport coat, and then they bring out Herb Street. And again, I can't hear it because I'm on the air, but I can read lips, and you know what they're saying. Like, oh, Alabama plays in the. You can see. I'm mouthing SEC on camera for those that can't see, because it's ESPN who has a relationship with SEC. So what do you think Saban and Herb Street are saying on the college football playoff review show?
Can I tell you one thing that Herb Street was saying? Not to,
Sure.
I'm not trying to cut you off, but this kind of set me off because you're trying to read the lips, and I just want to fill something in. One of the first things that Herb Street said when he gets on camera, which set me off and many others. Well, with this committee, the rankings aren't true until they get all the data in. Notre Dame and Miami didn't play. And every week leading up to the conference championship games, Notre Dame well ahead of Miami. When this started, it was 10 and it was 18. Notre Dame never lost, but somehow Miami passes them up. I just wanted to fill that in for you. They don't know the true rankings till they get all the data, even though they flipped teams that didn't play. Okay.
I also saw a clip of Herb Street who was saying, oh, well, BYU shouldn't be in because they lost their conference championship. And then 3 minutes later, he's like, well, Alabama shouldn't be penalized for losing their conference championship. And I'm like, this is what's going on. Like, it's hard to get upset because, like, everybody's stupid. And I got people on the internet telling me that Notre Dame shouldn't be in because they lost to Northern Illinois last year in week 2. Like, that matters. Just like everybody's stupid. That's my thesis.
It's time to place your bets. This is BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
PJ Glasser, Brad Evans here with you on BetMGM Tonight, presented by BetMGM. We're talking it all here on the show. NFL, college football, college basketball. If you want your voice heard, call us, dial us, 833-732-3875. Once again, 833-732-3875. Any bets you have in Chargers Eagles, maybe anything upcoming week 15 in the NFL, anything that you like, bowl season, college football playoff, any college hoops bets for tomorrow, give us a call. We'd love to hear from you. Chargers setting up for a field goal here. Cameron Dicker trying to make it a 10-3 game. Offensive lineman Trey Pipkins just left the game for the Chargers. So obviously Alt's hurt and Slater's hurt. And now Pipkins, the latest Chargers offensive lineman to leave the game, as the field goal is good. So Los Angeles 10, Philadelphia 3 with 5 minutes to go in the second quarter after a Jalen Hurts interception and fumble on the same play. Yes, both of those things occurred. He got charged for both of them.
Yeah.
So you had that on your bingo card. There you go. But let's play
or your fantasy team
here.
Whoa.
Or I'm playing against them, so we love that he was charged for both of those. Definitely helps me out. All right, let's talk a little hot or cold. We bring in our executive producer, the great Brandon Combs, to talk some college football and also some NFL. So, Brando, what's our first topic that we have up?
What's going on, boys? It's been a hell of a night. A lot of stuff going on, a lot of good interviews, a lot of good information going out there. And PJ, I can't wait to get the things PJ said later on. I got some stuff for you, my guy. All right. Let's start with hot or cold. Brad, we'll go with you first. The CFP committee can never truthfully say that they do not have an SEC bias. Hot or cold, Brad?
I'm going to say I'm hot on that. Look, they definitely have an SEC bias. There's no doubt about it. Are they going to fully admit it? No, because they can't. Obviously, they're going to say, oh, well, we're going to play this diplomatically. Everybody's equals. It's based on resume. It's based on this. It's based on that. We know deep down inside, Alabama is a monster brand name, and they got the benefit of the doubt because they're a 3-loss team and the strongest conference in the land, and that being the SEC. So they got the nod over Notre Dame as a result. But yes, there is a bias that is baked in, just like at the 4-letter network. There is an East Coast bias that is baked in. They'll never admit it, but it's certainly there. And there's a lot of cases that point in that direction. So the evidence, follow the breadcrumbs, a bias does exist, but the committee will never fully admit it publicly.
Yeah, they'll never admit it. I mean, there is a bias, but honestly, there should be a bias because it's the best league in college football, and it's hard to win 10 games in that league. And look, I get that there are 5 teams in the college football playoff from the SEC, and people aren't happy, but it's like, who are you going to leave out? Georgia went 12-1. They look like one of the best teams in the league. They won the SEC title. Bama finished first in the SEC regular season standings. You got to put them in. Ole Miss and A&M went 11-1. You got to put them in. Oklahoma's probably the team that you would look at, but a lot of people thought Texas should be in or Vandy should be in. So it's like, if you don't put Oklahoma, you could have gone with one of those teams. So yes, there's bias, but there should be bias because you're trying to put the best teams in the sport, in the college football playoff. And more often than not, most years, the best teams are going to be out of the SEC. So there is a bias, but I think there should be a bias as Jalen Hurts just threw another interception, boys, for the Eagles. So not great for Philadelphia.
Says the Alabama fan, there should be an SEC bias.
Right.
I mean, just like did the SEC even have a team in the Final Four last year of the college football playoff? I don't think they
do you want
did
do you
they
want
win the
11?
national title last
Do you
year?
want 11-2? They did not win the national title last year.
No, they didn't. No, they didn't. And not only that, but we can't sit there and say we're trying to put the 12 best teams in the playoff when Tulane and JMU are in the playoff. Let's stop with saying we're trying to put the 12 best teams. We're trying to make sure that everything's equal, and all of the stuff that they say isn't equal because their reasoning for putting Alabama in and then leaving BYU out, which I agree with you, BYU and Bama do not have the same resume, but your reasoning should have had BYU back in for put the same reason you had Bama in. So
no, because BYU wasn't in the playoff before the conference championship game. So if they lose that game, they should stay out. I mean, their reward for making it to the conference title game was you win, you're in. But if you're not in the playoff before the conference championship week, then you shouldn't be in because you lose. Doesn't make any sense.
By the way, while you guys are arguing, we had a strip sack fumble recovery very next play after the INT. Philadelphia's got the ball back at midfield. Crazy bananas, nuts stuff going down at SoFi.
Turnover machines.
It's going to be one of these kind of games. My goodness.
It is going to be one of those kind of games. We're going to argue more about this in things PJ said.
We will. We got the final hour, so all good.
Absolutely.
Love it.
All
what
right.
do we got next?
The next one, PJ, we'll go with you on this one. The Houston Texans are good enough to win the AFC Championship. Hot or cold?
Boys, I'm hot on this. I'm watching that game last night, and I'm watching this defense, and I'm like, this defense is good enough to get him to the Super Bowl, man. Look, we have seen the blueprint to beat Kansas City. It's not having Josh Allen. It's not having Lamar Jackson. It's having elite defenses, right? It's having Philadelphia's defensive line in the Super Bowl last year. It's having Tampa's defensive line when they beat Brady or when they beat Mahomes in the Super Bowl with Brady. That's how you win. That's how you beat these great teams. And that Houston defense, they beat Josh Allen. They beat Mahomes. I mean, they are really, really good. And even though Stroud, and that offense, they're not great. They don't need to be. They're leaning on their defense. And how about the run that they're on? Beating Buffalo, Indy, and Kansas City all in a row. I'm so impressed with them. I think that they got a great shot of going to the Super Bowl.
Yeah, I'm very hot on this as well. I mean, you look at some of the elite teams currently in the AFC, defense, right? New England's got an elite defense. The Jaguars are playing tremendous defense. The Texans playing phenomenal defense. The Broncos, a top 7 defense according to the EPA data. That is what wins you championships. It sounds cliche, the old adage, but it certainly applies. And man, they were suffocating. They were stifling. They were spectacular, especially in that second half last night against Kansas City, flying all over the field, collapsing pockets, creating turnovers, getting sacks, frustrating living hell out of Mr. Taylor Swift. I mean, it was just an amazing performance from beginning to end. The downside with Houston is their ground game, although Woody Marks had a gazillion touches on the ground, still very inefficient on a per-touch basis. They don't have that true ground and pounder, too bad that Nick Chubb isn't resembling his vintage self and is healthy. But with Nico Collins, C.J. Stroud, if the offensive line can at least play at average, Houston's got a shot to make a very deep run in the AFC, which I feel is wide open this year. New England, I feel, is the best team, but the Houston Texans would challenge it because that defense just clamps down.
Yeah, and a really soft schedule down the stretch, too. Now, they got through the meat and potatoes of the schedule, and now they've got the Cardinals, Raiders, Chargers, Colts to end the season. And, I mean, you might get Colts with Phillip Rivers under center in the final week of the season. It's crazy.
It is nuts.
All right. On-field, in-game interviews for coaches and players are dumb. Stop doing them. Brad, hot or cold?
Hot, very hot on this. I've always hated them. I mean, in football, you always get the halftime interview, the obligatory one. And it's like 1 to 2 questions max. The coaches don't give a damn. They don't give 2 bleeps about any of it. They give you a very rudimentary answer. They give you absolutely nothing. I'd rather them talk, the sideline reporters like the SIDs, to try to get information about an injury or a player representative or a team representative of, what the latest status is on player X or player Y. That to me is more vital. That to me is more important for the people that are watching, that are the gamblers, that are the fantasy players. Those are your most engaged fans. And I always go back to like baseball. That is a clown show to me, and what they have done to that game. And there was one example that just sticks out of my mind this year. And Brandon, you probably recall it. I remember they were interviewing like PCA on a Sunday night game there in center field, and a ball gets absolutely smoked to the outfield. And he's like, I'm going to scale this wall and try to catch it. And he's booking it fast. Like he was finishing the last syllable on the answer to the question. Crack of the bat happens, and he immediately reads it and is like, oh, crap. I got to, hit hightail and try to catch this thing and scale a wall. And you can hear all of it. And it comes back down and they ask him a follow-up question. What the hell is that? Get out of here. Stop interfering with the game. Let the guys play the game. Enough with those interviews. It's worse than baseball, and it's still bad enough in football and some of these other sports. Basketball, if they start doing with the coaches in game while they're trying to call plays or work out orders their players, get it way the hell out of here and out of my life, please.
Yeah, well said. I'm hot on this too, especially the baseball one. I'm glad you brought that up. When these guys hit a home run and like I see Ken Rosenthal or whoever in the dugout, how did that home run feel? How do you think it felt? Like, what are we doing? You know what I mean? It's like, why are we doing this? So, and then Brad's right with the NFL. I understand the idea, right? But it's like when they interview a player right before the game. I mean, these guys are trying to get mentally ready. They're trying to prepare themselves for a game. And you're asking them about, what do you expect from so-and-so's defense tonight? What was the message to your team before? They're not thinking about that. They're just going to give you player speak, coach speak, and go out onto the field. So I get why they're doing it. They want insight from the coaches and the players, the people that are coaching and playing and what we're getting ready to watch. But it's just like there's really like no entertainment value, or it doesn't feel like it's adding the element that they want it to. So yeah, Brandon, to sum it up like you did, I think it is dumb.
Yeah, and look, I don't mind like during the All-Star games, right, or during the Pro Bowls or that type of stuff, because that's fun, right? When you're listening to Ronald Acuna Jr. going up into the batter's box to hit against any pitcher in the American League, I like those, you know what I mean? But on a regular game, like when you're listening to Kurt Nagy before the game, before the Big Ten championship, and the sideline reporter goes, Kurt, how confident are you that you can win this game? Like, are you kidding? What do you think he's going to say to you? Do you think he's going to give you some like quotable? Like, it's so stupid. Like these questions that we ask. I listened to one yesterday with Patrick Mahomes on the sideline before the game, and she goes, Patrick, you're on the precipice of missing the playoffs for the first time in your career. How do you handle that? What are we right before the game? Right before the game. This is what you want him thinking about. I hate that stuff. It drives me nuts. All right.
Yeah.
Next
totally
one.
Agree.
Matthew Stafford is the runaway MVP, and it's not even close. Just hand him the trophy. PJ, hot or cold?
We're cold on this because Drake May, I think, has something to say about that. He's certainly in the conversation. I think Stafford should be the favorite. Played awesome yesterday against the Cardinals, but his game is coming up this week and next week, right? You got a big game against the Lions on Sunday, and then you got that matchup against Seattle next Thursday. So it's not runaway, because if he doesn't play well in either of those games and the Patriots keep winning, and Drake May, who's also got two big games coming up against the Bills and Ravens, if he wins those, then May is going to end up being your new favorite. So Stafford's the guy to beat. He should be the favorite. Runaway MVP, though, nah, I don't think this is like, what Ohtani was or has been in the National League, or like one of those, right, where we look up and it's like it's over at this point in the season. I think it's close, but Stafford definitely should be the favorite.
Yeah, I'm bone chilly. It is certainly something that's almost teeth chattering in my estimation. 2 weeks ago, we were slam dunking home Matthew Stafford. And then Drake May was like a week ago. He became the favorite. And then all of a sudden the pendulum swung back the other way after yesterday. This is how tight this race is right now at BetMGM. And you look at the matchups as well for Drake May. If he goes out and balls out against Josh Allen, the Buffalo Bills this week, I think it's going to swing back in his favor. And then you're at Baltimore, you're at the Jets, you're against Miami. Those last three games, he could put up stupid, like Madden on rookie video game level numbers in each of those three matchups. And Stafford's got some more difficult foes to clash with. So this is far from over. And, as a betting man, I would lay a little action right now on Drake May at plus money. I think that is a tremendous value bet, given the rest of the season schedule for both these guys.
Yeah, I listen to what you guys said, and it kind of goes right into my argument, right? Matthew Stafford's playing tougher defenses. Matthew Stafford is doing this against better competition than what Drake May has played all year. And I get that you play who's on your schedule and you beat who's on your schedule, but just what Drake May has done compared to the numbers that Matthew Stafford has put up, for me personally, when I look at that, if I'm a voter, it's not even close. Not even close. All right. Last one, quickly. You guys got about 10 seconds each, and you probably don't need more than that for this one. Officiating in all sports is at an all-time bad level, and the leagues could care less. Brad?
Muy caliente, very hot on this. I look at college football. Big Ten, please do us a favor. Central Command, speed up the horrible calls that your refs on the field are making. I rest my case.
Were there any bad calls in the Ravens-Steelers game yesterday? I wasn't paying attention. Maybe 1, 2, 3, something like that. So ridiculous. We wrap up the third hour next. BetMGM tonight. PJ Glasser, Brad Evans.
It's time to place your bets. This is BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
So head-to-head only matters in the final rankings, I suppose, if the teams are right next to each other, which feels like a weird logic to me. Honestly, I feel like the better logic, if I was on the committee, I would have said, okay, the week-to-week rankings are prisoners of the moment. And it's like, okay, we can't change it that much, like based on stuff that doesn't happen. But at the final, in the final rankings, those are overall rankings for the entirety of the season. And in fact, I think a lot of people are clamoring for the fact that why do we even have rankings during the season if they don't matter according to the final rankings? Like, I understand they want to draw attention to college football. They want viewership. They draw this out with a TV show on ESPN. But like, if these rankings don't matter, I think that's the tough part, is we feel like idiots and we feel like we've been gaslit for the entire season with these college football rankings week by week. When at the end of the day, it feels like those previous ones don't even matter.
Chelsea, going back, like, it's all for the networks. That's why they have rankings. They draw out those shows. They say we're going to release the rankings at 5:30, 5:55. The rankings come out. Like, that's the thing with college football. Another thing is, like, if they talk, okay, fine, the head-to-head, yeah, that should matter. You lose to Miami, like that. Miami has the edge over you there, but you look at two lost teams, and Miami's losses were significantly worse. You lost to Louisville and you lost to SMU, where Notre Dame lost to two top-ranked teams the first 2 weeks of the season. One of those on the road in the rain, and you have a freshman starting quarterback. Like, does that go into effect at all? Doesn't seem to. So, like, I understand the argument of, like, the head-to-head, but you're right. Like, what's the point in the rankings all season long if the team that you have ranked higher than the other team doesn't make it in? If it's ultimately the head-to-head, like, if it's the head-to-head, then Miami should have been ahead of Notre Dame in the rankings throughout the last, 7 rankings that were released.
Travis Kelce. Week 1. Runs the wrong route in Brazil and injures Xavier Worthy. Yeah, his head's in the game. Literally, like, second snap of the year. Let me run the wrong route and injure our first-round pick from last year. Great job. Chiefs lose. Week 2 against the Eagles. About to score a touchdown to take the lead instead, but ricochets off his chest into the arms of Andrew Makuba. Chiefs lose that game to the Eagles. And then, last night, in the waning moments, back-to-back plays. Mahomes puts it right on the money, and Travis Kelce can't catch. He can't catch. But hey, everybody, don't worry, because on New Heights this week, tune in as Travis Kelce talks to Governor of Minnesota, Tim Walz, for a wide-ranging conversation. Can't wait. Travis Kelce will ask Tim Walz about the Somali population in Minneapolis. So it's okay. Don't worry. Don't worry. He can't catch the ball in the big spots. But listen, the podcast is going to do huge numbers. It's okay, everybody. No worries. It's okay.
You're listening to BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network. Presented by BetMGM. Make it legendary.
Eagles settle for a field goal, and it looks like we're probably going to have a 10-6 game going into halftime. The Chargers are going to have about 48 seconds to work with, one timeout, and Cameron Dicker does have a good lay. I mean, all the kickers nowadays do. So really, they get it to like the 41, 42-yard line. They have a chance maybe to get 3 more points. But right now, Chargers 10, Eagles 6. Chargers at BetMGM minus 3.5 is plus 100. And the total is 37.5. You like the Eagles to win the game. They're plus 150. The Chargers are minus 190. Brad, what are your thoughts right now on the live lines here in Chargers-Eagles?
Oh, I'm a gambling man, PJ, and we clack and roll the dice that Philadelphia would somehow screw up that possession inside the red zone. I was hoping for 3 points or fewer. I indeed got that with a Jake Elliott kick. I took the under on the live line at 38.5, and it's down to 37.5. This game just feels low scoring, and we've seen a multitude of turnovers by both teams in this game. I mean, Jalen Hurts, you mentioned it. You're going up against him in fantasy. He's got, negative points so far? Like minus 2.9? That's outrageous. Well, he's already got 3 turnovers. He's got the 2 INTs. He got the fumble loss. He's only got 9 rushing on the ground, 95 passing. Man, he's just looked out of sorts this entire game. Some of it is his fault. Some of it, though, is the offensive line. The pressure that the Chargers have got has been consistent. They have bared down on him. And it's, I think, really bothered him in this game. But he's making some horrible decisions on top of it. We'll see what Justin Herbert does here. They got 1 timeout, just over 40 seconds left, and he's got to let it rip here. I'm going to give it to you live, not remotely close to the receiver. The other key takeaway for the LA Chargers, I mean, Herbert's not tearing it up. Obviously, his offhand, he got surgically repaired. He's only 5 of 10. In this game, does have a touchdown for 89 yards. He's only got the 1 carry for 5 yards. Hampton does look good, but what is just perplexing to me, Ladd McConkey, 2 targets, no catches. Oronde Gadsden, 1 target, no catches. Quentin Johnston, 2 targets, 1 reception for 0 yards. Keenan Allen, Krispy Kremes everywhere. So the top receiving options in this offense haven't done jack nor squat. I say that right on cue. Keenan Allen gets his first catch of the game for about 6 yards. But that, to me, is mystifying how the big weapons for LAC have been on the side of a milk carton in this first half.
It's a great point. I mean, you take away the running backs, and the wide receivers only have a combined 3 catches in this game, and McConkey isn't one of them.
God.
Yeah.
Oh, my
Gadsden
God.
hasn't got
And
involved.
PJ, Herbert just threw another pick. That was an inexplicable wounded duck that he chucked up. There was nobody in his face. I didn't see it get batted. And it was just a soft toss, and it goes right in the defender's hands. You and I could have caught that. A full case of beer in, PJ, as Philadelphia has the ball now back. I don't know where exactly it's at, but they may be able to get another field goal opportunity here before the end of the half, because we got a personal foul on Kamani Vidal at the end of that play. So, yeah, now they're in Chargers territory with 7 ticks left. Unreal.
Wow. What a huge turn of events. Yeah, Herbert's arm got hit. So I think it's going to be at the 35-yard line because he got tackled at the 50 of the personal foul call. And we'll see if the Eagles run another play. They probably can try and run Saquon. They got 7 seconds left, 2 timeouts. Try and run him. Just tell him to get down after he gets like 6-7 yards, but definitely in Jake Elliott range. So how about that? Thinking maybe the Chargers could potentially get 3 points. Instead, it could be a 3-point swing the other way. And the Eagles can make this a 10-9 game potentially. But yeah, if you're just joining us, I mean, it's been this kind of game. You like turnovers? This is the game for you. Both teams, both quarterbacks, plenty of them in the first half. Herbert was trying to throw it to the outside, just got his arm hit by the defender, and easy interception for Philadelphia. Wow. So hopefully for those of you tuning in and listening, hopefully for those of you tuning in and listening, you have either defense in your fantasy team because they're having a great game. No doubt. And ESPN just put up the stat. This is the first game this season with 6 combined turnovers in the first half. So sloppy football, to say the least. Brad, you're way ahead of me. So, yeah, please, if Elliott's trotting out there, give us the live update on if he makes the field goal, makes it 10-9.
Well, they just pulled him off the field because a couple of seconds were added back on the clock. So there's 10 seconds remaining. Now Jalen Hurts comically is trying to find his helmet because he discarded it somewhere. One of the equipment people came over, handed it to him. He's come back on the field. So it is 10 seconds left. Philadelphia again has 2 timeouts on the 1st and 10 here. So they're going to try to get a better field goal opportunity. You're right. I think what was sensible here is just running Saquon Barkley. He's had a really good half, 13 carries for 69 yards, and Saquon's not even been in there. I think it looks like it's Will Shipley on the field right now. It's not even Tank Bigsby. Yeah, that's Shipley as a pass it and to nobody. Like, what the hell kind of play call is that? What are you doing, Philadelphia? Like, put Saquon on the field, get like 3, 4, 5 yards to make an easier field goal attempt. That was just a wasted opportunity. 5 seconds left. Now Elliott comes out at the original distance. That one was dumbfounding. That decision right there by Sirianni. This is a 40. Yeah, he should miss. I mean, because it's just comical. It's a clown show. 48-yard attempt. I'll let you know if this is up. The ball is up. The kick is up, and it is no good. Karma full. That's right, Sirianni. You should have called a better play, you moron.
I mean, that was so bad. Brad, the Chargers had a 3-man front. They were giving you the middle of the field. You really could have ran it and maybe broke something for a big game. 10 seconds, 2 timeouts. That was really bad. And like you said, they got exactly what they deserve. So that interception from Herbert doesn't end up costing the Eagles, and I'm sure that missed opportunity is going to loom large, as that will do it for the end of the first half. Chargers 10, Eagles 6, turnovers 6 in the game from SoFi so far. Crazy. PJ Glasser, Brad Evans, BetMGM tonight. All right, Brad, we've reached halftime. It is time to review our cards and how our bets are looking from the first half. And my friend, you are having yourself a day so far.
Oh, I'm 2 for 2. I mean, we still got the third bet on the board. Hopefully, we're going to break out the brooms and have the sweep as a result. Amari Hampton was play numero uno, anytime touchdown. Cha-ching! At plus 185. Play numero dos, Amari Hampton, over 10.5 receiving yards so far. Cha-ching! So 2 for 2. The third one, Jahan Dotson, over 6.5 yards on longest reception. He had a catch. Usually only gets 1 a game. So this one's going to be a sweat. Only went for 3 yards. He does have 2 targets. I think his season high in targets is like 4 in a single contest. Hopefully he's going to get at least one more look in this one from Hurts. But Hurts, a guy that would probably miss a dartboard right now from about 2 feet away. Raising my level of concern, this one will not hit. But we shall see in the second half. The broom could be broken out, and we sweep the card. But so far, 2 for 2. I'll take it.
Yeah, good start for you, Brad. Justin Herbert, I had his over rushing yards, 17.5. He's only got 5 right now. But considering he just threw that interception, there's been a lot of sloppy play. He also had a fumble on on his prior possession, I think there's a chance he could take off. So I'm still feeling good about that bet. Saquon does not have any receiving yards so far tonight. He's had some opportunities. Jalen hasn't been able to get the ball to him. But with the Eagles trailing, maybe looking to throw the ball more. They have had some success on the ground. Maybe they throw him a screen, but we need over 16.5 right now. It doesn't have anything. And the Chargers +2 looking solid with them up by 4 and them being a 2.5-point favorite on the live line. So, Brad, hopefully Dotson can get you a 7-yard reception here in the second half. Herbert can do a little bit more running. Barkley can do a little more receiving, and the Chargers can cover the 2 against the Eagles. But what do you think here? Is we second half going to start in 12 minutes? We both like the Chargers at the start of the game. You still like in LA to win this one, or the Eagles you think at +130 worth a play? You think they come back and win the game?
No, I like LAC still in this one. They're -165 on a live money line. I think they are going to sew this sucker up at some point because defensively they've been tremendous. They put a lot of pressure on the pocket. They flushed Jalen Hurts out. He's not running effectively. They had a constant spy on him. So if he chose to run, it's for a minimal gain. As long as they continue to emphasize that over schematic, I think they're going to be able to get it done. I mean, Dallas Goedert is gashing him somewhat. The 4 receptions for 49 yards. A.J. Brown had 1 long reception of 22. He's got 2 for 33, but Devontae Smith has been a no-show in this game, only 2 for 7. Saquon's ran the ball well, but the Chargers have been opportunistic. And again, it's the increased emphasis on the pocket pressure that I think has really been the difference in this game. As long as they can continue to dial up the heat successfully, I think it's going to confuse Hurts. He's going to continue to make some puzzling decisions, and it's going to lead to a victory in the end, despite Herbert looking rather mundane overall in that half. However, I'd like to see a few more carries on Omarion Hampton. Only 5 for 24 on the ground. He also had 2 for 11 and that receiving touchdown. You might see a little bit more of him and Kamani Vidal in the second half as the Eagles have continued to be just so average against the run here, defending the last few weeks.
It's a tough watch, Brad, watching this offense, man. And again, that was part of my handicap. Like, when the Eagles are rolling and they're running hot, they are a machine, and they just rattle off win after win. But when they're struggling, like we saw a couple of years ago, it just doesn't get fixed overnight. This is just kind of who they are. This is what they've been the last 4 or 5, 6 weeks of the season so far. They do have a favorable finish. They still play Washington twice. They get the Raiders next week. So they'll get into the playoffs, but I don't think this is a team that people are fearing like we probably thought coming into the season, or certainly the early parts of the season. But we'll see how the second half plays out. I will have that for you guys. I'll do a solo hour live coming up 10 to 11. We'll talk college football playoff bracket. We'll break down some NFL playoffs predictions as well, kind of forecast AFC and NFC. And me and Brando will have fun with some of the things I said. Brad, enjoyed it as always, my friend. Enjoy the rest of Monday Night Football, and I will see you tomorrow.
Sounds good. Enjoy the conversation with Brando. Be kind, Mr. Combs. Adios, amigos.
There we go. More BetMGM tonight after this.
On the move, take the BetMGM network with you. Catch live Wagertainment anytime on Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn.
The big winner from the college football playoff reveal, Ohio State. Ohio State is the big winner. And I'm going to tell you why. Because I have money on Ohio State to win the national championship. And this is when we'll talk about, right, when you bet on a football game. And you know what the right decision a coach could make is based on how you feel about it as someone who has money on the game. So, like, you know, I need the Chiefs to win last night. Andy Reid's going to go for it on a 4th and 1, and I'm screaming. I'm not screaming because I'm going to wake up my daughter. But I'm in my head, I'm thinking, please punt the ball. Please punt the ball. Goes for it. Wrong thing to do. So I got money on Ohio State to win the national championship, right? And I am mentally preparing myself to see, because Ohio State drops to the 2, right? And the final team that gets in there's intrigue about, then it's going to be the two group of 5 teams, where I'll get to that in a second with Tulane and James Madison, is the 10. And I'm expecting it to be Notre Dame. And I am very nervous to see that because I think Notre Dame can beat Ohio State. And I think Notre Dame would beat Texas A&M in that matchup. And when I saw Miami pop up, oh, baby, I wanted to do cartwheels. Because I think this frees Ohio State up to make a run now without Notre Dame in. And think about the way we on this show talk about Notre Dame. The way that odds makers talk about Notre Dame. The way that analysts talk about Notre Dame. That this was always the team that if there was going to be one team outside of the very top to upend the apple cart, make a run, win the national championship, beat Ohio State, beat Indiana, beat the SEC champion, beat Texas Tech, beat Oregon. Who is it? Everyone's answer was Notre Dame. And now the Irish are out. And Ohio State now gets to play Miami or Texas A&M instead of Notre Dame. And if you are like me and you have money on Ohio State to win the Natty, oh man, that is a major, major, major dub. And I felt awesome about that. So yeah, Ohio State, in my estimation, the biggest winners of the entire college football playoff reveal, not having to play Notre Dame in the second round, now getting either Miami. No disrespect to those two teams, Miami and A&M. Both good teams, especially A&M. They ain't Notre Dame. Ohio State dodged a big-time bullet as a result of Miami making it over the Irish.
It's so sad to see the Chiefs minus 700 to miss the playoffs, isn't it? So sad.
Oh, it breaks my heart. Breaks my heart. Everything comes to an end, and this is coming to an inglorious end. And it does seem like for a team that won 17 straight one-score games, and a team that seemed to get every call whenever they needed it, and any home cooking whenever they needed it, and they needed the playing surface of a Super Bowl to become a huge issue whenever they needed it. To watch Mahomes, basically, he is the offense running, not throwing. And Kelsey dropping balls and Kelsey out of sorts and Kelsey contributing to interceptions. I mean, and they can't find offensive linemen, and they've got no explosives on offense and seemingly have run out of pop passes and run out of jump passes and run out of ideas. Yeah, it's with a thud. I loved the under last night. I didn't play a side. I'm on the Jags to win the division, so I was kind of hoping Kansas City might have won that one to give a little distance between Jacksonville and Houston for my own wallet. But Houston's a legitimate team, and I've been writing at the Washington Post about this really since about week 4. At least 2 teams were going to make it like out of the South. Like the AFC South was clearly 6 weeks in, 8 weeks into the season. It was better by and large than the AFC North. It was better by and large than the AFC East. And once once the Chargers started running out of tackles, it was probably better than the West. And it is. And I don't think the Colts are going, and I didn't think the Colts were going before Daniel Jones got hurt, just based on their schedule and the way the offense was constricted and some of the injuries and deficiencies on defense. But, Houston's defense is truly, truly elite, and it could carry them pretty far.
It's time to bet and sweat with the pros. Welcome to BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
PJ Glasser here with you. Welcome into the final hour of BetMGM Tonight, presented by BetMGM. I'll be with you solo for the next 60 minutes. A whole lot to get into. Going to talk about my college football playoff bracket, go through all the matchups, tell you I think is going to win, who my national championship is. We'll dive into the AFC playoff picture after some massive results that we had yesterday and this Chargers-Eagles game going on that, of course, we will keep you updated on currently at halftime with the Chargers up 10-6. And we'll close out the show with things that PJ said, as Brandon is at the ready looking to debate me on certain things. Excited for that. As always, during the final hour of the show, would love to hear from you guys listening. Give me a call, 833-732-3875. Once again, 833-732-3875. And you can watch the show, listen to the show on YouTube, search BetMGM Network, hit that subscribe button. You also can follow us on X, Instagram, and TikTok at the BetMGM Network. Listen live and go back to see what you missed on the free Odyssey app, and also download the BetMGM Tonight podcast, which will be available for you after the show is over. All right, a lot to get into here during the final hour of the show. And let's start with the college football playoff bracket. And before we dive in to the bracket, let's just talk about the teams that are in it, right? Because that was obviously a big topic of discussion. We knew the final two spots would come down to three teams: Alabama, Notre Dame, and Miami. I was talking about this earlier in the show with Brad. I think ultimately they put in the correct two teams. To me, the one team that you had to put in was Alabama, because you can't punish them for playing in a conference title game. Yes, they have 3 losses, but they were 10-2 in the regular season. If there were no conference championship games, they are the number 1 team in the SEC. They won the tiebreakers. They beat Georgia head-to-head. They wore their home jerseys in Atlanta. They were the top team. You can't dock them for that. SMU didn't get docked for that in the ACC title game last year, nor should they. So Bama doesn't get docked for that as well. So I'm glad to see that they were in. And then if Bama's in and the conversation comes down to Notre Dame and Miami, well, Miami beat Notre Dame. So Miami's got to be in the playoff. Where I understand the frustration with Notre Dame fans, and rightfully so, is the fact that they were essentially dragged along for 6 weeks, that they were in the playoff the entire time. They were ahead of Miami the entire time. And then they ended up during the final reveal being below Miami and being left out of the playoffs. So I think that is a big bummer for Notre Dame. If this entire time the committee would have set the precedent that Miami was higher because of the head-to-head, totally fine. But because Notre Dame was ahead, neither of those teams play. And essentially you were kind of just waiting for something to come along, and BYU was kind of the guinea pig that you were looking for. They lose, move down, and then Miami moves up. And because they're head-to-head, Miami jumps Notre Dame. I think that was a bad way to go about it. And moving forward, I think instead of doing a reveal show every week from the first week of November until the first week of December, you just have one ranking show in October, one ranking show in November, and then we get the final in December. I think that would add a lot more suspense. It would add a lot more debate and conversation, and it'd be a lot more nerve-wracking and fun for just about all of us to watch take place on that Sunday as they reveal the bracket. But ultimately, I think they got it right with the teams that should have been in. They just went about it a wrong way. Then the other point that I made, which I know Brandon and I will get into later on in the show, is that no, BYU and Alabama should not have been treated the same. The conversation around BYU, if you're arguing that BYU should have been in the playoff before the conference title game, that is a different discussion. But the fact that they weren't, the fact that they were outside of the playoff before the conference championship game started, then they should not have been in with a loss. They made it to their conference championship game, and they had the advantage over the other teams that were sitting at home, that they had an opportunity to get the auto bid and play their way into the playoff, right? It's like Virginia. I know Virginia was way down, but Virginia's the same thing. You know, they were a 2-loss team, but they lost, so they don't go to the playoff. They win, they go to the playoffs. Just like in college basketball, where you have certain teams that have to win that conference tournament to go to the big dance, and others that can even lose their first game and they're still in. It's just the same thing with college football. So if BYU was in the playoff and lost, and Alabama got to stay in after they lost, that's a whole different conversation. But I think because BYU was out before conference title week, no problem with the Cougars being left out, and Miami gets in over Notre Dame with the head-to-head. I will say, I thought Bama should have dropped to number 10. That's why I thought Notre Dame was going to be 9, was because Notre Dame was going to be 9, Bama was going to be 10, Bama would have been in between Notre Dame and Miami, and then they wouldn't have had that head-to-head, but instead they decided to keep Bama at 9, put the head-to-head with Miami, and Notre Dame is left at home, which is a real shame because Notre Dame is super talented. That offense is electric. Their defense was getting a lot better. Problem with the Irish, though, is that schedule just wasn't good enough. You know, the two best teams on their schedule, they lost to. USC was the only other kind of decent team they played the rest of the way. And that was really it, you know, and it's tough for Notre Dame when all these other teams are playing ranked teams and really good opponents. They're just kind of playing cupcakes every single week. And because of that, Notre Dame has opted out of their bowl game. But we have the playoffs set, and let's run through the bracket and who I like to win all these games. So we'll start with the 8-9 matchup on Friday, Alabama and Oklahoma, which is going to be a super interesting game, a rematch from mid-November. Bama right now at BetMGM minus 115 to win the game, minus 1.5. So this game could close as a pick'em potentially, minus 110. I think a majority of people are going to be on Oklahoma because they're frustrated that Bama's in the playoff. They don't believe Bama's in the playoff. And so many things with betting is recency bias, right? People haven't seen Oklahoma in a while, and I think they forget just how horrendous they looked against LSU and Missouri in their last couple games. But everybody saw Bama get smoked by one of the best teams in the country, who they already beaten, by the way, earlier this year. And now people are just going to bet Oklahoma. They're at home. Bama looked terrible. Oklahoma's defense is really good. It's going to be a low-scoring game, and Bama's probably going to lose. Just make sure if you're betting Oklahoma, it's because you think they're better and you think they're going to win. It's not because you hate Alabama and you don't think that they should be in the playoff. Normally, in these kind of college playoffs, whether it's March Madness, college baseball, anything, when we have those like last teams in, feels like every year one of those kind of teams that people don't think deserve to be in or shouldn't tend to win a game or two and go on a little bit of a run. And for an Alabama team, it's got all that 5-star talent, all those NFL players, and all they're going to hear for the next 2 weeks is how they didn't deserve to be in, how their team isn't any good, how their offense is terrible. It's a dangerous thing for a team like that who's not used to playing kind of the underdog role. So I'm excited to see how they come out. I'll take Alabama to win that game. They outgained Oklahoma by 200 yards in the first meeting when those two teams matched up, but they lost the turnover battle 3-0, and they threw a pick six. You lose the turnover battle 3-0 in a top 10 matchup and you throw a pick six, you're just not going to win the game. Bama takes care of the ball, they're going to win. It's that simple. I'll take the Tide in essentially a pick 'em against Oklahoma. Next game up, we got Miami and Texas A&M. It's going to be a good one, man. You could really convince me on either of these teams winning. I really don't think it matters because I think either team's losing in Ohio State in the next round. If we get a 3 with Texas A&M, I'd probably look towards the Aggies. The thing that I keep coming back to, I kind of think Miami might be better. I just worry about Carson Beck. And I worry about Carson Beck on the road in this environment against a defensive line like that. And it's pretty cool as well that Carson Beck, you know, used to play in the SEC with Georgia, so gets to go playoff game against an SEC team and kind of show him what he's made of. But I just feel like he's going to make a big mistake in this game. A&M's been sitting around a while. They've gotten healthy, and they were playing a lot of the bottom tier teams in the SEC, and they were undefeated. They were 11-0. I think a loss actually does them good, gets them refocused, ready to go for this game. And I think they beat the Canes. And if we get a 3, I'd be looking at Texas A&M against Miami. And then the other two matchups, look, I think we all know Ole Miss is going to beat Tulane. Oregon's going to beat JMU. It's just a question of how do you bet the game. Tulane, I'd probably look at them at a first half number. Ole Miss actually just took some money. They're up to 17.5 now on BetMGM. Man, if we can get like a 10.5 with Tulane in the first half, I would absolutely love that play. I think Tulane can keep it close in the first 30 minutes or so, and then Ole Miss just kind of pulls away at the end. And then JMU and Oregon. I mean, look, JMU's not going into Eugene. They're not going in Allison Stadium and beating the Ducks. And I think their offense is really going to struggle against that Oregon defensive line and all that talent. As Justin Herbert takes off, he's way over the rushing yards, and he's into field goal range in a first down. So there we go. Cash to the Herbert over rushing yards. Love that. But yeah, I would look at a JMU team total under. I don't know how they score against Oregon in that game. The quarterfinals is where it gets fun. Indiana and Bama in the Rose Bowl, Texas and Oregon. Then you have A&M and Ohio State and Georgia and Ole Miss, which will be awesome. We'll start with the Texas Tech and Oregon game, which I think will probably be the best game of those four if that's the way it ends up being. Oregon's probably going to be about a 1-point favorite in that game. If you haven't watched Texas Tech play this season, just trust me when I tell you that that defense is elite. That front seven, those defensive ends, those linebackers, my goodness, are they good. And because they play in the Big 12, I think a lot of people are going to look at Texas Tech and just think that they stink. Folks, they're 12-1 against the spread this year. They've covered the spread in every game that their starting quarterback has played, and they've won every game by 22 points in which their starting quarterback has played. Their conference isn't as good as the SEC. Their conference isn't as good as the Big Ten. But there's something to be said about every single week dominating your opponent, right? There are plenty of teams that are good, but roll over, have a letdown game, play down to the level of their competition. There's been none of that with Texas Tech. And that's what I like about that team. They'll be well rested. They get to watch film of Oregon. They'll get ready to go for that game. I think Texas Tech behind their defense beats the Ducks. Then in the Rose Bowl, we get Indiana and Alabama. Indiana's probably going to be like a 4.5, 5.5 point favorite in that game. I mean, just say it out loud. Indiana would be favored in football over Alabama. Is that not the most insane thing you've ever heard? And it's absolutely warranted. They're the number one team in the country. They're Big Ten champs. They're undefeated. They got a really good football team. My problem with Indiana is that my theory in this 12-team playoff in college football, looks like we're certainly headed toward expansion with 16 teams. It was the problem I had with Oregon last year. I think unless you are an elite team, like an all-time team, Joe Burrow, LSU, prime Saban, Alabama teams, prime Kirby Smart, Georgia teams, prime Dabo, Clemson teams. I'm talking best of the best. Unless you're that kind of team, I just don't think you're going to go undefeated, 16-0, and win a national championship. It's just going to be too hard. Eventually, you're just going to run into somebody that's going to beat you. And Indiana definitely has had a favorable schedule up to this point. They had that great win over Ohio State, but I think whether it's Texas Tech, whether it's Bama, I think somebody is going to get them. So I will take Indiana to win a close one. I think it's going to be a close game, 3-point game, but I do like Indiana to move on to take Texas Tech. I like Georgia to beat Ole Miss. That game is a rematch from what we saw earlier in the season. Ole Miss actually went up to Athens, and they should have won that game against Georgia. The big difference is Georgia's defense. Georgia's defense is so much better right now than it was when those two teams played back earlier in the season. So I think Georgia's going to win that game. I think they're going to take down Ole Miss, and then Ohio State just going to be too much for Texas A&M. I watch A&M against Texas's defense, which is good. Ohio State is just, it's the best in the country. I think A&M's really going to struggle in that game. So I'll take Ohio State. My semifinals, Texas Tech, Indiana, Georgia, Ohio State, top 4 seeds. I think it's going to be chalky, but this is where we get the upset. We're going to get Texas Tech over Indiana for what I was just saying. I think it's going to be too hard for the Hoosiers to go undefeated and win a national title. Texas Tech's defense is going to keep them in that game. It's going to be a 13-type 10 game like that Ohio State Big Ten title game was, and I think Texas Tech wins a close one. And then Georgia and Ohio State, let's hope that we get this game, because I think this is your national championship game. I think the winner of this game wins it all, and I think it's going to be Ohio State. I think the Buckeyes are going to get the job done. If you didn't watch the conference championship games, right? If you didn't watch Georgia do what they did to Alabama, if you didn't watch Indiana beat Ohio State, I think a majority of people would have picked Ohio State to win the title. Now, after those results, especially if those two teams play, a lot of people are going to be like, I don't know about Ohio State anymore. Don't let one game dictate an entire body of work, right? Bama was playing Georgia for the second time. Hard to beat a Kirby Smart team 2 times. Ohio State was coming off of slaying the Dragon against Michigan. That was their Super Bowl. And it just felt like Indiana wanted that game more than Ohio State did. Not to say Ohio State didn't want to win. They didn't want to beat them. But it felt like that was Indiana's Super Bowl, and Ohio State's got bigger aspirations. I'll take the Buckeyes over Georgia, and then give me Ohio State to win the national championship over Texas Tech. That Red Raiders defense can only do so much, but unfortunately for them, they're playing the best defense in the country in Ohio State. I think the Buckeyes win the Natty. They go back to back.
You gotta be paping me.
Sorry, Brando. It's what we're going with. Ohio State hoisting the trophy and winning the national championship. We'll go talk some NFL when we come back. Look at the AFC playoff picture.
Wherever you go, we're there. Listen to the BetMGM Network live on Odyssey, TuneIn, and now on the iHeartRadio app. Wagertainment for every fan.
And I want to preface everything I'm about to say with the following. $2,000 hit my account last night because Miami made the playoff.
Yeah.
I made that bet in the summer. I financially profited yesterday by Miami making the playoff. And I still think Notre Dame should be in. Now, the real question is, should Alabama be in? After getting waxed by Georgia in a conference title game and having -3 rushing yards. -3. And we're going to have that team be in over a team that's dominated everybody for 10 straight weeks. But then you got the SEC stuff. And you're right. We were on the air yesterday, Nick and I, and they did the hour show that could have been 12 minutes, and they got to go to every campus and hear from Marty Smith again. And like, okay, all right, just give us the bracket. Can we get the bracket, please?
Jen Lada, yeah.
Right, yeah. Jen Lada in her skin-tight leather pants. So they bring out Saban in his crimson red sport coat, and then they bring out Herb Street. And again, I can't hear it because I'm on the air, but I can read lips, and you know what they're saying. Like, oh, Alabama plays in the. You can see. I'm mouthing SEC on camera for those that can't see, because it's ESPN who has a relationship with SEC. So what do you think Saban and Herb Street are saying on the college football playoff review show?
Can I tell you one thing that Herb Street was saying? Not to,
Sure.
I'm not trying to cut you off, but this kind of set me off because you're trying to read the lips, and I just want to fill something in. One of the first things that Herb Street said when he gets on camera, which set me off and many others. Well, with this committee, the rankings aren't true until they get all the data in. Notre Dame and Miami didn't play. And every week leading up to the conference championship games, Notre Dame well ahead of Miami. When this started, it was 10 and it was 18. Notre Dame never lost, but somehow Miami passes them up. I just wanted to fill that in for you. They don't know the true rankings till they get all the data, even though they flipped teams that didn't play. Okay.
I also saw a clip of Herb Street who was saying, oh, well, BYU shouldn't be in because they lost their conference championship. And then 3 minutes later, he's like, well, Alabama shouldn't be penalized for losing their conference championship. And I'm like, this is what's going on. Like, it's hard to get upset because, like, everybody's stupid. And I got people on the internet telling me that Notre Dame shouldn't be in because they lost to Northern Illinois last year in week 2. Like, that matters. It just like everybody's stupid. That's my thesis.
Place your bets. This is BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
PJ Glasser here with you, BetMGM Tonight, After Dark, final hour. A couple more segments to go in the show. We got Monday Night Football, Chargers and Eagles. LA tacks on another field goal, makes it 13-6. 5 minutes to go in the third quarter. But Jalen Hurts hits A.J. Brown, and the Eagles are in Chargers territory. Jalen Hurts scrambling around trying to find somebody, and he'll just throw it away. So Philadelphia looking for the end zone for the first time tonight. Again, both teams 8-4, big game for both teams, especially the Chargers. I mean, they can really put some pressure on Kansas City to miss the playoffs. We're getting ready to talk about the AFC playoff picture here on BetMGM Tonight. And I'd love to hear from you guys. If you are sitting around listening to the show, feel free to chime in. Love to talk. 833-732-3875. Once again, 833-732-3875. Drop your comments. Give us a call. You want to talk NFL, college football, college hoops, whatever you want to talk about. Let's do it here in the final hour of BetMGM Tonight. We got a 2nd and 10 for the Eagles, and Saquon Barkley is going nowhere. So my guy Brandon told me he had Saquon's under rushing yards. Well, that certainly helped him there. About a loss of 4 yards. 3rd and long upcoming for Philly. All right, let's talk AFC playoff picture. Right now, we got 2 teams in the AFC who are 11-2. We got Denver and we got New England. The Jags right now leading the AFC South are 9-4. The Steelers, with their win yesterday, lead the AFC North. They're 7-6. Buffalo is your first wild card team at 9-4. Chargers are 8-4. And then the Houston Texans are now your 7 seed at 8-5. Colts, the first team out of the playoffs at 8-5, but they're pretty much cooked with their remaining schedule. And with Riley Leonard now taking over, and they just called Phillip Rivers to take some snaps today and potentially be the backup for them. The Ravens are 6-7. Their only path, it looks like, is winning the division. And Kansas City, I mean, they got to win out, and they need a lot of help as well. Miami, same thing at 6-7. They got to win out, also need help. The Bengals still have an outside shot at winning the division at 4-9. They definitely have to beat the Ravens this week. They're going to need to win out, and they're going to need the Steelers to probably lose 3 of their 4 remaining games. So we kind of have an idea of who the playoff teams are going to be. We kind of know which 7 or 8 teams it's going to be. We know Denver's going to be there, New England, Jacksonville, Buffalo. The Chargers most likely, the Texans most likely are going to be there. And then you're looking at either the Steelers or the Ravens, whoever ends up winning that division. Those are going to be your 7 teams that make the playoffs. And it's so fascinating. I mean, there is a realistic chance we get a postseason without Joe Burrow, Lamar Jackson, and Patrick Mahomes. 3 of the top 4 quarterbacks in football might not make the playoffs. And if that happens, I mean, what happens? Like, it's going to be crazy watching this AFC playoff picture unfold. Talked about this last week. The AFC, you know, I initially thought you kind of break into tiers of teams you trust and teams that you don't trust, or teams that you trust and teams that haven't proven it yet, I should say. But again, all the teams that are usually there, I mean, they might not be there in the postseason. We've seen Burrow been to a Super Bowl. He's not going to the playoffs. Mahomes goes to the AFC title game every year. He's probably not going to the playoffs. Lamar goes to the playoffs every year. Not probably going. So what does that mean for the rest of us? Bills should be the favorite, even though the Bills probably are going to be a wild card team. They're probably going to have to be on the road for at least 2 games in the postseason. I mean, it's all setting up really nicely for Buffalo. The only team that's given them trouble in the playoffs just about has been Kansas City. I think Allen, I got to look it up, but I think Allen's only losses in the postseason have been outside of when he lost to Houston his rookie season. Outside of that, Mahomes and Burrow have been the only quarterbacks he's lost to in the playoffs. So the fact he doesn't have to play either of those guys most likely in the playoffs, obviously massive for the Buffalo Bills. I think they got to be your favorite. Even though Denver and New England have the best records, one of them is going to get the 1 seed. I think Buffalo's got to be your favorite. They got to be the team to beat. After that, it should be probably Denver, I would think, just because they have the better defense. They have a Super Bowl winning head coach. They have a very good offensive line. But it's Bo Nix, man. I just is Bo Nix really going to the Super Bowl? I mean, maybe, because nobody else is left. And especially if Denver gets the 1, that's a tough place to play. I don't see it. I don't see it with Denver. I can't. Denver to me is almost like a worse version of Seattle. I want to bet Seattle out of the NFC. I love the coach. I love the defense. JSN's maybe the top wide receiver in football. Running backs are great. It's just Sam Darnold, man. I just can't trust Sam Darnold. And it's kind of the same thing with Bo Nix. I just don't trust him. I just don't trust him in the playoffs. So I'm good on Denver. New England is interesting. I love Vrabel as a head coach. Defense is pretty good. Drake May's been awesome. Could win the MVP this season. But New England, to me, is like the Texas A&M of the NFL, where they're having a good year, but there's like a yeah, but with them, right? When they're playing well and they're at their best, like New England could beat anybody. But the schedule has been so favorable. It's been so soft. You just don't know. That's why these next 2 weeks, playing the Bills on Sunday at home, when you've already beat them once, can you beat them again? And then getting the Ravens prime time in Baltimore with their season on the line. Can the Patriots win both of those games? If the Patriots win both of those games, you are going to see a lot more people buy in. You're going to see their odds plummet in the futures market. And that's how these things go with these unproven teams, right? Until we see it, when it's a team that's up and coming, we can't prove it. Certainly the markets aren't going to react until we see it as well. But this is kind of the 2-game stretch for New England, what it was for the Bears, right? When we looked at the Bears' schedule, we saw at Eagles, we saw at Packers. They've had a favorable schedule, but we said, what is it going to look like? What is it going to look like when the Bears go up against 2 of the top teams in the NFC on the road? Well, they passed the test against the Eagles, went to the defending Super Bowl champs' house and beat them up. Then yesterday against the Packers, 21-21 game, had a chance to potentially tie it at the end. Ben Johnson, almost no doubt, goes for 2 there. If they score a touchdown, maybe win the game. So the Bears, I think, kind of proved to all of us that they're a pretty good football team. That's what we're waiting to see out of the Patriots. I think, 11-2, that's tough to do in the NFL. They've won 10 straight games. Again, Vrabel's been a good coach in this league, and Drake May, I mean, he's towards the top of the board to win MVP. I think there are a lot of people that feel like the Patriots are a good team. We're just all waiting to see how good of a team they're going to be. Jacksonville right now leading the AFC South. Again, man, Jacksonville's another one of these teams. Like, they just keep finding ways to win. They've beaten some bad teams in overtime, but there's something about winning games. And, Daniel Jones got hurt yesterday. It's unfortunate we couldn't see the Colts at full strength. I don't think the Jags are going to do anything of significance in the playoffs. They definitely could win that division. And if they get a home playoff game, maybe they win a game, especially if it started today. They played the Chargers at home. I mean, they just smoked the Chargers in Jacksonville. Won that game 35-6 a couple weeks ago. So maybe they win a game, but I don't think they go to the AFC Championship. I don't think they go to the Super Bowl. Whoever wins the AFC North, it really doesn't matter. It's all just, neither of those teams are making a run. Certainly a lot more people, if the Ravens got in, could think that maybe they could because of the quarterback, because of the star power on that team, because of how they've looked in the regular season the last few years. But guys, this just it's not the same Ravens team. You know what I mean? I talked about it earlier in the show. They don't beat any teams with a good quarterback. Like, their wins are against Tua, JJ McCarthy, Dylan Gabriel, Shador. They've beaten Tyrod Taylor, Joe Flacco. Like, these are all their wins. They haven't beaten a good quarterback all season. They're just not a good football team. And the Steelers, I think we all know, are frauds, right? Like, they're not a good team. So whoever wins the AFC North, good for them. It really doesn't matter. You're not making a run in the NFC. Buffalo, I talked about. I think they should be the favorites because of the pedigree and how it kind of all sets up for them. The Chargers would be really interesting if they were healthy. It would be awesome to see Slater and Alt out there protecting Herbert with that offensive line because the defense is pretty solid. Jim Harbaugh is a great coach. Herbert's a good quarterback. He's only gotten a chance to play in 2 playoff games. Neither have gone his way. The first one, what a collapse against the Jags. And then, that playoff game last year against Houston, I think he just threw another interception. So it's been tough sledding for Justin in the playoffs. But there's just too many injuries, especially on that O-line for the Chargers, so I can't take them seriously. Then we got these Houston Texans, man. These Houston freaking Texans, the 7th seed right now in the AFC, peaking at the right time, and the team that absolutely nobody wants to play. We aren't talking enough about how good of a win that was for the Texans last night. The Chiefs' season is on the line. They have to win that game last night. They're at home in prime time. How many times have we seen Kansas City win a game like that? Did the Chiefs ever lose that game? I mean, that was a playoff game. Did the Chiefs ever lose that game? Mahomes has only lost twice ever in the playoffs at home. Ever. That was a playoff game last night. Houston went in there and beat them up. Kansas City turned the ball over 3 times. They held them to 10 points. They had Mahomes looking uncomfortable all night. They forced Andy Reid into one of the dumbest decisions I've seen all weekend. How can he go for that 4th down? I understand you're an offensive guy, Andy. I understand you trust your team. I understand it's 4th and 1. Dude, your defense is playing so well. Punt the ball away. Make Houston make the mistake. Lean on your defense. You don't get that. Houston's already in field goal range. I mean, that was just a crazy decision by Andy Reid. Still can't believe he did that. So, definitely things could have gone differently if Andy doesn't go for that. The Chiefs punt the ball away, but he didn't. And Houston's defense is awesome. So, again, look at their last 3 games, man. Home against Buffalo, beat up Josh Allen, won that game. Went on the road against the Colts when Daniel Jones was healthy, beat them, and then go into Kansas City and beat them as well. This was a team that was 0-3 to start the season. The offense was anemic. The red zone offense was putrid. Defense was good. Certainly wasn't this level, but credit to them. And credit to Davis Mills for kind of just keeping the ship afloat, keeping it steady, keeping it above waters. They have that comeback against Jacksonville, and now they are full steam ahead. So right now, if I'm looking at the AFC, I think there are only 3 teams I would bet to make the Super Bowl out of the AFC. 3 teams I think can win it with our current playoff picture. I think you're looking at New England, you're looking at Buffalo, and you're looking at Houston. Those are the 3 teams that I think out of the AFC can win the Super Bowl. If you like New England and you think they're going to struggle these next couple weeks, I would probably, if you like New England and you think they're going to win these next couple games, I would bet them now. If you like New England, but you think they're going to struggle these next couple weeks against the Bills and the Ravens, I would wait. Because then there's not a chance they might even win the division. They could drop to the 5 seed. Buffalo could win the AFCs, and they can get a way better price on the Patriots. If you like the Bills, feels like now is the time to bet them, right? Especially if you like them to win that Patriots game. I would honestly wait on the Bills, because if they lose that Patriots game, they're still going to make the playoffs, but you're going to get an even better number on the Bills because it's going to adjust knowing that now they're not going to win the division. 3 games left. New England wins the tiebreaker. So New England can clinch the division on Sunday, which I didn't realize. So massive game, obviously, there between those 2 teams. But Buffalo, certainly, they've been to a number of AFC championship games with Josh Allen, haven't been able to get over the hump. They lose to the Mahomes and the Chiefs every time, but he's not going to be there. So Bills looking good. Then those Texans with that defense, they are good enough to absolutely make it to the Super Bowl. So those are kind of the 3 teams I'm eyeing in the AFC. I think it's going to be the Patriots. I think it's going to be the Bills, or I think it's going to be the Texans. Those are your 3 teams that I think can make it. I wouldn't bet Denver because I don't trust Bo Nix. I wouldn't bet Jacksonville because they've just been skating by. I think they're a fraud. I don't like Trevor Lawrence. I wouldn't bet either AFC North team, Pittsburgh or Baltimore. And I wouldn't bet the Chargers. They're too banged up, and the Colts are obviously cooked now with the Daniel Jones injury. So I wouldn't touch any of those teams. It would be New England, Buffalo, or Houston for me. Those are the 3 teams that I would look at in the AFC. All right, Chargers up 13-9 right now on the Eagles. We got 5 seconds to go in the 3rd quarter. 2nd and 5 for Philadelphia. And they got good field position. I think they're at their own 45, 50-yard line. They're at their own 44-yard line, 2nd and 5. So another big opportunity here for the Eagles, who their offense just continues to struggle. Guys, I'm out on the Eagles. I'm out. This is a team that if they get into the playoffs, yes, they have a good postseason pedigree, but this offense just isn't going to fix itself overnight. They're not good, man. They're not good. They can't run the ball. That's the key. The offensive line with the Eagles. They can have all these shiny toys. They can have Devontae. They can have A.J. Brown. They can have Saquon. When the Eagles blocking up front, they're a different team. So A lot of the teams in the NFC. People are going to be making the case for a lot of different teams. I think the Rams and the Packers are the two best in the NFC. I think your NFC representative is probably going to be one of those two teams. I do not like the Eagles. This offense for a while now has not been good. And this idea that they're just going to figure it out, they're going to turn a corner, they're going to all of a sudden start scoring 27, 30 points, it's just not going to happen. This is what the Eagles are. So, yeah, I'm not bullish on the Eagles whatsoever. I think they're going to continue to struggle, and I would look to fade them in the playoffs. All right, we'll wrap the show next year. BetMGM tonight, presented by BetMGM. PJ Glasser, my producer, Brandon Combs, is going to join me, and we're going to talk about some things that I said that Brandon doesn't agree with. Be right back.
Wherever you go, we're there. Listen to the BetMGM Network live on Odyssey. Tune in and now on the iHeartRadio app. Wagertainment for every fan.
So head-to-head only matters in the final rankings, I suppose, if the teams are right next to each other, which feels like a weird logic to me. Honestly, I feel like the better logic, if I was on the committee, I would have said, okay, the week-to-week rankings are prisoners of the moment. And it's like, okay, we can't change it that much, like based on stuff that doesn't happen. But at the final, in the final rankings, those are overall rankings for the entirety of the season. And in fact, I think a lot of people are clamoring for the fact that why do we even have rankings during the season if they don't matter according to the final rankings? Like, I understand they want to draw attention to college football. They want viewership. They draw this out with a TV show on ESPN. But like, if these rankings don't matter, I think that's the tough part is we feel like idiots and we feel like we've been gaslit for the entire season with these college football rankings week by week. When at the end of the day, it feels like those previous ones don't even matter.
Chelsea, going back, like, it's all for the networks. That's why they have rankings. They draw out those shows. They say we're going to release the rankings at 5:30, 5:55. The rankings come out. Like, that's the thing with college football. Another thing is, like, if they talk, okay, fine, the head-to-head, yeah, that should matter. You lose to Miami, like that. Miami has the edge over you there, but you look at two lost teams, and Miami's losses were significantly worse. You lost to Louisville and you lost to SMU, where Notre Dame lost to two top-ranked teams the first 2 weeks of the season. One of those on the road in the rain, and you have a freshman starting quarterback. Like, does that go into effect at all? Doesn't seem to. So, like, I understand the argument of, like, the head-to-head, but you're right. Like, what's the point in the rankings all season long if the team that you have ranked higher than the other team doesn't make it in? If it's ultimately the head-to-head, like, if it's the head-to-head, then Miami should have been ahead of Notre Dame in the rankings throughout the last, 7 rankings that were released.
Travis Kelce. Oh, week 1. Runs the wrong route in Brazil and injures Xavier Worthy. Yeah, his head's in the game. Literally, like, second snap of the year. Let me run the wrong route and injure our first-round pick from last year. Great job. Chiefs lose. Week 2 against the Eagles. About to score a touchdown to take the lead. Instead, but ricochets off his chest into the arms of Andrew Makuba. Chiefs lose that game to the Eagles. And then, last night, in the waning moments, back-to-back plays. Mahomes puts it right on the money, and Travis Kelce can't catch. He can't catch. But hey, everybody, don't worry, because on New Heights this week, tune in as Travis Kelce talks to Governor of Minnesota, Tim Walz, for a wide-ranging conversation. Can't wait. Travis Kelce will ask Tim Walz about the Somali population in Minneapolis. So it's okay. Don't worry. Don't worry. He can't catch the ball in the big spots. But listen, the podcast is going to do huge numbers. It's okay, everybody. No worries. It's okay.
It's time to place your bets. This is BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Well, as I was saying, the Eagles' offense is a machine. They are a wagon. Saquon looks like his old self. 13-10, Philadelphia. What a turn of events. The fake tush push lined up like they were going to do it. Little toss play to Saquon around the edge, and he breaks it for a touchdown. And now Philadelphia has a 16-13 lead heading into the fourth quarter. So the Chargers trailing for the first time today, and we will see how they respond. Currently at BetMGM, your live line is Eagles -2.5, and it's juice -170. Total in the game, 38.5, and points have been super hard to come by in this game, but there you go. Saquon, his 12th rushing touchdown in his career of at least 50 yards. His second game this year breaking 100 yards. 15 carries, $117, and a touchdown for Saquon. So we'll see how the Chargers answer as Vidal with a 4-yard carry to start the drive. So as we keep an eye on that game, I welcome on my producer, Brandon Combs, as we close out the show like we always do with things that I said during the show that either Brandon doesn't agree with or he does agree with. And I think things are going to get fun with the college football playoff talk. So Brandon, I'll bring you on. What is the first thing that I've said during the show that you would like to discuss?
Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and let you know this right now, PJ. There is nothing on this list that I agree with. So it's just gonna be all arguments tonight. First things first. You said earlier, the committee got the right teams in.
Yep.
Sir, you need to go home. You need to go home.
Stay off the weed.
They did not get the right teams in. Not only, well, let's put Notre Dame aside, because I'll put them aside until we get to the next one. I'm going to put them aside. When the committee tells you that they're not going to punish a team for losing in their conference championship, they're not going to lose ground for losing their conference championship, and they keep Alabama, who got beat by 21 points in the SEC championship, in the same exact spot that they were, okay, not a problem, because that's what you said you would do. But then you drop BYU in the rankings, not just out of the playoff, but in the rankings you drop them out of there. They have zero chance at getting into college. You're not having the same standard for every team. When you're talking about having Miami into the college football playoff, when you've had them behind Notre Dame the entire time, and you keep them behind Notre Dame the entire time, then both teams don't play, and now all of a sudden Miami's ahead of Notre Dame. What are we doing? And there's no chance in any universe anywhere, even if you live in the upside down, that you have Tulane and JMU in a playoff and can say that they got the right teams in.
So I agree with you that Alabama shouldn't have stayed at number 9, but they should have been in the playoff. I thought they should have dropped to 10. I agree with you. Keeping them at 9 is wild. Like, they played the game. They should be rewarded like they would have been if they won. They would have gotten a top 4 seed. They would have gotten a bye. But if they lost, they shouldn't have been out of the playoff, but they should have dropped. So I agree with you that keeping them at 9 was wild. I think they should have dropped to 10. And again, the committee just went about this the wrong way with how they handled the Notre Dame Miami situation throughout November. Like, I mean, that's brutal to just have the Irish ahead of Miami the entire time. And then you get to the revealing of the playoff rankings, and that's when you decide to flip-flop. Like, eventually, I think they got there, and they put the right teams in. When I say they put the right teams in, Brandon, it means following the criteria that they have, right? Do I think Tulane and JMU are the best teams? Of course not. I don't even think Oklahoma should be in. I think all the other teams are good, but if I had it my way, I would have kicked OU out, JMU would have been out, and Tulane would have been out. Definitely would have put Notre Dame in. I probably Vandy in, I would say. And then you could have had a debate with maybe Texas or BYU as that last team, I would have said. But yeah, I think, see, that's the problem. Like you said, when they started this 12-team playoff, even the 14 playoff, they said, we're going to get the best teams in. And it feels like more often than not, they go with the most deserving, right? And now they go with these auto bids. So it's just all messed up. They're learning as they go. I think the idea philosophically was a good one, especially last year, right? Where it's like, okay, we're going to have 12 teams. We have 4 Power 4 conferences, and the teams that each win that conference are going to get a bye, which in theory, I think like fine. But then when you see like Boise and Arizona State get a bye week, you're like, okay, let's just not do that anymore. So then this year they make the change and they go, okay, we're just going to, it doesn't matter. We can have 2 SEC teams, 2 Big Ten teams in the top. It doesn't matter. We're going to do that. Just get the best 4 in. And then it looks a lot better. I think the 4 best teams in college football are the top 4 this year, potentially. Maybe throw Notre Dame in there, Oregon, whatever you want. But I certainly think those 4 teams all can win a national championship for sure. But now we're seeing again, it's like JMU and Tulane are both in. Like, we got to watch 2 college football playoff games with a 17-point spread and a 21-point spread. So they're learning as they go. I think eventually they'll get there. It's just unfortunate that, at their expense, teams are going to have to suffer that should be in the college football playoff.
Yeah, and if you want the 12 best teams in there, you've got to stop putting the non-Power 5 conference. The Sun Belt champion is in the college football. The Sun Belt champion is in the college football playoff, while Texas, Notre Dame, BYU are all sitting out. Like, we've got to stop with that. And then let's get to the second one here, because this was another thing that I've heard a lot of people talk about, and it drives me nuts. Notre Dame played a weak schedule. You and PJ, we're going to fight. You and I are going to fight. They had a stronger strength of schedule than Miami. They had a stronger strength of schedule than Texas Tech. Obviously, they had stronger strength of schedules than Tulane and JMU. They were only 4 spots lower in strength of schedule than Ole Miss. And then their strength of record was top 15. This team, people say that they played a soft schedule. You know what they did that Miami didn't do? They beat a conference champion. They did that by beating Boise State. The notion that Notre Dame played a weak schedule is crazy, because you know what? They played an ACC schedule. Because that's what they did. They made an agreement with the ACC to play more ACC teams. And that's what they did. And what did they do? They went out and beat a Pitt team that probably should have been in the ACC title if the ACC wasn't so stupid with their tiebreaker rule and put Duke in there instead, have them jump 4 teams. Like, it drives me nuts when people, they had a stronger strength of schedule than 4 teams in the college football playoff, and they were right there with Ole Miss in strength of schedule. The schedule wasn't as weak as people want to make it seem to be.
The schedule was weak, Brandon. It was not good. And the schedule was weak, and also context is everything, okay? Your 2 hardest games by far were the first 2, right? Miami and A&M. We can agree on that. Those were your 2 toughest games. Miami was week 1. You had all offseason to prep for the Canes. Then you had a bye week before playing A&M. So your 2 biggest games of the year, your 2 hardest games of the year, you had multiple weeks to prep for those easier games. While everybody else, while Bama's got to go through the tough parts of the SEC and Georgia and all these other teams got to play all these teams back to back, you guys got your hardest 2 games with multiple weeks to prepare. And then you get your tune-up games. You get to play Purdue, and then you get to play NC State. You get to play all these other teams. And then USC, I mean, we know what Lincoln Riley and USC do away from Los Angeles. They never win any game, and they never cover any spread. And then Pittsburgh, I mean, Pittsburgh's a fraud. You know, I mean, they were ranked. They were doing you guys a solid to put I mean, Brandon, that is a weak schedule, my guy. I'm sorry. That's a weak schedule.
Did you or did you not pick Ohio State to win the national title?
I did. I did pick Ohio State.
All right. You want to talk about weak schedules. And you say, oh, well, they played Miami, and then they had a week off, and then they played Texas A&M while everybody else was playing a tough schedule. Ohio State played Texas, then they played Grambling, Ohio, Washington, Minnesota, Illinois, Wisconsin, Penn State, Purdue, UCLA, and Rutgers. Can we talk about weak schedule? Like, the weak schedules has been something that the Big Ten, the SEC, a lot of these big programs have played for a lot of years. Notre Dame has traditionally never played a weak schedule because they have to play tougher competition, because the committee looks down on them, because they're an independent. It's the whole reason why they lost the national title in 1993, 10 years before you were born. Like, there is no... This is why Notre Dame plays a tougher schedule. This is why they play stronger opponents. They don't play Grambling. They don't play Ohio. Granted, they played NIU last year and lost, but they don't play the schedules like Ohio State. And Ohio State played nobody, and nobody talked about that. And that's why I had the ticket for Indiana to win the Big Ten, because it was Ohio State's first test of the season.
It's totally fair. And you're right. Their schedule is definitely worse than yours is, for sure. But I think the context with Notre Dame's schedule is important. Like, again, it's brutal. Marcus Freeman is a great coach. His teams get better as the season goes on. It's tough that those games were the first 2 that they played, but I think the fact they got multiple weeks to prepare for both of those games, couldn't win either one, and then the rest of the way just didn't have a super signature win. I think that that definitely hurt them down the stretch. This Eagles-Charger game's getting really good, though. Brandon, I was talking to you. I didn't see how the Chargers got the ball back. I don't know if it was a punt. Did they turn over again? Was it a punt? Did we know? Monty, if you want to write something in the chat, you can let us know.
I think it was a turnover.
It was a turnover? Okay.
I think so.
But Chargers they're on the move again. They're cooking. They're in the red zone. Field goal ties it. Touchdown takes the lead at 20-16. As Keenan Allen just had his second catch for 16 yards. Brandon, we got about 40 seconds before we have to hop on the air. I like Ohio State to win the title. Who's your pick to win the title?
I'm actually going to go with Indiana, the team that beat Ohio State. I think Indiana can get this
thing
done.
Indiana
like
is
team.
going undefeated.
I do. I think Kurt Cignetti has these boys playing well. I think that they can beat anybody in the country, and I think that game against Ohio State absolutely, positively showed that.
Holy smokes. That'd be Indiana winning the national championship in football. That'd be electric. Great stuff. Brandon, appreciate you as always. Great job to our guy Monty behind the scenes as well. I'll be back with you guys tomorrow night. Brad Evans, we'll see you at 7 p.m. Eastern Time. More BetMGM tonight, presented by BetMGM. We'll see you tomorrow.
That's a wrap. Come back for more Wagertainment on BetMGM tonight, Monday to Friday, 7 to 11 p.m. Eastern on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary.
The big winner from the college football playoff reveal, Ohio State. Ohio State is the big winner. And I'm going to tell you why. Because I have money on Ohio State to win the national championship. And this is when we'll talk about, right, when you bet on a football game. And you know what the right decision a coach could make is based on how you feel about it as someone who has money on the game. So, like, you know, I need the Chiefs to win last night. Andy Reid's going to go for it on a 4th and 1, and I'm screaming. I'm not screaming because I'm going to wake up my daughter. But I'm in my head, I'm thinking, please punt the ball. Please punt the ball. Goes for it. Wrong thing to do. So I got money on Ohio State to win the national championship, right? And I am mentally preparing myself to see, because Ohio State drops to the 2, right? And the final team that gets in, there's intrigue about it, then it's going to be the 2 group of 5 teams, where I'll get to that in a second with Tulane and James Madison, is the 10. And I'm expecting it to be Notre Dame. And I am very nervous to see that, because I think Notre Dame can beat Ohio State. And I think Notre Dame would beat Texas A&M in that matchup. And when I saw Miami pop up, oh, baby, I wanted to do cartwheels. Because I think this frees Ohio State up to make a run now without Notre Dame in. And think about the way we on this show talk about Notre Dame. The way that odds makers talk about Notre Dame. The way that analysts talk about Notre Dame. That this was always the team that if there was going to be one team outside of the very top to upend the apple cart, make a run, win the national championship, beat Ohio State, beat Indiana, beat the SEC champion, beat Texas Tech, beat Oregon. Who is it? Everyone's answer was Notre Dame. And now the Irish are out. And Ohio State now gets to play Miami or Texas A&M instead of Notre Dame. And if you are like me and you have money on Ohio State to win the Natty, oh man, that is a major, major, major dub. And I felt awesome about that. So yeah, Ohio State, in my estimation, the biggest winners of the entire college football playoff reveal, not having to play Notre Dame in the second round, now getting either Miami. No disrespect to those 2 teams, Miami and A&M, both good teams, especially A&M. They ain't Notre Dame. Ohio State dodged a big-time bullet as a result of Miami making it over the Irish.
It's so sad to see the Chiefs minus 700 to miss the playoffs, isn't it? So sad.
Breaks my heart. Breaks my heart. Everything comes to an end, and this is coming to an inglorious end. And it does seem like for a team that won 17 straight one-score games, and a team that seemed to get every call whenever they needed it, and any home cooking whenever they needed it, and they needed the playing surface of a Super Bowl to become a huge issue whenever they needed it. To watch Mahomes, basically, he is the offense running, not throwing. And Kelsey dropping balls, and Kelsey out of sorts, and Kelsey contributing to interceptions. I mean, and they can't find offensive linemen, and they've got no explosives on offense, and seemingly have run out of pop passes and run out of jump passes and run out of ideas. Yeah, it's with the thud. I loved the under last night. I didn't play a side. I'm on the Jags to win the division, so I was kind of hoping Kansas City might have won that one to give a little distance between Jacksonville and Houston for my own wallet. But Houston's a legitimate team, and I've been writing at the Washington Post about this really since about week 4. At least 2 teams were going to make it like out of the South. Like the AFC South was clearly 6 weeks in, 8 weeks into the season. It was better by and large than the AFC North. It was better by and large than the AFC East. And once once the Chargers started running out of tackles, it was probably better than the West. And it is. And I don't think the Colts are going, and I didn't think the Colts were going before Daniel Jones got hurt, just based on their schedule and the way the offense was constricted and some of the injuries and deficiencies on defense. But, Houston's defense is truly, truly elite, and it could carry them pretty far.